I just commented under a girl's video, but ended up dreaming about being tormented by my ex-girlfriends at midnight. They had all turned into terrifying bosses in horror dungeons, the aloof campus belle, the JK underclassmen, the delicate older sister, all incredibly powerful, ruling over countless dungeons, all because I had crossed into a parallel world where horror games had descended. While other players were still struggling against the supernatural, I was busy kissing and playing pool with my exes. Big brother, wake up. As soon as I opened my eyes, a crisp mechanical voice echoed from deep within my mind. Congratulations, you have been selected for the horror game. Dungeon, Crimson Tavern. Successfully clearing the dungeon will grant you special rewards. Horror game? I was stunned and clicked on the introduction for the Crimson Tavern. Crimson Tavern. Rating, S+. Key supernatural entities, skin-peeling ghost, lantern-blowing ghost, burning ghost, Batwoman, headless chef, boss, Crimson Queen. Possible drops, human skin mask, eternal candle, soul-nourishing pill, dungeon scroll. Overall difficulty, hell. Estimated survival rate, 0.5%. Before reading, I had held on to a sliver of hope, but seeing the abysmal survival rate, my heart sank. However, why did this horror dungeon feel oddly familiar? I rubbed my eyes in confusion and zoomed in on the image. The retro-style tavern, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, its roof covered in rows of red tiles. My pupils constricted. Wasn't this the place where I had met my ex-girlfriend Su Linger in my dream? I grabbed my phone, intending to check the official horror game website for clues to confirm whether this dungeon was indeed the one from my dream, when a message popped up. Instinctively, I tapped it. Horror games have descended into reality, causing global panic. Clicking in, detailed information on numerous S-rank horror dungeons flooded my vision. My scalp tingled. These images were all too familiar. The Blood Wedding, the haunted amusement park. These dungeons were exact replicas of the places I had gone on dates with my ex-girlfriends. Could it be that those nightmares I had were actually real horror dungeons? My mind went blank, not from fear, but because these dungeons were so familiar, as if they were my own backyard. Take the A-rank Blood Wedding, for example. The morning ghost was terrified of the bride's laughter. One sound, and it would freeze in place, helpless. The sedan ghosts seemed ferocious but were actually cowards. Lighting 3 incense sticks in front of the sedan would send them fleeing in terror. As for the paper bride, tearing off the wedding talisman on her would instantly turn her to ashes. And the red-dressed ghost king, Xu Mengyao, she couldn't stand hearing me say I love you. A single heartfelt confession would melt her into a docile kitten. And there were over a dozen more dungeons like this. At this thought, an indescribable excitement surged within me. In these dungeons, wouldn't I be like a fish in water? After all, the bosses here were all my ex-girlfriends, who had once loved me to death. But just then, the countdown panel before my eyes suddenly flickered. Dungeon begins. A black vortex abruptly appeared in front of me, and the next moment, I was sucked into it by an immense force. When I opened my eyes again, a crimson scene greeted me, and my heart began to race uncontrollably. The Crimson Tavern, a place I had visited countless times in my dreams. This room before me was all too familiar. The withered pothose on the windowsill was one I had picked out with my ex-girlfriend, Shem Linger. On the desk not far away, the ceramic doll with a cracked face and only one eye was handmade by Su Linger, who I once teased for her poor craftsmanship. My heart trembled slightly, and I felt somewhat uneasy. Though I had experienced this countless times in dreams, this time I was truly here in person. I knew every detail of this place like the back of my hand, but the oppressive reality was 100 times more intense than in my dreams. Besides me, a dozen or so people were scattered around the room. Just as everyone was gripped by extreme tension, the door slowly creaked open, a sound that sent chills down the spine and made hair stand on end. The next moment, a bizarre figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Everyone's pupils constricted, their bodies stiffened, and they dared not even breathe. The eerie butler-like figure stared intently at each person in the room, then twisted its lower body 180 degrees and walked in backward, holding a tray draped with a red cloth. With an elegant gesture, it lifted the cloth to reveal a stack of blank business cards, no patterns, no text. It plucked one card from the tray and said, "Little mice, your task is simple. Within 12 hours, find any tool in the Crimson Tavern and affix this card to it to activate your identity badge. Different badges represent different roles, and different roles come with different tasks. Completing tasks earns rewards. But of course, there are also punishments." The eerie butler grinned. "As long as you survive in the Crimson Tavern for 3 days and complete your objectives, you will be teleported out of the dungeon. One last hint, those who fail to activate their identity badges within 12 hours will face special punishment." The room was eerily silent. Everyone caught off guard by the sudden rules, as negative emotions spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, countless pairs of eyes on Blue Star were nervously watching this bizarre game unfold through the live broadcast. This is terrifying. Can these people survive? There are 2 players from our Hansha. Seriously, out of 100 people, these 2 guys got picked. How unlucky can they be? After all, they're our own Hansha people. I choose to cheer for them, but with only a 0.5% survival rate. I hope these two brothers hold on and don't embarrass our Hansha. Fusang country is the most powerful. Stop talking nonsense. They can't compare to us. Here, uncivil language is replaced with a mild expression. The barrage scrolled rapidly as the eerie butler scanned the crowd with hollow eye sockets and snapped his fingers lightly. Time is precious. Little mice, quickly choose your identities and begin your mission. No one dared to move. They knew this was no simple game. A choice might very well be the beginning of death. Hurry up and choose. The eerie butler seemed to have lost his patience. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign man trembled as he pressed a business card onto a lawnmower stained with dark red marks. I choose this one. The moment the card touched the lawnmower, it emitted a dazzling red light. Identity card, gardener. A hint of relief flashed across the foreign man's face. Gardening didn't sound like a dangerous job. He even began to fantasize about simply trimming flowers and plants to breeze through these 3 days. However, his joy came too soon. Mission, dispose of the corpses outside the Crimson Tavern at night. Chance of encountering supernatural entities, 60%. The eerie butler revealed a bone-chilling smile. Becoming fertilizer is also part of a gardener's job. I don't want to be a gardener. I don't. But it was already too late. The decision was final. Another player, a short-statured man from an obscure small country, trembled uncontrollably as he crawled toward a pile of foul-smelling tools. Shaking, he picked up a business card and pressed it onto an engraving knife. This one doesn't seem too dangerous. Identity card, renovator. Thank goodness. At least it's a decent job. But before his words even faded, his smile vanished. Mission content, assemble the corpse. If the client is dissatisfied, it will trigger punishment, being eaten in corresponding parts, with a 40% chance of death. This isn't real. I don't want to die. The remaining players stared at the blank business cards in their hands, as if looking at death warrants. Guard, chef, waiter, every seemingly ordinary profession concealed deadly traps, and no one dared to make a choice lightly. But the horror game at the Crimson Banquet Hall had only just begun. On the Blue Star livestream, a comment caught everyone's attention. Look, what's that Hansha guy about to do? All eyes turned to me on the screen. I stepped forward, approached the butler, drew a blank identity card, and casually slipped it into my left pocket, yet it didn't activate. After a glance at the butler, I walked past the crowd and straight out of the room. Surprisingly, Sumu didn't put this creepy butler, this horrible game, in his eyes at all. The reason why Sumu was so calm was because he knew everything here like the back of his hand. Mind you, these horrific copies are the very places where he dreams of tangling with his ex-girlfriends. Every corner of the copy, every detail, was etched in his mind. He knew the mission of each character and knew the destiny corresponding to each type of identity card. He knew how to use the rules to defuse a crisis. Even if he acquired one of the most trashy identities and was sent on the most dangerous mission with a 95% mortality rate, he could still accomplish it with ease. Here, it's his home turf. What was hell for others was no different than a playground for him. The corner of Sumu's mouth hooked into a playful smile. His hand in his pocket gently rubbed the blank ID card. He had another good use for this card. So bold that you don't bat an eye? He thinks this is his home? Reckless. Hell knows what we'll encounter when we leave the room. Chapter 4, Death of a Player. National Fortune. There was also a heated discussion in the live room. Oh, look at the contestant from the beautiful country. Not to mention handsome, but also has a leadership style. Too stable. When encountering this kind of dangerous situation, they simply won't go out brainlessly like this person, but choose to cooperate with others. Even a child knows that to play a game, you have to develop obscenely first. That's right, I'd play better than him in a copy. Inside the replica room, a short island player with an 8-beard looked at Sumu, who had left, with disdain in his eyes. Ignorant Hanxia people, how dare they act alone? How stupid. Sumu's reckless behavior like this was clearly a rush to go to the afterlife. But that's good. Let him be the one to step out of the hole. Quite a few players, all of them held the same idea as the 8-beard, but there were also people who felt that there was nothing wrong with what Sumu was doing. I do think it's very resourceful of him to just take the ID card first, but not be sure of the identity, and have 12 hours to decide what identity to pick. It's always right to play it safe. First gather intelligence, then activate your identity, then we'll all attack the copy and survive. Right, as long as we complete the replica, we'll get a lot of rewards. After seeing that there were no problems after Sumu took the lead, the players started to move. Following Sumu's example, he took away the identity card but didn't activate it. One by one, they walked out of the room. 12 years ago, the creepy game suddenly descended on Blue Star, bringing with it countless copies of the horror. These copies are full of danger, but the copies also contain a variety of weapons, strange elixirs, artifacts and so on, that only exist in novels and mythological stories. There are even treasures that can give humans superhuman powers. This time, the Scarlet Tavern copy is the only B-class copy in the first batch of copy games. Although it's only level B, it's already a certain death level copy for newbies, and its success or failure is not only related to the life and death of the participating players, but also plays a crucial role in boosting the subsequent morale. Which country can pass in this copy and get the rewards, no matter the influence, or for the accumulation of experience in the subsequent copies, as well as the absorption of talents, that is immeasurable. Meanwhile, when all the players had left the room, they found themselves in the middle of a tavern hall. The hall is extremely spacious, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people dining at the same time. On the ceiling, huge red crystal chandeliers hung. The surrounding walls were also carved with exquisite reliefs, including a winged phoenix and a divine dragon prancing in the clouds, luxurious and grand. The floor was paved with red marble, and when you stepped on it, you could even clearly reflect the figures of people. In the center of the hall, a wide and eye-catching revolving mahogany staircase, each step covered with a prestigious red velvet carpet, with handrails made of pure gold and carved with intricate floral motifs. Without knowing it, you'd think this was some top-notch hotel on the blue planet. Ah, that one. What's that one? A voice trembled, breaking the silence in the hall. The speaker was a petite, dark-skinned sister with a look that was quite characteristic of the White Elephant country. Her eyes were wide and deadpan as she stared into a corner of the hall, the fear evident on her face. Within the copy, players can understand what each other is trying to say even though they don't speak the same language, which is considered a friendlier setting. The crowd followed her gaze and sucked in a breath of cold air. Only there, a humanoid creature, covered in blood, was moving slowly. There was no skin. The muscles, blood vessels, and fascia of the whole body were exposed, and bright red blood kept dripping down, leaving a string of stinging marks on the polished ground. The whole thing looked like it had been forcibly skinned down. In the center of the tray it was carrying was a bright red heart that was still fluttering slightly. Every step it took left a bloody footprint on the floor. This luxurious restaurant was not empty. A number of figures dressed in waiter's garb were busy traveling from floor to floor. However, none of these attendants were alive. Some of the limbs were twisted at an eerie angle, and with every step, the sound of bones rubbing together could be heard. There's also a headless chef carrying a blood-dripping human head in his left hand and a killing knife in his right, wondering where he's headed. What's even scarier is that the creepiness seems to get scarier as the floors go up. The number of bazaar on the second floor was significantly higher than the first floor, and they were also more oddly tall and had a more terrifying aura about them. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. This scene caused those who had originally still held a hint of luck about this bizarre game to completely wake up at this moment. They recalled the rules announced earlier by the creepy butler. Within 12 hours, find the tool and activate the identity card. No one dared to delay any longer, and they all began to move on the first floor of this bizarre least, trying to find a suitable item to activate his ID card. But easy, low-risk work that no one has a clue about. Though seemingly an easy job can bind tools that are likely to become dangerous when activated, like the gardener and decorator in the room earlier. However, Sumu made a mind-boggling move. He actually walked directly towards the mahogany rotating staircase in the center of the hall, looking like he was preparing to go upstairs. Stupid cultures, what do you want? Sumu stopped his footsteps, his brows furrowed as he followed the sound. That obnoxious voice, from the island's eight-bearded player. He snorted coldly and walked towards Sumu, then blocked his way. The disdain and mockery in his expression was undisguised. Everyone, come and see. This damned Culverman is trying to get us all killed. The sound of the eight-bearded man instantly attracted the other players' ideas. What do you mean? Sumu's face was expressionless, and a chill was spreading in his heart. That's something we should be asking you, isn't it? With all the weirdness here, the floors get more dangerous the higher up you go. What if you go up, in case you attract a scary weirdness, or trigger the copy rules? I don't care if you go and get yourself killed, but if you put the rest of us in harm's way, can you afford to do that? Is everyone right? The 8-letter beard is straight up moralizing. Regardless, it's absolutely right to be able to give the cultures a hard time, disgust them, and thwart what they want to do. Islanders are just so disgusting, but his words had an effect. There are a lot of people who think there is nothing wrong with what the Island 8-beard said. You have a saying in Hansha that you'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. That's right, it's amazing to be walking around with such a horrible copy. Who knows what horrible things could happen? This Kulharshan must have thought there was some kind of good status upstairs, so he tried to activate it. Can you think of something no one else can? Can't figure out why we can't work together properly when we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. Do less dangerous things and think more about ways to get through. One slip of the tongue on your part will cause the rest of us to be implicated and put in danger as well. Sumu turned a deaf ear. These players were already overwhelmed by fear, and he didn't bother to count them. On the contrary, he already had murderous intentions towards the 8-bearded little baka in front of him. Are you sure you want to stop me? Sumu's eyes were cold and his voice was much lower, but falling in the eyes of the island players is a different story. This was a kind of indifference on Sumu's part, a disregard that didn't place himself in his eyes at all. It's come to this, and this Culpepper is still so pretentious. The island player laughed disdainfully. So what if I'm sure? Suddenly, Sumu but eerily glanced behind him. A cruel smile curled the corners of his mouth. Not good, just that you're going to die. He was about to retort, but his expression suddenly stalled, because he suddenly felt as if he had hit something. Immediately afterward, a tray fell at his feet with a snap. A half-liver contained in the tray also landed on the red marble floor. At once, the hairs on the island player's body stood up. He felt a cold, unsuspecting sight from behind. He stiffened and turned his head, only to see a creepy, nearly 10 feet tall, standing right behind him. This bizarre half of his head had completely disappeared, leaving only a bloody eyeball, hanging alone outside the socket, staring at him in death. The remaining half of his face was covered in red bandages. In the gaps of the bandages, rotting flesh and grimy white bones could be seen. Its body, likewise, was tightly wrapped in red bandages that wrapped around its organs and prevented them from slipping out. The air, in this moment, seemed to freeze. The islander's legs trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth began to chatter, making cackling noises. Chapter 5 Rules made because of me. Yes, I'm sorry. The bizarre figure slowly lowered its head and looked towards the island player kneeling on the ground. It grinned a wry smile. As it smiled, the red bandage wrapped around its head slowly came off. Underneath the bandages, a horrible fissure running from the left ear all the way to the right, nearly splitting the entire head in two. In the gaping mouth, there was no tongue. The teeth had all fallen out, and there was something black and red, like shredded meat, on it. Hey, it's okay, little mouse. In your next life, be careful. Immediately after that, the rift opened up violently and took a bite at the island player's head. Blood spurted from the islander's neck. Crunch! A mouthful of chewing, white, tofu-like objects, interspersed with blood, flowed out down the crack. This bloody, brutal scene was naturally caught in the eyes of the other players. Vomit! A skinny, glasses-wearing, pale young man couldn't hold back his stomach fluttering any longer and bent over so violently that he was about to throw up the next second. Anyone who contaminates the hygiene of our Scarlet Tavern will be sentenced directly to death. An icy voice suddenly rang out. The creepy butler, whose lower half was twisted 180 degrees, appeared in the hall at some point. He slowly swept a glance at the players present, his gaze lingering for a split second on the man with the glasses who had almost thrown up, his eyes cold and emotionless. When the man with glasses heard this, he was so scared that he stiffly swallowed back the vomit that had welled up in his throat. His face, in an instant, became even paler. A cold sweat covered his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. The creepy butler was holding a black-covered pamphlet. Slowly, he took a black quill pen from his coat pocket and scratched it lightly on the black-covered pamphlet. Shota Sakurai, a player from the island nation, has violated Rule 017 of the Scarlet Tavern's employee code, and has caused contamination of the restaurant's hygiene. On the black pamphlet, Sakurai Shota's name was scratched out completely with a bright red ink. A black gas visible to the naked eye rose from the pamphlet and then quickly disappeared. Hint: the death of a player will directly affect the country's fortunes. Simple manifestations include but are not limited to the shrinking of resources, the advent of natural disasters, the frequency of plagues, etc., and the higher the level of the replica, the greater the impact. On the contrary, the player who passes the copy and performs well, the corresponding country will receive a boost in national fortune. That's it? Just started and one died straight away? And the death of a player actually affects the fate of his country? Sure enough. This is where the real thrill descends. At this moment, everyone understood that this was not a game, but a cruel competition for survival. A bloody gamble where lives are at stake and the fate of the nation is a bargaining chip. All the players didn't dare to utter a single breath. They stared intently at the creepy butler, fearing that they would be the next unlucky ones to have their names scratched off. Only Sumu had his hands in his pockets and his face was calm, but surprise flashed in his eyes, because when he was in a relationship with the Scarlet Queen, also known as Yilinger, Sumu said that he didn't like to see the Scarlet Tavern. There was blood everywhere, entrails, bones and whatnot. It was dirty and looked uncomfortable. Then Yilinger obediently listened to Sumu and set this rule for Scarlet Restaurant. I didn't realize it was now one of the copy rules. Meanwhile, on the blue planet, the country of Hanxia, the other culmination players who hadn't been selected for the replica were nervously following the thriller game through the big screen. The live broadcast room, which was originally quite lively, was silent at this moment. Everyone was deeply shocked by the bloody scene just now. It wasn't until Creepy Butler announced the consequences of the player's death that the livestream instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little life is too unlucky. Actually the first one to hang up. Serves him right. Who let him have a cheap mouth and taunt our Hanxia? But then again, it really is a bit too costly for this player to die and affect the nation's fortunes. The opposite was true in the island audience, which wailed, "Baka, this damn Sakurai Shota, he died so easily. It's a disgrace to our island. This damned guy, dying and dragging us down with him. It's not a joke. It's a real death sentence. It's not even if the players die. It's more critical that the country's State of the Union. On a larger scale, it's a matter of life and death for everyone." Just then, a pop-up suddenly crossed the screen. This Sumu is too unstable, reckless as a pig. Can we temporarily replace him? Yeah, if he plays like that, maybe we'll follow him to the end. Don't panic, everyone. In this copy, there's more than just Sumu as a player. There's also Shenbing. Shenbing? Why does that sound so familiar? Upstairs, you wouldn't have just gotten internet access in your village, would you? You don't even recognize Shenbing? My god, there's actually someone who doesn't recognize Great God Shenbing? That's a super student of Huaqing University, a genius girl with an IQ of 180. She once represented our country of Hanxia, participated in an international brain competition, and in a match with top geniuses from 120 countries around the world. She won the championship by 1 against 30, overpowering the group. Not only that, Shenbing is also proficient in multiple languages and specializes in a variety of fields. Simply an all-round talent. Yes, she has also cracked unsolved cases that Interpol was unable to do anything about, and assisted the police in catching a number of criminals. The camera panned to give a picture of Shenbing. She was seen wearing a high ponytail, revealing a bare, full forehead. Her features were exquisitely three-dimensional, and she had a heroic look between her eyebrows, a pair of cool eyes that looked like they could see into everything. Dressed in a smart black tracksuit, the buttons of her shirt were held up hard on her chest, but her waist was surplus to requirements. Then there were those long, straight, slender legs with just the right amount of round, plump flesh that strained the sweatpants and attracted countless people's attention. She stood there like an ice sculpture, exuding a chilling aura that made her unapproachable. But the more you do, the more fascinating it becomes. The viewers of the Hanxia country, seeing Shenbing's appearance, all let out a long breath of relief. Phew, it's a good thing Shenbing is here, or else I would really be worried to death. Yes, I didn't even notice just now that we actually have such a goddess. With Shenbing here, let alone a B-ranked copy, even if it's an S-ranked copy, I'm sure she can easily clear it. But just as the crowd was talking, in the copy, a sudden change occurred. Click, 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 a heavy, eerie footstep sounded. Only that bandaged creepy who had just eaten the island player was slowly walking towards Sumu at the moment. That eyeball of its that fell out was staring at Sumu with a deadpan expression. The bandages wrapped around its body, still dripping blood, had been contributed to it by the contestants who had had a good little life. Every step, the bandages on its body, will be bizarrely wriggling a little, by the bandages tightly pocketed internal organs, collision with each other squeeze, issued a muffled sound of gurgling. Audience, Chapter 6 Scarlet Queen's bedroom? Sumu knew the password. The creepy butler who hadn't moved all this time also had a change on his face at this moment. Its sunken eyes flashed with a ghostly red light that flickered on and off. Not bad, little mouse. I didn't think it was still a little smart. The only good spot was found by you. It still spoke with disdain for humans, but this time with more playfulness. The creepy butler slowly turned his stiff neck, which was mechanically and horribly twisted with his head. The eyes swept to all the players present and finally refell on Shenbing's face. Now that the butler's assistant has been born, let me explain what makes this identity so special. Steward's assistant, under the premise of abiding by all the copy rules of the Scarlet Tavern, is responsible for supervising and recording the completion of other gamers' daily work, as well as whether there are any irregularities. If I am not present, those who have violated the rules of the Scarlet Tavern will also be reported to me by you to be dealt with. Little mouse, cherish it. This identity is definitely the safest and most rewarding at Scarlet Tavern at the moment. Of course, provided you don't play favorites and adhere to your post. Unsurprisingly, Shenbing will become the existence of the brightest performance of this copy, as long as it does not violate the rules. Almost lying through the copy. How can there be such a good thing? What's the difference between that and a backdoor opener? Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Damn, how could I have been so stupid? I should have known I'd try to activate my identity too. The other players, at the moment, had as many mixed feelings as they wanted. Remorse, jealousy, resentment, even anger. They hated themselves for not thinking of this earlier and for missing such a great opportunity. Blue Star. And the pop-ups in the broadcast room erupted. Holy, that's too much of a rascal. This is a guaranteed pass. A goddess is a goddess is a goddess. It's amazing. Not bad for a genius with an IQ of 180. Look at other people's Shinbing. And then look at Sumu. Alas, it's hard to judge. Yeah, I guess he thinks he's a man, thin-skinned and wants to save face. It shouldn't be too late to turn back, as long as Sumu goes to hug Shinbing's thigh now, relying on the strength of Shinbing's contestants. Other than that, he will still be able to survive. That's right, those who know what's good for them. Sumu, go quickly. The audience believes that Sumu still has a good chance of surviving as long as he puts his foot down and asks Shinbing for help. However, just when everyone thought that Sumu would come to his senses and ask Shinbing for help, he once again made an unexpected move. Sumu didn't feel remorseful like the other contestants, or try to find Shinbing to climb the relationship. He didn't even bother to look at Shinbing. Sumu slowly raised his feet and continued to walk towards the higher floors. As Sumu moved, the surroundings began to change. The originally gilded hall gradually became dim and eerie. The tip of his nose could smell it, a very strong odor of blood and decay. Hiss, a spooky sound. Where Sumu passed by, those weirdness that were originally hidden in the darkness showed up. Passing dishes bizarre, and dwarfs almost as tall, open two heads, skull covered with dense eyes, blinking, can make people SAN value crazy drop. It pushed a food cart that was a whole lot taller than it was, and hundreds of eyes on its two heads looked at the passing Sumu with impish stupidity. The janitor, hunched over and wearing a tattered uniform, holds a rag in his hand, and the bucket at his feet is filled with a bright red liquid, which it applies to the wall with a little bit of the rag. There was also a tea maker, tall but unusually thin, carrying a teapot in his hands, from which rose wisps of reddish vapor. The higher up they went, the more bizarre they became, and the more horrifying their appearance and aura became. These bizarre, without exception, stopped their hands after seeing Sumu. Some of the creepy mouths were constantly dripping saliva and making gurgling sounds. That's them swallowing. The desire to hunt humans is not hidden at all. However, Sumu turned a blind eye. It was as if they didn't see the weirdness or feel the terror around them. This scene was also seen by the others, including the creepy butler. At this point, creepy butler frowned, but then, a sneer surfaced on its face, mocking Sumu's stupidity. What an idiot, to think you can find a silver lining like that? Thinking that by taking advantage of the loopholes in the rules during these 12 hours, one can recklessly travel to the most dangerous areas of the tavern in search of opportunities to fight for a slim chance of survival. Ridiculous. Penthouse. The creepy butler's voice suddenly became low as it spoke, and it paused for a moment, as if weighing its words. Surprisingly, fear flashed on his face as well. That's a forbidden place for the queen, not to mention you humble rats. Even once I touch the doorway leading to that area, even death is a luxury. The queen's forbidden place? Instantly, it dawned on all the players. It turned out that the top floor of this Scarlet Tavern was the Scarlet Queen's chambers. It's the hotel where she usually stays. The gazes of all the players were unanimously directed to the very top of the staircase. At the end of the line of sight was a closed, dark red door carved with intricate patterns. An indescribably oppressive feeling permeated from that door, even from such a distance away. It still made one feel a shuddering aura. He's dead. Stupid. What an unmitigated idiot. Ha ha ha. There's a good show. I wonder how he'll die. The mindset of the other players shifted. They couldn't wait to see what would happen to Sumu if he angered the Scarlet Queen. Even those creeps who were originally eyeing Sumu stopped their movements at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes, either teasing, cruel, or mocking. At this moment, everyone, including Creepy's attention, was focused on Sumu. Shinbing slightly clenched his fists. As a fellow Han Xia person, even if Sumu behaved badly, she instinctively wanted to speak out to remind her. The dangers of the penthouse, after all, are obvious. But as the words reached her mouth, she suddenly remembered that Sumu was, at the very beginning, the first to leave the room, and at that time, he walked with ease, leading the crowd quickly to this banquet hall, familiar as if it were his own home. Also just now, Sumu said to himself that he could take himself through the gate, and his demeanor and words were full of confidence. Shinbing knew very well that Sumu was not arrogant or crazy. She's been exposed to too many people of all shapes and sizes. You can't hide that nausea when you're arrogant, but there is no such feeling that disgusts her in Sumu. In Shinbing's heart, an inexplicable illusion suddenly arose. This seemingly reckless man might actually have a plan of his own? There is still a long way to go before the 12-hour time limit. Just exploring the penthouse, as long as you don't do anything out of the ordinary, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Thinking of this, Shinbing originally wanted to say the words, but swallowed them back. She decided, for the time being, to wait and see what happened. Sumu, had become the center of attention of the entire Scarlet restaurant. All eyes focused on him alone. Ta, ta, ta. In the entire Scarlet restaurant, only Sumu's footsteps were clearly audible. With his hands in his pockets, he took a step closer to the dark red doorway. Finally, Sumu stopped in front of the door. Immediately afterward, he stretched out his hand as everyone watched. Surprisingly, he started typing in his password. Tinkerbell. The crisp sound of the keys stung in the dead silence. It was a sound that had everyone's heart in their throats. What was most puzzling was Sumu's performance. Sumu's movements, relaxed and natural, and even from the corners of his outlined mouth, you can vaguely see that he seems to be in a good mood. It was like a busy day's laborer finally returning to his home. Click, a soft thud. In the petrified gazes of all the players, spectators, and the creeps, the dark red door that symbolizes death and taboo. It's on. Chapter 7 Activating Identity. Lord of Scarlet. Door open? All the players were dumbfounded. One's mouth was wide open and his eyes were glazed over. How is this possible? How did he do that? Didn't that steward say that even if it did, it would die without a burial place if it entered the Scarlet Queen's chambers? How could Sumu be fine? And how did he know the password? The players who were all waiting to see Sumu's joke, waiting to see him being brutally abused by the Scarlet Queen. At this moment, they only felt a burning pain in their cheeks. The smack in the face came so fast, it was like a tornado. Even Shen Bing, who had always been cool and indifferent, had completely lost her expression management. Her white and slender fingers unconsciously covered her slightly open red lips, and her pair of beautiful eyes could not stop trembling. Shen Bing muttered, his voice carrying a tremor. How did he do it? Could it be masked? No, it can't be. Shen Bing immediately dismissed this ridiculous idea. Just now when Sumu entered the password, how confident and calm he was. That kind of demeanor, that kind of temperament. 9 out of 10. A sure thing. And this is the Scarlet Tavern. S+ rated copy. There is no possibility of a mon at all. Could it be that he found some clue long ago? Shin Bing's breathing became rapid. She recalled the series of performances after Sumu entered the copy, being the first to leave the room, his familiarity with the Scarlet Tavern, and his confident I can get you through. All of this points to a startling conclusion. Sumu was not an ordinary person. This Sumu is terrifying as hell. He's definitely better than me. She realized that she had, before, severely underestimated Sumu's strength. This seemingly reckless and impulsive man was more than 10 times better than she, the so-called elite, at least in terms of the first identity that both sides want to acquire. And the creepy butler, too, froze in place. Horror and bewilderment were written all over its twisted face. The scarlet pupils contracted violently. He recalled when he first came to the Scarlet Tavern, because of his youthful ignorance and curiosity, once snuck up to the top floor and tried to push open the dark red door. As a result, just at the moment when its fingertips had just touched the door handle, an indescribably terrifying power instantly swept through its entire body. Its body, as if by a big invisible hand, was viciously twisted into a twist. It was directly twisted 180 degrees. Since then, it's been in the same damn shape it's in now and can only walk backwards. It was the most horrible memory of its life and a nightmare it would never be able to shake. But now, a human, a mouse, had opened that door unharmed? Unbelievable. No way. This is absolutely impossible. The creepy butler couldn't understand or accept what was happening in front of him. Not just it. Those creeps on the other floors that were still wandering and waiting for their chance to move also all stopped in their tracks at this moment. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the penthouse. A pair of hollow, twisted eyes were full of shock and doubt. The entire Scarlet Tavern was plunged into an eerie silence. Countless viewers on the Blue Star live streaming platform were also in heated discussions. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this? How did Sumu do it? How did he know the password? He wouldn't know the Scarlet Queen, would he? No way. This is an S+ great thriller game. How can there be such a dogged plot? All kinds of speculation, all kinds of talk. Everyone desperately wanted to know how exactly Sumu had created this miracle. The camera pulls back again to the top floor of the Scarlet Tavern, only to see Sumu push open the door. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped in. He actually hummed. The look was as if he had not entered a forbidden land full of unknown dangers, but had returned to his cozy and comfortable little home. Seeing this scene, those players who were still in shock instantly came back to their senses. One by one, their eyes glowed and they breathed heavily. Right, we can go to the top floor too. Just take the identity tag and attach it to an item related to the Scarlet Queen, and you'll get a stronger identity. Charge, driven by the desire to survive. The players frantically surged towards the stairway. They were scrambling, pushing and shoving, afraid that if they fell one step behind, they would miss the chance to pass. One of them, a tall, gnarled, muscular American runner, ran the fastest. He had an ecstatic smile on his face. Ha ha ha, victory is mine. With a shout of excitement, he leapt forward and rushed toward the open, dark red door. However, Just the moment he was about to enter the room, his pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw his body, surprisingly, appear in front of his sight. His headless body, to be exact, driven by instinct, it continued to run forward. Earl. He opened his mouth wide and tried to call for help, but realized he couldn't make any sound at all. The next second, his vision turned a blood red. Immediately afterward, his body, like a punctured balloon, instantly burst open, turned into countless tiny blood-red points of light and dissipated into the air. Sumu heard the movement behind him, turned back, and glanced over. With a faint sneer in his eyes, he shook his head. What was the relationship between himself and Yi Linger? These fools actually want to learn from themselves? It's like lighting a lamp in a toilet, looking for death. He stepped into the room, leaving behind a group of players standing in the doorway, dumbfounded, frightened, puzzled, and unwilling. All sorts of emotions surfaced on their faces. They stopped stiffly, never daring to take another step forward. What's the situation? Why can Sumu go in and we can't? Does this door recognize people? The top floor of the Scarlet Tavern was a huge suite. Behind the dark red door was a long corridor with a scarlet carpet. On the walls on both sides of the promenade, there was an eerie oil painting hanging. On the oil painting is a woman with a blurred face. Their bodies, in various contorted positions, were confined within the frames. Sumu walked through the long corridor and came to a wooden door carved with a skull. Here was the room where the Scarlet Queen, also known as Yi Linger, usually slept. Downstairs, the creepy butler, whose brain was already down, had a fine layer of cold sweat seeping out of his face. At the moment, beads of sweat slid down its twisted cheeks and dripped onto the scarlet carpet. It makes a pop, pop, pop sound. It trembled and pulled a white handkerchief from its pocket. Shivering, he wiped the cold sweat from his face. It's over. It's over. It's all over now. The Queen Mother hates it when people enter her room, especially this room. This room, it's the Scarlet Queen's backbone. It's absolutely off limits. Anyone who dared to trespass would be killed by her in the most brutal way possible. In the history of the Scarlet Tavern, there have been countless creeps that have tried to enter this room out of curiosity or greed, but their end, without exception, was a tragic death. Some were drained of blood and turned into a dry corpse. Some were stripped and hung as decorations. Others, even more so, were made into human lanterns for eternity. The deaths of each entrant were so bloody and brutal. The Scarlet Queen would lock herself in this room every time she came back from the outside. It's off for days at a time. No one knows what she'll be doing in there. Just know that when she reappears, the aura on her body will become even more terrifying and powerful. And the room, too, would become more eerie and spooky. Over time, this room became a forbidden place in all spooky hearts. No one dared approach, much less enter. But now, Sumu, a human, had gone in, and unharmed and so calm and collected, totally subverts the creepy butler's view of the world. Sumu pushed open the door of the room. Inside the room, it was dim. There was only a blood-red candlestick that gave off a faint glow. In the center of the room stood a huge bed. The bed was covered with scarlet sheets. Sumu walked to the bedside and skillfully opened a closet next to the nightstand. In the closet, there were all kinds of clothes hanging. There are gorgeous maxi dresses, sexy nightgowns and plain blouses, but all the clothes, without exception, were red, except for one. It was a white shirt. It was hanging out of place in the very back of the closet. Sumu did not hesitate to remove that white shirt. Taking the blank ID tag in his hand, he affixed it to the chest position of his shirt. Ding! A crisp beep sounded. Congratulations to player Sumu, who has successfully activated the identity card. Current position, Lord of Scarlet, awarded by the Scarlet Queen herself. Players, audience, Chapter 8 Player Sumu, Master. Congratulations to player Sumu, who has successfully activated the identity card. Current position, Lord of Scarlet, awarded by the Scarlet Queen herself. Position privilege, in the midst of the Scarlet Tavern. Invincible under the Ghost Emperor realm. Hidden ability, not displayed to the public. No one can inquire except the Scarlet Queen, including weird butlers, players, and spectators. Current task, daily counting of the restaurant's accounts and enjoying a life of luxury. Positional ability, can drive all people in the tavern, including but not limited to creepy and players. Can change and replace player character cards. A series of prompts rang out in Sumu's mind. At the same time, an inexplicable majestic power instantly flowed through all of Sumu's limbs and bones. He felt like he had become one with the entire Scarlet Tavern, becoming the absolute master of this bizarre building. And about this bizarre realm division, it also passed into Sumu's mind. Lone souls, wild ghosts, white clothes, red clothes, undertakers, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors. Each realm represented a heavenly difference in strength, and he, Su-mu, was now the existence above the Ghost King and below the Ghost Emperor. In other words, within this particular area of the Scarlet Tavern, he was invincible. Ding! The Lord of Scarlet's mission information and abilities are only known to the weird butler who has been given the power of a butler by the Queen of Scarlet, as well as the viewers watching the live broadcast through the Blue Star platform. Other players and shenanigans are unable to peek at Su-mu's true information. Insufficient authority. Insufficient level. Lord Scarlet? What kind of position is this? It sounds so bossy. Why do I get the feeling that this position is more than a steward? Nonsense. All with the word king. Absolutely bullish. Damn it, this Su-mu. Luck. The players gathered and talked. After all, they still knew very little about the rules of this world. Finally, a player from the Kangaroo Nation, unable to hold back his curiosity, boldly asked the creepy steward, "Steward, may I ask what position the Lord of Scarlet is?" The creepy butler was still shocked by Su-mu's identity, and at this moment, when it heard the Kangaroo Nation player's inquiry, it turned its head violently. That twisted face was instantly covered with hideous killing intent. It swung violently. Pop! A crunching sound resounded throughout the restaurant. The Kimchi Nation player didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body was jerked away by a huge force. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The body of the Kangaroo Nation player slid limply to the ground, turning into a puddle of bloody mud. Scarlet blood, flowing from his body, stained the carpet. His eyes, still wide open, did not understand why he was suddenly attacked. The creepy butler slowly withdrew its hand and wiped it before putting it behind its back, its scarlet eyes cold to the core. Just a sewer rat. How dare you explore your master's existence? The creepy butler's mind was clear. It is impossible for anyone to be honored by the Scarlet Queen as the Scarlet Lord, except for the Queen's close confidants, and quite possibly even the Queen's lover. In other words, one's own existence as the one who had been given the authority of a steward by the Queen, naturally, had to take Su-mu as his honor. Su-mu is his own master. The Blue Star live streaming platform exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Say the important thing 3 times. Jedi reversal. Su-mu is going against the heavens. The culminating Summer Kingdom is stable this time. A Scarlet Lord and a steward's assistant. Isn't this copy going sideways? Upstairs +1. This setup. It's like a king bomb. Envy and jealousy. Why don't we have such players in our country? Inside the copy, shock was written all over Shinbing's delicate and absolutely beautiful face at this moment. She serves as a housekeeper's assistant and a member of the housekeeping staff. Of course it could also see information about Su-mu's identity card, awarded by the Scarlet Queen herself. Don't look away. He has a deep connection to the Queen. He is our master and we will serve him. You just need to keep that in mind. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. If you accidentally piss off the Queen, I'll be the first to kill you. The creepy butler gave her a wake-up call. However, Shinbing's heart set off shock waves. A deep connection to the Scarlet Queen? Shinbing suddenly understood something. The Scarlet Queen and the Scarlet Lord, by name alone. Isn't that a pair? Could it be that Su-mu and the Scarlet Queen? Such a guess seemed incredibly reasonable in this moment. Otherwise there was no way to explain Su-mu's various behaviors in the Scarlet restaurant. How could this make Shinbing not be shocked? At this time, Su-mu had already put on his shirt slowly and methodically. He was straight and perfectly proportioned, and his pure white shirt hugged his toned chest, outlining the smooth lines of his muscles. Underneath was a pair of straight black suit pants that framed his long, slender legs. Originally handsome and extraordinary features, at this moment even more added a few points of the majesty of the superior. The whole person, as if he were a noble gentleman, had an extraordinary demeanor. Creepy butler was the first to react. Its originally hideous and ghastly face actually squeezed out a fawning smile at this moment. It walked quickly to Su-mu and bowed deeply, its tone respectful to the extreme. Honorable Scarlet Lord, what are your orders? The gesture, humble as a most loyal servant. This scene made the players, who were already silent, not dare to utter a single breath. The gazes they looked at Su-mu became complicated. There was shock, doubt, fear, and a hint of anticipation. There was no doubt that the current Su-mu was the most powerful existence among their group of players. If we can get on his good side, we might be able to get through safely too. Su-mu faintly swept a glance at the creepy housekeeper. Get some food. Yes, honored master. Just a moment. The creepy butler bowed again, then turned and drifted off in the direction of the back kitchen. Su-mu turned his gaze back to the creeps who were originally standing in place, waiting for him to send them off. He waved his hand gently. All go about your business. One by one, the creeps lowered their heads and quickly dispersed, disappearing into the corners of the tavern. Throughout the entire process, not a single creepy dared to look up at Su-mu. That heartfelt fear and awe of the king, of his master, could not be concealed. Players saw this and acted on it. They carefully avoided the shenanigans and began to explore the tavern, searching for their own identity tags. An extremely comical scene ensued. Those players who had just mocked Sumu and looked down on him had all turned into scared birds at this moment. They were like rats, hiding in the tavern, afraid that they would break some rule and be torn to pieces by those horrible weirdness. After acquiring your ID card, with even more trepidation, they began to perform various tasks as required on their identity cards. Some are washing dishes in the kitchen, some are cleaning in the guest room, and others are scrubbing floors in the hallway. Everyone was careful to avoid attracting all that spooky attention. And what about Sumu? He was currently sitting on the top floor of the restaurant, in the most luxurious dining room. A huge crystal table was filled with a variety of exquisite delicacies. There were suckling pigs roasted to a golden crisp, steaks with a tantalizing aroma, and a variety of unnamed mountain delicacies. Next to him, a female creepy in a cheongsam with a shapely figure was respectfully pouring a glass of scarlet wine for him. The whole scene was like a medieval nobleman enjoying a lavish dinner party. Is this a ING raid copy or a vacation? The viewers on the Blue Star live streaming platform were all numb. Chapter 9, The Pickle Country Players of Whispering Crickets, performs a variety of tasks. Some are washing dishes in the kitchen, some are cleaning in the guest room, and others are scrubbing floors in the hallway. Everyone was careful to avoid attracting all that spooky attention. And what about Sumu? He was currently sitting on the top floor of the restaurant, in the most luxurious dining room. A huge crystal table was filled with a variety of exquisite delicacies. There were suckling pigs roasted to a golden crisp, steaks with a tantalizing aroma, and a variety of unnamed mountain delicacies. Next to him, a female bazaar in a cheongsam with a shapely figure was respectfully pouring him a glass of scarlet wine. The whole scene was like a medieval nobleman enjoying a lavish dinner party. Is this a ING raid copy or a vacation? The viewers on the Blue Star live streaming platform were all numb. Chapter 9, The Pickle Country Players of Whispering Crickets. Did I just blink? Those creeps were actually bowing and pouring wine for Sumu? This is a horrible copy of Nemo? Why do I feel like he's playing house? Upstairs, you call this playing house? This is the Emperor's new home. The picture took a steep turn. Those viewers who had been madly mocking Sumu before, itching to stomp him into the mud. At this moment, every one of them was like a duck with its neck pinched, mute and speechless, a slap in the face. The face is swollen with smacks. Those who said Sumu was a waste and a liability before, now come out and take a couple steps? Why are you still leaving? You've lost your face? Just dig a hole and bury yourself. This operation of Sumu's is divine, unbelievable, completely unintelligible. Is this the legendary protagonist Sora? In the meantime, Hanxia, top secret conference room. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive and suffocating. The long, heavy mahogany table was filled with big men in military uniforms. They were all very old and grayed, and the years had left a very distinct mark on their faces, but their eyes, their temperament, were still different, stern, and sharp. Ministers, heads, these figures, usually seen only in newscasts, are gathered together at this moment, just for one person, Sumu. On the huge screen, Sumu's image in the Scarlet restaurant copy was playing. From the time he drew his blank identity card, to activating the Scarlet Lord, to the leisurely meal he was having now, every detail, infinitely amplified, is studied over and over again. Next to it, was a detailed information about Sumu, everything from birth to now. An old man with white hair, but hale and hearty, slowly removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. This Sumu's information, we've verified it over and over again. There are no questions, just a regular guy. Parents are dead, collect rent for a living, have had multiple relationships that have ended in nothing, can't see anything special about it. Next to him, a general with 3 gold stars on his shoulder said in a deep voice, I've kept Sumu's identity information at the highest level of red tape secrecy. No one is allowed to divulge it. Violators will be severely punished. This is to protect Sumu. It's also about protecting the interests of Hanxia. After all, the value of a player who could be a fish out of water in an S+ rank terror copy was immeasurable. At this point, another bigwig wanted to speak up. He was dressed in a straight Zhengshan suit, old-fashioned but revealing elegance all over. But this time the copy, Sumu's performance, is truly unbelievable. An S+ grade copy with a difficulty beyond imagination. I can't believe he was able to get an ID card destined to pass. That's a bit too lucky, isn't it? His words resonated with many in the room. Yeah, this luck. It's unbelievable. Could he really be the chosen one? A middle-aged man who wore glasses and looked svelte pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly, an S+ grade copy is no child's play. I do think that Sumu might have discovered some detail that we didn't notice. The very fact that he was chosen to play at this level shows that he has something to offer. We can't speculate on him by common sense. His words left the bigwigs in the room in deep thought. Indeed, an S+ level copy could never be so simple. Sumu's performance is not just explained by good luck. No matter what, Sumu's performance deserves our recognition. The big man who had been silent and sitting at the very center finally spoke, his voice thick and heavy. As soon as he opened his mouth, all the other bigwigs in the conference room immediately closed their voices and concentrated. Sitting upright, he was the linchpin of Hansha and the backbone of everyone, the decision maker for the three heads of the Hankiori. Thinks clearly, handles himself calmly and without arrogance. That's a nice one. This young man, I like it. He gave his assessment, very simple, with but laid down the attitude of all the top brass. The big brother's words changed, and his gaze once again fell on the screen, fixing on the scene where Sumu entered the Scarlet Witch's room. There's just one thing I'm confused about. How on earth did he know the code to the penthouse room? The room instantly fell silent at that question. Everyone lapsed into silence. Yeah, that's the key question. How did Sumu learn the password? This is completely out of character. You know, that's the Scarlet Queen's room. It is the most central, secretive and dangerous place in the whole copy of Scarlet Tavern, let alone the players. I'm afraid the creeps don't even know the password. How could Sumu, a newcomer who had just entered the copy? No, that's hard to figure out even if you think about it. After a long time, an old man sitting in the first position on the left side slowly spoke. He was tall and lanky, and even in his advanced years, his figure remained upright. The bushy eyebrows were white, and there was a hideous scar across the brow. He was dressed in a dark green uniform, the 4 gold stars on his epaulets gleaming, emphasizing his supremacy and honor. There's no use thinking about it so much. When Sumu comes out of the copy, won't we know if we ask him face to face? Everyone should be more prepared for future copies when they've been asked in person. As he spoke, the old man's gaze once again went to the screen and landed on Sumu, who was having a meal. Appreciation actually showed in his eyes. This kid, although the words are not much, but acting style, and this nature, rather like my old man when he was young. The next copy is a good one. I'd like to see if this kid can come out on a brighter path with the next copy. The old man was looking forward to what Sumu would do next in the copy. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the other bigwigs in the room twitched in unison. In his heart, he couldn't help but bellyache even more. Chief, your old man's youthful affair debt, until now have not yet finished it. How can you bring it up? You this. That's not a pot calling the kettle black. Of course, these words, they only dare to think about them in their hearts. Don't dare say it even if you're dead. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Scarlet Red restaurant, in the center of the banquet hall, Sumu was leisurely enjoying his meal. On the table, there was a variety of delicacies: lobster sashimi, foie gras mousse, abalone bigger than your fist. There were also all sorts of unnamed exotic fruits that gave off a tantalizing aroma. Wine, moreover, is indispensable. The scarlet liquid, gently swaying in the crystal glass, the rich fruity fragrance and the faint smell of blood intertwined and fused with each other, emitting an intoxicating aroma. This is a special Bloody Mary brewed in a special way, and it's the specialty of the Scarlet Tavern. Drinking it can make one feel an extreme stimulation and pleasure, both mentally and physically. Sumu gently took a sip, feeling the cold and spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a burst of unspeakable pleasure. It's a really good flavor, and you can't get tired of it. It's worthy of being concocted by Spirit herself. Ding! Successfully absorbed sleight of hand from lobster sashimi. 1. Ding! Successfully absorbed trickster power from steak. 1. Ding! Successfully absorbed shenanigans from foie gras mousse. 1. Ding! Successfully absorbed trickster power from Bloody Mary. 5. Ding! Successfully retrieved from. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. Eating something could also increase the sleight of hand? This trickster power was naturally the key to the trickster's realm advancement. It was even more difficult for an unusual trickster to absorb trickster power than it was to absorb heaven and earth aura to cultivate immortality in the end of the law era in novels. And Sumu has now absorbed almost 10 points of shenanigans just by eating, whereas the lowest level, Lone Soul, required 10 points of guile. Lone Soul evolved to Wild Ghost, but required 1,000 points of guile. This also meant that by picking off 2 more pieces, Sumu would have the lowest level of Bizarre, Lonely Soul, level power himself. It's not much, but something is better than nothing. It might come in handy for yourself at some point. Sumu buried his head in his hands. A short distance from the table, a couple of creeps in tuxedos were playing music. Their forms twisted and the instruments in their hands, making a creepy sound. The flute is made of human bone and makes a whimpering cry when played. The keys of the piano, as if made of human bone after careful rubbing and carving, struck the sound, surprisingly ethereal. And human skin drums, hair lutes, the voices, blended together, played an eerily elegant piece of music. It makes one's scalp tingle and spine tingle when one hears it. Around the dining table, several female spooks in close-fitting dance costumes were dancing in an enchanting and charming manner. Twisting her beautiful face, she squeezed out a not-so-unpleasant smile at Sumu, pleasing him. This bizarre scene placed the entire restaurant in a depressing and odd atmosphere. But more than that, it's unbalanced in the minds of other players. Why are we fighting like rats while you, Sumu, can be so relaxed and at ease, just like playing house? Some dark corner of the first floor, 2 Kimchi Nation players were crouching there, whispering furtively. They were the unlucky ones who had been robbed of their identity cards by Sumu earlier. For this, they have held a grudge. Nishihachi, this Culpepper stole the identity that was originally ours. What an asshole. One of the short, fat, Kimchi Country players bristled. The sour taste in his voice was stronger than a pickle. That's right, the decorative arrangement in this Scarlet restaurant, and the dishes he ate, at first glance, are the cultural symbols of our Kimchi Country. Originally, the identity of the Lord of Scarlet was also our Kimchi Country's, so he got lucky. This kind of person, in reality, is just a little white boy. Besides being lucky, what else can he be capable of? Another relatively tall and thin Kimchi Country player chimed in. The short and fat player snorted coldly. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has obtained a seemingly high-level status. We'll see, when I find a way to trip him up later. Let's see how much longer he can be arrogant. That's what I thought. I've been looking at Hanshia's people for a long time. Make it sound like they're so good. It's obvious that in the past, our Kimchi Country was still their suzerain country to come. How dare they do this to us? The two of them were already imagining the image of stepping Sumu under their feet. Suddenly, however, the two felt a chill run through them. It was as if they were being watched by something extremely scary. They subconsciously looked back, only to see that Sumu, who was in the middle of eating, put down the knife and fork in his hands and looked at them with a smile on his face. That smile, it was clearly gentle, but somehow it seemed to them more terrifying than the devil's smile. Chapter 10, Initial Use of Abilities, Mandatory Assignment of Identity Cards. The two Kimchi Country players hastily glanced at each other, both seeing panic in the other's eyes. But then the short, fat man shook his head again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can he hear us, so far apart and so many people? The short, fat Kimchi Nation player forced himself to calm down. It must be a coincidence. We're just scaring ourselves. The tall, thin player nodded in agreement. Yes, Saihachi, it must be a coincidence. Let's go and talk somewhere else. With that, the two of them bowed like thieves and slipped into a nearby passageway with their feet in the air. The two walked briskly, taking 7 turns and entering a room. The room was filled with all sorts of clutter. Broken tables and chairs, mannequins with missing arms and legs, dusty oil paintings. The two men entered the house, which was a long relief. Recalling that smile of Sumu's just now, the two of them were still a little hairy in their hearts. But more than that, it was irritating. Shiba, that Hanxia man, what arrogance. When I find a chance, I'll make sure he knows that we, the people of the Kimchi Kingdom, are not to be messed with. Humpty Dumpty sat on his butt on a worn-out couch with a fierce look on his face and couldn't help but slam his fist on the couch. The tall skinny guy was also indignant. A guy who got lucky, really thinks he's something great? This kind of person should be stepped on so hard that he will never be able to turn over a new leaf. The two were in the utility room, venting their frustration and jealousy, with impunity, resentment and curses against Sumu. All sorts of obscenities, unpleasant to the ear. Blue Star, live on air. Countless Hanxia viewers saw this scene and were suddenly enraged. There isn't a single culminator who isn't angry at the sight of this scene. Asterisk. These two sticks from the Kimchi Country are shameless. Stealing from the country, no less. Stealing everything, and now even people's identities. And to say that the Scarlet Tavern is a symbol of their culture. How shameless. The universe is all pickle country. Don't you know that? Sumu, hurry up and take a shot at teaching these two sticks who don't know the sky and the earth a lesson. What do these two pieces of do, besides chewing the cud behind their backs? It's just a trick where no one dares. Nima, only dare to talk about Sumu like that behind his back, have the ability to talk about it in front of Sumu. True to Sumu's face, Sumu could have their beat out of them, then beat them into their, then beat them with their. Brother, the picture you describe is a little too beautiful for me to look at. The Hanxia viewers stood in a united front, vocally denouncing the two Kimchi Country players on the live broadcast pop-ups. I can't wait to rush into the screen and beat the hell out of these two guys. However, it's not just the Culver summer audience. Viewers from other countries, too, joined in the scolding. It's funny to see these cultures pissed off. It was a pop-up from an island audience. That's right, it's just a game. Why get so excited? Still taking yourself seriously? Still Sumu big brother? Just a guy with a little bit of luck. The pretty country crowd also began to taunt. Ha, my friends from the pickle country are right. This Culpepper really doesn't have much to offer. Nothing but luck. Spectators from the White Elephant State came to join in the fun. This kind of person, in our country, is not even worthy of lifting our shoes. The Monkey Nation audience jumped in as well. And you want to teach a lesson to your friends from the Kimchi Kingdom? What a laugh. It's better to worry about yourself first. You might die in the copy at some point. The Kangaroo Nation audience joined in the mockery. For a while, the pop-up screen was filled with smoke, and the viewers from various countries attacked each other and made a lot of noise. Seeing that so many people were supporting them, the spectators of Kimchi Nation became even more arrogant. See, cultures, you're a bunch of trash. Not even a finger of our kimchi country. Still want to fight us? What a fool's errand. Just watch. Our two players will surely be able to find more powerful identities and crush you Hansha in minutes. And it was at this point that some of the anticlimactic Hansha viewers jumped in, started blaming Sumu. Why hasn't Sumu done anything yet? Can't you see those two sticks are so arrogant? Why don't you use it when it's so powerful? Could it be fear? What a disgrace to our Hansha people. Might as well give me the Scarlet Lord. I promise to do better than him. These pop-ups, like adding oil to the fire, made the already angry Hansha audience even more furious. You're not capable yourself, and you're still accusing Big Brother Sumu here. How shameless. Get out of Hansha. We don't welcome you eaters. It's your turn to tell you trash what Big Brother Sumu does. Go yourselves if you can. What else would a bunch of keyboard warriors do but scream on the internet? Inside the live room, the cursing intensified, and it was the two Kimchi Country players who started it all. Look, those two Kimchi Country players. The appearance of this pop-up instantly drew everyone's attention. The camera switched and the two Kimchi Country players appeared in the picture. They still stayed in that one room full of clutter. It's just that the room is noticeably more disorganized than it was at the beginning. They actually tried to activate the ID card here. Their thinking was simple. Since it was something that was piled into the utility room, it either had to be a low risk factor and simple identity. Maybe, there's a possibility of activating rare identities. Either way, it's a sure thing. However, the two Kimchi Country players, at this moment, were pale. Ashy bar, Asi bar. It's not working, it's still not working. What the hell is going on? They kept cursing under their breath while frantically attaching the identity tags in their hands to one item. Refresh me now. However, there was no response on the identity plate, which remained blank. The tall, skinny man taped his ID tag to another worn-out ragdoll. Still no response. He tried other items. A broken bone, a moldy chunk of meat, a hair-stained skull. Every attempt only yields the same result. The short, fat man wasn't idle either, as he was attempting to attach his identity card to a mirror covered in cracks. Useless. It's all useless. All these identities may have been taken. It's over. We're done. Humpty Dumpty sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes lifeless and muttering. A 12-hour deadline is not too long or too short. On the bright side, there is plenty of time, but those relatively safe and powerful identities have long since been shortchanged by other players. Where's their turn? However, if they were unable to activate their identity cards, they would completely lose their chance of survival and face unknown punishments in the near future. Even though the creepy butler didn't give a specific punishment, absolutely no one wanted to try it. It was at this time that a sudden change occurred. A weird smiley face suddenly appeared on the identity cards in their hands. The smiley face was a little blurry, and it was slightly hard to make out the features, but the two could see that the grinning face showed 2 rows of morose white teeth and a teasing gleam in his eyes. This smiling face was not new to them. One might even say that it was uncannily familiar. Sumu. The tall, thin man cried out the name in horror, his voice trembling beyond recognition. Congratulations to the player for activating his identity. Slaughterer, butcher, a bottom-floor employee of the Scarlet Tavern, responsible for handling a variety of ingredients, including but not limited to creepy and human. Job description: splitting, dismembering, boning, and decontaminating fresh ingredients to ensure the freshness and flavor of the ingredients. Note, the ingredients may resist, so please be very careful not to get hurt by the ingredients. Warm tip: the freshness of the ingredients is directly related to the safety of your life. If you do not complete the day's slaughter target, your corresponding body part will be removed and replaced. An icy mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the two Kimchi Country players. They will be the butchers of this horrible restaurant, responsible for the ingredients that are brought in. And those ingredients could very well be other players, even creepy, and themselves. And that means they will be exposed to one of the most dangerous jobs at the Scarlet Tavern. No. Humpty Dumpty threw away his identity card and held his head as he tore his lungs out and howled. He shook his head frantically, then slapped himself, fantasizing that it was all just a dream. The tall and thin man next to him also completely collapsed. He sat paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were godless, and his mouth kept repeating, "It's over. It's completely over." They were on the verge of collapse and descending into madness. Inside the Blue Star live streaming room, the Kimchi Country viewers who were originally still clamoring, at this moment, they were all as if they had disappeared, and there wasn't a single pop-up screen left. Chapter 11, Targeting Hansha? Ask for trouble. the Kimchi Nation viewers, for a long time, before someone suddenly posted a pop-up, breaking the silence. Ashi it. I don't believe it. How? They are the elite of our great Kimchi Republic. How did it come to this? It's over. The country's fortunes are going down. Thinking of their own country's players, being bullied like this, and their country's national luck basically playing out. Some of the Kimchi country's viewers even started to cry in pain. Many more fell into a frenzy of cursing. It's all Sumu. It's all that damned Han Xiaoman. If he hadn't snatched the Scarlet Lord's identity card, how would our players have ended up in this situation? He has a powerful identity. Why doesn't he help other players to clear the copy together? Cultures are all self-serving guys. The curses are even beginning to rise to the national level. The live room, it seems, has been reduced to a dumping ground full of negative energy. Seeing the ugliness of the Kimchi country's viewers, the viewers of the Hanxia country were happy. The dog jumped the gun and said yes, slowly began to fight back. Yo, that broke defense? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why is every one of them acting like dead parents now? There's no need to bother with them. Just a bunch of losers. Their national fortunes are finished, and it's no use struggling anymore. We just have to watch them step by step towards destruction. The viewers of the culminating summer country looked down on the misery of the Kimchi country with a victor's stance. It definitely irritated the viewers in Kimchi Nation even more. They're hysterical, trying to hide their fragile egos and failures. None of this, however, could change the tragic fate they were about to face. The camera switches again. Back in the luxurious restaurant on the top floor of the Scarlet Tavern, Sumu is sitting at the table, elegantly tasting the Bloody Mary in his hand. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a contemptuous smile. His gaze, piercing through the wall, saw the miserable state of the two Kimchi country players in the utility room. These two cuddled together, snot rubbing against snot, whimpering cries coming out of their mouths. Funny as hell. In Sumu's eyes, there was not a trace of sympathy, only endless indifference. After becoming the Lord of Scarlet, the entire Scarlet Tavern was under his control. If he wanted to, every corner, every detail, could not escape his perception. He actually only had to make a slight move to easily send these two guys out of the game. But he wasn't going to do that, not even a hint of interest. For this kind of goods, he didn't even bother to do it himself, which will only dirty your hands and stain your eyes. Just simply switch them around and make their lives worse than death. The strong never cared about the death or life of an ant. This was Sumu's creed and the law of this world. A few players were walking cautiously down the hallway. They had just passed the utility room and heard movement coming from inside. He also heard the identity tags in the hands of those two Kimchi country players and the bizarre messages displayed on them. Their faces were pale. The back was already drenched in cold sweat. The footsteps also became lighter, fearing to make the slightest sound. These players, respectively, were from the Monkey Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom. They formed an alliance to try and increase their chances of survival in this horrible copy. They have always been hostile to the Hanxia Kingdom, but they didn't make it too obvious like the Kimchi and Island nations. It's horrible. The Monkey Nation player lowered his voice and said in a trembling voice, "That Slaughterman status is hell." Yeah, well, it's a good thing we weren't the outliers. The White Elephant Nation players also had their hearts in their mouths. They didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if they fell to those two Kimchi country players. We must be careful and never mess with that Sumu. He's too powerful now. There's no way we're even a match. They talked in low voices, and their offer Sumu, the Scarlet Lord, had penetrated deep into their souls. Now they just hoped they could get through the copy safely. Don't be the next ingredient. However, they don't know that. There are some things that they can't hide from just because they want to. The gears of fate have long since begun to turn. Their end, too, has long been predetermined. Sumu of course also noticed these sneaky figures on. Oh, interesting. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes, and his intention instantly spread to the entire Scarlet restaurant. In a blink of an eye, the information of all the players, including Shinbing, were all displayed in front of him at a glance. Sumu quickly found the identity tags of the players just now. Monkey Country, White Elephant Country. Isn't that a coincidence? The corners of Sumu's mouth hooked up in an arc of contempt. His fingers tapped on the desktop, making a rhythmic da-da-da sound. At the same time, it began to sift through the many identity cards. Quickly, Ugly Country, Kangaroo Country. Sumu's mouth softly recited the names of these countries. With each name he read out, his eyes went cold. These, all of them, are countries that have strained relations with the Hanxia state. Their players, naturally, have also become the object of Sumu's focused care. Well, that's about it. Sumu shook the Bloody Mary in his hand, and the scarlet liquid swirled in the cup like a thick mass of blood. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more evil. The copy is a full 3 days long, and there's still time to go. You can't just play with your electronic pets and kill them all at once. That wouldn't be fun. He certainly didn't have to do it himself. That's too much of a drop. It's also too boring. Sumu hooked his hand towards the side where he was standing. The creepy butler, who bowed aside and waited for orders, had a fawning smile piled on his pale face. He walked quickly to Sumu, hung his head low, not daring to look directly into Sumu's eyes. His body bent almost to 90 degrees. "What are your orders, master?" Sumu casually asked for a pen and paper. The names of close to 10 players were written. These guys, they have a little too easy a job. You go change their identity to something more interesting. Work them well. The creepy butler immediately understood. Respectfully, he took the note. Understood, master. He had a twisted smile on his face, as if he had been suppressed for a long time and was finally about to be released. Once again, he bowed deeply, then turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, it silently disappeared from Sumu's sight. Sumu's move also caused the Blue Star livestream to blow up again. It's starting. Sumu was going to make a move. Ha ha ha, there's a good show. Where are those people who were clamoring against our Hansha before? How come the pop-ups don't even dare to post? Probably pissed himself. Ha ha ha, great job. Chapter 12, The Creepy Who Came to Make a Mess. Side quest trigger. The clowns of Pickle Country, of course, were not to be outdone. Run out and get slapped. Nishihachi, this damned Culpepper, he's openly provoking the entire Blue Star. Too arrogant, simply not putting us in our eyes. The viewers in the country of Hansha were a different story. Ha 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 ha, just love to see you guys get all pissed off. Not that I'm saying, but you stickmen are too glassy-eyed, aren't you? If you have the ability, you guys also find a Scarlet Lord identity in the copy. It's a pity, you don't have the skill. You can only be impotent and furious and laugh your asses off. What a relief to watch. Yes, the cynical words of the culminating summer state struck back at the Kinchi state. Don't mention how pleased I am. Being left in the lurch, being looked down upon, and it's still the country of Kalhaka. This made the viewers in the stick country even angrier, but there was nothing they could do about it. One could only watch Sumu and see the Hansha people flaunt their power in the copy. They, on the other hand, can only rage impotently on the air. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, clang, the sound of the bell, echoed throughout the restaurant. This announced that the Scarlet Tavern was officially open for business. Time, 9 a.m. Sharp. With the ringing of the bell, the door of the tavern slowly opened. One by one, eerie figures came in one after another. These were bizarre, in various forms, and each one of them exuded a strong smell of blood and death. They look like evil spirits crawling out of hell, to come and claim their lives in this world. These are creepy customers, coming to spend money. The first creepy to walk in stood out. It stood 3 meters tall and was so huge that it almost broke the entire doorframe. It was covered with black hair that looked like steel needles, standing on end. The features were twisted and distorted, misplaced and overlapped, as if they had been ripped off and then glued on haphazardly. It looks especially horrible. Around his neck was a necklace made of individual skulls threaded together. As soon as this creepy appeared, the temperature inside the restaurant seemed to have plummeted a few degrees. All of the players were shocked by this bizarre and terrifying aura. They could clearly feel the powerful sense of oppression emanating from the bizarre body. This sense of oppression gave them a feeling of suffocation. For humans, almost every creepy within the replica is not to be messed with. Unlike the fears of the other players, Sumu was still sitting in the luxurious restaurant on the first floor. With a silver knife and fork in one hand, he slowly and methodically cut the food on his plate. There was no interest at all in the horrible weirdness that had appeared at the Scarlet Tavern. The look was disdainful, the expression bland, the look of indifference to everything. These shenanigans, in his eyes, were nothing more than a bunch of ants. The new creepy that came in had obviously noticed Sumu as well. Both eyes, one at the chin and one at the base of the ear, were full of confusion at the moment. Humans? What's going on? But he didn't put Sumu in his eyes at all. Creepy had the same contempt for humans as humans had for cockroaches and rats. It's an instinct. It's just a human rat anyway, so you can clean it up whenever you want. There's no rush for a moment. It had another purpose for its trip. After coldly snorting, his eerie gaze landed on the butler who was bowing and standing not far away. Hey, old thing, this Scarlet Red restaurant of yours is getting more and more trashy. And to serve human rats? What depravity. Let's see. With the way your Scarlet Tavern looks now, it's only a matter of time before it's replaced by the other two great clans. Mockery and disdain. Not in the least. Whether it's spooky or a player, it's clear. This guy is here to pick a fight. The creepy butler's already hideous and ghastly face was now ablaze with rage. It was as if 2 red ghostly fires were blazing in his inverted eyes. The slender neck twisted into an eerie angle as it stared deathly at the giant creep that had spoken out of turn. He would not allow anyone to defile this tavern, but he continued to restrain himself to the death. Without Sumu's orders, he didn't dare to make the slightest move, because he's the steward of the Scarlet Tavern. Su-mu, on the other hand, was the supreme master of the Scarlet restaurant, the Scarlet Lord. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only look at Su-mu respectfully and carefully. That look, like a loyal dog waiting for its master's command, humble and in awe. Only when he got an order from Su-mu could he pounce without hesitation and tear that creepy that dared to offend the Scarlet Tavern into pieces. On Su-mu's side, he was originally leisurely enjoying his meal. He froze slightly when he heard the giant creepy blabbering. The silver knife and fork in his hand stopped in midair. A hint of playfulness flashed in his deep eyes, because just at the moment when that giant eerie voice fell, a cold mechanical beep suddenly sounded in Su-mu's mind. Ding! Trigger side quest. Detected that the copy you are currently in, the S+ grade Scarlet Tavern, is suffering from the joint suppression of the other two major families, and business is slipping by the day. Please revitalize the restaurant's reputation. Quest reward, 1,000 guile power. Probability of obtaining the item Lover's Necklace. Gifting it to a female guile can increase favorability. Su-mu's heart burst with ecstasy. I didn't expect to trigger the spooky game side quest so soon. For each player's stance card, there are side quests and hidden quests. Just complete it and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Su-mu was worried that eating to improve his strength was too slow. No, the opportunity presented itself. When you fall asleep, someone brings you a pillow. When the baby wants to drink milk, the mother comes. 1000 trick power. It's not a small amount. You know, he was only a new player who had just entered the terror copy now. With this 1,000 guile power, he would be able to successfully reach the Wild Ghost level. Its own strength is greatly enhanced. As for the Lover's Necklace, this stuff, too, seems interesting. This Scarlet Tavern was much more interesting than he had imagined. He withdrew his thoughts and glanced absently at the butler beside him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the compliments this guest paid to our Scarlet Tavern? In that case, treat him well. Let him know that our Scarlet restaurant is not a place where any cat or dog can just run wild. Teach a lesson and throw it out. Make an example of him by teaching him a lesson. In Su-mu's eyes, this creepy that had come to cause trouble was nothing more than an insignificant bug. It wasn't even worth wasting the slightest bit of his energy to deal with it. He didn't even bother to look at it more than once. This kind of contempt and disdain that emanated from his bones made all the players present who were watching the show, as well as creepy, feel a pang of fear in their hearts. That's when they really realized, Su-mu is the real master in this Scarlet restaurant. Chapter 13, Dead Moon Villa. The fancy-faced creep that had come to make trouble, slanting his large mouth over his forehead, let out a maniacal laugh. Harsh, hoarse, and hard to hear. Even the crystal chandelier above the dining room was shaken by the laughter. Some timid players, even more so, were so scared that their faces turned pale, their legs softened, and they almost collapsed to the ground, hiding in the dark corners, not daring to make a sound. Ha 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 ha, entertain me? Teach me a lesson? Stripes laughed his head off in a weird way. It was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. A human, barking orders at creepy and then saying he's going to teach himself a lesson? His ugly, distorted face with all its features actually pieced together an extremely hideous expression. That expression, mocking, teasing, and more than anything else, an undisguised contempt. Little mouse, I'm afraid you're still awake. Do you know who I am? Just by you. How dare you speak up in front of me? And you? Flower-faced creepy turned his head violently and looked at the creepy butler beside Su-mu, who was respectfully serving. A lowly lackey only. How dare you pose in front of me? I suggest you'd better be sensible and get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, when I'm done with this little rat who doesn't know any better, you'll be next. He simply didn't believe that this Scarlet Tavern's bizarre butler would follow the orders of a human. In his opinion, Su-mu was nothing more than a mole cricket, a bug that could be crushed with his hand. He, on the other hand, is a member of the Dead Moon Villa. In this area, who would dare not give him some face? What's more, this Scarlet Tavern has long since worn out its welcome. He came here today with orders to give Scarlet Tavern a hard time. He wanted everyone to know what would happen if they offended the Dead Moon Villa. That's why he dared to be so arrogant and reckless. He was even already calculating in his mind how he was going to torture Su-mu, this human who didn't know how to die. Later on, is it chopping him into pieces? Or do you throw him in the frying pan and fry him into jerky? Thinking of this, an even more cruel smile appeared on Stripe's creepy face. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face, because he saw that the creepy butler moved. There was not the slightest hesitation. Not the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the creepy butler had been like a black lightning bolt, so fast that the flower-faced creepy was unable to react at all. In less than a second, the creepy butler had appeared in front of the chemical spirit creepy. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you want? Giant Creepy was instantly alarmed. He never expected that this bizarre butler would actually follow Su-mu's orders and strike at him. This was completely beyond his expectations. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The speed of the creepy butler is just too fast. So fast that he didn't have time to react in any way. Bang! A muffled sound. The dry palm of the creepy butler's hand slapped hard on the flower-faced creepy's chest. That palm, which looked dry, contained a terrifying power. A palm went down, and it actually directly dented flower-faced creepy's chest. Put! Flower-faced creepy violently sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, and his huge body, like a kite with broken strings, flew backwards. Boom! He hit the ground hard, smashing a large crater in the ground. Ow! Stripes Creepy lay on the ground, wailing in pain. He struggled to get up, but realized that his body was completely out of control. Creepy butler, who instantly disables him. Even so, resentment was still written all over his ugly, distorted features. How dare you? You guys, make a move on me. You're dead. Offending me is like offending the dead Moon Villa. Do you know how serious it is? Just wait to suffer the wrath of the dead Moon Villa. He still seemed to have a glimmer of hope that he could use the name of Dead Moon Villa to deter Sumu and the creepy butler. But he was destined to be disappointed. Sumu didn't care about the Dead Moon Villa at all, nor do they care to know. When the creepy butler saw that Sumu didn't say anything, he also instantly understood what Sumu meant. Jogging over to Stripes Creepy, he gave him a faintly sidelong glance. How could Stripes Creepy not see the creepy butler's intentions? But he couldn't even get up and run away. The creepy butler was a veritable ghost king realm. It was not something that a small ghost general like him could match. You stay back. Let me go now. It's still not too late. I can net you, as long as you let me go. I absolutely neither. Before the words were out of his mouth, Stripes Creepy's arm was removed. Pust, ripped hard by the creepy butler. Dark red, stinking black blood flowed out of the severed mouth of his arm. No, don't. Stripes Creepy couldn't be arrogant anymore. Compared to being killed outright by the creepy butler, this kind of humiliating, torturous abuse from the superior to the inferior was more frightening to him. Pust, a leg, followed by lungs and liver. Ugh, the screams, they were endless. Whether it was creepy or a player, or a spectator, their hearts trembled at the sight of this scene. It's painful just to watch. Sumu closed his eyes and turned a blind eye. A tall, veiled, masked female creepy with a light veil covering her face was gently kneading his shoulders. The female creep, wearing a long black dress, outlined the curves of her delicate figure. The openings of the long skirt vaguely showed the white and slender legs. Every move, sultry and seductive, especially those slender hands, gently resting on Sumu's shoulders, rubbing against Sumu's neck if anything. It was tingly and itchy. After 10 minutes, the screaming almost stopped. But Stripes Creepy wasn't dead, just seriously injured to the core. The creepy butler glanced in Sumu's direction, and Sumu just waved his hand without any extra movement. The purpose of making an example of him has been achieved. If there are still those who aren't afraid to die, we'll just kill them all. The creepy butler understood and bowed his head respectfully in Sumu's direction. Then, with a whoosh, Stripes disappeared into the darkness at the entrance to the tavern like a kicked ball in an arc. After the creepy butler did this, he withdrew his hand, turned around, and took a step towards Sumu, who was enjoying the massage. He stood in front of Sumu and bowed slightly, his posture respectful to the extreme. Master, this Fong is one of the 12 ghost generals, ranked 11th, flower-faced Yama, under the banner of the Dead Moon Villa's lord. The Dead Moon Villa, in this region, is extremely powerful, disjointed, and extremely difficult to deal with. The strength of the villa of the Dead Moon Villa's villa master has reached the Ghost King level, an absolute ferocious demon who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His strength is unfathomable. The 12 ghost generals under his command are even more ferocious and violent. Unusual shenanigans are no match for them. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, those creepy waiters who were still busy, one by one, also stopped what they were doing. The ferocious reputation of the Dead Moon Villa was enough to make any shenanigans scary in this area. There were quite a few in the Scarlet Tavern who had once seen the strangeness of the Dead Moon Villa's methods. Master, the former Dead Moon Villa, and the other hotel, were the two leaders of this area. But because of the arrival of the Scarlet Queen, business has also been taken away from us. They have targeted us many times, before the Queen had rested on her laurels, and now we have struck their men. Yeah, the Dead Moon Villa won't stop anyway. What can we do? The creeps, too, were worried. Sumu was still sitting there leisurely, just enjoying the massage with his eyes closed. Oh, got it. Go down, all of you, and do what you have to do. Sumu responded lightly without any waves. Sumu's reaction, making the creepy butler even more helpless. He glanced deeply at Sumu, wanting to speak. Eventually, still, he could only nod helplessly. Yes, master. The creepy butler turned and snapped at the panicked creepy waiters. What are you waiting for? Get to work. Do you want to keep the guests waiting? Those spooks, in a hurry, dispersed and continued to get busy. Their movements, however, were obviously much stiffer than before. I can see this one has had quite an impact. The players, at this moment, also withdrew their gazes. They were in groups of 4 or 5, whispering and looking at Sumu with eyes that could be described as mocking, pulling full of ridicule for what Sumu had done. This kid, dead. Even if he was arrogant in the Scarlet Tavern, he actually offended the creepy outside the replica. Even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to die. What an idiot. Thinking you can do whatever you want just because you become the Lord of Scarlet? Ridiculous. Don't get us involved later. They seem to have foreseen Sumu's miserable end. Even the bizarre customers who came to eat at the Scarlet restaurant were not optimistic about Sumu's approach. This human, why is he so arrogant? The people of the Dead Moon Villa are not people to be messed with. Hey, this is going to be a good one. They also all moved away from the table where Sumu was, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Just getting ready for a good show while eating. Blue Star, live flat room. This Sumu, is he too arrogant? Scalp is numb, bro. How dare he mess with the creepy ones outside the copy? Truly a newborn calf who doesn't know how to die. Are all the people in the country of Hanxia so stupid? Almost no one looked favorably on Sumu. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Boom! There was a loud bang. The door of the Scarlet Tavern was kicked open. It was the flamboyant-faced creepy, who had been knocked away by the creepy butler's slap earlier, who rushed in. At this moment, the depression in his chest had recovered, but his eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Stripes creepy locked onto creepy butler with a single glance. Asterisk 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 ing minions. Unbelievable, isn't it? This time our Lord of the Manor is here. Hurry up and give me the human rat. The Lord of the Dead Moon Villa is here? That's spooky with Ghost King level power. Swish, the player, the weirdness, the live broadcast audience. So the eyes, at this moment instantly focused on Sumu. There was derision, pity, anticipation, gloating and indifference, but without exception, they all wanted to see how Sumu would respond. Chapter 14, Ghost King's Doorstep Lecture? Are you worthy of it? I can't imagine that the Scarlet Red Restaurant, which was once brilliant, has become so unbearable. To actually have a lowly human here, yelling at you and acting like a bully. Forget about closing early. It was a voice that carried endless coldness and evil. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, the already heavy atmosphere became even more oppressive. As the words fell, the originally arrogant flower-faced creepy took the initiative to sidestep and make way. Greetings, Master Shuang. Stripes is eerily respectful and loud, keeping his head down and not daring to look him in the eye. A figure that slowly stepped out of the bizarre group. He wore a sharp black suit with a scarlet tie and polished leather shoes. At first glance, it looks like a successful businessman, but on closer inspection, it's creepy. He actually had 6 arms. Each arm was unusually thick and sinewy. What was even weirder was that each arm was covered with dense crescent-shaped marks. It was like it had been cut repeatedly with some kind of sharp instrument, leaving permanent scars. The scars, which took on an eerie dark red color. As he walked, these crescent-shaped traces seemed to be wriggling slightly. The Ghost King of the Dead Moon Hills. His eyes were deep-set, and there was a dark blue around them. Ghostly green pupils, like 2 green ghost fires. As he stepped into the Scarlet Tavern, a terrifying aura poured out from him, sweeping through the entire Scarlet restaurant. The aura was powerful, evil, and violent. It seemed to solidify into one 5-fingered mountain that oppressed every living being present, regardless of bizarre humans and indiscriminately. This was the pressure of the Ghost King realm, in the middle of the restaurant, except for the creepy butler who was also in the Ghost King realm and could still barely maintain his composure. Other shenanigans, both waiters and customers, trembled and shivered. Even those originally ferocious and vicious shenanigans had collected their aura at this moment and became well-behaved. Their heads were bowed and bent over, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they were facing a supreme monarch, not even daring to breathe a single breath. Yes, in the face of a Ghost King, what else could they do but submit and bow their heads? Though limited by the rules, this Ghost King, unable to do direct damage to human players who have not broken the rules, but just this terrifying aura alone, it was enough to make all the players tremble in fear and their legs go weak. Compared to the creepy butler, this Ghost King was obviously more terrifying and more reckless. He didn't hide his terrifying aura, wantonly releasing oppression. In the hearts of the players, they were even more filled with fear and despair. They began to regret that they had come to this horrible copy. Even more, he regretted that he had provoked this bogeyman. Sumu, damn Sumu, it's all because of him. Even if he seeks death on his own, he has to drag us on his back. If I get out of here alive, I'm going to break him into pieces. The players crazily cursed Sumu. They vented all their resentment on Sumu. But there is one exception. That would be Shin Bing. She remained calm, her beautiful face devoid of any panic. Instead, through a series of clues, it's inferring something. She had keenly captured a key message from the Ghost King's behavior just now. That is, even with the shenanigans outside the replica, it appears that the rules of the replica must be followed. Ghost King Creepy wouldn't even need to talk that much if he didn't need to comply. Just take a direct shot at Sumu. After all, in Creepy's eyes, humans are just ants. What's the point of talking to an ant? Killing is. But Ghost King Creepy didn't do that. In other words, as long as the players themselves are not breaking the rules, their lives are not in danger. It didn't matter how powerful or terrifying the Dead Moon Villa's Villa Master was, he can't just take shots at players either. Thinking of this, Shen Bing's heart slightly stabilized. The look she gave Sumu also became more complicated. It's all this situation, and Sumu is still there enjoying a massage and relaxing. Is it really a good idea? Or is it just a bluff? Blue Star, live on air. The countries that were hostile to the Hanxia Kingdom were excited to see the scene. Ha ha ha, that arrogant Culpepper is finally going to have bad luck. Let him be arrogant. Let him get carried away. Now well, he's messed with the Ghost King. Let's see how he dies. This is a self-inflicted sin. They gloated and the pop-ups flew. The audience in the country of Hanxia, on the other hand, was divided into several factions. This Sumu had to show off. Now it's good. It's harming everyone. Who does he think he is? Really thinks he's the chosen one? Just a bit of luck. Have to be arrogant. Calm down everyone. Things haven't come to a head yet. I believe in Sumu. He must have a way to deal with it. We have to trust him. Alas, the lad, still too young, walking sideways in a tavern. That's because of the shelter of status. How can the rules be spoiled when he's the one who started the trouble and got into the shenanigans outside the replica? This time, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. Ghost King Creepy slowly walked to Sumu. He looked down on Sumu from above, his face expressionless. How dare a lowly human instigate that lackey to strike at my people? Although it was the lackey who struck out, in the end, it was you who broke the rules first. I will make your life worse than death, begging for it. I will make you regret coming into this world. In your next life, remember to grow some eyes and stop being so stupid. The Ghost King's voice, cold and piercing, did not carry a trace of emotion. When he finished speaking, he slowly raised one arm. The arm that was covered with crescent-shaped marks was like the scythe of the god of death, slashing towards Sumu's neck. Just in the nick of time, Sumu moved. There's no extra movement. Just stand up. Then, a powerful force erupted from Sumu's body. It's a power that comes with the territory. It is the absolute power bestowed by the identity of the Scarlet Lord. Powerful, furious, unrivaled. Boom! There was a loud bang. In the next second, the Ghost King flew out backwards, hit the wall hard. The wall instantly collapsed and debris flew. The Ghost King let out a mournful scream, his eyes instantly bursting, blood gushing wildly, a knife on the left eye and a fork on the right. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. He covered his eyes and hissed in pain, didn't even see clearly when Sumu struck. Sumu stood up and swept his icy gaze toward the Dead Moon Villa's Villa Master. This bizarre one who possessed the Ghost King realm. You're the only one who's worthy of lecturing me? Chapter 15. Are you the Ghost Emperor? The Ghost King covered his eyes as blood and eye-white liquid slid down between his fingers. But he couldn't care less. Panic was already written all over his face. It was a deep, uncontrollable fear that reached into the soul. Human? How is that possible? That's the demon god, the creepy butler of the Scarlet Tavern. His long, thin eyes staring round, his mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to stuff an egg. He couldn't believe what he was seeing at all. You have to know that the villa of the Dead Moon Villa's Villa Master, that's an actual Ghost King. In the entire world of horror replicas, it was considered a dominant party. Even by himself, it was difficult to deal with him. Surprisingly, he was killed by a human. In a single move? How terrifying should Sumu's strength be? Murphy, Sumu is the Ghost Emperor? Blue Star, live on air. The audience in the country of Hanxia erupted into deafening cheers. Sumu is awesome and invincible. What a Ghost King. In front of Sumu, it's just scum. Where are those guys who just mocked Su Shun? Come out and take a couple steps. Let you guys fool around. Now you know how powerful Sumu is. The spectators from those hostile countries, one by one, were all choking as if they had eaten a fly. Originally, he was also prepared to fall on the well and kill Sumu's prestige. But what happened? It's too foul. Is this identity card of the Scarlet Lord so BT? Damn it, why should all the good ones be eaten by Hanxia? It's over. With Hanxia behaving like this, is there any way for the rest of us to live? Inside the Scarlet Tavern, those players who were still in the mindset of watching the show were also dumbfounded at this moment. They were all petrified one by one. Shin Bing couldn't calm down either, and his throat rolled involuntarily. Is this the true strength of the Scarlet Lord's identity card? Surprisingly, it's even more powerful than the Ghost King. So terrifying, undoubtedly a Ghost Emperor level of power. Shock was written all over her delicate face. It was important to realize that as an elite, she knew quite a bit of information about the copies. However, it was the first time to see one like Sumu, who had crushed the Ghost King with his human body. Unprecedented. Inside the Scarlet restaurant, those weird customers who were still leisurely enjoying their food had also stopped eating at this moment. One by one, They raised their heads and gazed at Sumu with a variety of bizarre gazes. Some of the eyes fell right off the table and were still rolling. Some of the heads directly rotated 180 degrees, using the back of their heads to face Sumu. Others, directly removing the warmed eyeballs from their entrails, stared wide-eyed at Sumu for fear of missing it. But without exception, they all intuitively felt Sumu's power. It was a power that overrode all weirdness. What the hell? That's the Ghost King. Could this human be the Ghost Emperor? A human? A Ghost Emperor? How is this possible? Murmurs, ringing out among the spooky patrons. Their already distorted faces became even more hideous at this moment. Instead, Sumu had slowly walked up to the Ghost King. The Ghost King had completely lost his previous arrogance at this moment. He didn't care about the intense pain on his body. His knees went weak and he fell down in front of Sumu. "Da, my lord, spare my life." "Villain. Villain has eyes to recognize MT. Tai, offended your lordship. Please, my lord, for the sake of my cultivation not being easy, spare my life. I am willing to offer my soul to serve your excellency for all eternity." The Ghost King prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling. A single shot could seriously injure himself, and it was his own present hand, but he didn't even have time to react. What else could this be if not the Ghost Emperor? He was very clear that the difference in strength between himself and Sumu was simply not at the same level. In front of the Ghost Emperor, even if 10,000 Ghost Kings like him came, they would be useless. The Ghost Emperor used to be out of the realm as a category. The Ghost Emperor is a god in name only. Does he have room to resist before God? Looking at the Demon King's humble plea for forgiveness, those bizarre customers who had originally planned to watch the show were all dumbfounded. They had expected that there would be an earth-shattering battle. I didn't expect that to be the result. The hallowed Ghost King was kneeling in front of a human, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Sumu's face, however, was always calm. He looked coldly at the Ghost King, provoking in the first place. "You shall not be spared." Sumu pronounced the death sentence. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Ghost King's entire body burst apart, turning into a black mist that dissipated into the air. Didn't even have time to scream. Only a few strands of tattered soul fragments were left behind, floating in the air, and eventually they too were devoured by the bizarre power of the Scarlet Tavern. A Ghost King, thus fallen. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, there was a dead silence. The creepy patrons became wary of even breathing. Is this the power of the Ghost Emperor? Instantaneous Ghost King. And that's not all. Sumu's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he had appeared in front of Stripes Creepy. Stripes Creepy tried to escape this place of wrongdoing after seeing that his boss had been killed by Sumu in seconds. His face with 5 distorted features no longer had the arrogance and smugness it had just had. In its place, there was endless fearful panic. But he was fast, and Sumu was even faster. Stripes Creepy tried to beg for mercy as well, but he only managed to spit out a few broken syllables. Sumu's 5 fingers tightened violently. Ka-ching! Bang! Stripes Creepy's body instantly burst apart into a puddle of dark red blood mist, scattering on the floor in a shocking manner. Brutality. Terrible. This scene was deeply seared into the minds of all the bizarre ones present. Gollum. I don't know who it was, but I couldn't help swallowing. The voice was soft, but in the silence of the restaurant, it was particularly harsh. Those bizarre customers who were still in the mindset of watching the show were all fidgeting at the moment as if their backs were pricked. Each of them lowered their heads, itching to stuff their heads under the table, not daring to make the slightest eye contact with Sumu, because they, too, had sneered and talked about Sumu before. Still thinking about watching Sumu's good show, who would have thought that this seemingly harmless human would be a deeply hidden Ghost Emperor? In the world of horror copies, strength is everything. The weak are in no position to talk about the strong. What's more, it was a Ghost Emperor. Even just one more glance could be seen as a provocation, let alone an outburst. They only prayed now that Sumu wouldn't notice them. Otherwise, what happened to the Ghost King would be their forewarning. However, just as the creepy customers were shivering, thinking that great trouble was on the horizon, Sumu's face, however, suddenly changed. He put away the suffocatingly terrifying aura on his body, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Gentlemen, I am so sorry. There was a little hiccup just now that disturbed everyone's pleasure. As an apology, all purchases made in the room today are free." Sumu's voice was very soft, and his face was written with a human and animal harmlessness. What? Where's the resolute and decisive Ghost Emperor from earlier? Is it an illusion? The creepy customers all froze at the words. What's going on here? This Lord Ghost Emperor, surprisingly, didn't trouble them and gave them a free pass? They were surprisingly a bit unresponsive for a moment. The smile on Sumu's face grew even wider as he looked at the dumbfounded expressions of these bizarre customers. He turned his head and instructed the butler standing by. "Go, bring out the best meals in our restaurant, as well as the drinks, all of them, and entertain all the honored guests. Make sure everyone eats and drinks well." The butler had also recovered from his shock at this moment. "Yes, master." I'll go make arrangements, the creepy butler replied respectfully, then turned and left at a brisk pace. Sumu, on the other hand, continued to talk and laugh with the creepy customers. Everyone who can come here to eat today is giving face to the Scarlet Red restaurant, and I'm really sorry to have surprised everyone today. I'll pay for today's consumption, and if you think our restaurant is still good, please help to publicize and advertise more. Let's get more friends, too, to come to us for the food and the service. While saying that, Sumu also walked over to a creepy guest and took the initiative to clink a glass with him. This brother, come on, enjoy your meal, Sumu said with a smile. The creepy guest was so flattered that he hastily stood up and accepted the glass with both hands. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. He was so excited that he was incoherent and trembling. This was Lord Ghost Emperor himself giving him a toast. If this got out, it would be enough for him to brag for the rest of his life. Be aware that in the world of horror replicas, there is a strong hierarchy. A lowly minion like him usually didn't even have the qualifications to speak to the Ghost General. Not to mention the Ghost Emperor sitting on an even keel, calling himself a brother, and talking about wine. And now, this Lord Ghost Emperor was so approachable and amiable. It simply gave him a dreamlike feeling. The surrounding bazaar customers, seeing this scene, were all envious as well. For a moment the fear in his heart dissipated. This Ghost Emperor-sama is so grounded. It's nothing like those guys who tower over us and treat us like ants. In the future, if anyone dares to speak ill of the Scarlet Red restaurant, I'll be the first to say no. Don't worry, boss. Your restaurant is so good. We will definitely let more people know about it. That's right. If I don't come to eat at your place in the future, it's my own fault. Boss Sumu, you just wait and see. We guarantee to publicize your restaurant as the hottest place. Listening to the assurances of these bizarre customers, Sumu nodded his head in satisfaction. That was the effect he wanted. It is necessary to establish authority as well as to give grace. After arranging the affairs of the restaurant, the butler returned to Sumu's side. He stood behind Sumu respectfully and asked softly, "Master, is there anything else you wish?" At this moment, the butler's attitude towards Sumu had undergone a sea change. If it was said that before, he only had to obey because of Sumu's identity card. Now, then, he recognized Sumu from the bottom of his heart, not only because of Sumu's formidable strength, but also because of his overwhelming means and broad-mindedness. It is an honor to follow such a strong, driven, and patterned leader. Chapter 16, Player Death. The national luck punishment descended. Sumu nodded slightly. He really had something to say. Tell me about the business model of the Scarlet Tavern. Roughly, the creepy butler bowed slightly, and on that miserable face, he squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Yes, master, the business model of our Scarlet Tavern is actually not too different from that of an ordinary hotel. It's nothing more than providing lodging, dining, and entertainment. Of course, the ingredients may be slightly special compared to you humans. Master, guests can book a selection of different ingredients to suit their preferences. We have a slaughterhouse that specializes in all kinds of ingredients, while ensuring that it is fresh, flavorful, and nutritious. The chef will cook a variety of specialties according to the guest's request. Guests are guaranteed to be satisfied. The creepy butler spoke while secretly observing Sumu's reaction. Sumu's brows wrinkled slightly as he listened. What is this? A horror version of a fancy club? But there's nothing outstanding about it. In Sumu's words, it was flat. Upscale hotel restaurants are also available. The key is to have your own identity. What Scarlet Restaurant lacks is a unique specialty that can attract customers. He's going to change that business model. It has to change. That's no good. It's too common. I'll have to get my act together. Change the way you operate. The creepy butler listened sideways, ready to keep Sumu's flower in mind. But just at this moment, a miserable scream suddenly came from the depths of the restaurant. Sumu's eyebrows instantly wrinkled into a Chuan character. The voice. Looks like it's coming from the slaughterhouse? The butler had excellent eyesight, and one look at Sumu's expression. He knew what he was thinking. He bent his head down in a hurry. Master, I'll go and order them to move less. Promise not to disturb you and your guests again. The creepy butler could see that Sumu resented the screams being too loud. Sumu's consciousness instantly enveloped the entire restaurant. In the next moment, the tragic situation of the two kimchi country players was clearly presented in his mind. Inside the slaughterhouse, the smell of blood is suffocatingly thick. Two bizarre creatures that resembled dogs and rabbits opened their bloody mouths and bit the necks and bodies of the two kimchi country players with deadly force. Those two players were the same guys who had spoken out against Sumu earlier. With knives in their hands, they kept swinging and slashing, trying to get away from the two bizarre creatures that were tearing them apart. But it was all in vain. In the next second, blood stained the ground. Their miserable screams, getting fainter and fainter, and finally, disappearing completely. The body, too, gradually became parched, drained of all blood. Seeing this scene, Sumu let out a light laugh and called out to the creepy butler who was preparing to leave and go to the slaughterhouse. Meh, no need to go. Almost at the same time that Sumu's words fell, two icy cold system prompts sounded in the ears of all the players. Kim Tae-hyun, player of Kimchi Country, died for failing to complete the identity card mission. Kimchi Nation player, Park Soo-sung, died due to failing to complete the ID card mission. These two beeps announced that the two Kimchi Country players had completely left this horrible world, and it was all because they had offended Sumu. The players who were still alive, one by one, were almost terrified in their hearts. In addition to the Island 8-beard who had died earlier, there was also the pretty country white man who had attempted to break into the Scarlet Queen's room. These two Kimchi Nation players were the ones who, in the true sense of the word, died because of the mission, and it was all because they had offended Sumu. It can be said that they are entirely to blame. The slaughterhouse is horrible. It's only been a short time and two have died. I'll kill myself not to go to that place. Who would dare offend Sumu in the future? Do you think we should go apologize to Sumu and admit our mistake? It's not too late, my ass. Blue Star live streaming platform. Inside the exclusive live streaming room of Pickle Country, a whale. Sumu the devil. How dare you plot against the hero of our great Kimchi Nation? It's too much. Just a couple of whispers, and Sumu puts shoes on our Kimchi Country and trips us up. Nishihachi, the viewers of the Kimchi Country, once again, were furious, and again and again and again and again and again, began to frantically send pop-ups and attack Sumu. The viewers in the country of Hanxia, naturally, will not sit idly by. They immediately launched a counterattack. Weren't your people, just now, very arrogant? What? Now you know you're scared? Serves you right. Who made your people mouths so cheap that they had to mess with our Hanxia? This is what happens. The viewers of the two countries, in the live broadcast room, engaged in a fierce battle of curses. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Barbarians. Hanxia has been a barbarian since ancient times. A shrill voice, ringing in the corner. The one who spoke was a small-time player in a waiter's uniform. He was short and thieving, peeking in Sumu's direction from time to time. At the moment, he was wiping the table with his hands and feet while cursing in a very low voice. We'll only start wars. Unlike us in the Big Island, friendship comes first everywhere we go. He was secretly glad that he hadn't gone straight to mess with Sumu like those two Kimchi Country fools, but at the same time, the heart was filled with resentment towards Hanxia. He believes that the Hanseatic people are barbaric and rude and do not know what peace means. Inside the broadcast room, the viewers of Culmination heard the curses of the small-time players, was about to vocalize this little day player on the pop-up. Inside the copy, Sumu suddenly said to the creepy butler beside him, "The slaughterhouse is now empty. This position is very crucial for our restaurant. How can we be without someone? I think this one will fit the bill." Sumu's gaze landed on the body of that island player. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. The creepy butler immediately bowed and responded, "Yes, master, I'll make the arrangements." Guaranteed to please him. The rag fell to the floor with a snap in his hand when the little day player heard this. His entire body froze in place as if struck by lightning. "Nani? I go to the slaughterhouse?" The tragic situation of those two Kimchi Country players just now was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to turn into that. "No, I don't want to go." The little day player cried out in horror, his body shaking violently. "I'm the only one on the island now. I'm not going. I can't die." The island originally had two players, but as a result, they went to provoke Sumu before and accidentally broke the rules of the restaurant and died. Now he's the only one left. "Sumu, you're deliberately targeting me. Bakayalu, you shall not die." With all his strength, he cursed angrily at Sumu. Sumu just looked at him lightly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Inside Hanxia's live broadcast room, the audience boiled over when they saw the scene. "Great job, that's the way to clean him up. Relief, what a relief." Yes, Sumu was greatly powerful. On the pop-ups, there was a chorus of cheers and shouts of approval. Instead, all the small-time viewers in the live room put down their keyboards and turned pale. There was no part of their hearts that was not sad and angry as they watched the desperate compatriot on the screen. But more than that, it was powerlessness and fear. The players of his own country are really finished this time. Spectators in other countries breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing happened to his country's players. Another mournful scream came from the other direction of the restaurant. The voice was more miserable than it had ever been before. That sound, it's not coming from the slaughterhouse. Instead, it's the kitchen. It was followed by another scream, coming from a different place. Laundry, rooms, warehouse. Miserable screams rose and fell, echoing throughout the Scarlet Red restaurant. Kangaroo Nation player dies. Pretty Country player dies. Maple Leaf Nation player is dead. Sundown Nation player dies. A series of death prompts made everyone's scalp feel numb. What the hell is going on here? Why did so many people die? It seems like Sumu did it. Is he going to take on all the countries? Spectators in every country were horrified. You know, if a player from your own country dies, the country's fortune will be greatly affected. Hanxia bullies people too much. They're trying to start a war. We absolutely cannot sit back and watch. Where are the top brass of Hanxia? Come out and apologize. Hanxia is obstructing world peace. Some of the country's viewers started screaming on the air. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Rumble dash, blue star. A deafening clap of thunder suddenly exploded above everyone's heads. All the blue stars subconsciously looked up, only to see that the originally clear sky had become incomparably dark at this moment. Thick, dark clouds rolled and surged. A streak of blinding lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth. A terrifying pressure poured down from the sky. It's like the end of the world. Chapter 17, Natural Disaster Strikes. Hanxia takes the blame? Tough response. All the Bluestarians who were watching the replica through the livestream were thrown into a huge panic. Unlike the excitement and fear of watching the weirdness within the replica, this kind of natural disaster that works directly on the real world is much more intuitive and despairing. National punishment. It's really a national punishment coming down. Oh my god, our players are dead. Our country is going to die. Those in countries where all of their players were killed in action were overwhelmed with despair from the spectators, because they know what that means. Before the opening of the Scarlet Tavern replica, there was a rumor circulating on the blue planet. If all of the selected players of a country are killed in action in any of the replicas, then that country will suffer a national penalty. Punishment comes in many forms, but without exception, it is a devastating disaster. And the first to fall is often a natural disaster. As expected, just as the sky of the blue star was shrouded in dark clouds and thunder and lightning, the natural disasters in various countries also erupted at almost the same time. Warning: all deaths of island players detected. National punishment begins to fall. At the same time, the voice rang in the ears of every islander. This was followed by an even more violent natural disaster. The originally silent Poor Man's Mountain suddenly shook violently. The mountain made a muffled rumbling sound and began to roar. Immediately afterward, the crater erupted in a cloud of smoke that covered the sky. Blazing magma, like a dike-breaking flood, rushed down the mountain. Wherever it passed, everything was incinerated. Houses, trees, and living things instantly turned to ashes. Run! The volcano is erupting. Help! The people of the island screamed in terror and fled in all directions, but their lives seemed so fragile in the face of this horrible natural disaster. Countless people were engulfed by the lava and their bodies were left without bones. The smoke was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. One inhalation is suffocating. The whole island is like a hell on earth. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries saw the tragic scene through the live broadcast. The countries that received the impact also had viewers popping in, telling about their own countries. A strange plague has appeared in the pretty country. Infected people turn into zombies. They bite on sight. It's horrible. We're in a mess here. Pickle country has been hit with extremely cold weather. Temperatures plummeted to 50 degrees below zero. So many people are freezing to death. The streets are full of ice sculptures. The water of the Ganges River in the White Elephant country has suddenly risen. Major earthquake hits Maple Leaf country. Similar catastrophes are being played out in several other countries. For a time, the entire Blue Star was in a state of chaos and panic. It's all because of Hanxia. They're the ones who got our players killed. We must make Hanxia pay. Right, we have to unite and sanction Hanxia. Hanxia must give us an explanation. Those countries that suffered from the punishment of their national fortunes vented all their anger on Hanxia. They were screaming and threatening wildly on the air, as if that would alleviate the fear in their hearts and the pain they suffered. Just then, an eye-catching pop-up screen appeared above all the live streams. The pop-up was gold in color and had a huge font, so at first glance it wasn't something an ordinary person would be able to post. This is an exclusive caption for the leader. Anyone who violates my Hanxia will be executed even if it's far away. How dare you talk nonsense? You're to blame for today's outcome. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure your country is destroyed. A few short words, dominating and loud. A strong response was given. This response instantly ignited the Culverfield audience. One by one, they were all hot and proud. Well said, that's the way to be tough. Anyone who offends my Hanxia will be executed even though they are far away. We, Hanxia, are not to be bullied. On the pop-ups, there was a chorus of cheers and shouts of approval, and those foreign spectators who were originally clamoring were silent at this moment. They were shocked by the aura and didn't dare to say another word. His own country is being punished by the fate of the nation, and his own top brass has long been in a state of anxiety and self-consciousness. Can only bite the teeth into the stomach. Will be this blood feud secretly right down, waiting for the opportunity to settle scores. But at this moment, everyone on the Blue Star, without exception, was deeply shocked by the terrifying energy displayed by the bizarre copies. And that's just the S+ level copies. It has already triggered a natural disaster of this magnitude. It's hard to imagine failing an SS rated, or even SSS rated copy. What will be the destructive side of that descending national punishment? Everyone involuntarily shivered at the thought. Meanwhile, Hanxia Gua, His heart was filled with anticipation. They were nervously following the situation inside the replica. If Sumu could successfully pass this S+ level copy, so, what great benefits will the feedback from the state's fortunes bring to Hansha? They held their breath and waited. The camera slowly pulls back inside the Scarlet Tavern replica. One short day. The restaurant, which was originally quite lively, had become dead silent at this moment. The players who participated in the replica had already died or injured more than 20 people. Creepy. Only one person was actually killed by the bizarre creature. Surprisingly, the rest all died at the hands of Sumu. He's like a cold-blooded and elegant butcher. By displacing identity cards and changing what players do, they mercilessly harvest the lives of other players. Of course, all of these players were from countries that had strained or hostile relations with Hansha itself. It wasn't like Sumu was a homicidal maniac or a psychopath. This point of distinguishing between good and evil is the basic cultivation of every cultivator. In the lobby of the Scarlet Tavern, the players who were still alive gathered in twos and threes. After a long day of work, they were all pale and trembling. Got through the first day with a scare though, but that nightmarish time had penetrated deep into their souls, reaching out. Even in the gaze that looked at Sumu, it had changed from initial contempt to deep fear and awe. It was an instinctive fear of great power. It is also the highest tribute to death. Sumu sat on the taiji chair in the lobby of the restaurant. There was no expression on his face. His eyes were closed and his fingers were on the arms of the chair, tapping lightly. The pounding sound was like a knock on the heart of everyone present. It makes the players' hearts beat faster or slower. Can we really survive and pass the copy? A player, with a trembling voice, said. His body, uncontrollably, trembled, but he got no answer to his questions. No one could answer him, because no one knows the answer. They only knew one thing, and that was that they would rather offend the shenanigans of the restaurant than absolutely not offend Sumu. In front of Sumu, the Lord of Scarlet, they had no resistance at all. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. How can anyone be scarier than those creeps? A female player with a sobbing voice couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Yes, in their opinion, Sumu is the most terrifying existence in this copy. He's the real devil. Chapter 18, You Sleep With Me. Ta-da! The sound of crisp footsteps attracted the attention of all the players. Shen Bing, she wore a tight black tracksuit that outlined her tall and delicate figure, and her cold-as-ice face was devoid of any expression. Her long black hair was tied back in a high ponytail, swinging gently as she walked. All players still alive, gather over here and line up. Shen Bing still had a cold voice and was still holding the small black book that the creepy housekeeper had before. Her task, as a housekeeper's assistant, is to supervise the players' work every day, recording the state of player survival at the end of each day and the degree of completion of work. The surviving players, hearing Shen Bing's voice, their bodies instinctively trembled. They dragged their exhausted bodies into a crooked line. Their faces ashen. Shen Bing's gaze swept over every player. State your names, ID tags, and what you're working on today. The players reported their information with trepidation, not daring to hide anything. Shen Bing recorded it expressionlessly, and soon finished recording it. Today, the total turnover of the restaurant is 257 Gue coins. Shen Bing announced today's results. This number, for the huge Scarlet Tavern, was pitifully small and could even be described as dismal. But for these surviving players, it's something they traded their lives for. Payroll will now begin based on everyone's performance today. Soon the players were paid for the day's work. A faint light finally flashed in the numb eyes. It was the desire for life, the hope of living. Trick coin, the only currency in this horror copy. They can buy food, water, and even some props that can enhance their abilities within the replica. Though, they are ridiculously overpriced and have far less variety. But for these precarious players, this has been their only hope. They stretched out their trembling hands and accepted the trick coins handed by Shen Bing. It was a dark red color, like coagulated blood clots, and the coin gave off a disturbingly eerie aura. And of course there are paper money. It's just that these players aren't at the pay grade to receive that kind of denomination. After getting the trick coins, players can't wait to open the store's purchase screen. They long to be able to buy some food to fill their long empty stomachs. After all, after a long day of worrying and working, they were already hungry. However, all their hopes are instantly dashed when they see what they can buy. Mineral water, 5 Guinea dollars a bottle. Ham sausages, 8 guineas apiece. Chili fries, 8 Gue coins a pack. Noodles, 20 Gue coins a bucket. Looking at these extremely shabby but ridiculously high-priced items, the players' hearts completely sank to the bottom. The cold touch of the trick coin in his hand appeared to emit a silent mockery. The little bit of guileful coin they've worked so hard and risked their lives to earn is only enough to buy a couple of cheap snacks. This is simply the greatest insult to them. This stuff, is enough for what? A player's voice, with a sobbing, hammerhead voice. There is certainly more than one person who has had the same experience as him. The vast majority of people can't even afford a bucket of instant noodles. Right at this moment, Sumu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, enjoying a fragrant massage, slowly opened his eyes. He skimmed his head and spoke faintly to the creepy butler. Go get some food from my table. Players light up before their eyes. This demon, having a good heart? Just give it to Shinbing. She's been lucky all day, running up and down the stairs. Don't shortchange her. The creepy butler bent 90 degrees to Sumu. As you wish, my master. The players instantly wilted. It's so whimsical. The Demon King is the Demon King. How can he suddenly show mercy? Shenbing, who was being cared for, however, looked at Sumu and froze slightly. Sumu just nodded at her without any indication. That table, filled with a variety of exquisite dishes, emitted a tantalizing aroma. Juicy steaks, seafood, sashimi, gumbo, and a variety of fresh fruits. By comparison, the shabby snacks on the player's purchasing interface are total pig food. This strong contrast deeply pierced the nerves of every player. A player's eyes, dead set on the food on Sumu's table. That plate of roasted suckling pig I just rummaged through the store is worth 500 gue coins. It can strengthen your body and enhance the strength of your flesh. His comment instantly aroused the curiosity of the other players, who stood on their tiptoes to look out. Geez, that little piece of steak, it's 300 gue dollar. It'll increase muscle density. Tuna sashimi, 800 gue coins. Recharged chi, that bottle of red wine, 1,000 gue coins. It seems to be able to boost mental power. The creepy butler stood in front of the dining table and looked at Shinbing. Take your pick. The master has spoken. You can pick as much as you like and take away your favorite food. Shinbing stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words. She looked at the colorful table of nothing and was torn. The food, for her right now, was undoubtedly a huge temptation, not only for the flavor, but also because of what they contained, the effect of being able to enhance strength. However, she was a little hesitant. After all, the food was too precious for her to accept it easily. She walked over to the table, her eyes sweeping over the various dishes. Eventually, she reached out and picked up a steak. Another bubbling drink was served. I'll take both. She didn't choose those valuable delicacies and flavors, but rather two relatively ordinary ones. On the one hand, it was because she really didn't have a big appetite and couldn't eat much. On the other hand, it was also because of her personality that she didn't like to take advantage of others, especially in this situation. What's more, as a housekeeper's assistant, her job wasn't really that onerous, and was far less strenuous than that of other players. The other players, seeing this scene, had red eyes. They were envious, jealous, even hateful. On what grounds? Why should this woman get such preferential treatment? Just because she's also from Kulhart? Actually, we can be spiritual Hanchasians, too. They're weary and exhausted, but all they can buy is that junk food. And this Shinbing, doing some easy work not to mention, can just enjoy such delicious food? In the hearts of some players, they began to regret it. If I had known this, I should have taken the initiative to make good relations with Sumu in the first place. Even being a dog is better than now. At least, one can have a hot meal and not have to live like this, starving and living like a dog. In the live broadcast room, the viewers of the culminating summer country also launched pop-ups. Ha ha ha, see the look on those guys' faces? What a laugh. Calling awe? Where are those who questioned Big Brother Sumu before? Why don't they come out and scream? A bunch of jumping clowns. Now you know how powerful we are in Hanxia? Just love to see these guys get their asses handed to them. It's a blast. The viewers in the country of Hanxia raised their eyebrows and mocked those who had questioned Sumu to their heart's content. This reversal, this smack in the face, gave them the ultimate sense of awesome. After dinner, night had completely fallen. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, the already dim lighting became even weirder. From time to time an overcast wind blew through with a whimpering sound. The creepy butler reappeared in front of the players. His face, in the dim light, looked even more eerie. All of you come with me. I'll take you to the staff quarters to rest. In his hand he held a set of keys with a small wooden sign with a room number on it. 301, Macchiato, 302, Dakashi Sugata, 303, Arthur. The creepy butler began to hand out keys, and with each name read, a player would step forward and receive the key that belonged to them. Players lined up, one by one, to receive their keys, and inside the staff quarters, some creep was surveying the newcomers with impunity. The malice in these creepy eyes was almost materializing. Some were so creepy that their mouths drooled into a small puddle. The players certainly noticed the scene. There's really no room for ease within the creepy copy. These shenanigans are clearly ill-intentioned. They definitely do something with the night. No, can't sit on the sidelines. Got to report for duty. Soon enough, some players came together and started discussing whether or not to sleep in a huddle. After all, more people, more power. encountered things, the likelihood of survival is also a little higher. Shin Bing is also thinking about whether to. Shin Bing, you won't have to go to the staff quarters. Tonight you'll sleep at my place. Shin Bing shuddered violently. His thoughts interrupted. She raised her head and looked at Sumu. I'll sleep with you? Chapter 19 Live Broadcast Signal Interruption. This dramatic scene caused the live broadcast to make waves once again. The male audience members were all sour as lemonade. Holy, what is Big Brother Sumu up to? No way, no way? Is it really going to be a delightful session? Let go of the girl. Let me do it. Ooh-hoo. I want to sleep with the goddess too. Big Brother Sumu was awesome. Straight to the bases. What a man. A model for my generation. The female audience was the complete opposite. Send pop-ups accusing Sumu. It's outrageous. What's the difference between this and workplace harassment? Using his position to subvert newcomers. Scum. Miss Shin Bing must not agree. Report. This rascal must be reported. For a time, the live broadcast room was a mess, with all sorts of comments. In the copy, Sumu nodded at Shin Bing. Yeah, the two of us together. Shin Bing's silent heart began to beat violently. Of course she understood what Sumu's words really meant. It was nothing more than that. It was just Sumu taking care of himself. But a man and a woman are alone in the same room, even if nothing happens. It's also really a bit. To be honest, she was a little resistant. But reason told her that following Sumu was probably the safest choice. After all, Sumu's strength was there. He was the only existence in the entire Scarlet Tavern that could contend with guile. Even those powerful shenanigans were treating him with respect. By following him, you can at least guarantee your life. Being alive, in this crisis-ridden copy, is more important than anything else. Moreover, the feeling that Sumu gave her was not like those lewd men. Although he looked arrogant, he didn't think half as evil of himself. According to Sumu's Scarlet Lord ability, it wouldn't be too easy to deal with any of the players here. If he really wants to do something to himself, there doesn't seem to be any way to fight back. What's more, if he really wanted to, with his power, he wouldn't need to purposely wait until this time. Thinking of this, Shin Bing's heart gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Hearing Shin Bing's reply, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the creepy butler. He's very knowledgeable. He bowed in a hurry and quickly left with the many shenanigans and the players behind him. Sumu took Shin Bing and walked straight to the mahogany rotating staircase in the very center. It took her all the way to the very top floor. On the top floor, the Scarlet Queen's room. There were also tiny blood-colored particles floating in the air throughout the floor, visible to the naked eye. Shin Bing could feel that here, it was more dangerous than any layer below. Sumu pushed open the door to the Scarlet Queen's room. An even stronger smell of blood hit the air. The room was scarlet. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, were painted bright red. Go! Sumu entered first. Shin Bing followed close behind. Moments after crossing the gate, Shin Bing's expression stagnated. It was as if he felt an inexplicable hostility. That hostility was cold, brutal, like a cold wind blowing from the snowy mountains. It made the hairs on her body stand up. But when you perceive it carefully, you can't detect anything. It confused her. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, were also excited. Wow! Finally getting to the point? So much anticipation. I wonder what will happen between Big Brother Sumu and Shin Bing. Hey, I've got melons and coke ready. Upstairs, watch your image. Don't drool on the screen. Don't show a brother vomit. However, just when everyone was crossing their fingers, the hands of the clock, pointing to 12 o'clock, on the screen, a line suddenly appeared. Break time. Signal break. The live screen, in an instant, turned black. There was a wail. Asterisk. What the hell? A broken signal at a critical moment? The program came out to get beat up. RNM, refund, money back. Nonetheless, there were many people who stayed in front of their screens, waiting for the signal to be restored, because they're all curious. Tonight, in this room, Sumu and Shin Bing, what exactly will happen? The camera slowly closes in and focuses on the Scarlet Queen's bedroom. Shin Bing looked around cautiously. This was the first time she had entered the Scarlet Queen's bedroom. This bedroom, it's amazingly large. It was hundreds of square meters. The lavish chandelier shed a scarlet glow. The velvet curtains fell thickly, shading the window from the. A huge, European-style bed with scarlet velvet sheets was placed in the center of the room. The head of the bed was carved with intricate floral patterns of mysterious obscurity. On the nightstand, there was a delicate silver candlestick with several burning red candles that swayed. Everything looked so luxurious and high-end. But Shin Bing's gaze was caught in the next second. A hand-painted picture hangs on the walls all around. The frame is made of solid gold and inlaid with precious stones. The contents of the painting, however, surprised Shin Bing. Surprisingly, it was a childlike scrawl. The graffiti, without exception, shows a girl and boy, in various scenes, doing different things. It's like taking notes, not to mention, the doodle is childish but chicly cute and cozy. It's also signed, The Scarlet Queen. What? Did the Scarlet Queen paint it? It was hard for Shin Bing to imagine that an S+ copy of the ultimate boss was actually so innocent and cute inside. That's too much of a contrast, isn't it? Those who don't know would think that this room is inhabited by a naive and kind-hearted, grown-up wrapped in love, with a heart full of love and true beauty of the noble princess. But even so, Shin Bing couldn't help but be shocked by the level of luxury. Shin Bing, as a housekeeper's assistant, had also visited the staff quarters today. Compared to the Scarlet Queen's luxurious bedroom, the staff quarters were a pigsty. Staff quarters are small, dark and damp, a dozen people crammed into a room, bunk beds with iron beds that creak. The bedding reeked of mold. On the walls, there were stains and cracks everywhere, not to mention the decorations, not even a decent table. The difference between the two is nothing short of cloudy. This also makes Shin Bing more deeply appreciate that Sumu is in this copy. The status of the supremacy. Sumu walked straight to the desk on one side of the room. The desk is also made of valuable mahogany. On the desktop, there was a neatly arranged pen and paper, and something that looks like a ledger. Sumu picked up a quill and dipped it in scarlet ink, started writing and drawing on a piece of parchment. It seems to be planning something. Shin Bing stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words. She hesitated, but asked softly, "Aren't you going to rest?" The voice was soft and tentative. Sumu looked up, and only then did he notice that Shin Bing had already taken off his jacket, wearing only a tight sweatshirt and a pair of sweatpants. It outlined her chiseled figure. The sweatshirt hugged her body tightly, her full breasts calling out. The slender waist was not too thin, and the slender legs were straight and strong. Long, dark hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from nervousness and there was a hint of unease in her eyes. This youthfulness and maturity between a girl and a woman intertwined to create a unique charm. It makes you want to stop. Feeling Sumu's straightforward gaze, Shin Bing's cheeks, slightly burned, she hastily averted her gaze, not daring to look again. Inside, however, it was like a deer in the headlights. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Calm was then restored. He said faintly, "No need, there's a bed and a couch, so you can just rest yourself." Sumu's tone was flat and no emotions could be heard. It was as if Shin Bing's beauty had no effect on him. As a matter of fact, Sumu really didn't have the heart to think about that. He ate many copies of the luxury food and his strength was greatly enhanced. Spirits were also unusually high, and there was no need for rest at all. What he was most concerned about right now was the side quest. Revitalize the Scarlet Tavern. The reward for the side quest, 1,000 points of trickster power, was too tempting. The main thing was that the power of absorbing 1,000 points of trickster power and advancing to the wild ghost level was something he could continue to use after returning to reality. And that means he's starting so much higher than anyone else. Perhaps one day, when he entered the copy again, he wouldn't have to rely on the identity card at all, and could push through the entire copy with his hard power alone, or not. So he had to find a way to accomplish this in less than 2 days. The replica can be closed in 2 days. By then, there's no way to even think about accomplishing the mission. He had to scramble. Chapter 20, Lolita? Scarlet Queen Yilinger. At this moment, Sumu's thoughts returned to the banquet hall of the Scarlet restaurant. He carefully recalled every detail of the tavern. Decoration style, table setting, lighting tone. Even the flavors of those dishes came to mind one by one. The richness of a high-hanging soup, the freshness of seafood sashimi, the pungent sweetness of a Bloody Mary. Each and every one of them hit his taste buds just right. All of this made Sumu feel affectionate and even surprised. Because of the style of this restaurant, the flavor of this food, it's amazing that it's all so much to his taste. It's almost as if they were made for him. Sumu frowned. It doesn't make sense. It was clear to him that there had to be a reason behind it, and the probability of this reason was related to Yilinger, the ex-girlfriend who, in his dreams, tortured him to death. Thinking of this, in Sumu's heart, complex emotions welled up, nostalgia, regret, and a touch of fear. But she's creepy. She's called the Scarlet Queen. He himself is now just a human being who has dipped into her light. In this instant, Sumu thought of something wrong. Right, how did I forget? I'm a human being, a living, breathing human being. Making me feel comfortable is the most abnormal thing about the Scarlet Tavern. The target clientele of this tavern are the horrible, the creepy without the slightest hint of humanity. Not humans. If you do the decoration and dishes exactly according to human aesthetics, human favorite style, that results in only one thing: collapse into bankruptcy. Do not lose even pants or not left. Our considered ex-girlfriend Yilinger, ancestral grave smoke. Good luck to burst. Sumu shook his head, knowing what the problem was. he began on the parchment, sketching out the new design. He was going to transform this Scarlet Tavern into a place that would truly attract the spooky, a place that reeks of blood, violence, and depravity, a pin-up place for the creeps to hang out. Dimly lit, Sumu looked extraordinarily focused. The quill, in her hand, glided quickly across the parchment. Sketch out a twisted pattern and write a detailed plan that is implemented to the root. He wanted to make this Scarlet Tavern completely different within 2 days. Sumu was completely immersed in his own world. Time passes by. It was only after a long time that Sumu noticed that Shinbing had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. Shinbing was lying on her side on the bed, her body slightly curled up, like an insecure baby. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Delicate face, illuminated by scarlet light. It looks extraordinarily soft. She was covered with only a thin blanket, revealing a white neck and delicate collarbone, and a pair of long, slender calves, against velvet sheets. Her skin appeared more delicate and smooth. Sumu also finished the last design drawing. He let out a long breath and rubbed his somewhat sore temples. The prolonged period of intense concentration had surprisingly caused him to feel a touch of fatigue from all the supplements he had taken. The corner of Sumu's mouth slightly raised. This girl, she's got a big heart, and she's not afraid of me doing something about it. But it's good. It saves having to go through the trouble of calming her down. Alas, the facade pretends to be more mature and strong. Still essentially a girl. 2. Sumu stood up and prepared to take a shower. Suddenly, a strong feeling of vertigo hit him. Sumu only felt as if his body's strength had been instantly drained. Muscles were sore, bones trembled, and even maintaining standing became incredibly difficult. He stumbled, his body falling backwards uncontrollably. Heavily, he fell onto the couch. The soft sofa didn't bring the slightest bit of comfort. Instead, it made Sumu feel as if he was stuck in a bottomless quagmire. The body was sinking and consciousness was fading. Sumu's consciousness gradually lapsed. The last of the sobriety was only a moment of speechlessness. He knew exactly what was coming next. The endless stream of love from ex-girlfriends. Sure enough, next, the familiar dream, once again, descends. Sumu's consciousness was forcibly pulled into a chaos, surrounded by endless darkness, thick as ink. In this darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Like 2 blood lanterns, they emitted a demonic light. Immediately after that, a small and graceful figure stepped out of the darkness. It's a little lowly. She wore a scarlet gothic gown, the hem of which was stained with flecks of blood, like it had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Demonic, exquisite. It was Sumu's ex-girlfriend, Yi Linger. Long hair like a waterfall fell over her shoulders. It covered half of his face. The half of his face that was exposed was as pale as paper and bloodless. But it is gorgeous. The features are perfect, like a handmade master a knife moment, carefully carved out of the porcelain doll. She took a step towards Sumu, the sound of her high heels hitting the ground. It stung in the silent darkness, but when she came to Sumu's front, she suddenly held her mouth and burst into tears. Sumu, you bad boy, you're so bad. Just know how to bully me. Woohoo! I just went out and got busy. I can't believe you just found another woman and let her sleep in our bed. What do you take me for? Yi Linger's voice was tinged with a crying tone and total aggravation. She bit her red lips and pressed herself in front of Sumu's chest, tilting her head and looking at Sumu with teary eyes. The lowly Yi Linger, aggrieved and defeated dog-like, made people look at it and couldn't help but raise a protective desire. It's so cute. The original beautiful face added a bit of cuteness. Who can top that? Here we go again. I knew it. Sumu's head was filled with black lines, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. As his own ex-girlfriend, Yi Linger of course also knew that a few behind her, Sumu's girlfriend. That's why every time Sumu entered Yi Linger's Scarlet restaurant after going to bed, he would be tortured by her. Gradually, he also ate up how to coax Yi Linger. At this moment, Yi Linger simply hugged Sumu, wiping her tears and snot onto Sumu's shirt, and rubbing her head back and forth from side to side. Who's the hot woman? What's her relationship to you? Do you love her more? Or do you love me more? Hurry up and say you love me more or I'll cry for you. Nope, crying already. Oh. Yi Linger came on even stronger. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Sumu hurriedly wrapped his arms around Yi Linger and softly explained, Linger, I don't have any relationship with her. Shinbing and I are just copy players who met by chance, merely remaining at the level of knowing each other's names. There's no way I'd do anything to wrong you. Besides, if I did do something, would you, the Scarlet Queen, not know about it? The only thing I carry in my heart is you, and I came to the Scarlet Tavern replica also for you. Scummy quotes, but Yi Linger, who has a royal lady body and a little girl mentality, eats this. Yi Linger's heart was relieved when she heard this. Really? More real than real money? Then give me a kiss. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he had to sacrifice his beauty again. Mua! After her cheeks were pecked, Yi Linger was greatly satisfied. The tear tracks on his face instantly disappeared, wrapping his arms around Sumu and shaking them continuously, smiling foolishly. Hey, I knew it, my Mumu is the best. Regarding the Scarlet Tavern, she, the Scarlet Queen, indeed knew everything, although he was indeed jealous when he knew that Sumu was taking care of Shinbing. But hearing that Sumu came to the copy just to look for herself, Yi Linger's jealousy instantly subsided for the most part. Sumu let out a light sigh. This woman can change her face faster than a book. But Sumu knew in his heart that if he really sent something with Shinbing, Yi Linger would definitely not let herself go so easily. She'll turn into the real Scarlet Queen and make herself as good as dead. Sumu has experienced this firsthand. It's also thanks to Sumu not having any thoughts about Shinbing, not having much contact. Have I not? Now, come to your copy? But where are you? Why didn't you show up? Yi Linger sniffed as she stretched out her pale fingers and pointed at her cheeks. See this scar? This is me, left behind to resist other weird invasions. It was then that Sumu noticed. There was a hideous scar on Yi Linger's left cheek that was covered by her long hair. It extends from the corners of your eyes to the corners of your mouth, ruined her otherwise perfect features. Sumu was shocked in his heart. Is everything okay, spirit? Yi Linger sensed that Sumu was concerned about herself. I can't tell you how happy I am. It's okay, just a little scratch. Afterwards, Yi Linger's finger traced up along the wound. Then the wound began to recover with the naked eye. For shenanigans of her caliber, this was nothing. But what kind of weirdness was it that could hurt Yi Linger? That was what Sumu was puzzled about. Yi Linger knew Sumu well enough to understand what was going on in his mind, so the explanation was given. The bizarre copies are coming down in full force, and it's having a big impact on our world in the bizarre realm. 2. There is unrest at the borders of an otherwise stable territory. Those damn guys, how dare they take the opportunity to invade my territory? I must go myself to quell the unrest. Yi Linger's voice and eyes both became stern at this moment. The murderous and frightening Scarlet Queen is her true form. It was just that in front of Sumu, she was used to the little girl act. But I'm almost done with it, if all goes well. Wait a day or so at the most and I'll be back in time. When that happens, we can continue what we didn't do last time. Yi Linger's tone suddenly became frivolous. She turned towards Sumu and threw a wink. The scarlet eyes flashed dangerously. Sumu's throat rolled as his mind recalled the last time he was in the dream world, the charming moment with Yi Linger. Before he could respond, he suddenly felt himself pinned down. Then the hand, too, was pulled over and held down on the overwhelmingly ferocious weapon. Little glutton, I knew you couldn't resist. Fart, I didn't do anything. You took my hand and put it there. And you're slandering me? You can't help it. Yi Linger licked her scarlet lips and revealed a bad smile. Quietly, the gothic red dress had surprisingly fallen aside. But well, seeing as you missed me so much, actually, it's possible now. Oh, consider it a reward. Lip to lip, dry wood meets fire. Chapter 21. A terrifying night. Tough to survive players. The moment her lips were about to meet, the dry fire was about to ignite. Sumu, however, violently pressed Yi Linger's restless fragrant shoulders. No, spirit, this is no time to indulge in tenderness. There's a crisis out there, and she's in danger herself. Yi Linger's scarlet eyes flashed with dismay, and were then colored with thick loss and aggression. She pouted slightly, like a child who didn't get candy. Why? Moo. There was resignation in his voice, as well as a deep sense of longing. It had been a long time since she had really touched him. Sumu's heart softened slightly, and his tone softened. Listen, you have more important things to do right now. When you're done with those invading scumbags, when you get back to the Scarlet Tavern, when the time comes, you can do whatever you want. He gently stroked her long, silky hair, soothing the scarlet kitten that looked fierce but was actually extremely insecure inside. Yi Linger blinked, and there seemed to be undried teardrops hanging on her long eyelashes. Loss was loss, but Sumu's words, she still listened to them. She knew the lesser of the two. What's more, Sumu's promise made the slightest bit of sweetness rise again in her heart. She re-wrapped her arms around Sumu, her head rubbing against his shoulder with a bit of a little girl's petulance. Humph, that's what you said. Oh, when I come back, you're going to make it up to me twice as much. Then, as if she had remembered something, her eyes instantly became wary and domineering. And you're not allowed to have any contact with another woman until I get back, especially that Shinbing. Hear that? She stood on her tiptoes and viciously gave him another kiss on the cheek, like an exclusive stamp, or else. Humph, the threat was unmistakable. Sumu smiled helplessly and once again planted a kiss on her forehead. Understood, my queen. Go and come back soon. I'll be waiting for you. Only then did Yi Linger nod in satisfaction, and the scarlet figure gradually became illusory. Moo, wait for me. The last murmur dissipated into the air and the dream disintegrated like a broken mirror. Sumu's eyes snapped open and his consciousness instantly returned to reality. A light, warm scent lingered at the tip of her nose, and a soft, comfortable couch was beneath her. Sumu let out a long breath. Fortunately, Linger was just caught up in trouble, not really having an accident or deliberately avoiding herself, as long as she's okay. However, the breath hadn't quite let up. A strange feeling made him instantly frown. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Lord Scarlet, as the nominal owner of this copy, Sumu had a special perception of everything in this restaurant. Right at this moment, he clearly saw uncountable ghostly shadows lurking in those narrow and gloomy corridors around the floor where the staff quarters were located. They exuded a rich, eerie power, and saliva dripped out along the corners of their mouths. With greed and resentment in their eyes, they were staring at those tightly closed staff dormitory room doors. Sumu was naturally clear about the rules of the night at the Scarlet restaurant. This was still what Yi Linger had personally set out to do in the first place. The reason for this is because some dishonest human beings don't sleep well and want to explore something good at night, making noise and making Sumu sleep badly. After the lights go out at 10 p.m., no clamoring, no opening doors, and no opening of eyes are allowed. Anyone who violates any of these rules will be considered a provocation to the Scarlet Tavern. All bizarre employees have the right to be dealt with. The so-called treatment, naturally, is to be bizarrely torn apart and devoured. Sumu's eyes were indifferent. He could even hear it coming from certain rooms, suppressed sobs of fear, but he had no intention of alerting or intervening. These people have nothing to do with themselves if they die or live. Sympathy is the cheapest and deadliest thing in this brutally creepy copy. Damn it, it's going to die eventually. It's their life. There was no talk all night. Or, for some, a night filled with silent screams and desperate struggles. As the first rays of blood-tinged morning light filtered through the cracks in the curtains, the hour will come. The hall of the Scarlet Tavern became lively once again. The surviving players, coming out of their respective rooms, gathered in the center of the hall. Everyone's face wore an unmistakable look of exhaustion and fear. In the meantime, on the Blue Star, the global livestream is on again. Countless pairs of eyes, through the cold screen, focused on this place of despair. However, almost subconsciously, the gazes of all the players, as well as the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, all coincidentally converged on a single figure. Sumu. He was coming down the stairs unsteadily. Unlike the players around him who had heavy dark circles under their eyes, were depressed and hadn't slept all night, Sumu looked refreshed and revitalized. There wasn't the slightest bit of fatigue on his face. His eyes were clear, his pace was steady, and there was even a hint of a faint smile, if any, at the corners of his mouth. What made countless male viewers and players almost bite their back teeth even more was yet to come. Shen Bing, that goddess who was as cold as an iceberg snow lotus in the eyes of countless people, was now following behind him step by step, though she had a bit of a blush on her face and was in good spirits. Asterisk. Got pinched live yesterday. Darn it, I must have missed something. The dog thief, Sumu, must have taken advantage of the situation. Piss me off. If I can sleep in a room with Goddess Shinbing, even if I live in a villa and drive a luxury car, I'm willing to do it. Upstairs, I've been on fire lately and my urine is yellow. Let me nourish and wake you up. The live stream pop-ups are still as amusing as ever. Sumu swept his gaze across the hall. He frowned slightly. There are a lot fewer people. There were at least 30 more players when they assembled yesterday. At a cursory glance now, there seemed to be less than 20 left. Knock. Just then, the ancient floor clock in the corner of the hall made a dull, long-lasting sound. The hour has come. An icy system beep sounded in the minds of all the surviving players, as well as in the global broadcast room. Almost simultaneously, Sunset Nation players, Alexander Kaiser is dead, and the tsunami apocalypse is upon us. Anime's player, Kim Min-jun is dead, and the poisonous mist plague has descended and spread. Dia State player, a series of death notifications. In the live broadcast, the area corresponding to the country was instantly flooded with wails and despair. Player death, a natural disaster. Once again, inside the hall of the Scarlet Tavern, the surviving players were even more ashen. Something has been knocking on my door. It's been knocking all night. I'm going crazy. Last night, I heard screams coming from the next room. Luckily, I held back and didn't look, cowering under the covers and not daring to go out. I'm sure the unlucky guy in the next room was eaten. Something creepy was forcibly trying to peel my eyes open last night. I almost couldn't resist opening them. They told each other about the horrors of last night. Each man wore a pair of heavy dark circles under his eyes and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. And then look at that Sumu standing in front of the crowd with his hands in his pockets, even in the mood for whistling. The strong contrast left the survivors with mixed feelings. And in the live broadcast room, Hanxia's viewers erupted into even more heated discussions and an inexplicable sense of superiority. Sushin is awesome. Look, this is the gap. Others are struggling at the gates of hell. but Sushin is lighthearted. With Sushin around, I have no worries in Hanxia. Cool. The visual impact and psychological superiority brought about by this strong contrast left countless Hanxia viewers wanting more. Sumu has become their new spiritual pillar. Of course, they were still curious, Sumu and Shinbing, whether anything happened last night or not. Chapter 22 The Restaurant. Stomach-turning perverted recipes. Inside the copy, the surviving players were similarly paying attention to Sumu. Each one had a complicated look in their eyes. No one dared to cast jealous, dissatisfied glances at Sumu or Shinbing by his side like they did yesterday, nor did he dare to say anything bad about Sumu anymore. What happened to those two in Pickle Country is still fresh in my mind. In this haunted place, no one could offend this man who seemed harmless, but was actually more terrifying than a severe ghost. I'm afraid I won't even know how to die if I'm targeted by him. Sumu ignored these people's trepidation. He looked around the room, his eyes eventually landing on a few corners in the shadows of the hall. The air twisted slightly at those points. All out. He spoke faintly. The words fell. The shadows squirmed. A blurred, distorted figure slowly seeped out of the darkness in the walls, under the floor, and from the ceiling. They come in all shapes and sizes and all wear uniformed work clothes. Creepy. The real employees of the Scarlet Tavern. They wordlessly gathered in front of Sumu and lowered their heads, submitting to the Sumu in front of them. Standing at the front of the room was a creepy butler in a tattered tuxedo, hunched over, with a pale face and deep-set eye sockets. Master, may I ask what your orders are? Sumu's gaze swept over the group of horribly formed henchmen. From today, Scarlet Tavern, change the rules, renovations, all adjustments, meals, all replaced, adding to the entertainment segment. Get some cleaner female shenanigans, the kind that can play the piano and dance to liven things up. I've written up a list of specific programs and plans, so you'll see for yourself later. The surviving players were not the only ones who were dumbfounded by this statement. Even the group of creeps was visibly stirring. For the first time, an emotion akin to embarrassment appeared on the creepy butler's ghastly white face. Master, I'm afraid that's not right, is it? Everything about the layout and rules of the tavern was constructed by Her Majesty herself. Unauthorized changes, if something goes wrong, affect the business of the restaurant. If Her Majesty is angry, it didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. No one can afford the wrath of the Scarlet Queen. Other shenanigans have stirred. They got used to everything here a long time ago and have their own comfort zone. Suddenly they have to change their style to some kind of entertainment and have to adjust their environment? It makes them feel intensely uneasy and resistant. Live streaming room screen. Meanwhile, in the global broadcast room, viewers from those countries that had just endured the pain of the natural disaster that had befallen them instantly found a vent. Ha ha ha, look at that. This Sumu is crazy. He thinks that just because he got an identity card of some Scarlet Lord, he really thinks he's a dish? Still trying to change the layout of the Scarlet Queen. Her Majesty is the ultimate terror of this copy. Piss her off. This Sumu is dead. Dead without a corpse. That's right. Sit back and wait for Sumu to be torn apart by the Queen. Let's see how arrogant the Han Xia people will still be then. The pop-ups were filled with gloating and vicious curses. This time, even the Han Xia audience, who had previously been in favor of Sumu, was quite silent. Many people were frowning and worried. Isn't this a bit too risky for Sushin? Yeah, the Scarlet Queen knows from her name that she's not to be messed with. In case she comes back and sees Sushin messing with her restaurant like this, it's too risky to change the base setting of a copy. Han Xia, a secret base somewhere. A group of big men with calm breaths were also staring intently at the screen. What to do? He's taking too much of a risk like that. The other Hanxia executives had the same thought in their hearts, and in the very center, the old man with white hair slowly spoke. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Perhaps Sumu has his own considerations. Keep watching. The lobby of the Scarlet Tavern. Sumu looked at the tangled-faced creepy butler, and the restless crowd of creepy, with no ripples on his face. Keep this up and the tavern will close sooner or later. What's the point of keeping a bunch of broken rules? Instead of waiting to be chastised by Her Majesty, or to be devoured by something else, it's better to let go. If anything goes wrong, I'll take it. Cutting to the chase, not to be trifled with. The powerful aura instantly suppressed all the weird restlessness. The creepy butler trembled. Its miserable face struggled for a moment, and in the end, it gritted its teeth and made up its mind. There is really no way out of this situation. Instead of rotting the hotel in your own hands, take a gamble. 2 points of scarlet light flickered in the deep-set eye sockets. It's the master, at your service. Very well. Sumu nodded his head. Everyone, start remodeling the tavern decorations according to the list I posted. Move at speed. Don't delay opening today. Next, throughout the Scarlet Tavern, the dozens of creeps that had gathered in the hall instantly moved. After confirming the list and drawings given by Sumu, the creeps' creepy power exploded as much as they could. All of them are trying their best to catch up with the progress. Sumu supervised while still commanding. Whoever that is over there, hang these C's, all of them, From the ceiling, the bronze mirrors are laid out around the perimeter, right in the center of the hall, converging on the trickster force. Gruesome eyes. The nails are crooked. That's right. Sumu's decoration arrangement is the true meaning of the Mostine Feng Shui Bureau. The great evil. Absolutely vicious. A downright nasty feng shui renovation. Fury, resentment, death, all the negative energies for humans were wildly induced and converged. The whole thing, as fast as it could be. It was only half an hour before and after. Creepy was different from humans, their abilities and also their physical qualities, naturally, were nothing to write home about. When it comes to work, one is more than 10 humans. When the dust settles, the hall of the Scarlet Tavern had completely changed its appearance. Creepy was different from humans, their abilities and also physical qualities, naturally, were nothing to write home about. When it comes to work, one is more than 10 humans. The ceiling, a huge pair of scissors, rusty and reeking of foreboding, hung directly below the load-bearing beams. The cold light flashed as if it would fall at any moment and cut off life. On the floor, a layer of red resentment, visible to the naked eye, filled the entire hall. Underneath, a long, thick, corpse oil-soaked iron nail was driven deep into the ground. Resentment rises. The surrounding walls, oil paintings and lacquered surfaces, were all replaced with a blood-covered, spinning eyeball. There were even countless ghosts and spirits that were forcibly detained by the weird butler, still floating endlessly in their halls, and from time to time, they also emitted mournful cries and wails. The players on the sidelines, as well as the viewers who were watching the live stream, had been shocked and confused. The whole environment, for humans, is depressing as hell. It is not the visual sensory fear, but the various Tuing feng shui layouts that make the human soul instinctively uncomfortable and difficult. The spectators were fine, while the players stood here. They could even feel their souls being torn and polluted by invisible forces. Each one of them had long been scared out of their wits, cowering in the corner and shivering, not even daring to take a breath. Just then, the creepy butler hunched over and came before Sumu once again. It held in its hands a menu tanned from human skin. The cover was a dark purple color with veins pulsing slightly. Master, I have drawn up the new recipe as you ordered. Please review it. Master, bend over 90 degrees and offer your hands. Sumu didn't pick it up right away. The players who were close by, as well as the billions of viewers peering through the ultra-high-definition live streams, only hurriedly scanned the text on the menu and the illustrations that accompanied it. Next, vomit. Many players couldn't control themselves on the spot and bent over to vomit furiously. In the live broadcast room, a piece of backward breath even resounded. All those who saw the contents of the menu instantly did a double take and their stomachs turned. Is this a ING recipe? Chapter 23, Pervert Recipes Popular. Open for business. Inside the menu, the words on it, scarlet and blinding. The illustrations that accompany them are extremely twisted and bizarre and dynamic. First course, live plucking out the marrow of the heart. The illustration shows a bizarre creature shaped like a spider, but with human arms for legs, tied to a special grill. Its chest cavity was cut open and a beating heart was exposed. Next to it, a small, delicate spoon was ready to scoop up the best marrow from the center of that heart. Description: the 1,000 hands of spider demons are selected for their centuries-old grudges, and their purest marrow is taken and plucked out of their bodies to be eaten. Each bite is the freshest despair and hatred. Second course, freshly cut chopped soul. Translucent souls, cut down by invisible sharp blades. The thin, cicada-like slices of soul emanated a tantalizing, ethereal light. Catch the newly dead ghosts with the deepest obsession. Lock their souls with secret methods, and let the diners cut them by their own hands, savoring the soul's innermost throbbing in fear. Third course, deep-fried dragon's tire. The illustrations are more direct. A single bizarre creature, not yet fully formed, with greenish-purple skin, tumbled in the boiling corpse oil, but their misshapen faces wore soothing, eerie smiles. Taking the dragon's fetus nurtured in the extreme inland, it is slowly fried in secret corpse oil, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique taste. The menu is filled with no less than dozens of dishes. Each and every one of them pushes the limits of human sanity and physiology. The players next to him, who had long since been facing like gold paper, vomited their bile out. They looked at Sumu's side face that was calmly flipping through the menu, and only felt a chill go straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Is this ING human? Meanwhile, the pop-ups had long since exploded in the global broadcast room. A portion of the audience, especially certain girl viewers with strange minds, actually made a different sound. Wow, it looks horrible, but then those creepy ingredients won't die, right? Yes. Just eat a part of it and still continue to live. Brother Sumu was so kind. Little fairy Yama-level Madonna, late but arriving. The other part of the audience, especially the male audience and rationalists who had experienced some storms, only felt their scalps numb and cold at the moment. Kindness? Gentle? Do I knock it in? It's ING cutting creepy like a leek. One crop after another. Never-ending torture. If it were me, I'd rather just die. This way of eating is 10,000 times worse than death. I take back what I said before. This isn't Big Brother. This is simply a living hell crawling out of the deepest part of hell. For the first time, I think it's pretty miserable to be a creep in a copy. The camera gives back copies. The creepy butler's hunched frame trembled slightly, and the corners of his ghastly white mouth twitched involuntarily twice. He was tempted to say, wasn't that a bit cruel? After all, it was a level of exaggeration that even they, the creeps, found exaggerated. But when the words came to its mouth, looking at Sumu's ancient face, it finally didn't dare to say a single word. This new owner, extremely evil. It's not just the housekeeper. In the hall, all the creeps on standby looked at Sumu with completely changed eyes. Before, they might have thought that this human was just lucky to have climbed onto the high branch of Her Majesty, and was a soft-eating little white boy, or got lucky and took control of the tavern for a while. But now, looking at the menu, which is so bizarre, and then associated with that just now can be described as ghostly work of art to the Yin Feng Shui layout, for the first time, these native creeps had a heartfelt fear of a human. This tactic, this ruthlessness, not to mention them, even if the legendary 10 Hades, who were in charge of the punishment of the netherworld, saw this harmless Sumu, I'm afraid they would have to give a thumbs up and give a heartfelt admiration. Good job. A reward. Right at this moment, above the door of the Scarlet Tavern, a wind chime made up of ghastly white human bones and rusty iron chains automatically moved without wind, emitting a clear and eerie ringing sound. Opening time. It's here. Squeaky. The mahogany doors of the tavern slowly opened to both sides. A chilly aura, so thick that it couldn't be melted, poured in through the door. Inside the hall, the remodeled environment was even more eerie at the moment. Hundreds of giant scissors hanging from the ceiling flashed with cold light. The ground was filled with red resentment that sought out everything that moved and wrapped around it. The countless rotating eyeballs on the walls also looked at the door in unison. The ghosts and spirits floating around let out even more mournful howls, praying for salvation. The entire interior of the restaurant, the light was bright red and dim, barely able to see, as if the air was colored with blood. The hall was filled with a strong smell of blood, decay, and a sinister aura that made Creepy feel incredibly comfortable and excited. Soon, several figures slowly walked in from the darkness outside the door. Some were like a flowing mess with pustules constantly rising from their bodies. Some are as tall and thin as bamboo poles, with limbs bent in reverse like spiders. Another, a huge head floating in mid-air, its face covered in stitches, 7 or 8 eyes of varying sizes swiveling in terror. These bizarre guests, as soon as they stepped into the hall of the Scarlet restaurant, first, there was a flush of color. They felt the negative energy that was so thick here that it was extreme, the kind of coldness and malice that went deep into their bones. The ferocity of this place had gone beyond their usual area of activity, reaching a level that made them all feel frightened. However, the wince lasted less than a second. Next moment, all of the creepy guests who had come and let out contented and soothing sighs in unison. Hiss, oh, Sakichi, cozy. For humans, it's a hell of depressing despair, but for Creepy, this extreme dark horror chaos and negative energy is heaven. Just like humans like sunny days and birdsong, weird aesthetics and preferences. Quite the opposite. The more horrific, the more eerie, the more filled with the smell of death and despair, the more comfortable and pleasurable it is for them. Standing in this hall, they just felt every cell in their body cheering. The hostility and irritation that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to have been unblocked in this rich fury chi. Ooh, old Zhang really didn't lie to me. A rotten form of creepy, gurgling sound. This Scarlet Tavern. The decoration is actually so charged. Yeah, the creepy one in spider form next to him chimed in with a shrill voice. I've been here a few times before. It's dead and uninspiring. Today this feels like it's off the charts. This environment, love, love, love. The large floating head with a few eyes darted around excitedly. It feels like I can refine my strength by staying here for a day. Cut the crap and get a seat. The sign posted on the door says it's got a new menu, so hurry up and try it. A few of the creepy guests exchanged excited words and casually found a seat near the corner. They completely ignored the human players who were cowering in the corners, trembling in fear. In their eyes, these weak humans were probably no different than the decorations in a restaurant. The large floating head was clearly in an extremely good mood, and it beckoned to a creepy waiter not far away who was in charge of the order. It had no hands, so it could only shake its head. Order! Soon, the few players who were in charge of that area were then forced by the creepy butler with a glare. Their ID tags are all waitresses. At the head of the group was a young man in his early 20s, his face pale and his legs trembling, almost moving over. He held a pen and paper in his hand, his voice shaking beyond recognition. Guest you, what do you need to order? The large head seemed to enjoy this human fear as it cracked its suture-covered mouth into a hideous grin. Serve me one of your signature, fresh-cut soul chop. Here, remember, it has to be alive. I'm going to do the slicing myself. Yes, The young player shivered and took note, turning around and leaving almost as if he was running away. Not for a while. That young player, along with 2 other players who were also scared out of their wits, the 3 of them combined their efforts and carried a large silver tray. Trembling. On the tray, there was no delicate dish. Instead, it was a bizarre soul bound by some kind of translucent energy that was constantly struggling. The weird soul looked extremely agonized and fearful, causing its body to appear and disappear as well. This is exactly the ingredient of the fresh-cut soul chop on the menu. However, when that big floating head guest saw the scene, the excited expression on its face instantly froze. Next, asshole! A deafening roar exploded violently through the hall. Boom! Terrifying waves of bizarre force spread out in all directions with the large head as the center. Its already gigantic head instantly swelled by a circle. The stitches on his face crumbled at the roots, revealing even more gruesome bloody tissue underneath. 7 or 8 eyes became scarlet at the same time, staring deathly at the 3 human players who were paralyzed with fear. A terrifying pressure descended like substance. Ghost General, is this your Scarlet Tavern's hospitality? Should I let the old man do the chopping? The big head is weird and incredibly angry. The killing intent was evident. It doesn't have hands. What are you eating? Chapter 24, Hot for Business. The 3 young players who were responsible for serving the food were the first to bear the brunt. Their already pale faces instantly turned blue and purple, and they looked like they were about to be scattered under the terrifying pressure. The pop-up started rolling in the global broadcast room as well. It's finished. This big-headed monster is going to kill someone. Where's Big Brother Sumu? Quickly think of something. What's the deal here? A fight? If we win, will the restaurant still be open? The first business will be ruined. In the service industry, the customer is God. Although this God is a bit scary. Just in the nick of time, a figure, unhurriedly, stepped out from behind the bar. It was none other than Sumu. The corner of his mouth sketched out a faint smile. The terrifying pressure in front of him, which was enough to tear apart the souls of ordinary humans, was nothing more than a breeze to him. He didn't even look at the furious, large-headed creepy, just to the surging ink-colored trickster power. A flick of the hand. Thumbs up, a soft thud. The terrifying weird power pressure that was enough to kill an ordinary player instantly curled up and dispersed. The whole hall, dead silent, all eyes, whether it was the human players, or those weird guests in various forms, or even the weird butler who stood in the shadows and had been silently observing, all focused on Sumu at this moment. The large, furious, bizarre head, the grim expression on its face froze instantly. Its 7 or 8 scarlet eyes stared at Sumu with deadly intensity, its pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. How is that possible? It's a Ghost General. Although it wasn't top tier, it was still considered a strong party in this area. This harmless, even somewhat skinny-looking young human actually defused it so gently? He didn't even have a trace of the trickster power fluctuation. What the kind of monster is this? The big head bizarre, completely froze in place. Just now the destructive aura instantly shriveled up, leaving only endless shock and disbelief. Not just it, the bizarre employees inside and outside the restaurant and those bizarre guests who had just come in were also in an uproar at this moment, though they vocalize in a myriad of ways. That shock is shared. Those creepy employees, especially the creepy housekeeper, looked at Sumu's back with complicated eyes. Although they were previously intimidated by the Scarlet Queen's residual power and Sumu's thunderous tactics when he remodeled the restaurant, and treated him with superficial respect, they were still more or less contemptuous in their hearts. After all, it's just a human. Maybe some smarts, maybe got lucky and got some authorization from the Queen. But now it seemed that the strength of the human himself was feared to be far beyond their imagination. He is by no means just a title. The reaction of the newer, weirder guests was even more immediate. They passed each other streams of information that only Creepy could understand, full of wonder and uncertainty. Hiss, this human is so strong. Hasn't the Scarlet Queen been gone for a long time? I thought there weren't many experts sitting around here anymore. Damn. I was almost fooled by the old king, saying something about this place being soft right now. This is definitely a backhand left behind by the Scarlet Queen. A human? Humph. It must be some sort of disguise. No wonder it dared to reopen with such fanfare and commotion. For a moment, the eyes of all the creepy guests looking at Sumu changed. From indifference in the beginning, to horror now. A human who could hold down the fort in a place like this was definitely not simple. The viewers on the live stream went crazy with talk as well. Holy, what just happened? Special effects? One wave of Sumu's big brother's hand and the Ghost General's aura is gone? What kind of divine operation is this? Wait, the problem isn't solved yet. That big-headed monster is just stunned, and the food hasn't even been eaten yet. Right, do we want Big Brother Sumu to use force to suppress it all the time? How can this restaurant continue? The reputation is going to blow up. This is the first guest. If we don't entertain them well, What will the guests behind us think? Will it start a chain reaction? The time to test Sumu's emotional intelligence has arrived. With all eyes watching, Sumu finally turned around and looked at the large-headed creepy who was still in a state of confusion. He still had that gentle smile on his face. This guest, I'm so sorry. It was our server who didn't explain things clearly and gave you a bad experience. He started with an unsolicited apology and a low gesture. The big head froze weirdly and didn't react for a moment. Sumu continued to explain in a warm voice. This, fresh-cut soul chop, is all about the word fresh, and a hands-on fun. You see, this soul has been bound by a special technique that, while painful to look at, maximizes its freshness. As for how to enjoy, Sumu smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand. Buzz, a trace of faintly unnoticeable, but incomparably pure guile power flowed through his fingertips. A sharp silver dinner knife and fork on a nearby cutlery cart floated up of its own accord, falling steadily into his trickster grip. You don't have hands, but you can manipulate the cutlery with your power. The trickster power. Like this. The words were not yet spoken. He flicked his wrist. The silver-colored dinner knife that was wrapped in trick power drew an elegant and icy arc. Fast, precise, tough, pussed. The blade sliced with precision into the bizarre soul that was bound. Dash. A miserable scream that was mournful to the extreme suddenly rang out. The bizarre soul twisted and struggled violently, its agonized hiss echoing in every corner of the hall. Sumu's face did not change, and the knife and fork in his hands were flowing, cutting, separate. His left hand was behind his back and the fingertips of his right hand danced. Each slash was accompanied by the soul's heart-rending howl. If souls had color, you could definitely see red splashes of juice. Sumu was like a concert conductor at the moment. The scene was brutal to the core, bloody to the extreme, but it was so pleasing to the eyes of the creeps. That big head was bizarre. From the initial shock, to bewilderment, to watching Sumu's elegant and cruel movements, and the wonderful screams that rang out along with Sumu's movements, its 7 or 8 eyes gradually brightened. It's getting brighter. Unspeakable excitement and frenzy. Can it still be like this? Manipulate a knife and fork with trickster powers and cut through living souls yourself? Listening to its screams, watching its struggles, savoring its freshest pain? That's a godlike idea. So cruel. Ugh, so artful. Such a delightful way to eat. Why didn't I think of that before? Wonderful. Big Head Creepy couldn't hold back any longer and let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration, looking at Sumu with eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Genius idea. Seeing this scene, the other creepy guests who heard the commotion, where could they hold back? The ferocious, cruel instincts that lurked within Creepy's body were instantly and completely aroused. Roar! Give me a fresh-cut soul chopper as well. I'll cut it myself too. A bizarre with pus-covered body slapped the table and roared. And me too, alive. The more pain the better. That spider form screamed eerily. Deep-fried dragon's fetus, live plucking out the marrow of the heart. Give me all of them. I'm going to have a good time today. Hurry up. Where's the waiter? For a while, the sound of ordering was heard. The atmosphere of the entire Scarlet Tavern instantly changed from the previous frightening and depressing to frenzied and manic. The young players looked dumbfounded, having been scared half to death a moment ago, but now they were surrounded by a group of excited creeps urging for orders. However, just as this frenzy was peaking, Sumu, however, gently put down the knife and fork in his hand. The soul that had been cut in a small half was still screaming on the tray. Pop! Snap! He clapped his hands softly, drawing all the spooky attention. The same gentle smile remained on his face, but the way everyone looked at him obviously changed. Guests, be at ease. He looked around at the creeps who had become so excited by the food that his voice carried clearly across the room. Dinner, it's just an appetizer for our Scarlet Tavern tonight. The real excitement is yet to come. Chapter 25 Revealing Program. Perfect curtain call. As Sumu's words fell, the entire Scarlet restaurant fell into a short period of dead silence. The creeps, who had just been reveling in the ecstasy of cutting their souls themselves, stopped what they were doing. The excited shouting of singles, too, came to an abrupt end. Doubtful, unintelligible, and the anticipation of being wedded to a higher level. An appetizer? That extreme cruelty and pleasure just now was just an appetizer? Quite a lot of weird that inhuman eyeballs turned to look at Sumu. What else did this human, no, this genius of a being, have in store? Eating had already made them experience excitement like never before. What could be better than tearing a soul apart with your own hands? But no one questioned it. Sumu's amazing operation just now had completely convinced them. They instinctively sensed that the seemingly mild-mannered manager of the tavern had something crazier than Hades in his head. Their pupils flashed with bloodthirsty excitement. Just then, ta, 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 the sound of crisp footsteps came abruptly from the entrance of the tavern. The voice was not loud, but it was like it carried some kind of strange magic that instantly grabbed everyone's and Creepy's attention, regardless of the players who are still shivering in the back room, or the billions of wide-eyed viewers in the global broadcast room. All eyes, in unison, turned to the entrance that was shrouded in shadow. There, what's coming in? Ta-ta-ta. The footsteps were getting closer and clearer. Finally, two figures slowly stepped into the crowd's bizarre line of sight. Hiss! Even those bizarre ones who were used to seeing all sorts of twisted and horrifying scenes felt a strong visual impact at this moment. Explicit. It's too revealing. Only to see that at the entrance of the restaurant, two skeletons with glistening white bodies, as if they were carved out of the finest sheep fat jade, were walking with elegant and bizarre steps. The lines of their bones were smooth and perfect, and every bone exuded a soft, white luster, as if they were the finest works of art in the world. On her face, a very thin black veil covered her hollow eyes and jawbone, but added a bit of mystery and seduction. Real revealing. All the creepy eyes went straight, not out of fear, but out of an unspeakable, twisted aesthetic shock. Before the creeps could recover from the awesomeness, the melodious and eerie sound of music sounded eerily. Behind the two white jade skeletons, more figures were revealed. A drowned female ghost with her tongue dragging on the ground, her long hair dripping wetly with black water, and her face swollen and green, held a lute in her arms, her fingertips plucking and emitting whimpering strings. After that, the grudge spirit, whose entire body was wrapped in dirty, bloodied bandages, revealing only one spiteful eye, played a white bone flute with a shrill, mournful sound. There are also zombie girls in Qing Dynasty zombie official uniforms with greenish-black faces and sharp nails, beating a small drum covered in unknown leather. Behind them were, stretching their long necks, floating in mid-air, with twisted limbs, all sorts of female creeps in various forms, but all of them, without exception, exuding a strong inchi and resentment. They played the piano and the music, swayed and danced in a strange and inexplicably intriguing way. The entire Scarlet Tavern was instantly enveloped by an eerie and weird, yet incomparably lively atmosphere. A feast from hell is kicking off. Shen Bing and a few other surviving players, in the corner, watched the scene in front of them, only to feel that their worldview was being repeatedly rubbed on the ground by Sumu. What the is going on here? Not a horror copy? Isn't it going to die any minute? How did this turn into a spooky event party? Looking at Sumu, who was standing in the middle of the field, still wearing a gentle smile on his face, with everything under control, their minds only went blank. No, big brother. And no one told us that horror games could be played like you? In the meantime, the pop-ups in the global broadcast room went completely insane. Real explicit, bare bones, really explicit in the physical sense. So God is awesome. Voice breaking, asterisk 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 asterisk. What do I see? An alabaster skeleton? And a ing veil? I actually think it's kind of nice. Am I crazy? Don't be afraid of the front. I also think those two skeleton frames are a bit top. Mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the livestream. This is a ing horror copy? This is art. Art from hell. That music, that dancing, even though we know it's a ghost, the atmosphere pulls it all together. What kind of brain circuit is Sumu? He's playing a horror replica into running plus a nurturing plus entertainment venue? The pop-ups rolled like crazy and the heat exploded again. Inside the tavern, the creepy guests had been completely captivated by the sudden performance. They watched with fascination as the alabaster skeletons danced gracefully, listening with their ears to the woozy sounds from the dead, and gently swayed his twisted body to the eerie rhythm. The desire to kill that was previously agitated by the freshly cut soul chopper was now replaced by a more bizarre sense of fulfillment. A full meal with an after party? This Scarlet Tavern is a paradise of weirdness. They say show and tell, and mankind sure knows how to enjoy it after all. A fresh dish was served to the tables of the various creepy guests. Enjoy the food while enjoying the program arranged by Sumu. I don't know how long it took for the music to die down and the dancing to stop. The spooky guests couldn't get enough. The noon grounds are open for business and are coming to a close. They rise up and leave with a sense of satisfaction and anticipation they have never known before. The Scarlet Tavern left an indelible impression in their hearts. Good reviews are all over the place. Word of mouth blew up. In the midst of the departing shenanigans, the large head shenanigans that had previously ordered fresh cut soul chopper purposely stopped in front of Sumu. Its 7 or 8 eyes turned at the same time, staring at Sumu with an almost fanatical adoration. Boss, I'm very pleased with today. Next time, I'll be sure to bring my best buddy, to show you a good time. Next to it, an even larger figure, almost shrouded in shadows and bizarre, also let out a low hum. Fun show, fun food, Scarlet Tavern. We'll be back. Ha ha ha. Boss, I'll go back and help publicize your restaurant as well. The smile on Sumu's face remained unchanged, and he slightly arched his hand at them. His posture was not humble. Greetings to you all, honored guests, once again. Witnessing the last of the creepy guests disappearing contentedly into the shadows of the tavern's entrance, the hall of the Scarlet Tavern once again returned to temporary silence. But everyone knows that this is just the beginning. A great show that was set off by Sumu himself, subverting everyone and their bizarre perceptions, had only just drawn the curtain. Truly wonderful. It's still back there. Chapter 26, Hot Opening. Wildly earning guile coins. Finish the mission. The pop-ups on the global live broadcast had split into two extremes at this moment. This Sumu was simply heartless, using the soul as a dish, and putting on this kind of netherworld show. 3 views are shattered to pieces. Exactly. What's the difference between that and those cannibalistic creeps? There's not a shred of empathy. Upstairs, the sanctimonious whore gets out of the way. This is a horror copy. Surviving is the hard way. What's wrong with Sumu making money with his skills and deterring the creepy with his skills? That's right. Do you have to cry and then get bizarrely ripped to shreds like all those other dumbasses to call it trippy? Funny. It's over if Sushin is powerful. Whatever means he has, being able to live and win is the king. I actually felt a little good watching those creeps get cured. Am I hopeless too? The pop-up heat is unprecedented. However, within the Scarlet Tavern, no one cared about the clamor of the outside world at the moment. The creepy butler was leading several creepy waiters, with trembling hands, in counting the creepy coins scattered on the table. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The old butler's hoarse voice carried an incredulous tremor. The abacus next to him was bizarre. 10 withered, bony fingers crackling on the abacus beads, so fast that they almost appeared as stumps. Eventually, the numbers were summarized in front of the old steward. It took a deep, almost non-existent breath, and its ghostly pupils contracted violently. Lord, Master, the old butler turned to Sumu, his voice so dry that it felt like it was about to crack. The red mass in his eyes, however, wavered. He's excited. Our revenue at noon today is more than 10 times yesterday's total one-day turnover. 10 times. This number. What concept? It should be known that although the Scarlet Tavern used to receive the bazaar, its business was dismal, and the daily income was only enough to barely maintain the basic operation of this murderous mansion. Counting the time it took Sumu to remodel the entire hotel today, how long has it been? Half a day. Only half a day. Just generating such horrible revenue. Right at this moment, an ice-cold electronic voice suddenly sounded in Sumu's mind. Ding! Player Sumu completed the hidden quest, increased turnover, significantly boosting Scarlet Tavern's single-day turnover and improving its reputation among creepy diners. Scarlet Restaurant's daily turnover increased by 50 times. Degree of completion, SSS, well above expectations. Mission reward, Ghost Emperor's surrender. Ghost Emperor descending body. After using it, within 10 minutes, you can temporarily gain the power of the Ghost Emperor level, which is enough to deter the curmudgeons and reverse the critical situation, and at the end of the duration, you can absorb 1/10,000th of the residual trickster power, and there is a 12-hour cooldown after using it. There are huge fluctuations in the energy, and it may attract unpredictable existences. At the same time, his personal panel was quietly updated. Player, Sumu. Current position, Lord of Scarlet, awarded by the Scarlet Queen herself. Position privilege, in the Scarlet Tavern, invincible under the Ghost Emperor realm. Current task, daily counting of the restaurant's accounts and enjoying a life of luxury. Positional ability, can drive all people in the tavern, including but not limited to creepy and players, and can change and replace identity tags. Trickster power level, unlocked after passing the copy. Skill, Ghost Emperor surrender. Items, none. Special status, multiple nightmare curse, entangled with ex-girlfriend's grudges. Copy of Root Force, randomly triggered side quests. The trickster power level attribute on the panel is a question mark, but the rewards for this mission are great. The newly acquired skill, Ghost Emperor descending body, was absolutely perverse. The key to the Ghost Emperor's level of power was that after it was used up, it could still be absorbed by Sumu by 1/10,000th. Although it didn't seem like much, it was definitely also faster than Sumu eating food one after the other and raising his shenanigans. The old housekeeper looked at Sumu, the awe in his eyes almost turning into substance. This young human was scarier than any creep it had ever seen. Not just strength, but savvy, knowledge, and decisiveness. It has been deeply impressed. The creepy player bent down deeply, his posture humble to a fault. Master, what should we do next? Sumu's gaze swept across the hall and smiled blandly. He looked to the creepy butler. You go, take a couple of able fellows and replenish some fresh ingredients. Remember, the best. The creepy butler curtsied respectfully. Understood, my lord. Then the creepy butler took 2 tall employees with him and left the Scarlet Tavern. Wait for the creepy butler to leave. Sumu again turned his gaze to Shen Bing and the others in the corner. His expression still mild, but the next words made those surviving players fall like ice. Shen Bing, take a few of them and clean up the hall. Those honored guests are more involved in their dining. I don't want to see any bit of dust or debris. Sumu pointed to the mess all over the ground. Coagulated black bloodstains, scattered bone fragments, and some writhing, unidentified goo. The faces of those players from hostile countries instantly turned pale, then from white to green, and finally turned into a kind of humiliating sauce. Cleaning? Let them clean these things? These things that are a billion times dirtier than the sewer? they saw those creepy waiters next to them, each staring at the leftovers on the table and on the floor with longing in their eyes and a strange sound of ho-ho in their throats, itching to pounce on them and lick them clean immediately. On what grounds? What's to stop these creeps who are supposed to eat these things from doing it? And yet they have to let them, living and breathing, touch these frightening and disgusting misunderstandings? We're players. We're the human elite. Do you really think we're cattle to be driven around at will? Anger and humiliation churned in their chests, almost exploding. However, they looked at Sumu's calm, wave-free eyes. All the dissatisfaction and anger stuck dead in his throat and turned into a fear that went deep into his bones. They wouldn't dare. Not daring to show the slightest hint of resistance, not even a drop of discontent. What if we piss this demon off? The end? Definitely more miserable than being torn apart on the spot by those weird diners. Humiliated, stifled, but only to be obeyed. This is the suppression of identity and the sorrow of the weak. Sumu found a place to sit down and waited quietly. There's another big show in the evening. He needs to prepare properly. After almost half an hour. Just then, boo! The heavy mahogany door of the tavern was slammed open from the outside. A tall creepy who had just followed the creepy butler out to purchase ingredients was now rushing in with a roll. Wolverine! Half of it was gone, and the one remaining I was filled with extreme panic. No, it's not good. Master, something's wrong. Chapter 27, Bone Loss Villa. Sumu's original figure that was lazily leaning back in his chair was slightly corrected. His calm, deep eyes landed on the injured and bizarre body, and his brows subconsciously frowned lightly. What the hell? Fixing his eyes on the tall, bizarre, crippled form that had rushed to him, miserable as hell. Only half of its supposedly solid torso remained, marked by visibly tiny sharp teeth gnawing at it, and large chunks of shadowy substance peeled off to reveal the morose, twisted skeleton beneath it. Black, fishy pus, dripping continuously down its mutilated half, smashed on the red marble floor of the Scarlet Tavern. It was a nourishing sound, corroding a tiny pit. What was even more alarming was that the bizarre power around it was escaping at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and its entire body was just like a leaky ball of skin, its breath weakening rapidly. The only remaining one eye, cloudy and huge, was now glaring almost cracked, filled with extreme panic and despair. Master, help, help, out big. It fell to its knees and wailed intermittently. At this moment, the other creepy employees, too, were in shock. Other than that, it's definitely not weak to be able to follow a housekeeper out to purchase ingredients. But to actually end up like this? Sumu stood up, his face sinking slightly. What happened? The voice fell, instantly silencing the eerie wailing and the vague commotion around it. The injured weird looked like it had found its backbone, bracing itself for the last of its breath and hissing sharply. It's the guy from the Bone Eater Inn. Lord Steward took us to procure fresh ingredients, and on our way back we were intercepted by the owner of the Eroded Bone Inn, the Eroded Bone Wolf King, the Eclipse Inn, Ebonized Wolf King. The bizarre employees in the restaurant all had obvious scorn on their faces. The Bone Eroding Inn was the culprit that had joined forces with the Dead Moon Villa to suppress the Scarlet Red restaurant, but they could be even more difficult to deal with than the Dead Moon Mountain Villa, simply from the comparison of the number of people in terms of high-end combat power. The Eroded Bone Inn had even more than double the number of people than the Dead Moon Villa. The injured tall creepy cried out. His one eye was filled with blood, and blood tears kept falling as he was filled with grief and anger. They've called in all their men, and there's a lot of them. It's considered the Ebonized Wolf King, and there are enough two Ghost Kings of the same level as Lord Steward. The most hateful thing is that they let me back in on purpose. They take pleasure in tormenting Lord Butler and San, and have been humiliating us. Its voice was tinged with sobs, and the fear and desperation in its eyes was palpable. The Bone Eater Villa. There are enough two Ghost Kings. Add to that the bizarre ones that the Eroded Bone Inn was originally known for their ferocity. The housekeeper, this time, is afraid that it's going to be a disaster. What else did you say? To cut off all of our Scarlet restaurant's supply of ingredients. To cut off our way of life. To exterminate our restaurant. And even. It stole a glance at Sumu, hesitantly not daring to say anything. Sumu's eyes went cold. Speak. They also said that when the queen returns, they will capture her to be their boss's concubine. Bang! The seat behind Sumu was instantly shattered. He didn't say a word, but his fists were clenched. Those other players who were forced to clean up were unable to help but gloat in their hearts. They didn't dare to show it explicitly, but eye contact was still possible. See, here comes retribution. This Sumu. They were treated like slaves by the little authority they had over them. It's okay now. Even the best steward under him is going to be planted. You've messed with so many powerful shenanigans, and you want to spend your days in peace in this horrible copy? Dreaming. See what he does next. Better yet, even he himself had been torn apart by those horrible shenanigans along with him. At the same time, the pop-ups on the global broadcast instantly exploded. Two Ghost Kings? The creepy butler is also strong. But this is big trouble. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Let that Han Xia kid be arrogant. Now he's dumbfounded. That's right. Sit back and wait for him and the Scarlet Tavern to be razed to the ground by the eroded bone-in. Alas, although the Scarlet Lord's authority is strong, it's also limited to within the restaurant. I'm afraid Sumu will have a hard time solving this problem, but there's no shortage of people with brains to analyze it. Sumu only needs to cower in the tavern. With the Scarlet Lord's privilege, the eroded bone-in shouldn't be able to do anything to help him, and there's no problem with self-preservation. That's right, he'll definitely choose to protect himself. Sacrificing that butler is a given. It's just an NPC creep after all. It's a shame. I was counting on him to keep screwing up. Looks like this copy is going to end early. Most of Hansha's viewers thought that Sumu's wisest choice was to solidly defend himself with the invincible authority of the tavern and give up on the rescue. After all, it was too risky to go against two ghost kings of the same level and a group of ferocious creeps for the sake of a creepy butler who could betray at any time. However, just when everyone thought that Sumu would choose to retreat and choose to be clear, only Sumu was seen slowly walking towards the front door of the restaurant. The expression on his face remained calm, but those eyes suddenly became much more frightening. With a cold light flashing, icy cold killing intent began to permeate around him. He scanned the few remaining creepy employees in the hall, his voice cold. Gather all hands, come with me and bring the men back. By the way, exterminate the scum of the bone-eroding villa. What? The moment these words came out, not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded, even the few remaining bizarre employees in the restaurant instantly froze in place. Their cloudy eyes stared in disbelief at Sumu. To save the butler? Did they hear right? This human, this newly appointed Scarlet Lord was actually going to harden the eroded bone-in and take them with you? An extremely complex emotion welled up in these bizarre hearts. Surprise, dismay, then inexplicable emotion. Yes, they were afraid of Sumu, in awe of his power and position. But this is more of a rule and strength-based suppression. In their deep-rooted cognition, human players and replica shenanigans were, after all, two worlds, two parallel lines. Once the copy is over, or the player leaves, they are strangers to each other, and may even be enemies in life and death. There was absolutely no need for Sumu to take such a huge risk for the sake of a creepy butler. Sacrificing a subordinate to preserve himself was the choice that best served his interests as a player. But what do they hear now? This human, this player, was actually going to save their companions? To challenge the two Ghost Kings and the Bone Eater in? This is unbelievable. Whether it will work or not, they don't know. This heart alone, this boldness, had already caused these creeps, accustomed to indifference and betrayal, to feel an unprecedented shock and movement. It even caused their overall stereotype of humans to change. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. All of the bizarre employees stood frozen in place, their gazes focusing on Sumu with complexity, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock. Looking at their stagnant appearance, Sumu's brows once again wrinkled slightly as a trace of impatience swept through his eyes. What? You guys don't want to go? Or are you guys scared? Chapter 28, Kill the Past. Icy cold killing intent instantly swept through the entire hall of the Scarlet Tavern. Those bizarre employees who were still a bit bewildered and shocked suddenly shivered with excitement. A hunched, creepy man in a waiter's uniform looked back and took a shaky step forward. Master, are you serious? You're going to harden the eroded bone-in and the Dead Moon Villa? The other butcher followed suit, his tone urgent. Master, no, the owner of the bone-eroding inn, ferocious as hell, is said to be a half-step ghost emperor already, and could break through at any time. That Ghost King fighter under him used to be a ferocious and renowned existence in our area, all of which were suppressed and subdued by him, plus the already elite weirdness of their etched bone-in. This number of us, these strengths, going over there is just shooting ourselves in the foot. Chef Guile, too, came forward to persuade Sumu. Why don't we wait until Lord Scarlet Queen returns? The queen is so powerful that she will be able to avenge the butler's death. They are truly afraid. Both the bone-eroding inn and the Dead Moon Villa had accumulated power for a long time, and their ferocious reputation was one of the most terrifying forces in this region. In their view, Sumu's fixation on the restaurant was the only way to survive. Out, that's a death sentence. However, upon hearing these dissuasions, the look of impatience on Sumu's face intensified. He flung his sleeve robe violently, and trickster power surged forth. It shook the entire hall with a humming sound, and even the scarlet lines on the walls seemed to come to life. Twisting and turning, icy gazes swept over each of the shivering, creepy employees. Waiting for the queen to return? The yellow flowers are cold. The butler was ambushed by those scumbags in order to procure the ingredients needed to run the tavern. Without a supply of ingredients, how can we open Scarlet Restaurant? How can it operate on? Are you going to stand by and watch your own brothers being abused and killed outside, without even being able to collect their bones? Sumu, at this moment, also had an obvious anger on his face. Are you going to wait until the queen comes back and see a halted and dilapidated tavern, to let her know that her housekeeper, her staff, have been slaughtered like chickens in the time she's been gone, while all of the rest of us have cowered here and done nothing? You guys tell me. Sumu fiercely stepped forward, and an invisible pressure erupted, making all the shenanigans feel as if they were being pressed by a huge mountain, making it difficult to breathe and trembling. Haven't you guys been bullied enough by the gang of scumbags from the Bone Eroding Inn? Haven't you been crushed, plundered, and humiliated by them long enough? Look at yourselves as losers. I, a human, am not even afraid. You creeps who have lived for an unknown number of years, but instead, you're cowering and being greedy here? Where is your ferocity? Where is your hostility? Are they all eaten by dogs? Sumu's words were like a sharp knife with a sharp edge. It unceremoniously ripped away the cowardice within them. It left them all with their heads bowed in shame. Now, and those who are still bloodthirsty, those who still recognize their tavern brothers, those who still want to stand up straight and live, just with me, kill out, bring back the butler and San. By the way, step on that bull bone eater in. A remark that instantly ignited the long pent-up resentment and unwillingness in the hearts of these bizarre. They have been repressed and bullied for too long. Yeah, on what grounds? Why should they always be stepped on by the eroded bone-in? Why should a butler go out on an errand and be ambushed, alive or dead? Why should they have to hide in this tavern like a shrunken head? The Lord is right. They are spooky. It is the presence of ferocity. They shouldn't be afraid. What's more, Sumu, the newly appointed Lord of Scarlet, he could go and fight to the death for a creepy butler. What makes them these creepy can't do it? Roar! The creepy one with the broken arm was the first to let out a suppressed hiss, a mad red light flashing in his eyes. Master is right. Him. I've long looked at those scumbags from the eroded bone-in with disdain. Count me in. And me. Tread down the eroded bone-in. For a while, the group was excited. The entire hall of the Scarlet Tavern was filled with a ghastly wind and ghostly aura. All of the bizarre employees looked like they had been pumped with chicken blood. Their original fear and hesitation swept away, and replaced by a raging battle intent and bloodthirsty madness. They all expressed their willingness to follow Sumu and kill the restaurant. This scene not only made the players look dumbfounded, even more so, the pop-ups in the Blue Star live room stopped for so many seconds. So combustible? Divine operation to talk a bunch of shenanigans into the heat of the moment. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. He's a human player who's actually going to lead a group of creeps and tough out the creeps outside the copy? I've only seen players being hunted by creepy before, or finding ways to utilize creepy. This is straight up turning creepy into a minion, and taking a minion to a group fight? The winds in the live room shifted subtly at this moment. Mocking and questioning voices remained, but were quickly drowned out. More than that, it was the shock that was brought about by Sumu's astonishing operation, as well as the anticipation. They were afraid of weirdness, but Sumu was uniting weirdness. They were thought of for their lives by Creepy, but Sumu had convinced Creepy to willingly sell his life for him. This strong contrast stimulates their brains to secrete adrenaline. Inside the lobby of the Scarlet Tavern, Sumu looked with satisfaction at the bizarre employees with high wariness in front of him. Good, morale available. He turned around, and his gaze landed on Shenbing, who had been silent all this time, as well as several other players who were in charge of cleaning up, and who had the same dumbfounded look on their faces at the moment. You guys, stay. Sumu pointed at Shenbing and ordered a few more creepy employees who seemed to be fairly calm. Shenbing, I'll leave this place to you. Watch the tavern. Not a fly, is to be let in until I return. His voice returned to its previous coldness and calmness. Shenbing's delicate body trembled slightly, raising her head and looking at Sumu with eyes filled with complexity. Shocked, appalled, incredulous. Finally, there was admiration and anticipation that even she hadn't noticed. It was definitely the craziest, most unbelievable move she had ever seen. Leading a bunch of NPC creeps in a copy to actively attack another, more powerful creepy force? It's putting your life on the line. She instinctively wanted to open her mouth to dissuade her, wanting to tell Sumu how great the risks were and how slim the chances of success were. But the words came to her lips, and she swallowed them back with a ghost of a smile. Looking at Sumu, the idea of believing in Sumu actually arose inexplicably in her heart. This man, he really has the ability to do it. Thinking back to all the amazing things Sumu had done since he entered this copy. This man, always breaking the mold, creating the impossible. Shenbing suppressed the shocking waves in his heart. She also wanted to see if this man, this time, could continue to work miracles, whether or not it could, once again, completely upend her perceptions. Good. Eventually, she nodded softly. Without further ado, Sumu turned around and waved his hand. Depart. Master. Dozens of bizarre employees with different forms and ghostly auras swarmed Sumu and surged out of the door of the Scarlet Tavern, sweeping towards the direction of the Bone Eroding Inn with monstrous killing intent. In the meantime, a dark and dilapidated mountain depression several miles away from the Scarlet Tavern, broken boards and some unknown sticky liquid were scattered on the floor. The butler, that usually meticulous, slightly shady and eerie butler, was currently collapsing under a dedication tree in an incomparably miserable state. The decent butler's suit he wore as a symbol of his status had long since been torn and stained with black-stained blood and dirt. His already pale face became even more ugly, and his breath was weak to the extreme. The most striking thing was his right arm. The entire arm took on a bizarre twisted state. The morose white bones even pierced through the skin and flesh, and there was a constant flow of black bizarre power and pus and blood from the wound, almost completely ruined. Just as his consciousness was fading and he thought that he was about to lose his soul, a rush and chaotic sound of footsteps, accompanied by a rush of bizarre power and killing intent, came from far and near. The butler raised his head with difficulty, and a familiar figure was reflected in his clouded vision. It was the young human whose demeanor was always as calm as water. Sumu. He actually came? And he took all the employees in the restaurant with him? The moment he saw Sumu rushing over with a group of murderous creeps, the butler was first stunned. This was followed by incredible shock and unparalleled emotion. A warm current welled up in his cold, dead heart. It had never occurred to him that this new master, this human player, would personally venture out with his people to save him. Lord, Master. The voice was weak, but urgent and sincere. The butler struggled to get up, but it tugged at his wound, and the pain made him want to faint. Come on, move, leave me alone. The people from the eroded bone inn are strong. They haven't gone far. You go, get out of here. His voice was full of anxiety and genuine concern. One might even say pleading. He would rather his soul be scattered and never enter the cycle of reincarnation than to see this master, who had given him respect and hope, fall into a desperate situation because of himself. Chapter 29, The Ghost Emperor Descends. Just then, there was a grim snort. The creepy butler's face changed instantly. Want to go? Oh, it's late. Between the words, there was a cat and mouse-like teasing and arrogance. Everyone looked around at the sound. Only the other side of the mountain pass was seen, and a gloomy wind was howling. A creepy figure slowly walked out. It was a human dog head creepy, nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, covered in short, stiff, dark gray fur. A large black dog's head rested hideously on its neck. Fangs flared out. There was a constant stream of fishy, sticky saliva dripping down the corners of his mouth, and a pair of scarlet beast pupils that were cruel and bloodthirsty. It was none other than the true mastermind of the bone-eroding inn, the bone-eroding Wolf King, and behind him, the shadows were thick and black. At a cursory glance, the number was so large that it was more than twice as many as the bizarre employees on this side of the Scarlet Tavern. Each one of them exuded a rich bizarre power, and their killing intent was locked onto Sumu and the employees behind him with a deadly gaze. It was as if a pack of hungry hyenas had set their sights on a lone sheep. The scarlet gaze of the bone-eroding Wolf King crossed over those riotous, enemy-like employees of the Scarlet Tavern and landed directly on Sumu's excessively calm face. He grinned a doggy grin, an extremely anthropomorphic, mocking smile. TSK, TSK, who did the king think it was? But it turned out to be just a human? And what a bold little mouse. I didn't think that you would actually dare to come after me for such a half-dead loser. He raised his paw and casually pointed at the dying butler on the floor, his tone full of disdain. Just using him as bait, and it actually turned out to be a big, ungrateful fish for you. Humans are really stupid. When the paralyzed butler heard this, his heart was even more filled with despair. Surrounding point. They injure themselves and intentionally leave themselves breathing in order to use themselves as bait to lure their masters to their deaths. The scene he least expected still happened. Master, it's me who got you into trouble. Repentance welled up in the butler's heart, and his eyes were filled with guilt as he looked at Sumu. He stared at the Echidna Wolf King and gritted his teeth in hatred. Despicable, shameless. The ebonized Wolf King seemed to be satisfied with the butler's reaction, and a cruel pleasure appeared on the dog's face. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura that far exceeded that of an unusual bizarre head, a substantial gloomy tide, erupted from the bone-eroding Wolf King. Boom! The gloomy wind in the mountain pass seemed to stagnate for a moment. The bizarre employees of the Scarlet Tavern let out uneasy low growls under this pressure, their bodies trembling involuntarily, and instinctive fear showing in their eyes. Strong. It's too strong. The strength of this dog-headed creep was far above all of them. Blue Star. In the live room. What the hell? A human dog's head? This aura of the bone-eclipsing Wolf King is definitely boss-level creepy. It's so much stronger than that previous Dead Moon Villa's Villa Master. Ha ha ha, I told you he was too crazy. Bringing a bunch of NPCs to rush another creepy lair? That's not looking for death. Sumu is dead. Jesus couldn't save him even if he came. I say so. Inside the copy. The bone-eroding Wolf King enjoyed this feeling of being in control of everything as he scratched the hard fur of his chin with his claws and looked at Sumu once again with a scrutinizing and condescending meaning. I heard that it was you who robbed the business of our bone-eater inn and injured the Dead Moon thugs of Dead Moon Lodge. My no-good cousin. He's questioning. Once he was sure it was Sumu, he wouldn't hold back. Sumu's expression remained without the slightest change. He met the ebonized Wolf King's gaze faintly. It's me, And then what? The strong beat the weak. And rightfully so. When the bone-eroding Wolf King heard this, he was first stunned, and then an even more intense mockery and anger appeared on the dog's face. Good. Very good. The Scarlet Tavern has changed its character, making such a big commotion, daring to call the shots with our bone etching in. He looked Sumu up and down, his eyes filled with contempt. I didn't expect that Scarlet Tavern would actually take the turn of a stinky rat crawling out of the gutter like you to be the master of the house. Scarlet Queen. What a way to go back in life. Even her taste has become so low. For the bone-eroding Wolf King's repeated insults and taunts, Sumu turned a deaf ear, his eyes still as indifferent as ice. He just raised his eyes and spoke faintly. Waste your own arms. Get on your knees and kowtow to my butler and apologize until he's satisfied. Then, compensate us at the Scarlet Restaurant, as well as this butler of mine, for all the damages, moral damages, lost wages, and so on. Do that, and there might be that much room for negotiation today. The words fell. The entire depression fell into dead silence. The ebonized Wolf King and all the weirdness behind him froze in place as if they hadn't heard him. Even the creepy employees of the Scarlet Tavern, and the creepy butler lying on the side, were dumbfounded. A full 2 seconds passed. It took the ebonized Wolf King a moment to react, and he exaggeratedly pulled out his dog ears with an incredulous expression on his face. What did you say? What did you just say, little mouse? The wind is too strong. This king didn't hear you. Say it again? His tone was full of teasing, but deep under his eyes, there was already icy killing intent condensing. Sumu looked at him, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold arc, as if he was looking at a dead thing. He shook his head gently. The opportunity was given to you. It's you, yourself, who doesn't appreciate it. Ha ha ha. This time, the bone-eroding Wolf King could no longer hold back, and together with the many bizarre behind him, they erupted into a burst of even more unbridled, maniacal laughter filled with scorn and killing intent. Not cherished? The ebonized Wolf King laughed so hard that the hair on his dog's head trembled. This king just doesn't cherish it anymore. The laughter snapped. The banter on the ebonized Wolf King's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a hideous to the extreme killing intent. And what can you do? Give it to me. He snapped his claws and let out a sharp growl. Tear apart all these losers under him. Leave this little mouse to me. I'll take care of it myself. The ferocious light in his eyes exploded, and the terrifying bizarre power around his body surged crazily, obviously ready to do it himself and abuse Sumu in the most brutal way. The creeps behind him also responded instantly and were about to surge towards Sumu and the others. The employees of the Scarlet Tavern turned pale as fear began to spread. The butler closed his eyes even more, unable to look at it, but just in the nick of time. Next, rumble dash. A pressure that was 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more terrifying than the aura that the bone-eroding Wolf King had just exuded was as if the gates of the 9 hells had blasted open. This pressure violently erupted from Sumu's seemingly thin body in a surging manner. Shasta, the entire mountain pass trembled violently. The ground cracked. The gale rolled backward with a whimpering wail. The air around them, instantly distorted and compressed. The hideous killing intent and the ferocity of the imminent strike on the face of the ebonized bone Wolf King instantly froze, solidified. Behind him, all the echidna and creeps that were about to pounce on him, whether they were walking corpses or resentful souls, whether they were skeletons or other monsters, their movements stopped in midair in unison, as if they had pressed the pause button. All the killing intent smoldered and came to an abrupt end. In its place was the ultimate, appalling fear that originated from the depths of the soul, including the incomparable eroded bone Wolf King. All of the eroded bone and's weirdnesses had the most panicked expressions ever surfaced on their faces. His pupils contracted sharply, his body stiffened, and in an instant, he was fixed in place by some kind of incomprehensible, uncontestable greatness. Chapter 30 Seconds. Use skill. Ghost Emperor surrender. Vast greatness filled Sumu's limbs and bones. Boom! His originally dark and deep pupils were suddenly drenched in endless blood colors, becoming demonic, cold, and indifferent, without a trace of human emotion. It was as if a deity from on high had suddenly descended to this side of the world. The een wind that surrounded his body instantly transformed into a substantial blood-colored mist that surged crazily. Above the sky, the already gloomy clouds were completely torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a deeper, more ominous vault of scarlet sky. The eerie blood-colored moonlight spilled down and happened to envelop Sumu alone. The air stagnated, twisted, and emitted a sonic boom. The temperature plummeted and it was freezing cold. Time and space, all tremble and submit before this power. Sumu slowly raised his hand. Boom! A few kilometers away, a mountain range exploded. He could clearly feel the terrifying power lingering at his fingertips, and he could feel that with a light grip, he could crush the stars and destroy the world. This is the power of the Ghost Emperor. Transient, yet eternal supreme greatness. The ebonized Wolf King stood rigidly in place. The guile power he was so proud of was so small that it couldn't even be counted as dust in front of this aura. His soul whistled, trembled, and feared. With a hard roll of his throat, he let out a gurgle. The dog's eyes were whiter than copper bells, staring at Sumu with a deadly stare, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Ghost, ghost, emperor? 3 words that took all the strength and courage in his body to squeeze out from between his teeth. In front of the ghost emperor's pressure, talking was a luxury. How is that possible? How could this human rat give off the aura of a ghost emperor? The ebonized wolf king violently shook the dog's head, trying to shake this ridiculous to the point of absurd thought out of his mind. It must be a hallucination. It's a blindfold. No way. Absolutely impossible. The bone-eroding wolf king, with his dog face twisted and all of his 5 senses squeezed together, appeared even uglier and more gruesome. How can you be the ghost emperor? You lowly bedbug. By what right? You. However, his rant came to an abrupt halt. Sumu's scarlet eyes were like 2 deep, bottomless pools of blood that bombarded him, separated by tens of meters. Put. The ebonized wolf king turned into a puddle of blood and water, spread out on the dirt. Immediately after that, it turned into a blood-colored mist and merged into the air. The ebonized bone wolf king, who had been unstoppable and ferocious a second ago, failed to even utter a complete miserable scream. His strong body exploded. Extreme annihilation. Bones, flesh and blood, internal organs, hair, all of it was instantly crushed into the tiniest of particles by that invisible and terrifying force. All of the remaining weirdness in the eroded bone, including those walking corpses and ghosts that had previously been ferocious, were all as if they had been under a spell of immobilization at this moment, frozen in place and unable to stop trembling. Fear, a fear that penetrates to the bone and freezes the soul. Even the Wolf King was killed in a single move, and they were even less likely to survive. No, that's not even a move. That was just a glance at the ebonized Wolf King. Sumu's scarlet gaze landed on the bizarre butler who was lying on the ground dying. A slight exhale. This time, what flowed out was no longer pure power of destruction. Instead, it was scarlet guile with rich vitality. Like pouring rain, the majestic scarlet guile power that was as majestic as the sea madly surged into the butler's tattered and torn body. Zigzag, a numbing voice rang out. Those ghastly wounds on the butler's body that were deep to the bone, the broken and twisted limbs, the collapsed chest, all of them were writhing madly and healing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Broken bones crackle and connect on their own. The dried-out skin became full again and shone with an eerie reddish glow. Less than a second, the creepy butler, who had only one breath left in him, then bounced violently off the ground. The injuries on his body not only recovered as much as they could, but even his breath was more solid and berserk than before. A pair of scarlet eyes first flashed with confusion, and then they were replaced by the ecstasy of having survived the robbery. Thank you, master, for your blessings. Next, leave it to me. Creepy butler, the words just came out. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a blurring red shadow, and with a furious and unparalleled killing intent, he directly pounced on those lambs to be slaughtered that had long been scared out of their wits by the Ghost Emperor's mighty pressure. As for the eroded bone, the only remaining Ghost King fighter was even more unseemly, and was caught by the strengthened creepy butler, and was torn to pieces in a few rounds. The next sight, instead of a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. The creeps at the Bone Eater Inn couldn't even muster the courage to fight back, being pounced upon wildly by the bizarre butler whose strength was far greater than before. Miserable screams and wails of despair rose and fell, but were quickly annihilated. The whole thing, it was breathtakingly fast. But just a few minutes, not even the weird involvement of other scarlet taverns. In the middle of the mountain pass, blood flowed in a river, and limbs and broken arms were everywhere. Aside from Sumu, the creepy butler, and the crowd of Scarlet restaurant employees who had long been shocked to the point of brain downtime, not one more creepy belonging to the eroded bone inn. In the meantime, Blue Star, live on air. Did I blink? What just happened? That awesome-looking Wolf King is just gone? Like pinching bubbles? Big brother Sumu, please accept my knee. Are you a human or a ghost? This power is too buggy. The countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast were shocked beyond words by the near-miraculous power and the killing coldness displayed by Sumu. Same time, Blue Star, culminating summer country, inside the heavily guarded Combat Command Center, which represents one of the highest powers of the state. The circular projection screen was showing clearly, frame by frame, everything that had happened in the replica. The large conference room was dead silent. In the audience, none of them are in high positions. Stomping their feet can make a party shake the military and political bigwigs, as well as the top think tank. They've seen it all and dealt with countless difficult incidents. But at this moment, every one of their faces was filled with as much shock as they could muster. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament, responsible for intelligence analysis, swallowed hard. Ghost Emperor. According to the database comparison, there's no record of Ghost Emperor level weirdness yet. Is Sumu really a Ghost Emperor? Coming from Creepy himself, there's a good chance it's true. Everyone, is there a possibility that this Sumu, he is not human at all? Rather, it's a top-notch weirdness that lurks in the human world in human skin and disguise? The words fell. The temperature in the conference room plummeted a few points. No way. Immediately, an old general with a general star on his shoulder retorted in a deep voice. Really, that would be the most unreasonable. If Sumu is really a weird one with Ghost Emperor level power, judging by his strength in overthrowing a powerful and bizarre ethnic group with a snap of his fingers just now, I'm afraid that his true power is enough to easily wipe out a small to medium-sized country in an instant. Such an existence, if it is truly bizarre, why does he need to disguise himself? Why need to lurk? With Creepy's brutal and murderous nature, he should have set off a bloody storm in Blue Star a long time ago, instead of entering the copy as an ordinary player, as he is now. These words were like a pot of cold water that woke up the crowd. General has a point. Another old man with white hair and wise eyes slowly nodded in agreement. Logic doesn't make sense. No trickster with such great power would willingly put on the fragile veneer of humanity and be limited in every way to accompany us in this boring game of passing. It means nothing to that kind of godlike being. The crowd nodded, finding this explanation more reasonable. At this point, one of the three old men who had been sitting at the top, known as Han Xia Si Pin, slowly opened his closed eyes. According to the existing intelligence, as well as the feedback from the various copies, this person, Su Mu, is more inclined to human beings in terms of his heart and behavioral patterns. As for this Ghost Emperor's power, Old Me is more inclined to the fact that he's accomplished hidden quests that may even be beyond S rank. Alternatively, some kind of extremely powerful temporary prop, or permission, with a statute of limitations or huge side effects, has been obtained. A similar situation, while extremely rare, is not without precedent in past records. This explanation was immediately recognized by most of the people present, temporarily suppressing that shock in their hearts. The very center of the conference room, that old man, who had been the calmest and oldest from the beginning, finally revealed a pleased smile at this moment. He waved his hand, his voice gentle with a smile. Okay, guys, settle down. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's too early to tell. The old man's gaze redirected to the screen. In his eyes, the young figure standing in the sea of corpses and blood with an indifferent expression was reflected. Appreciation and expectation. Unabashedly, look at this young man. He does not panic in the face of danger. He is thoughtful and decisive, and he can always find a way to break through in the face of a desperate situation. Not bad. Very good. The old man leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. This time, after all, belongs to them. The future of Hanxia is really going to be handed over to these new generations. Chapter 31 Dead Moon Monarch. Bone-eating demon lady. Blood mist filled the sky, and under the scarlet dome of the sky, Sumu's demonic blood pupils swept over the wretched battlefield. He did not move, simply standing there quietly, coldly watching. The eroded bone inside of the bazaar was almost slaughtered except for that eroded bone wolf king that was killed point-blank by Sumu's eyes. Only the last one remains. It was a bloated form, a bizarre patchwork of different rotting limbs. It is also a ghost king level existence, named Rotting Demon King. In the eroded bone in status is second only to the Wolf King, but at this moment, this Demon King had long since lost half of his might. Most of its body was torn apart by the steward, green pus and blood dripping all over the place, leaving only one relatively intact arm to support the body. Put, the only remaining will of the rotten Demon King was finally completely crushed by fear. With that one intact arm, it struggled to support the remnants of its body and cut out its head one by one in the direction of Sumu. Sticky pus and blood drew foul marks on the ground as it moved. Mercy, mercy my lord, mercy. I'm really not that deeply involved with the eroded bone in. I've always been forced. It was the ebonized Wolf King who forced me. I swear, I'll immediately quit the Bone Eater Inn and never have anything to do with them again. I beg your excellency to spare my life for the sake of me still being useful. It was desperately skimming the surface, trying to grasp at the last thread of life. However, what responded to it was the icy snort of the creepy butler. Meh. The butler's scarlet eyes were like looking at a jumped-up clown. Trying to skim now? Isn't it just that you want to go back alive so that you can ventilate to the bone-eroding monarch and the dead moon demon monarch? The bone eater? Dead moon demon lord? Sumu frowned imperceptibly. The creepy butler immediately understood, bowed respectfully and slightly, and explained. back to the master. The eroded bone monarch is the true controller behind this eroded bone inn, and the dead moon demon monarch is the true master of the dead moon villa. They are as truly in charge as the queen and you. The eroded bone inn and the dead moon villa have been teaming up to suppress our Scarlet Tavern all these years, and the vast majority of the resources plundered have gone up to supply these two monarchs. The bone-eroding Wolf King and this rotting Demon King are just two traitors under their command. Hearing that his mind was instantly punctured, the rotting Demon King's massive body trembled violently. No, it isn't. I definitely didn't mean that. It flatly denied it, kowtowing more and more frequently, almost to the point of shattering what was left of its skull. My lord is clear. I only want to live. I would do anything for you, please. A murderous glint flashed in the butler's eyes, and the claws of his withered hand lifted up once again, ready to completely end this mouthy fellow. Wait, an indifferent voice rang out. Sumu stopped the butler. The butler's movements stalled, and although his eyes were filled with doubt, he still retracted the claws that were about to fall without hesitation and respectfully retreated behind Sumu. He had developed an almost instinctive absolute obedience to Sumu's orders. Sumu's blood-colored gaze landed on the prostrate and shivering rotten Demon King. That gaze did not have the slightest bit of temperature, as if it was looking at an insignificant object. Go back, tell that to the Eclipse Bone Monarch, and that Dead Moon Demon Monarch. Give them two choices, either that, or personally roll over to the Scarlet Red restaurant, kneel in front of me, kowtow and apologize, and negotiate compensation. Either that, or wait for Scarlet Tavern to step on their lair and completely obliterate it. Let them decide which one to pick. When the rotting Demon King heard this, he was as if he had been pardoned, shocked and afraid, his huge body trembling even more, nodding his head repeatedly but unable to say a single word. Sumu stopped looking at it. Go. He turned around, his blood-misted figure drifting in the direction of the Scarlet Tavern. The creepy butler, as well as the dozens of creepy employees of the restaurant, followed close behind and followed suit. Only the almost scared rotten Demon King was left behind, paralyzed in place, in blood and despair, feeling the endless fear brought about by that demonic godlike back. Inside the live feed, that's nifty and overbearing, handsome, that's a real man, no, a real god, culminating light of summer. Sushin is awesome, can play in the copy so skillfully, also sticky cotton Hanxia country's audience excited, and in the meantime, the pop-ups on the air in other countries paint a very different picture. No, Sumu don't go back. God, if he goes back to the Scarlet Tavern, we're screwed. Damn it, those two pigs from our country are still making a fool of themselves at the Scarlet restaurant, and soon Sumu will arrive. Panic, despair. If it wasn't for the conditions not allowing it, the viewers from these overseas countries would be eager to drill themselves into the copy and block Sumu's way back. Scarlet Tavern. Inside the lobby, the atmosphere was somewhat eerily relaxed. Several players from different countries were gathering in twos and threes. Some were leaning against the bar, chatting away. Some were sitting in the corner, holding tabletop dishcloths and polishing their leather shoes. Even though Shinbing had sternly warned that before Sumu and the butler returned, everyone must stay in the designated area and not act without authorization, not to mention breaking the rules of the restaurant. However, as time passed, it was seen that Sumu and the housekeeper were late in returning. Some players with active minds began to use their brains. They felt that Sumu and that terrifying butler had probably died with the weirdness of the Bone Eater Inn. After all, it was the Etched Bone Inn, the terrifying Forbidden Land where two Ghost King-level existences were coiled. Thus, they began to tentatively rebel and disobey Shinbing's orders within the permissible limits of the copy rules, even secretly hitting on the idea of certain resources of the restaurant. Just then, squeak, the huge mahogany door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. A cold and piercing chill instantly swept through the entire lobby. The movements of all the players came to a screeching halt. They subconsciously looked up at the door. Then, the pupils suddenly contracted, only to see that at the doorway, in the midst of the blood mist, a slender and upright figure stood silently, and those eyes burning with scarlet flames were indifferently scanning everyone in the lobby. And behind him, the creepy butler, who had made them think for a moment that he was dead, was bowing. A sardonic smile hung on his withered face, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body was even more powerful than before. You're back? Sumu, as well as the creepy butler, had all returned unharmed? Inside the lobby, all the players with evil intentions were instantly like falling into an ice cave, with chills all over their bodies. It was a blank moment. Horror and despair were written all over his face. It's over. Finished. Our country's stupid pigs. What have they done? I knew it. I knew I couldn't mess with Sumu. It's all over now. This guy Sumu definitely wants to liquidate our country's players. He's vindictive. The rest of the country's live feeds, woe betide them. Inside the lobby, there was dead silence. Sumu's gaze slowly swept over the players whose faces were white and whose bodies were stiff. At the corner of his mouth, he hooked up a meaningful sneer. Surprised? Surprise or no surprise? Chapter 32, The Rule. No way. How is Sumu still alive? This is the purest heart of these players. Sumu's scarlet eyes didn't bother to look at the players who were almost paralyzed on the ground. His gaze landed on the figure at the front of the crowd, whose face was also a little white, but still forcefully composed. Shinbing took a deep breath and met Sumu's icy sight. Speaking with difficulty, I did my best to restrain them after Mr. Su, you and the butler left. Some of them, while acting out of character, really didn't explicitly violate those ground rules that the tavern published. For example, they just left the designated lounge area and walked around the lobby or touched some of the furnishings. I don't have the authority to penalize them according to the copy rules. My ID badge doesn't have a function associated with it either. The voice trembled slightly, with a sense of powerlessness and frustration, but it was still organized. She knew that these explanations might pale in the face of absolute power, but she had to say it. However, Sumu just slightly raised his hand, causing Shinbing, who wanted to continue, to swallow his words hard. A gesture that is as simple as it gets. Didn't even look at Shinbing. Shinbing's explanation meant nothing to him. As the Scarlet Lord, even if he left the Scarlet Tavern, everything that happened within the Scarlet Tavern could be sensed by him, so he knows exactly who deserves to be punished. Shinbing was slightly stunned. She gets it. Rules? Maybe it's a straitjacket for them. The players struggling to survive. The bottom line. But to the man in front of me, it could be nothing. Almost at the same time Sumu raised his hand, the withered head of the creepy butler, who had been bowing and serving with a sardonic smile on his face, lifted slightly. As a butler, he could naturally sense everything in the Scarlet Tavern, instantly comprehending his master's intentions. No words are needed at all. Master, let us handle these rats who don't know how to die. It turned around, and on its dried-up body, black trickster power began to continuously permeate. Behind it, the dozens of the restaurant's weird employees also came to life at the same time. Their empty eyes lit up with eerie glows of various colors in unison. Some were scarlet, some were miserable green, some were ghostly blue, but without exception, the aura that emanated from them was cold, brutal, and bloodthirsty. With stiff, twisted steps, they closed in on the offending players whose faces were pale. The circle of encirclement is slowly closing in. The air froze, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and chattering teeth. Fear, like a cold tide, flooded the heart of every offending player. No, no, a blonde white player, finally unable to withstand the extreme pressure, screamed hysterically. He pointed at the creepy butler who was pressing forward, and then looked at the Sumu who had already walked to the entrance of the revolving staircase and had his back to them. We didn't break the rules. We didn't. What Shinbing just said can also testify for us. You can't kill us. The copy rules protect us. You can't let them kill us. Sumu, you can't. He ended up having illusions about the copy rules. A few other offending players chimed in as if they had grabbed a lifeline. Right. Rules. The copy rules are supreme. You can't break the rules. Otherwise you'll be punished too. At this time, Sumu had already stepped onto the second step of the rotating staircase, a scarlet mist of blood that wrapped around his feet. He paused slightly at the sound of dying behind him, slowly turned back. Those blood-colored eyes looked down at the players in the lobby below, those who were no different from ants. There was no anger, no pity, only an elevated, indifferent coldness. Rules? Here at the Scarlet Tavern. Me. It's the rules. With these words, the last flames of hope were extinguished. Who is Sumu? He's the owner of the Scarlet Tavern. He is the Lord of Scarlet. It is the only one in control of this horrible domain. His will, his thoughts, are the supreme law of this space. His thoughts, his orders, override the rules of the copy. The moment Sumu's words fell, the entire Scarlet Tavern seemed to come to life. Click, click, click. The creepy butler's withered body swelled violently and his bones popped. Its skin completely dried up and fell off, revealing a skeleton covered with bizarre black scales underneath. And the eerie green flames in its eye sockets skyrocketed, transforming into two substantial beams of miserable green light. A pair of 2-meter-long, half-rotted bat wings snapped out from behind it, covering the sky. At the same time, black bizarre power swept through the entire lobby. Jia jia jia. Without the restriction of rules, he exposed his bloodthirsty and cruel nature. Swoosh and fly to a white man. Horrified, the white man picked up the seat and threw it toward the creepy butler. You, don't you come over. Me? Ah, he wants to run away. But before he could finish his words, he stopped where he was, blood gushing out of his mouth. To his horror, he realized that his chest was pierced by a hand covered in black spots. In that hand, squeezing his still beating heart, the blood vessels were still adhered to the chest cavity and were ripped out by 20 centimeters. Other shenanigans, too, have begun to reveal their prototypes. The original chef bizarrely carrying a kitchen knife with a bloated body, His body bulged and his skin cracked, revealing a writhing, blood and flesh aggregation made up of countless ghastly white arms and scarlet tentacles inside. And the scary part is that in each hand, there are dozens of backyard tools, boning knives, paring knives, tendon-pulling pliers. The nearest black player to it suffered, directly bound by the tentacles in his belly, dead. Then, dozens of tools, toward various parts of the black man's torso, began the work of cutting. Ah, no! Help! Help! The black player hissed and screamed and was being dismantled alive. Finally, he felt the excruciating pain of his skull being sawed open and watched as the white substance in his brain was put aside in ice water and refrigerated. That welcoming female guile who wore a cheongsam with an alluring figure and had danced for Sumu before had her mouth open half a meter wide. 2 rows of fist-sized heads appeared inside, taking the place of the teeth, without exception. All of them revealed sharp teeth, eyes glowing with a ghostly light, and her limbs snapped and began to twist, bending in reverse like spiders, her nails scratching the ground with a piercing sound. The hotel, at this moment, is also undergoing a change. Dense eyes emerged from the walls, all curved in a certain arc, like sneering mouths, mocking. Meanwhile, along with the wall's glutinous flesh-like writhing, dark red blood oozed out of the cracks in the wall. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling turned into a skeleton hanging upside down. These skeletons, with red flames burning on their bodies, were struggling and wailing in pain in midair. The ground silently cracked. A deep bottomless fissure reached out countless withered and miserable arms, and the players who were too close to dodge were directly dragged in. In less than a second, there was no sound. Horror, despair, fear, transformed into substantial pressure, clutched hard at the heart of every living person. With Sumu's rules certified, the eye sockets of the creepy steward, which burned with miserable green flames, swept towards the offending players who had been completely dumbfounded and paralyzed to the ground. No more scruples. Its hideous, bony face cracked into a silent, supremely cruel smile. The massacre, it's begun. There were no screams, or rather, the screams were drowned out by some more horrible sound just as they rose. Flesh and blood are flying, bones shattered, blood splattered out, staining the ground, staining the walls, and staining the dumbfounded faces of those players who had managed to survive and hadn't moved around because they had followed the rules. They were petrified and curled up in a ball. The pupils were dilated to the extreme, reflecting the bloody scene like a painted scroll from hell. The brain went blank. The body's instincts were screaming frantically to escape, but the fear in their souls pinned their feet firmly in place. Desperation. It made their throats even lose their voices. The lobby of the Scarlet Tavern was turned into a slaughterhouse in just a few breaths, and the originator of all this, Sumu, just indifferently turned around and continued to pick up the steps. What happened behind him was nothing more than a trivial farce. In a haze of blood, his back disappeared around the corner of the revolving staircase, leaving behind only a mess, and a group of survivors completely consumed by fear, shivering in blood-soaked despair. As for the Blue Star live broadcast, many of the less courageous viewers had long been scared out of their wits by the scene, and closed the live broadcast. Chapter 33 Moral Kidnapping? Han Xiao once again responded forcefully. In an instant, the pop-ups in Blue Star's live broadcast room surged out like a flood that broke the dike. Asterisk. What the is this? Vomit, I can't. It's too disgusting. How did this butler turn into this ghostly appearance? The heart is going to jump out of my chest. That cook is actually skinning that Miss Welcome. My God, I kinda liked her before. Vomit, I can't. Sayen is dropping like crazy. My mouth is full of heads. Spiders are crawling. Help! Is this a ING live stream for people to watch? I'm going to report it. It's too bloody and cruel. Stop it. I'm going to throw up my dinner. Turn it off. Is this the true face of weirdness? Sumu. This is all Sumu's doing. Is he the devil? The pop-up screen rolled crazily, and countless viewers in front of the screen turned pale, covered their mouths, or simply closed the live room. Fear, surprisingly, spread to every corner of the real world through the cold screen. However, Sumu, the one who caused all this, had a terribly calm expression. He stood at the corner of the revolving staircase and didn't even look back at the hell-like misery downstairs. This massacre of flesh and blood and wailing was just a tedious, boring drama to him. Sumu's eyes were indifferent and ancient. This extreme indifference contrasted starkly enough with the hysterical fear and insanity downstairs to the point of suffocation. It wasn't until this moment that those players who had survived and were huddled in the corners because they had abided by the rules set down by Sumu, as well as those viewers in the live broadcast room who had a little more guts and were still sticking around to watch, truly understood. They understood the true horror of the horror copies. Death? No, death is not scary. The scary thing was that these lost the restrictions of the original rules of the replica and were given freedom by Sumu's native shenanigans. They no longer need to disguise themselves. They no longer need to follow any logic. They completely unleash their deepest malice and brutality. They take pleasure in torture and feed on fear. Their very existence is the greatest curse on the living. In comparison, Those players who were instantly wiped out in the beginning for breaking the rules were simply too lucky to die. At least, they walked away without suffering the extreme pain and boundless despair of being dismembered, devoured, and toyed with alive like this. Watching his companions being abused and killed by creepy with all sorts of unimaginable cruelty, but unable to move out of fear himself, he could only wait for his turn next. It is this slow descent into death that is the most complete torture. F Nation player, Cotton Harvey, has been cleared for violating the new rules of the Scarlet Tavern. Y player, Emily Jones, has been cleared for violating the new Scarlet Tavern rules. Country D players. A series of death cues began to be broadcast. The death of a player is not just their own life, also associated with the country they belong to. When they die, their own country, too, is punished with a corresponding natural disaster. Obviously, there are a lot of countries, again, that are going to be out of luck. A short period of dead silence was followed by a volcanic eruption of anger. Fuck, Sumu, you butcher, executioner. He clearly could have stopped this. He did it on purpose. He's enjoying the killing. This is not upholding the rules at all. This is a one-sided slaughter. He's a madman, hurting people's lives in vain. Who is he to make rules? What qualifications does he have to decide on other people's lives and deaths? Protest. Strongly protest. Hansha must be held accountable for this. The live streams of the countries that several major players belong to were instantly flooded with angry vociferations. Countless viewers flocked to the international channel, cursing Sumu in the most vicious language. This anger quickly spread from online to offline. The official spokespersons of several countries, almost at the same time, expressed their strong condemnation of the incident of a certain Hansha player abusing his power in the copy, causing a large number of innocent casualties in harsh terms. Between the lines, all of them revealed the intention to put pressure on Hansha and demand that Sumu be severely punished. For a while, international public opinion was in the air, pointing the finger directly at Sumu and the Hansha behind him. However, in the face of surging external pressures, the official response from Hansha, however, was surprisingly fast and hard. The top brass came straight down and issued a short but loud statement through official channels. Terror copies, survival of the fittest, the weak and the strong. The rules reign supreme. Mr. Sumu, as the actual controller and rulemaker of the current Scarlet Tavern copy, his actions are in line with the logic of survival within the copy. Those unfortunate players who died from disregard and provocation of the new rules, and should bear the consequences themselves. Hansha attaches great importance to the safety and rights of its citizens in the copy and will take all necessary measures to safeguard them. Any attempt to use this as a means of pressurizing Hansha, interfering in our internal affairs, or threatening the security of our citizens will be regarded as a provocation, and will surely be met with the most resolute and forceful retaliation. We have the right to fight back, economically, technologically and militarily. This statement, like a heavy bomb, instantly detonated the global network. Hansha's live room, in particular, directly boiled over. Bully, I, Hansha, am mighty. Well said, that's the way to be tough. Why should our people have to take the fall? Rules are rules. Sushin is the rule. It's those foreigners themselves who don't follow them and deserve to die. That's right. Why didn't they come out and denounce the shenanigans when those people from your own country were making things difficult for Sushin before? Now that Sushin is in control, they jump out? Double standard dogs. Support Sushin. Sushin did a great job. Let them know that we Hansha players are not to be messed with. Damn, it's hot to watch. This is the kind of attitude we should have in Hansha. The country is awesome. Sushin is awesome. Anyone who offends my Hansha will be executed even though it's far away. For a time, the pop-ups in Hansha's live broadcast room turned into a sea of red, filled with pride and wariness. Countless Hansha viewers organized themselves and flooded into the international channel, engaging in a fierce keyboard battle with those voices accusing Sumu. They argued their case, spoke sharply, and criticized those so-called condemnations to the core. The tough stance at the national level and the unprecedentedly high patriotic fervor of the people blended perfectly at this moment. Sumu, the man who had stirred up a bloody storm in the replica, had also stirred up a huge wave in the real world. He, himself, knew nothing about it. He just continued upward, walked to the very top floor and stopped. Propping his hands on the handrail, he looked down on the entire Scarlet restaurant. Chapter 34, Bright and Open. At the edge of the top floor of the Scarlet restaurant, Sumu stood against the rail. The cold metal armrests were as tactile as his mood as he looked down on the purgatory below. In the hall, the color blood became the only dominant tone. Broken limbs and scattered organs, laid out haphazardly, form a horrifying, sanity-defying picture of death. The surviving players, like a group of quails that had been completely scared out of their wits, cowering in relatively clean, relatively dark and safe corners. Their eyes were hollow, their faces as white as paper, and their bodies trembled slightly from extreme fear. Sumu's gaze slowly swept over as if he was reviewing his trophies. Those remnants of life, in his eyes, were not essentially different from the broken flesh on the ground. He could clearly feel that a line of sight, either resentful, fearful, or numb, was silently converging on him. It was a feeling that was not unfamiliar, even if he was used to it. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an icy arc, his voice not too high, but clear enough to penetrate the pervasive air of blood. Now, to my rules, or to myself. Opinionated. It's okay to come forward. Dead silence. What answered him was an even more complete dead silence. All that was left in the air were suppressed gasps, and a forced feeling of vomiting that was almost ready to spill out. At the feet of each survivor might lie the half-formed arm of a familiar face, or the head staring with horrified eyes. That visual and psychological double whammy makes the word defiance incredibly extravagant and silly. Who dares to come forward? Who will be next to be bizarrely disassembled into parts? Fear that has taken hold of everyone's throat. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and with a turn of his eyes, he precisely locked onto the relatively upright and beautiful figure in the crowd. It was the same player from Hanxia as him, Shen Bing, he named. The woman's body shuddered imperceptibly. Sumu's voice did not carry the slightest bit of emotion. The person who hesitated when I left the restaurant, but obviously moved with a crooked mind and ultimately did not have the guts to put it into action. Make a list of them, make a list. Their ID card assignment doubled. As the words fell, among the survivors, the faces of several of them instantly collapsed. Their blood color faded and they were as white as ghosts. Someone subconsciously wanted to argue, and his lips wriggled a few times, but he couldn't spit out a single word under the gaze of Sumu's indifferent gaze. Resentment, anger, resentment, all the emotions, in the end, could only be swallowed back hard with the blood foam and fear. If you break your teeth, you have to swallow them. It doesn't seem unacceptable to double the task compared to disappearing completely. Better to die than to live, especially in this hellhole. And it wasn't Sumu's fault, it was their own death. At this time, Sumu's gaze once again turned to Shin Bing, and his tone seemed to have softened a bit. And, you got credit for guarding the door before. Go to the stewards at the end of the business day today and collect your extra pay. This, Shin Bing snapped his head up, his expression slightly stagnant. She understood instantly. This is undisguised favoritism on Sumu's part. Is it opening a back door for her? Want to help yourself? The thought came together, and the inexplicable request for cohabitation last night abruptly intruded into his mind. First, he closed the distance and allowed himself to share a room with him, and now public rewards. Is this man supposed to be? Shen Bing's heart, uncontrollably, missed a beat. Did he like himself? The thought was so absurd that she wanted to laugh at herself. A demon king who treats human life like grass and raises mountains of corpses and seas of blood with a snap of his fingers would know how to like it? She subconsciously looked to the top floor. Sumu's figure, against the blood-colored background, appeared more and more lonely, with a kind of indifference of a monarch. He was looking at her too. 4 eyes. In a flash, Shin Bing suddenly felt that the silhouette of this man no longer seemed so purely cold and horrible. Instead, there's an ineffable grandeur, and a sense of security that is twisted in the extreme, yet incredibly real. If you can easily destroy everything, you can naturally easily guard it. A trace of a strange feeling, like vines creeping up the walls of her heart, caused her always cool cheeks to blush imperceptibly, but only for a moment. She shook her head violently, forcing the untimely distraction away. No way. What time is it? Weirdness runs rampant. People's lives are like paper, and they can perish at any time. How can you be distracted by these messed up emotions? Live. Only by surviving can you be qualified to consider anything else. It's not too late to develop other with him after you've left your copy and completed your assessment. She took a deep breath, suppressed the ripples in her heart, and answered in a low voice. Yes, Mr. Sue. Only she herself hadn't noticed that her voice was trembling slightly, and what was in her heart, after all, hadn't been completely suppressed. The farce was over, and the moment began before the noon business was over. Shin Bing took the roster and started counting the surviving employees. It's only the second day. When the final numbers were tallied, even though her heart was as hard as iron, she felt a bone-chilling chill, including her. There were originally close to 100 players, but at this moment there were less than 20 left. 4 out of 5, a whole 4/5 of the population, in just 2 days, became part of the tavern, or sustenance. Looking at these people again, each and every one of them looked numb, and had long since lost the vigor and fighting spirit they had at the beginning. Next, comes the payroll. The others, even if they had accomplished some trivial tasks, had only received a pitifully few, or a few dozen, guile coins. That little bit of money wouldn't even be enough to pay for a healing session. It was Shin Bing's turn. The butler, who was always expressionless, actually squeezed out a stiff smile that could be called kind on his face. He handed over a bulging cloth bag. Shin Bing opened it and his pupils shrunk slightly. Inside was a thick wad of trick coins, at least thousands at a rough estimate. This extra pay is more than several times more than what all the other survivors received combined. I can't believe it's so much. Although she had a number in her heart regarding the matter of Sumu giving herself preferential treatment, but never thought that Sumu would be so generous. Shasta. The gazes of all the survivors, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, pinned in unison on Shen Bing and the money bag in her hand. Those eyes, complicated to the core. There was undisguised jealousy. There was incredible shock. There was resentment and resignation hidden deep within the eyes. But more than that, it was a look of mingled awe and fear, and detachment. They are well aware of it. This woman has been thoroughly categorized as one of their own by that rulemaking demon king. In this thrilling replica called the Scarlet Tavern, favoritism from the top is sometimes more chilling than the butcher's knife itself. Chapter 35, Guests at the Door? Blue Star. Live on air. On the screen, the depressing images inside the Scarlet Tavern had just ended, and the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Countless eyes from all over the world, frantically swiping the screen in various languages. The live broadcast room, at this moment, had exploded, especially those viewers from the Western Alliance, Sakura Nation, and other places. The screen was almost completely flooded with angry pop-ups. Shady, definitely shady. By what right? That woman called Shin Bing just guarded the door for a bit. Why should she take so many trick coins? Thousands of guile coins. Everyone else put together doesn't have a fraction of what she has. It's not fair. That Sumu is just abusing his power and blatantly funneling benefits to his own people. Dirty dealings. She must have some unseemly dealings with Sumu. Protest. Strongly urge Thriller Games officials to intervene and investigate. Are all cultures so shameless? Questioning, trolling, and cursing swept through the comments section. Many foreign spectators were filled with righteous indignation, as if Sumu had helped his country's players and dug up their ancestral graves. They frantically swiped the screen, demanding that Sumu be sanctioned and stripped of his player qualifications. However, in the face of the surging negative comments, Hanxia's viewers appeared unusually calm, even with a hint of teasing. So what? We, Su Shin, are in your way by giving out some benefits to our own country's players? Sour? Rushed? Broken defense? That's right, if you have the ability, you guys can also find a boss this fierce to cover you? Oh, I forgot. Most of your country's players seem to have been slaughtered by Su Shin. Smile. JPG. Sour? Hold it in. Who made her perform well? Unlike some losers who only give away heads. Can't stand to watch? If you're capable, you can enter the copy too and let Su Shin open the back door for you. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys don't seem to have the strength. A sentence of mocking, showing off, and counterattacking was like a precise dagger plunged into the hearts of those foreign viewers. In just a few words, he disliked those foreign viewers so much that they were dumbfounded and could only refresh their tirades with even more impotent fury. The Hanxia audience, unprecedentedly united at the moment, put on a show of protecting Su Mu's posture. Copy. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, those survivors, casting their eyes at Shin Bing, and him, Su Mu, with a gaze that almost condensed into substance, was enough to explain everything. Jealousy, resentment, fear, resentment, all sorts of negative emotions, like invisible threads, intertwined and permeated around him. Sumu could clearly perceive the colors and fluctuations of these emotions, but he didn't care. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. He was enjoying it. The feeling of playing with the fates of others mesmerized him. Anyway, these guys' country has never had much trouble with Hanxia on a regular basis. Now that he was in the copy, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy. Killing a few players from a hostile country was psychologically stress-free for him. Rather, it was better to say that he just liked to see them look like they hated themselves but could do nothing about it, and even had to look up to their noses in order to live. That's funny. Sumu's gaze swept over the players who had received their meager paychecks and returned to their respective workstations like walking corpses. He snorted softly. There is a saying, don't blame people for liking to step on your head if you're short. In this twisted copy, weakness itself is the original sin, and as an absolute powerhouse, he naturally had the power, and the pleasure, to slightly humiliate these weaklings. Not much longer. The bizarre butler in a tuxedo with a stiff and miserable face appeared silently behind Sumu. He bowed slightly and lowered his head, not going to look directly at Sumu, his body filled with reverence for his master. Master, your dinner is ready. Sumu got up and followed the butler to the center of the hall. There, a huge mahogany dining table appeared out of nowhere. The table was laden with a feast in abundance. Unlike the new menu he had planned for the tavern, the creepy butler was very sensible. His master was a human, so naturally, he had to prepare human tasty food for his master. It's like yesterday, but that's not all. The master's preferences can't be Shaw. The butler clapped his hands. In the shadows of the corner, several figures slowly stepped out. Without exception, they all possessed bodies and faces comparable to those of top supermodels, with skin as fair as fine porcelain and features too delicate to be real. But in their eyes, there was nothing that belonged to a living person, only an empty pitch blackness, as if there were whirlpools slowly turning in the depths of their pupils. They were dressed in uniform blood-colored muslin, barefoot and silent as they walked. Two of them, picking up instruments in the corner made of some kind of bone, began to play a weird and woozy music. Start dancing to that spooky music. The dance is beautiful and fluid, with a classical flavor. Yet with every twist and turn, every raised hand, there is a creepy stiffness and inhumanity. Their smiles were sweet, but they were fixed on their faces like fine masks. The surviving players, looking at this bizarre and gaudy scene, all turned pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Where is this enjoying a song and dance? It was clearly a feast for the Demon King, garnished with despair and death. There were also two other creeps that became Sumu's temporary attendants. One gently filled Sumu's cranial wineglass, while the other reached out with cold but unusually soft hands and began to massage his shoulders. Their movements were graceful and standard, and because they were spooky, they moved with a sense of inhuman precision. This made Sumu very relaxed. These bizarre existences that, in the eyes of other players, would reveal their terrifying side at any moment, had, at this moment, become his exclusive musicians and masseurs. This was how Sumu was treated as the Lord of Scarlet. Sumu lethargically leaned on the back of the chair, picked up the silver knife and fork, cut off a piece of steak that was still trembling slightly, and put it into his mouth. The beautiful flavors explode on the tongue with a strange sense of power. He savored the delicious feast at a leisurely pace, enjoying the inhuman service and waiting calmly, waiting for new guests, or rather, new trouble to come to the door. Fruity, time has passed less than an hour, and there is still some time before the official business in the afternoon. The crisp clack of high heels on the floor came from far away. Immediately after, a giggle came in from outside the closed door of the restaurant. That laugh, flirtatious to the bone, with a kind of magic that could make a man's bones crumble. A female voice with a coquettish lethargy that can seduce the soul and capture the soul. Then from the big door of the restaurant leisurely passed in. Gee, what a hoot! Cluck cluck cluck. Here, is this the place where that new handsome boy made himself king? I wonder, are you welcome, sister, to come in and ask for a glass of watered wine? Chapter 36, Magician. Monarch, take your place. The giggling sound seemed to carry some kind of magic, penetrating into the ears of everyone present and making people's hearts tremble. The doors, wordlessly, slid inward. A figure, just like that, walked in gracefully. It's a woman who was beautiful and demonic to the core. She was wearing a dark red tight-fitting cheongsam, and the material was still vaguely flowing, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and floating amazing curves. The opening of the cheongsam was extremely high, almost to the root of her thighs, and as she moved lightly with her lotus steps, her two long, straight, white, long legs outlined a thrilling arc. Her face was even more perfect beyond words. Charming peach blossom eyes flowed. Under the high and straight agaric nose, a little bit of vermilion lips delicate. Let a person cannot help but want to go to taste the taste of the above. The long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, lazy and sexy, mesmerizing. However, underneath this extreme flirtatiousness, there was a palpitatingly dangerous aura hidden. It looked demonic and charming, but deep in his eyes, there wasn't the slightest bit of temperature. She was like a poisonous flower blooming in the underworld of hell. Beautiful, but instantly deadly. As she stepped in, the entire Scarlet Red restaurant seemed to be quiet for an instant. The eerie music in the corner came to an abrupt end, and the ghost musicians playing stopped their movements stiffly. Along with those dancing blood-veiled creepy shadows, all of them seemed to have been pressed the pause button, keeping their strange postures, not daring to move. The creepy maid who was massaging Sumu's body, her fingers also froze in midair, and her icy aura was converged for a few moments. Even the creepy butler who had been serving behind Sumu, that stiff and miserable face, rarely swept over with gravity, one could even say fear. He wordlessly stepped forward, closer to Sumu, and lowered his voice, his tone carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Master, please be careful. She's the lord of the Eroded Bone Inn, the Eroded Bone Monarch Phantom Lady, the Eroded Bone Inn's Eroded Bone Wolf King. The big shot behind it is her. Its strength and the queen are on the same level. Both are ghost emperors. Her Eroded Bone Inn and the Dead Moon Monarch Mad Mountain's Dead Moon Villa are precisely our Scarlet Tavern's two biggest competitors in this area. The visitor is not good and is extremely strong. Sumu, however, as if he didn't hear it, put his knife and fork aside, picked up his wine glass, and took a sip of Bloody Mary. He didn't even look back at the butler. His gaze calmly fell on that bone-eclipsing demon lady, Mimic Lady, allowing her to twist her amazing waist. She took a step across the table to him, gracefully pulled out her chair, and sat down. Phantom Lady propped up her polished chin with one hand, sizing up Sumu with interest, those soul-stirring peach blossom eyes lingering on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. She let out a series of soft sighs of uncertainty. In her sight, the man in front of her was indeed young, with a clean face that could even be described as handsome, but those eyes were too cold, calm, indifferent, as if nothing in the world was in his sight. This extreme calmness, on the contrary, exudes a haunting sense of inhumanity. One even gives oneself the illusion that this is not a human being, but a genuine creep. Little handsome boy, you are so brave. Meiji's red lips slightly opened, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Sisters people, kill them when you say so, without even saying hello? Her voice had just fallen. Ha 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 ha. A rough and bold, eardrum-shattering maniacal laughter exploded from outside the door. Yo, I can't imagine that Phantom G is one step ahead of my old madness. Before the words fell, a figure so tall and sturdy that it looked like a small mountain had already crossed the door of the restaurant with large strides. The visitor was a gnarled man, bare-chested, revealing bronze muscles covered in hideous scars, wearing a tattered animal skin skirt underneath, and carrying a huge bone club stained with dark red blood over his shoulder. His face was fierce, his eyes were violent, and he exuded a savage, primitive, bloodthirsty aura all over his body. It was none other than the Lord of the Dead Moon Villa, the Dead Moon Demon Lord, Mad Mountain. When Meiji saw Mad Mountain, her pretty brows immediately furrowed, and her peach blossom eyes flashed with undisguised disgust and contempt. It's you again, you crude man. You stink, she snorted coldly, not even bothering to turn her head to look at him. Mad Mountain, however, looked as if he didn't feel Meiji's dislike at all. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of white fangs, and laughed out loud. Meiji, don't be so disrespectful. I've been thinking about you for a long time. Look, this new kid doesn't know the rules. Do you want my old madman to help you tear him up, and the bones will be stewed for you? He said this while still trying to make his way over to the chimera. The phantom lady's eyes went cold, and an invisible chilling aura instantly filled the air. Berserk Mountain's footsteps lurched, and although a naive but actually colorful smile still hung on his face, he didn't dare to come any closer after all. Having suffered a defeat here at Mimi's place, Mad Mountain's pair of copper bell-like fierce eyes immediately turned viciously towards Sumu, who was sitting still. He thumped the huge bone rod on his shoulder, causing the floor to tremble 3 times. He was a Ghost Emperor powerhouse just like Phantom Lady, and his usual socialization wasn't that bad. Boy, know the rules? How dare you sit down after meeting our 2 seniors? This Scarlet Tavern used to be run by the Scarlet Queen, but now that it's become a brat like you, it's hardening up. Mad Mountain's roar continued, trying to overwhelm Sumu with his aura, or rather, test the bottom of this newly risen guy. However, he had not finished his words. Sumu didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, just picks up the cranial wineglass on the table and takes a sip. Next, boom, terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Sumu's body. It's not just a killing aura, it was a kind of imperial majesty that overrode all weirdness and living beings and ignored everything. The power of Ghost Emperor descending body was completely unleashed without reservation. The entire Scarlet Tavern was instantly shrouded in endless colors of blood. The wind whistled, but it was not the wind of nature, but the wind of the underworld that carried the hissing of countless wronged souls and the weeping of the dead. Behind Sumu, a blurry and huge pitch-black Emperor's shadow appeared, and that Emperor's shadow's mere outline exuded a terrifying aura that was enough to make the sun and the moon lose their light, and the sky and the earth collapse. All of the light within the tavern, whether it was candlelight or the glow emanating from the eyrie itself, was distorted and dimmed at this moment, completely consumed by that boundless darkness. The fierce dead moon demon monarch Mad Mountain, and the sardonic smile on his face instantly froze. Even the playful smile on the face of the bone-eroding monarch Phantom G, who had been acting languidly and flirtatiously, had completely disappeared. For the first time, her beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed a look of disbelief and even gravity. She could clearly feel the essence of that power. It was far beyond that of an ordinary creepy lord, a terrifying power that was even more ancient and overbearing, and even closer to the creepy origin. This power, she and Madama, as well as the unseen Scarlet Queen, possessed the same. Sumu slowly put down the wineglass. The cup contacted the desktop and issued a slight taw, finally raised his eyes. Those cold, waveless eyes faintly swept over the slightly changed face of Berserk Mountain. There was no anger, no killing intent, only indifference. You're teaching me things? Chapter 37, Joining Forces? The scene, in an instant, fell into an eerie dead silence. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment. Whether it was the remaining players in the Scarlet Tavern, the weird butler standing by, Shinbei and the others, or the hundreds of millions of viewers who were watching this through the screen of the live broadcast room, all of them had frozen expressions. The Ghost Emperor descends. Previously, at the Eroded Bone Inn, they had seen Sumu use this power to crush the Eroded Bone Wolf King, but it felt far less desperate then than it does now. When this power was unreserved, no longer targeting minions, but instead facing the same Ghost Emperor-level existence head-on. The terror that was displayed was beyond the limits of everyone's imagination. That's more than just power. It was more of an absolute crushing of the rank, a deity on high, looking down on an ant in the dust. In the corner of the tavern, a few shivering in bizarre waiters. At this moment, even their forms began to be unstable, emitting unconscious low whimpers that originated from instinctive fear. Hiss! The huge, blurred, pitch-black imperial shadow stood silently behind Sumu, emitting a terrifying pressure that was enough to crush the soul. The few surviving creepy waiters, hiding behind the bar, communicated in shaky voices that only each other could hear. My God! Master is so strong? It's not a bad comparison to the Queen. Looks like we don't have to be afraid of those two alien ghost emperors. But there's only one master, and there are two on the other side. One of the attendants whispered in despair, the hope that had just flared up instantly doused again by the icy water. We'll just have to leave it to fate. Meanwhile, live on air, what do I see? The Emperor's shadow? Is that the full form of the Ghost Emperor? I can't breathe through this pressure across the screen. This aura, this intimidating pressure. That stupid big man from Mad Mountain doesn't even dare to move. Calm down upstairs. The opposite side is two Ghost Emperors. Sushin is even stronger. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Sushin is invincible. What's wrong with 1 against 2? Sit back and wait for Sushin to make history with 1 through 2. Copy. Inside the Scarlet Tavern, the atmosphere was still as heavy as substance. Berserk Mountain's fierce face was currently written with disbelief. His copper-bell eyes stared at Sumu, and in the depths of his eyes, in addition to horror, there was even a hidden panic that even he didn't want to admit. He could feel that underneath the other party's seemingly calm eyes lurked a power that was enough to rival his. It's not a test, it's a warning. Standing on the side of the Phantom Lady, the languid flirtation on her face had long disappeared. In its place, there was an unprecedented gravity and inquiry. Her soul-stirring peach blossom eyes were currently scrutinizing Sumu without blinking, as if she wanted to completely see him through from the inside out. The essence of this power, she seemed to have felt somewhere similar, but more. This man, he was much more interesting than she had expected. Finally, it was Mad Mountain who couldn't calm down first and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, breaking the suffocating silence. Humph, he grunted heavily, trying to get a little back. I can't imagine. You kid, that's quite something. He tried to save a little face. Having said that, the hand gripping the bone rod unconsciously tightened even more. Just then, oops, a soft and flirtatious cry rang out as if it could burrow into the cracks of one's bones. The gravity on Meiji's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a flirtatious smile that was enough to turn the world upside down. She moved lightly with lotus steps, her body swaying like a delicate viper, slowly walking towards Sumu. The aroma filled the air with a strange, sweet, cloying scent that invoked the primal desires of the heart. Those peach blossom eyes were watery, as if they could drip water. Little brother, why are you so mean? Her voice was soft and glutinous, pampering, meaning that an ordinary person would not be able to hold it anymore. That one just now scared the hell out of my sister. She walked to a place about 3 steps away from Sumu and stopped, a pair of soul-stirring peach blossom eyes looking at him with watery eyes, as if they could drip out water. Just glaring at people like that. Are you trying to tear your sister apart too? Sumu's face was expressionless. His eyes were still cold, and he just watched her perform indifferently. Seeing that Sumu was unmoved, her eyes flowed and her red lips curled slightly, and she seemed to find it even more interesting. She made a gesture to take another step closer, and her slender fingers seemed to want to touch the corner of Sumu's coat. I just want to see what is in the heart of such a powerful little brother. As she took one step closer, the confusing aura grew stronger, almost seducing one's soul. Eyes were about to walk in front of Sumu. Sumu didn't even raise his eyelids and only spoke faintly. Stop. The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable majesty. The chimera's footsteps came to a screeching halt. The smile on her face faltered slightly, and then morphed into something even more moving and flirtatious. Aya, does little brother trust slaves so little? She pretended to be aggrieved as she lightly bit her red lips and looked at Sumu with grudging eyes. Slave, just think. Little brother alone to hold up the Scarlet restaurant. Really too hard. Want to get closer? Understand you a little more, to help you well. Her performance was seamless, and anyone who watched it would have felt sorry for her. However, Sumu remained unmoved. The Miko's eyes flickered and she seemed to sigh somewhat helplessly. Erotic devil girl. Sumu finally opened his mouth. His voice was flat but carried an unquestionable rejection. There's nothing I trust in a creepy man-eater. The Miko's movements gave a slight lurch. A trace of undetectable surprise flashed in her eyes, and then her smile grew even wider, with a hint of sultriness. Little brother, don't be so guarded, slave. She sighed softly, her tone resigned. Sister, I'm not going to eat you. To the side, Mad Mountain's face sank. his heart churning with anger. He'd taken the Chimera as his woman, and now he was watching her scratch her head in front of someone else, so how could he not be angry? When he was about to speak, Sumu opened his mouth. You won't have this chance, and you can't do it. Little brother. Not a single thing I want from my sister has ever escaped my grasp. Since you don't trust me so much, how about I give you a gift for meeting me? Speaking here, her words turned violently, and her pair of charming peach blossom eyes, with a hint of cunning and icy killing intent, glanced at Mad Mountain, who had an ugly face on the side. She turned to Sumu, smiling like a flower, and proposed, "It's a gift that will do you and me good. Little brother, look at this big, stupid, obtrusive guy. Why don't you? How about the two of us team up and kill him first?" As the words fell, the atmosphere inside the Scarlet Red restaurant steeply became even more bizarre, with killing opportunities everywhere. Chapter 38, in the office. As soon as the Phantom G's words fell, the entire Scarlet restaurant, as if it was a dead silent deep pool that had been thrown into a huge stone, invisible ripples spread out. Those bizarre ones who were originally cowering in the corners due to the confrontation between the three great Ghost Emperor-level existences were even more eager to erase even the traces of their existence at this moment. Lower-ranked, bizarre creatures, their bodies instinctively dissolved and turned into shadows, trying to blend into the deeper darkness, figuring that they could escape the coming storm that way. Those that were slightly stronger suppressed their own ghostly aura fluctuations to death, even stopping their breathing for fear that the slightest movement would draw the attention of any of those three gazes. That would be devastating. The three great Ghost Emperors, are they going to make a move? The big one is coming. The bone-eclipsing Demoness and the Dead Moon Monarch are imploding? This woman, eroded Bone Demon G, is so ruthless. Turning around, she's going to join forces with Sushin to kill her companions? Hopscotch, are you even this good at shenanigans? Sushin, this is a great opportunity. One less Ghost Emperor-level enemy. Good chance my ass. This woman is obviously no good either. She eats people without spitting out bones. Working with her is like working with a tiger for its skin. The live stream was pouring with unusual excitement and fire. Either way, weird infighting is good for humanity. On the other hand, Mad Mountain, who was standing on the side, at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by an invisible thunderbolt. His huge body froze in place, his copper-bell eyes glaring almost cracked, staring dead, incredulously at the Chimera's smiling face. Blood chi surged wildly within him, almost breaking through the restraints, but he forced himself to suppress it. It wasn't because of the fear of Sumu, but because of Phantom G's words. Midge, you're so funny. Obviously we're the ones who are going to finish him off. Am I right? His voice carried an almost humble tremor, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. There was even a pleasing smile on his face. I'm not joking. I do plan to team up with him and do away with you. The Phantom Lady opened her mouth delicately and lightly. What did you say? The Dead Moon uniform was still even trying to squeeze out a not-so-hard-to-read smile. I hope what I just heard was a hallucination. Haven't we worked together for so long? You promised me that if I joined forces with you, you could. But the latter words, under the cold and disgusted eyes of the Phantom Lady, completely got stuck in her throat and could no longer be spat out. The Miko didn't even bother to give him a proper look. In those soul-stirring peach blossom eyes, there was only undisguised contempt and disdain at the moment, and one more glance at him would dirty his eyes. Her red lips moved slightly and she spat out two words. Stupid. Sumu took it all in, and a few absurdities were born in his heart. Nice guy. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. I thought horror copies were full of twisted and cruel monsters, and witnessing a Ghost Emperor-level dog-licking scene? It's a long time to live. However, this gave Sumu some ideas. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. No matter what kind of dogged feud there was between these two demon monarchs, or what kind of calculations this bone-eclipsing demon lady was making, the situation at hand did not seem to be a bad thing for him. Why not have someone jump in and be willing to help him get rid of a huge potential threat? A hint of coldness crept into the bottom of Sumu's eyes. His gaze, if anything, landed on Mad Mountain. Those eyes, calm, indifferent, yet with a scrutinizing prey-like interest. Mad Mountain's huge body trembled violently. He is not a cutie. Although he was almost crushed by the Phantom Lady's words and attitude, he could still clearly perceive the subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. The killing intent in the eyes of the Miko was no joke, and that mysterious human he cast a gaze that made him fall into a pit of ice. These two guys, they're serious. They were really going to team up and slaughter him right here, right now. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly wrapped around his heart. Stay any longer and you really will die. Roar! Berserk Mountain let out a violent, earth-shattering roar that was more of a colorful bluff than a demonstration. Phantom Lady, Sumu, he gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of spite and resentment. You wait for me. Today's insult will be returned 100-fold in the future. Putting down this scene, Mad Mountain's huge body violently transformed into a blood-colored gale that swept up the fishy air in the sky, and rushed towards the outside of the Scarlet restaurant without looking back. The speed and the wretched posture were a far cry from the arrogant and domineering manner in which he had made his debut. With Mad Mountain's wretched escape, the suffocating pressure inside the restaurant suddenly reduced by a lot. The Phantom Lady looked at the direction where Mad Mountain disappeared, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a mocking sneer. And then she resumed her flirtatious appearance that turned the world upside down. She moved lightly with lotus steps and once again walked towards Sumo in a graceful manner, her fragrant wind lingering. "Look, little brother, the guy who was in the way is already gone." Her voice took on an inviting sweetness. "Now, we can talk about it." She stopped in front of Sumu, a pair of peach blossom eyes blinking without blinking as she looked at him, and deep in her eyes was an undisguised interest. "Actually, we're not enemies. My slave came here this time, just wanting to talk about a cooperation with you, little brother." And before that, it was clearly little brother himself who asked his slave to come. Sumu's face was calm, and his eyes were still cold and sharp. This woman is up to no good. She must be watched. He grunted coldly in his heart, but his face didn't move. "Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate?" When the Phantom Lady saw him being so direct, instead of being displeased, her eyes flowed, adding a few more points of charm. She suddenly seemed like a different person, slightly pouting her red lips with a few moments of little girl-like rancor and petulance. Little brother, you're really not understanding." She gently stomped her foot, as if she was complaining about Sumu's mumbling. "Where do you talk about cooperation in a place like this?" She spoke in a sultry tone, seemingly dissatisfied with Sumu's lack of ceremony. "There's no sincerity at all." She grunted softly, throwing the question back. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered slightly for a moment. This woman's methods were bizarre and her mind was unpredictable. Talking here would indeed make it easy for onlookers to spy on her and expose too many things. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of medicine this bone-eroding demoness was selling in her gourd. "If you want to talk, come with me." Sumu spoke faintly, his voice still had little temperature. "Go to my office." As soon as the words fell, the reinforced butler, who had been serving at the side with an extremely low presence, moved his figure slightly, as if he wanted to warn of something. Sumu, however, as if he had eyes behind his back, raised his hand without looking back and gently swung it. No harm done. The corners of his mouth curved into an icy arc, his eyes deep. A mere bone-eroding demoness. He was still able to suppress it. Right now, the ability of Ghost Emperor Descending Body could still last for a few more minutes. After saying that, he turned around and took the lead towards the depths of the tavern, the office that only belonged to him. As Meiji looked at Sumu's back, a strange light flashed in her peach blossom eyes. Then she smiled flirtatiously and took a swaying step, following closely behind. The lobby of the Scarlet Tavern once again resumed its deathly silence. Chapter 39, Phantom Girl Wants to Be a Trophy. The office on the top floor of the Scarlet Tavern was very different from the bloody horror of the lobby outside. The place was unusually neat, if not completely uncharacteristic of a horror replica, with its modern, icy grime. This was specially decorated by Sumu. After all, he was human. Human aesthetics are still different from spooky. Dark red solid wood desk, dark leather sofa. The air is filled with if not sandalwood incense, suppressing the blood, but adding to the eerie. The Miko seemed to be familiar with the place, or rather, she was well adjusted to this environment of manifested power. She was not the least bit formal, her skirt swaying as she walked straight to the expansive couch. And then, extremely naturally, she sat down, one slender and delicate jade leg, elegantly folded over the other. The black lace cheongsam had a high split, and as she moved, thrilling arcs loomed out, and her pale, delicate skin shook in the dim light. Her face still had that flirtatious smile that turned the world upside down, but deep in the bottom of her eyes, it was a deep, bottomless pool, calm and wave-free. This contrast made her whole person exude a fatal attraction. She was the most colorful poisonous rose. Sumu stood at the door and did not immediately approach. His gaze was like a falcon, sharply sweeping over every corner of the office before finally landing on the well-groomed woman on the sofa, especially those folded jade legs and the amazing curves outlined by the cheongsam. Even Sumu, who had dated a dozen or so ex-girlfriends with very different personalities and moving temperaments, and who had fallen in love with the country, had to admit at this moment that in terms of appearance alone, this bone-eroding demon lady was indeed a top-notch beauty. Unfortunately, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it tends to be. Sumu's face didn't change in the slightest. The way he looked at Meiji, He was looking at an inanimate work of art. He slowly walked behind the desk and did not sit down, bracing his hands on the desktop and leaning forward slightly, creating a sense of condescending oppression. "Say it." His voice was cold as ice. "Erotic demoness. After going through so much effort and taking the initiative to come to the door, what exactly do you want to do?" It seemed that Meiji hadn't expected Sumu to be so direct, or rather, she enjoyed this kind of conversation that broke the mold. She stretched lazily, her delicate curves once again on display, her red lips slightly opened. "Humbug." A soft hum came out from her nostrils, carrying a few hints of anger and a few hints of petulance, forming a strong contrast with her identity as a ghost emperor. That stunningly beautiful imperial sister's face actually showed a little daughter-like gesture. "Little brother. You say that as if slave is some kind of flooding beast." Her eyes flickered as she looked towards Sumu. "That Scarlet Queen alone is already enough to give my slave a headache. With all her strength, I'm afraid she's still a shade better than my slave. Now, there's another one as unpredictable as you." Her tone held a hint of imperceptible gravity, yet was coquettish. "If my slave doesn't take the initiative to come over and probe the bottom, do I really have to wait for you guys to be in a bad mood one day and team up to hit the door and tear down my eroded bone in? Though it's no different now than it was torn down. But the slave doesn't want to even have a place to rest." That sounded reasonable, with a few hints of weakness. In Sumu's heart, there was a cold laugh. Oh, he's not stupid. A ghost emperor level bigwig that could rival the Scarlet Queen, and might even be slightly inferior but was definitely a top existence, would take the initiative to run to show weakness just because of scruples? That's a lie. No, not even ghosts can be fooled. This woman, she definitely has other plans. Seeing that Sumu just looked at himself with cold eyes and an unspoken mockery at the corner of his mouth, he didn't say a word. The petulance on the Miko's face instantly faded, and a trace of faintly undetectable displeasure flashed under her eyes. This man, he was more difficult than she thought. Oil and salt, soft and hard. It seems that unusual means are of little use to him. Then, the Miko suddenly stood up. Her movements were fluid and graceful, with a thrilling beauty. Sumu's eyes condensed. The 5 fingers of his right hand moved slightly. A trace of pitch-black ghost chi was like tiny electric snakes, quietly winding around, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any time. The effect of Ghost Emperor descending body hadn't completely worn off yet, and he was confident that even if this woman suddenly snapped, he would be able to make her pay a painful price. However, Phantom Lady's next action caused Sumu's prepared attack to pause hard. She didn't attack. She even ignored the obscure but deadly energy fluctuation in Sumu's hand. She walked straight towards Sumu. The heels made a crisp clatter on the polished floor. 1 step, 2 steps. She stopped in front of Sumu, extremely close. Then, under Sumu's cold and vigilant gaze, her body softened, and without warning, she directly sat on his lap. The amazing softness and warmth of the touch came clearly through the thin fabric of the suit pants. The faint scent of the exotic fragrance of orchids brutally drilled into Sumu's nostrils. Sumu's body instantly tensed, his eyes suddenly sharp as knives, but he forced down the urge to do it. What does this woman want? Phantom Lady seemed to be satisfied with Sumu's reaction, or rather, she was enjoying the excitement of playing with fire. She slightly tilted her head and looked at Sumu from close by. Those soul-stirring peach blossom eyes contained a sea of stars at the moment, and the eyelashes were long and curly, fluttering slightly. The red lips were full and moist, with a tantalizing luster, exhaling like orchids. The warm breath could even spray on Sumu's face. The face, viewed at such a close distance, was a gift from the creator, too perfect to pick out a single flaw. But what Sumu saw was only the undisguised calculations and coldness in the depths of those beautiful eyes. "Little brother, don't be so nervous." Her voice pressed lower, with a sticky compulsion. "Slave said we are not enemies, at least, not right now." She paused, her tone becoming a little more serious. "That dead moon monarch, Mad Mountain, although he's a brainless fool, his strength is there, so keeping him is ultimately a scourge. Well, you and I will join forces and finish him off completely first. All of his properties on this side of Scarlet Horror Paradise, including land and resources, you and I will split them 50-50. After saying that, she paused for a moment and hung her hands on Sumu's neck, waiting for Sumu to respond. But Sumu acted as if he didn't hear it and just looked on coldly. "Isn't that enough? Ha, man, let's see how long you can hold back." Immediately after, her body slightly leaned forward, sticking to Sumu with a more ambiguous, more seductive posture, exhaling even more warmly. A small, soft, boneless hand even gently rested on Sumu's shoulder, its fingertips scratching across his neck if anything. She whispered with a deadly attraction, "After the deed is done, slave can also be one of your trophies." Little brother. Chapter 40 The Union. Sumu didn't respond to Meiji immediately, just lowering his head. The corners of his mouth slightly outlined a few points of evil, his eyes playful, looking at her as if sizing up the fish on the chopping board. Slowly and methodically, he swept over Phantom Lady's exquisite figure, finally resting on her flawless face with a wintry smile. "Ms. Phantom Lady is indeed very sincere. Talks good again. Guess that's a mouthful. Ha! The smile was gone from the Miko's face. She maintained the position of hanging on Sumu's neck. Does little brother want to try? Upside down. Slave can do that too. Oh. MS. Phantom G's kung fu was also very good. She knows all such difficult moves. Despite his words, Sumu never made any moves. Anyone else would have lost their grip. This man is 100 times harder to deal with than a fool like Madama. Oil and salt, unable to be swayed by even the slightest hint of beauty or show of weakness? No, she doesn't believe it. There's no cat in heaven that doesn't steal. Meiji's eyes flowed. Her charm intensified, and the breath she exhaled was almost sprayed to Sumu's ear. Little brother is really not understanding. Slave is like this. Her body rubbed forward again, the soft touch more defined. The hand that was resting on Sumu's shoulder slid downwards restlessly, the fingertips carrying a slightly cool touch, teasing the skin between his neck. What else do you want? The voice was so slimy it could almost be pulled out of the silk. However, the next second, pop, a crisp, loud slap exploded abruptly into the silent office. The fawning expression on the Miko's face instantly froze, and her pupils suddenly contracted. A surprising amount of force accompanied the fiery pain that came from her upturned, rounded Q-tips. Even her heels shook with it. The next second, the sky spins. The playful smile on Sumu's face had long disappeared. With a big wave of his hand, he lifted the still dazed midge right off his lap. Bang! The chimera was dropped hard onto the cold, hard floor with a muffled thud. At this moment, her hair was in a messy bun and her clothes were disheveled. Where was there any trace of the Ghost Emperor's style that had turned the world upside down just now? The Phantom Lady was shocked, angry, ashamed, and furious, and her beautiful eyes were almost ready to spit out fire. But she was a Ghost Emperor after all, and instantly suppressed her mind. This man, his strength is unfathomable. It was actually possible to suppress yourself in an instant. Can't do it the hard way. She forced out a tear, resigned. Little brother, you're so insensitive. How can you bully a girl? Sumu looked down on her condescendingly, his eyes as cold as 10,000 years of ice. Don't act. His voice was unruffled. Put away your tricks to charm men. They won't work on me. He slowly crouched down and leveled his eyes with the paralyzed Miko. Helping you with Madama. Yes. For my main mission, I also need to clear out these unstable elements. But what do I get out of it? It was then that the Miko completely realized that this man had not been swayed by her beauty from the beginning to the end. The only thing he values is profit, and he wanted more than the previously proposed 50-50 split by no means. This asshole is so cold and greedy. The Miko took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shame and anger in her heart. The situation is stronger than the people. She slowly adjusted her posture so that she didn't look so lousy, and a small smile re-emerged on her face, only more or less stiff. Little brother, look at you. Why are you so rude? She tried to speak again in that coquettish tone, but her eyes involuntarily averted. 50-50, isn't that enough? Mad Mountain's territory is not small. She tried to circle back to the topic. Sumu, however, didn't take any of the moves at all. He reached out and cupped the chimera's delicate chin, forcing her to look up at him. The force was not great, but it carried an irresistible undertone. Not enough. I want 73. Scarlet Tavern. How much room for survival have you all been squeezed out of? If it's still 55 cents for you, you got the benefit of the doubt, and that's a lot. His fingers pressed slightly harder and the Miko felt a twinge of pain. So, isn't it only right that I get more favors? His other hand, casually, rested on the Miko's bare shoulder, the cold touch causing her to shiver slightly. Or do you think I should be charitable? MS. Phantom Lady, being a ghost has to be done in moderation. The smile on the Miko's face disappeared completely, replaced by a complex sorrow. She sighed softly and looked at Sumu with ghostly eyes. You say that lightly. It's naturally a good thing that Berserk Mountain is dead and the territory is divided. Her words changed, and a deep scorn showed in her eyes. But what about when you're gone? You're human, after all, and sooner or later you're going to have to leave. The Scarlet Queen is back. Will she recognize this debt we talked about today? With her vindictive nature, I'm afraid that she won't turn around and settle old scores. And with interest, swallow my eroded bone in one gulp as well. That's what really worried her. This was the fundamental reason why she preferred to put down her stature and took the initiative to run to the Scarlet Red restaurant. With the tiger, you also have to see if you can handle another, more ferocious tiger after the tiger leaves. Then, teary-eyed and looking pathetic, she acted out with one hand over her face. I'm a weak woman. How can I beat her? As she spoke, she secretly observed Sumu's reaction. That was really her biggest concern. Sumu looked at her pearly appearance. His heart had no fluctuations, and he even wanted to laugh a little. A weak woman? A Ghost Emperor level existence calling herself a weak woman? Act, then act. But for Sumu, this was not a problem at all. Don't you worry, she won't touch you if I ask. Even if I leave later, she'll never come after you. What Sumu, say, Here are the rules. He let out a light laugh, carrying an absolute confident dominance. The chimera's pupils suddenly contracted. The heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. She stared at Sumu's eyes dead on, trying to find a trace of bravado in those deep eyes. But no, there is only a deep, unseen confidence and indifference. The weight of this promise, it's too heavy enough to make her ignore all the humiliation and discomfort she had just experienced. Sumu is a human being, and sooner or later he has to go. But if he does restrain the Scarlet Queen, even after he's gone, what does that mean? It meant that she could safely receive the benefits of Madama's death without worrying about being settled by the Scarlet Queen, counting the quite a few benefits she had gotten even before. Even if she were to share less of the Dead Moon Villa's resources and territory, it would actually be a good deal. The point is, as long as she can divide her sphere of influence, she and the Scarlet Tavern will be well watered in the future, and she will be able to run her eroded bone in peacefully. It's a sure thing. The temptation is too great. The Miko's breathing became a little short. Is that true? Her voice was trembling a bit. Sumu, never say empty words, Sumu said indifferently. She looked at Sumu's handsome but ice-cold face and bit her red lip. Bet. Yes, the territory and resources of the Mad Mountain. 7 for you and 3 for me. She directly gave the split that Sumu expected in her heart. But that's not all. Besides, I'll also give you the manor under my name, the one closest to the Scarlet Tavern of yours, the Orchid Garden, as well. That manor is not big, but it's in an excellent location, and it's barely a wall away from this tavern of yours. That close? Sumu's heart stirred. If the integration of the Orchid Garden and the Scarlet Tavern was done, it would allow the Scarlet Tavern to expand its scale while also pulling up its reputation. Then his main quest, too, should be completed. Deal. Sumu dryly spat out 2 words. With his purpose accomplished, he stopped making things difficult for the Miko and released his hand that was pressed on her shoulder. Standing up, he patted the non-existent dust from his pants. The Phantom Lady was like an amnesty, rubbing her tingling shoulders, looking at Sumu with even more complicated eyes and mixed feelings in her heart. This man, what a devil, and scary and elusive. She straightened up her grooming, barely regaining a few moments of the Ghost Emperor's demeanor. Happy cooperation. Then, she tentatively extended her hand. Sumu, however, had no intention of shaking hands with her and only nodded slightly. You can go now and wait for my message. I'll look for you when the time comes. The Miko didn't care and withdrew her hand. Good, my slave is waiting for the good news. She took one last deep look at Sumu, turned around, and walked towards the office door in a slim manner. The clatter of heels on the floor resounded again, only this time, with a bit of urgency. However, just moments before her hand was about to touch the doorknob, phew, a cold, fragrant breeze appeared without warning. The aroma, ethereal and eerie, carried a palpitating chill. In the next second, the chimera appeared in Sumu's arms. The red lips bit on Sumu's neck. Chapter 41 Planting Strawberries. The cool, soft touch imprinted on the side of Sumu's neck. Sumu's muscles instantly tensed, and a cold aura exploded in his eyes. He thought the woman had gone back on her word and dared to sneak up on him. The Ghost Emperor descending body's residual blood-devouring aura suddenly boiled, almost ready to break out of his body. His right fist was clenched tightly, his bones crackling as scarlet energy wrapped around it, ready to blast out. But the expected sharp pain and malice did not come. Only a hot, wet, strangely scented touch, and a slight tingle. On the other side, there was not the slightest bit of killing intent. Even the hostility was pitifully thin. Sumu's brows were tightly locked, and the raging blood chi was hardened and suppressed in his palm, not exploding. He couldn't figure out what the woman wanted. Sumu's pupils shrunk violently. From this woman in his arms, he couldn't feel a hint of aggression, only an almost intimate teasing. In the next second, Phantom Lady had raised her head, her red lips stained with a hint of crystal, leaving a clear and ambiguous fuchsia mark on his neck, a strawberry print. Her entire body went limp in the process and sat directly on Sumu's lap, warm and soft, with a bone-crushing, exotic fragrance. The slender arm was like a spiritual snake, encircling Sumu's neck and resting on his shoulder. The pair of soul-stirring peach blossom eyes, at the moment, were even more charming, gazing at Sumu from close at hand. The eerie aroma exhaled between his breaths ruffled the nerves of regular people who had long since collapsed. Little brother, her voice was coquettish to the bone, with a hint of triumphant laughter. You're great. Come to Sister's eroded bone and more often in the future. Sister me, we'll treat you well, guaranteed to make you cool on your head. The last 3 words, she practically spat them out against Sumu's ear, carrying an obvious hint of danger. Before the words fell, her scallion-white index finger ambiguously crossed Sumu's tightly pursed thin lips. The fingertips were cold, but they seemed to carry an electric current. After doing all this, Meiji was like a little fox who had taken advantage of a heavenly advantage, her eyes flashing with cunning and complacency. She rose lightly from Sumu's arms, moving gracefully with a victor's stance. All the humiliation and vulnerability that had been suppressed earlier had been viciously brought back to her in this one strawberry print and a few flirty flirtations. She turned again, slinking toward the door, the clatter of her heels all over the place. Open the door and leave. All at once, in the office, only Sumu and the weird aroma that had not yet dissipated were left behind. Sumu raised his hand expressionlessly and touched the masterpiece on his neck. It's still a little moist to the touch. The corner of his eye twitched, and he was speechless. This woman. Childish retaliation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I see? A spooky movie? The Phantom Lady Big Brother is awesome. How dare you plant strawberries on Sushin's neck? Ah! Sucking. Sucking can be okay? What kind of tiger and wolf operation is this? Did Sushin just try to make a move? I could feel that killing aura through the screen. A hard stop. Sushin's determination is fine. The Miko is playing with fire. But hey, I like it. The wave. The wave was a mimic's counterkill, though in a different sense. Mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the livestream. Sushin, why don't you submit to Phantom Lady? A strong combination. It's too beautiful for me to look at, and I can't help but take crazy screenshots. Live. Pop-ups of all kinds of marveling, teasing, envy and jealousy stopped endlessly in the comments section. Meanwhile, Han Xia, in the secret meeting room, on the huge screen, the image inside the Scarlet restaurant's office had just been framed at the moment when Phantom Lady left. The room was silent. Sitting on the left side of the first place, an old man with white hair and a scar on his brow suddenly laughed lowly. The dark green uniform, with the 4 gold stars on the epaulets, shook with his laughter. Laughter broke the silence. This kid, it's rather interesting, gutsy, ruthless, and this beckoning spirit, quite like the old man back then. The 2 men and women next to them, who were also in high positions, sniffed in unison, silently glancing at each other. Both saw deep speechlessness in the other's eyes. You're the one who's always wiping the boss's ass, aren't you? Can it be the same? Sumu didn't realize that he had been critiqued by the top brass. Scarlet Tavern, office. Sumu sat on the chair and waited for a while longer. He figured that the eyesore on his neck should have faded pretty much by the time the energy in his body healed itself. With his physique, a mark of this magnitude would soon disappear. He really didn't want to go out with this thing on top of him and add to the trouble. Feeling almost done, he then straightened his collar and got up to leave the office. Just as I stepped out of the office, I felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Outside the door, creepy butler, Shen Bing, and a few players and low-level creeps who had survived and were now trembling and acting as waiters, all waited respectfully. Sumu stepped out and swept his gaze over the crowd. He was acutely aware that the guys were looking at him a little strangely. These people and creepy wanted to laugh but didn't dare. The look was a mixture of awe and unspoken meaning. What's going on? Sumu frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it, only thinking that the aftermath of the confrontation he had just had with the Phantom Lady was still there. He headed straight for the stairway, ready to go downstairs and see how the tavern was doing now. Lord. Behind him came the hesitant and slightly embarrassed voice of the creepy butler. Sumu's footsteps lurched and he looked back, only to see the creepy butler's stiff face squeeze out a smile that was even worse than crying, and his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Sumu's neck. As for Shin Bing, who was next to him, he looked odd, his lips slightly open, wanting to speak. As for the other few shenanigans and waiters, their expressions were even more brilliant, each with their heads down, but with the corner of their eyes making a peek over here. What's wrong? Sumu stopped and looked at him. Ahem, that. The creepy butler coughed dryly twice, wondering if he should remind Sumu a little more directly. That is, master your neck. Above. Neck? Sumu's frown tightened and subconsciously raised his hand to touch it. The smoothness of the skin was still coming from his fingertips. Shouldn't the mark be gone? He looked quizzically at the butler. The butler raised his hand to point to a piece of polished brass relief set for decoration on the wall beside him. That bas-relief can blur the silhouette of a person. With disbelief, Sumu turned sideways and looked toward the piece of brass relief. Next, his whole body froze, only to see the blurred reflection. The side of his neck, the shape, is clearly an ambiguous lip print. Grass. Sumu's pupils quake. What the hell is that woman doing? How come this mark has even deepened? Chapter 42, The Hickey That Couldn't Disappear. Yi Linger's Return. Sumu touched the abnormally burning skin on his neck, and his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Damn. This touch, this vaguely transmitted fluctuation of weird power, not an ordinary hickey at all. That woman, Mickey, definitely attached some kind of spell or curse to it. In a short period of time, Don't even think about flushing it out by your own trickster power. Good means. Sumu laughed coldly in his heart, but also rose in gravity. He originally thought that the Phantom Lady's last blow was just a childish provocation under unwillingness to disgust him. Unexpectedly, this woman's heart of hearts was even smaller than he had imagined, and her methods were even more insidious. The mark was so conspicuous and carried an eerie aura. If Linger comes back and sees the strawberry on his neck, Sumu winced. The image was too beautiful for him to think about. Definitely a Shura-level explosion. By then, it won't be as simple as a strawberry mark. I'm afraid I'll have to lose layers of skin. TSK, TSK, TSK. See that? That one on Sumu's neck. My god, he's too brave, isn't he? This even dares to touch creepy? Big brother is big brother. We are still struggling to survive, and people have already started to fight with the gods? Can't envy it, can't envy it. In front of the Shinbing beauty accompanied into the bedroom, after the Phantom G Ghost Emperor throws himself into the arms of the same player. This gap, alas, in the corner, a few players who had managed to survive lowered their voices in a mixture of envy and awe, as well as sourness, but they only dared to force a few words in a whisper. When his eyes touched Sumu's icy cold eyes, he was immediately silenced, lowered his head, and honestly picked up the rag, mop, and continued to work. This Scarlet restaurant is now Sumu's territory. Their little lives are still in someone else's hands. Not far away, Shinbing stood silently, her eyelids hanging down. No one could see her expression at the moment. Only she knew that her heart was a mess. Erotic demon lady, Ghost Emperor Phantom Lady, that hickey, so harsh. Sumu had clearly made a special effort to help himself before, and even let her stay by his side. She thought that he was, at least, that little bit different for her, available just now. Reason told her that it was Phantom G, a party of ghost emperors with powerful strength, and that Sumu's choice to temporarily hold back and even reach a cooperation was for the sake of the overall situation, and for the sake of completing the copy mission. What just happened may have just been a play for the occasion, but why is it still a little stuffy and uncomfortable inside? It was as if one's treasured treasure was coveted, even stained. Shinbing bit her lower lip and forced down this trace of emotion that shouldn't be there. She knew very well that in a place like this, around people like this, to move to true feelings was the most foolish and deadly of all. Sumu did not notice Shinbing's subtle psychological changes, or rather, he didn't have time to care about that. The mark on his neck was a small matter. Right now, the normal operation of the Scarlet Tavern was the top priority. What are you all waiting for? Sumu's icy voice rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. On your mark, get ready for the afternoon guests. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over every player and creep. Word must have gotten out about yesterday's big battle, and what happened at noon today. It is foreseeable that more guests will come next with various purposes. It's going to be a tough fight. All of you, get your asses in gear. Anyone who goes wrong. Sumu didn't finish his sentence, but that morose tone had already caused everyone, including those low-level shenanigans, to shiver with excitement. Master. The weird butler was the first to bow and respond. The surviving players also nodded their heads in a hurry. Soon, the Scarlet Tavern resumed operation once again. The main door was open, and the eerie lantern gave off an eerie red light. Fruity. The afternoon traffic, even more than this morning, was much more horrific. All sorts of strange and bizarre shapes, as well as some existences with powerful auras, poured into the restaurant in an endless stream. Some of them are curious, some are tentative, some are unsuspecting. Throughout the lobby of the restaurant, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and all sorts of bizarre hissing whispers were mixed together, forming a scalp-numbing image. Surviving players weaved in and out of panic and numbness, serving drinks and food that smelled funny. Even the creepy butler, that zombie face that never changes, seems to be a little twisted and tired from being too busy. Shinbing was also forced to join the ranks of the waitresses. She forced herself to be calm, tried to avoid those gazes full of malice, and mechanically completed her work. Business, it's just too hot, so fiery that even Creepy felt his arms and legs tingle and his bones ache. A special group of guests also came during this time. Their aura was gloomy and cold, carrying the obvious characteristics of the remnant forces of the Ebon Wolf King, but instead of making a scene, they ordered their stuff in a very disciplined manner, and even left a sizable amount of trick coins as a cushy fee. The leading one was shady and weird, and before he left, he made a special effort to salute Sumu, who was standing at the railing of the second floor. From afar, the meaning is self-evident. This was the remaining forces of the erotic demon lady, showing their sincerity to Sumu, which was also the attitude of the Phantom Lady. Sumu stood in the shadows of the second floor, overlooking the light and strange, yet unusually prosperous scene below. The corner of his mouth curved up in an icy arc. The tavern's reputation was rising, and the guile coins were accumulating rapidly. It's getting closer and closer to what the mission calls for, as long as the Dead Moon Demon Lord is resolved. Mad Mountain. This copy, basically, is even completely taken. Night falls again. The Scarlet Tavern had finally ended a day of boisterous business. The doors slowly closed, cutting off the prying eyes that still lingered outside. After counting the day's earnings, the amount of trick coins went up another notch. The creepy butler respectfully presented the accounts to Sumu. The surviving players were all pale, physically and mentally exhausted, and looked at Sumu with eyes filled with awe, as well as dependence. They knew that the only way to survive the night and the end of the copy was to honestly listen to this man. Under the butler's arrangement, everyone went back to their rooms to rest with their own apprehension. Sumu brought Shinbing and once again returned to the top floor, the luxurious bedroom that originally belonged to the Scarlet Queen. After a day of tightness and exertion, Shinbing almost fell asleep when she touched the bed. She seemed to have gotten used to sharing a room with Sumu, and before she went to sleep, she didn't even go behind Sumu's back and took off her clothes in front of him, leaving only her close-fitting underwear. Shinbing curled up on her side on the white velvet bed, breathing evenly, with only Sumu here. She also slept solidly and felt safe. Instead, Sumu walked out of the bedroom and went to the balcony on the top floor. Standing here, the scarlet moonlight poured over him, casting long shadows behind him. He just stared silently out the window at the eerie world shrouded in endless darkness. The mark on his neck, which seemed a few moments clearer in the moonlight, took on a demonic purple-red color. The room was quiet, with only Shinbing's slight breathing. For a long time, Sumu suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it clearly broke the silence. Come on out. Don't hide. Chapter 43 Jealousy. The Furious Scarlet Queen. Sumu's voice echoed in the silent night sky with incomparable certainty. Clearly there was nothing out there but scarlet moonlight and infinite darkness. But the next second, everything outside was stilled. The air stopped flowing. Shinbing's even breathing sounded a little weirdly abrupt at the moment. There was no response. The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a smirk-like arc. Do I have to ask you out again? Spirit. The moment the words fell, the air around the window rippled like water. A petite figure coalesced and manifested silently at the window. She floated in midair like that, at a height that happened to only reach Sumu's chest. The scarlet moonlight seemed to find a home and scrambled to envelop her. It was none other than the true owner of the Scarlet Tavern, the Scarlet Queen, Yi Linger. She looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, and her small, powdered face was so pale that it did not have a trace of blood color, as if it had been deliberately carved out of fine porcelain. A pair of huge, obsidian-like eyes took up a small portion of the face, and deep within the pupils, there was an endless amount of scarlet and playfulness. Only, at this time, she was holding up her small agaric nose. Her cherry-like lips were tightly pursed, and aggression and sulking were clearly written on her small face. She was wearing an elaborate and gorgeous scarlet gothic dress with layers of lace like blood-colored roses blooming in the dark night. Demonic and beautiful. The long, dark hair, which naturally fell from her shoulders, almost reaching the ground, the tips floating slightly in the air. Windless, the whole image was like a delicate, beautiful and bizarre Diablo doll that came out of an ancient scroll. Lovely, yet hauntingly terrifying. She was the will of this Scarlet Tavern, an existence that made countless players and shenanigans scared. Yi Linger hummed softly, her voice was clear and crisp, with a bit of the characteristic petulance of a little girl. She floated to Sumu's body and stretched out her small cold hand, pulling Sumu's large warm hand without any hesitation. The touch, delicate as silk, yet with a piercing chill. Humph, how did you know it was me who came back? She slightly tilted her small face, her obsidian eyes staring at Sumu's side. Sumu felt the coldness coming from his hand, but his heart was warm, and he backhanded her small hand. He turned, his eyes softening as he looked at the tiny figure in front of him that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It's simple. Sumu looked unabashedly doting. Shenbing, even if she trusted me and had more nerves, after a full day of shock, she couldn't have slept so comfortably and defenselessly as soon as she returned to her room. It doesn't take much thought to realize that someone must have secretly moved to put her into a deep sleep. Who else but you, the true master, could do this in this Scarlet Tavern? Silently? Humph. A woman like Shinbing doesn't look like she would change her clothes in front of a strange man in any way. Something is obviously wrong with that kind of perverse behavior. Luckily, I was too skillful to fall for it. After Yi Linger heard this, her small mouth pouted slightly, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Sumu recognizing her little trick so quickly, but the scarlet in the depths of her eyes quietly faded a bit. She's happy, because Sumu, as before, had the details about himself under control. In the next second, she violently jumped into Sumu's arms. The small body hugged Sumu's waist tightly, her face buried in his solid chest, rubbing it hard. The icy touch instantly wrapped around Sumu, but this time, what he felt was no longer a weird chill, but a bone-deep longing. Sumu, I miss you so much. Her voice came muffled, with a thick nasal tone and suppressed excitement. Finally I can hold you like this again. finally able to touch the real you. It doesn't seem to be any different in the dream, but it's just not the same. It feels completely different. She hugged her tightly and tightly, as if she wanted to rub her entire self into Sumu's body, as if she was afraid that if she let go, the person in front of her would turn into a bubble like the countless dreams in the past. Sumu's heart, at this moment, also seemed as if it had been viciously seized by something. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Linger's long, soft and cold hair, feeling the slight trembling of the tiny body in his arms. Past memories come as a flood to the mind. The sweet, the painful, the crazy and, in the endless nightmares, the cruelties she inflicted on herself over and over again. But at the moment, it all seemed to dissipate in that hug. All that was left was an indescribable complexity of emotions, mixed with heartbreaking joy and the sourness of a long goodbye. Linger. Sumu's voice was also a bit hoarse. He took a deep breath and pushed down those churning emotions and said in as smooth a tone as he could muster, "You know what? When I was notified that I was entering this copy and found out it was the Scarlet Tavern, how happy I am. How excited I am. How much I'm looking forward to. I've been wondering when I'd see you." The little person in his arms jerked his head up, his scarlet eyes shining brightly at him, filled with surprise. "Really? Really?" Sumu looked into her eyes and nodded incomparably seriously. Yi Linger's eyes were slightly reddened, but she sniffled hard and revealed a somewhat wry smile. "I don't believe it. Unless you prove it." Anticipation and nervousness were written all over her little face. As Sumu looked at her like this, his heart moved and he could no longer restrain himself. He lowered his head. Cold and warm lips touched in the scarlet moonlight. Yi Linger's body stiffened violently. With that, she closed her eyes and responded clumsily and passionately. She was going to pour all the thoughts she had accumulated for countless days and nights into this kiss. The air around them seemed to sizzle. The scarlet moonlight outside the window, too, as if shy, quietly hid behind the clouds. Ryoko, lip parting, both of them were breathing a little hard. Yi Linger's pale little face flushed with an abnormal layer of redness. Her eyes glistened with water. Her eyes were mesmerized and drunk. She looked at Sumu in a daze, her voice soft as a dream. "Sumu, I love you." Sumu gazed at her, and under his eyes was an unmistakable tenderness and complexity. "Me too." The atmosphere, in an instant, became ambiguous and hot. A certain mood is festering and heating up. They're going to continue what they didn't continue last time. Sumu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as he looked at the dainty little person in front of him, and the knot in his throat rolled. He lowered his head again, ready for a deeper conversation. Just then, Yi Linger's mesmerized eyes unintentionally swept over Sumu's neck. Next, her watery eyes suddenly froze. All the ecstasy and tenderness disappeared in an instant without a trace. In its place, it was cold, bone-piercing cold, and a monstrous rage. She stared dead at Sumu's neck, the strawberry mark with ambiguous traces that was still clearly visible in the dim light. "Su-mu." Yi Linger's voice, every word carried a chill that froze the soul. Her entire aura instantly became wild and dangerous. The long black hair danced wildly without wind, and the hem of her skirt hunted. The temperature of the air around them plummeted. Sumu snapped, looking at Yi Linger's expression that instantly became more terrifying than a severe ghost, feeling the icy killing intent that almost tore herself apart. His heart stuttered. That woman left her mark. Midge. Sumu's brain buzzed. Maru Spice. Chapter 44, Flowery Words and Obfuscation. Blue Star, live on air. The audience, seeing this scene, completely and instantly exploded. Start eating the melon in a hurry. God twist. I thought I was going to get a little hot and heavy just now, but I got caught. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. The best adultery catching scene of the year. Shura Field. It's definitely a purgatory level Shura. Sumu danger. Don't gloat in front of you. I'm just heartbroken for the Scarlet Queen. Sumu this big pig's hoof. Scumbag. Proper scumbag. Just kissed and exposed. Sisters, stab him. Calm down upstairs. It's a horror copy, but it does deserve a knife. The male compatriot said that this wave of operation is too tawdry. Queen Charming G leaves her mark. Queen Scarlet catches the bag. Sumu is a real man, bearing the love of two major ghost emperors at the same time. It's over. It's over. Sumu was afraid to be torn into pieces. Countless pop-ups rolled by, those who bloated and those who angrily cursed Sumu. Meanwhile, the top brass at Hanxia converge on the screen. The corners of almost everyone's mouths curved up, completely ready to watch the show. The shock of the bloody scene of Sumu's massacre has not yet completely dissipated, and this sudden emotional dispute is undoubtedly more dramatic. Ha ha ha, this kid really is almost the same as you were back then. This picture of being caught in the act, exactly the same. That's true, I wasn't so direct then. You're still not direct? People's parents came to the door and I had to go and put in a good word to get it sorted out. The two settlers, joking and flirting. The other executives, eye to eye, nose to nose, pretend they didn't hear it. Just when everyone thought Yi Linger's anger was about to turn into a heaven-destroying attack, Sumu's side also reacted and started to deal with this critical situation. Instead of dodging, he met Yi Linger's cold and piercing gaze that was enough to freeze his soul and sighed softly. That sigh was full of endless aggravation, helplessness, and a kind of love that couldn't be told. Alas, he gazed at Yi Linger with eyes that were so complex that they were as if they contained 1,000 words, which eventually turned into a low question. You know all about it? Yi Linger's scarlet eyes fiercely shrunk, and her furious aura slightly stalled. Got it? Know what? She'd only just solved those troubles, rushed back without stopping, just now really feel the presence of Sumu. What should she know? The sudden question, like a pot of cold water on her burning anger, made her subconsciously confused, not waiting for her confused thoughts to clear. Sumu had lifted his hand, and with an incomparable naturalness, even with a hint of doting, he gently rubbed her long hair that was emitting cold air. The cold touch coming from his fingertips caused Sumu's heart to tremble as well, but the expression on his face became more and more gentle. Silly girl, no need to be touched. These are the things I'm supposed to do. Yi Linger was completely confused. Her small face, twisted with anger, was now written with bewilderment. Touched? What's moving me? Why should I be moved? Her inner growl almost broke through her throat. In the room where you and I used to date. On your neck, with another woman's mark left on it. I'm touched my ass. However, Sumu's next words made all her questioning stuck in her throat. That's right. Sumu's tone became heavier, with a kind of pain that he couldn't help. The chimera is strong, very strong, and, as you know, she's seductive, that one, and she talks with a sting. I have no choice but to try to surround myself with her. She was going to ask for more, but I talked her down and blocked it all. He paused, as if recalling some unpleasant experience, and a hint of struggle passed through his eyes. I'm really no match for her. I was able to kiss at first, but after she got serious, I didn't even have any room to fight back. But, Sumu's tone was steeply elevated, carrying a sad determination. But what is all this hardship, all this humiliation, compared to the feelings between us? I resisted everything she tried to impose on me, putting up a good fight and paying that price in the end. But so horrific, and just this, I didn't lose more. Sumu touched the lip mark on his neck. The look of sadness and anger was as if he had had such a rough experience. He violently stretched out his hands and cupped Yi Linger's cold little face, forcing her to meet his eyes. There was no time at all for the already dull and adorable Yi Linger to react. In those deep eyes, there was only her reflection at the moment, and a deep love that seemed to burn everything. So, spirit, listen, even if she had been more active, no matter how much she uses force, how much she pushed me, there's absolutely no way I'm going to let her get away with this. This mark is not what I wanted. It is the proof of my failure to resist. It is the shame of my failure to fully guard the purity of our relationship and let you see this filth. I'm the one who's sorry. If I could do it again, I'd die to make it clear. Yi Linger was struck by lightning and her entire body froze. She looked at the pain, the struggle, and the determined depth of feeling in Sumu's eyes that didn't seem to be fake. The heart, violently, trembled. A wave of unspeakable emotion instantly washed over the dam of anger. So that's it? So, he actually endured all this in my absence? Midge, that woman, that demoness whose strength was on par with her own, who was also ranked among the ghost emperors, and who was known for seducing all beings. She actually used force on Sumu? And Sumu, even in the face of such a powerful chimera, swore to die even though he knew he would not be defeated? Or even see this forced mark as a disgrace? Even after such a long time between yin and yang, he still thinks so highly of himself. At this moment, only Sumu's affectionate eyes remained in Yi Linger's mind. The originally ambiguous and piercing strawberry mark on her neck seemed to change flavor instantly in her eyes. It was no longer a symbol of betrayal, but a scar left behind by Sumu's resistance to protect their relationship. It was a proof that he remained unyielding under the pressure of the Ghost Emperor's might. This was the Sumu she knew. That was the man she loved so much. The coldness and killing intent in Yi Linger's eyes receded completely and utterly, replaced by a complex heartache, as well as rekindled, more fiery, stronger and more intense love. Sumu, her voice, once again, resumed its previous softness. Not bad for my favorite man. The words fell. She took the initiative to hold Sumu's face and kissed back. Chapter 45, Scarlet and Etched Bones. The night is like ink. The ominous glow of the Scarlet Tavern gradually faded slowly behind Sumu and Yi Linger. There were dozens of other figures, following close behind. Barren, scorched earth underfoot and jagged, strange rocks in the distance. At night, a distinctive odor of decay and death intertwines throughout the thriller world. Here, a buffer zone outside of some horror copy, a forgotten zone between reality and nightmare, and in this dead wasteland, a figure had been waiting quietly for a long time. She leaned against a charred boulder, her body enchanting and curvaceous, blending in with the darkness around her, yet exuding a deadly allure. It was none other than the bone-eroding demon lady, Mimeji. Seeing Sumu and Yilinger appear, her red lips hooked into a lazy and playful smile, as if she had stumbled upon an acquaintance in the afternoon garden. Sister Linger, and little brother Sumu, you guys came so slowly. Slaves are tired of waiting with people. The Phantom Lady's voice carried a natural charm, each word tickling the listener's heartstrings like a feather. If it was a man with a weak fixation, he would absolutely fly off the handle. Sumu cursed a goblin in his heart, but his face didn't move. Yilinger didn't have the stamina he had. Almost the instant the chimera opened her mouth, her icy aura, which had just eased down, rose once again. The arm wrapped around Sumu's arm in death, and the whole person almost stuck to it. Those scarlet eyes were clanking brightly, especially noticeable in the night. Yilinger was like a young beast protecting its food at the moment, full of vigilance and hostility, deadlocked on Meiji. The moment she thought of that piercing mark on Sumu's neck, Yilinger's silver teeth clenched. It's this old hag. No shame. How dare you try to make a move on her man while you're not there, and leave such underhanded marks? Who is your sister? Yilinger's voice was cold and sharp, carrying undisguised disgust. Put away your foxy tricks and stay away from my Sumu. Phantom Lady sniffed. Instead of being annoyed, she covered her lips and laughed softly. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, but it was filled with a sense of wickedness. Aya, Linger sister's fire is still so big. We're allies now. What? You're done making out with your little lover boy and you're flipping out? Her seductive eyes glanced at Sumu with intent. Some people say they don't want it, but their bodies are quite honest. Yilinger was so furious that she was trembling, and the cold air around her body was almost about to condense into ice. This demon girl, she's too good at being angry. The sentence is not away from molesting Sumu, but it is slippery, so that she cannot catch the essence of the handle of the seizure. Seeing that the two Ghost Emperor-level existences were about to cross swords again, Sumu hurriedly rounded up the situation. Okay, all of you, cut it out. With just the right amount of smile piled on his face, he gently patted Yilinger's tense arm, signaling her to be at ease. This is no time for infighting. Business is important. Our common enemy, but that dead moon monarch, cleaning him up first is what we should be doing, isn't it? Yilinger felt the warmth and soothing of Sumu's palm, and hearing the word ally, the anger in her chest calmed down a little. She twisted her head around and hummed heavily in the direction of the Phantom Lady, which was considered to give Sumu face and no longer attacked verbally. However, the hand that was wrapped around Sumu's arm did not relax at all. The Miko took it all in, her eyes flickering slightly. It seems that what Sumu said was true. He did have the ability to restrain the Scarlet Queen, who was known for her temperamental and murderous ways. He had made the right gamble in joining forces with him. Yilinger didn't have the heart to try to figure out what Phantom Lady was thinking. She slightly turned her face sideways and whispered in Sumu's ear in a voice that only the two could hear, with dominance and aggression. When we've settled that wild mountain, I'm going to plant strawberries all over your neck, your hands, your waist, your back, your thighs, everywhere. Cover all the marks that shouldn't be there. Make it so that on you can only smell like me. Speaking the last few words, her tone carried an unquestionable possessiveness, and her fingers even unconsciously gently traced around Sumu's neck, as if she was previewing something. Sumu, he could only smile helplessly and bitterly. After a short interlude, the three men delayed no longer. The target, the Dead Moon Monarch Mad Mountain's lair. The Dead Moon Mountain. The night wind whistled, and dozens of figures, led by Sumu, Yilinger, and Meiji, cut through the heavy night curtain and sped toward the distant mountain villa that emitted ominous moonlight. The Dead Moon Villa, situated in a valley shrouded in eternal moonlight, had a bizarre and depressing architectural style, and from a distance, it looked like a huge skeleton prostrate on the ground. Almost instantly upon reaching the edge of the lodge, there was no warning, not even a word of unnecessary nonsense. The bone-eroding demon Ji, who had been smiling and flavorful a moment before, had a hint of biting killing intent flashing steeply in her eyes. Her slender jade hand violently raised, 5 fingers opened, and in the center of her palm, a ball of black as ink energy rapidly condensed, emitting a palpitating corrosive aura. Eroding bone pinning finger. With a petulant shout, the dense mass of dark energy instantly generated a slender, white finger bone comparable to the size of a small mountain out of thin air. With a sharp cracking sound, it viciously poked at the gate of the Dead Moon Villa that was constructed from some kind of miserable white bones. Boom! The sturdy and incomparable bone door that was flickering with ghostly flames began to melt and disintegrate at a speed that was visible to the naked eye the moment the huge finger bone touched it, failing to utter even a single decent resistance. Black corrosive energy, spreading madly, wherever it passed, whether it was hard bones, or attached to the Grievance power prohibition, all turned into nothing, with pungent black smoke. Just one hit, just one move. The huge bone door of the Dead Moon Villa with its amazing defense, along with the ground of a small square behind it, then completely disappeared, leaving behind a terrifying hollow with its edges still moistening and constantly spreading a corrosive aura outwards. This sudden devastating blow instantly alarmed the entire Dead Moon Villa. Deep within the mountain villa, countless, sleeping or wandering bizarre existences were awakened. Harrowing hisses and angry growls followed. What the hell? How dare you? What kind of demon dares to trespass the Dead Moon Villa? Looking for death? Several powerful ghostly auras rose up to the sky, accompanied by a furious wind, and several figures that were blurred but exuded a terrifying pressure swept towards the entrance of the mountain villa in a hurry. However, when they got a good look at the three figures standing at the forefront of that ruin, all their roaring came to an abrupt end, especially when they recognized the two female presences that exuded a terrifying aura that made their souls tremble. They had completely forgotten how to breathe. Scarlet, Scarlet Queen, and Echidna, two terrifying existences at the Ghost Emperor level had joined forces to kill the door. In an instant, all the bizarre that rushed out, no matter how arrogant they were just now. At this moment, they were all like chicken pups with their necks strangled, stiff and unable to move. Fear, in an instant, flooded their consciousness. Done. This was the only thought that surfaced simultaneously in all of the Dead Moon Mountain Villa's bizarre hearts. Chapter 46 Siege of the Dead Moon Villa. Blue Star. In the live room, pop-ups that instantly jammed the comments section. What was that just now? A finger? Poking out the gate of Dead Moon Villa? My god, what kind of heaven-defying lineup is this for Su Shun? Two great Ghost Emperors escorting you? This isn't a copy raid anymore. This is the Ghost Emperor leading his little brother to level the mountain. This wave of operation is too topsy-turvy. The copy rules directly acquiesce to Su Shun's calling in two Ghost Emperor level foreign helpers? The pattern upstairs is small. What do you mean by foreign aid? Didn't you see that look in the Scarlet Queen's eyes? Itching to swallow Su Shun. This is clearly a family member. I'm starting to sympathize with that Dead Moon Monarch. Madama, sympathize my ass. These offending players and native shenanigans, one or the other, deserve to die. Kill, kill, kill. God of Su is mighty. Meanwhile, inside the Dead Moon Villa, the creeps who had rushed out earlier as a result of the gate being broken, froze in place, didn't dare to move at all, didn't dare to make any movements. One could only look at each other with the three of them. Su Mu, and a bunch of weirdness, the creaking of bones rubbing together, the whimpering of the ghastly wind, all disappeared. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the Ghost Emperor standing in front of that ruin, which was enough to crush their souls. The Scarlet Queen, Yi Linger, is known for her killing and moodiness. Phantom Lady, the bone-crushing magician, is known for her cruelty and playing with people's hearts. The appearance of any one of them alone was enough to unsettle the Dead Moon Villa. Now, two together? The worst thing about that human was that he made the two female Ghost Emperors vaguely center their existence around him. If I remember correctly, he was also a Ghost Emperor. Gobble. I don't know which one of the creeps swallowed hard on a non-existent gulp and made a clearly audible sound. In a despairing silence, a tall ghostly figure clad in tattered black armor, with only a blurry black mist on his face, with 2 points of scarlet light coming through the mist, trembled, and floated out from behind the other creeps. This ghostly shadow was surrounded by ghostly aura, vaguely having the power of a king, obviously the leader responsible for guarding the entrance. A genuine ghost king. It forcibly suppressed the fear that originated from the depths of its soul and spoke in a dry voice. Her Majesty the Scarlet Queen, Her Majesty the bone-eclipsing Demoness, and this lord. His voice trembled, as strong as the Ghost King. He was now like a child who had made a mistake, trembling with fear. I wonder what the three of you are here for. Our Dead Moon Villa. It seems that we have not offended the three of you, right? It tried to reason, even though it knew itself how pale reasoning was in the face of absolute power. Seeing that Su Mu's trio didn't make an immediate move, it seemed to have summoned up a bit of courage, or rather, it had been pushed to the brink. Our Dead Moon Monarch, Lord Berserk Mountain, is at the same Ghost Emperor level as your majesties. If we really tear our faces apart and get to the point of no return, I'm afraid it won't do anyone any good, and think twice. However, its words were not quite finished. Yi Linger, who had been watching with cold eyes and had no interest in these minions, furrowed her brows imperceptibly. The Scarlet Queen, who was still pouting and cute and exuding possessiveness like a little girl in front of Su Mu just now, was only left with pure coldness and indifference at this moment. To hear one more word would be an insult to her ears. The red lips flicked out, spitting out only 2 words, noisy. The moment the words fell, She didn't make any extra movements, just casually raised her plain white palm. In the direction of that black-armored Ghost King, a light grip was given. An imperceptible hint of scarlet mist brushed lightly, past, a soft thud. That black-armored weirdness that had just attempted to be reasonable and even put out harsh words and possessed the strength of a Ghost King, along with the rather extraordinary-looking black armor on it, was instantly rubbed into a ball by an invisible force. It turned directly into a ball of blood-colored flesh. In the end, as the force continued to squeeze and collapse, it turned into the tiniest of flying ash and drifted away into the night wind. Not even a trace was left behind. It's as if it never existed. This blow completely shattered all of Dead Moon Mountain Villa's bizarre psychological defenses. Even the Ghost King level leader was killed so gently in seconds. What else can they resist? Seeing this, the Phantom Lady hit her lips and let out a delicate laugh, and that pair of soul-stirring peach blossom eyes flashed with an excited and cruel light. She didn't bother to look at Sumu, but instead ordered in a tone with a strange seductive tone to the void behind her that was twisting and fluctuating due to her power. My little darlings, all come out. Other than the monarch, enjoy, make a lot of noise, let the Mad Mountain know that we're here. As her words fell, the distorted void behind her exploded violently. The eerie black mist, a mixture of the rotten stench of corpses and the sweet, floral scent, surged out. Within the black mist, countless strange and disgusting figures scrambled out. Some of them looked like monsters sewn together from countless broken limbs and arms, with twisted joints and clack, clack, clack noises. Others dragged long lengths of intestines with twisted human faces hanging from them and wailed piteously. What's more, it's some floating blob of flesh with eyeballs that dribble and lock onto every living thing. GG, kill, flesh and blood. Fresh flesh and blood. These bone-etching demons born from the power of the chimera let out all sorts of scalp-tingling, strange cries. Like bloodthirsty locusts, they madly surged towards those Dead Moon Mountain Villa shenanigans that had been scared silly. Their attacks are extremely cruel and bizarre. Some pounced directly on their prey, tearing it to pieces with their sharp bone claws and devouring it in one big gulp. Some spewed black acid, melting their prey into a puddle of pus. Some wrapped their long tongues around their prey and drag it into their writhing abdomens to digest it alive. Scream, the sound of bones breaking, the sound of flesh and blood being torn and chewed. It goes on and on. Yi Linger also displayed her Scarlet Queen's brutality at this moment. The body is filled with blood, grabbing the bizarre. Then the hard hand is torn into two halves. The strange blood aura, absorbed by her, transformed into a face and the blood mist around her, becoming part of her power. She is the Scarlet Queen, master of blood and the hunt. The Scarlet Queen. These 4 words are the symbol of the fear that the creeps within the thrill world have for her. Because she's bloodthirsty, killing for pleasure and brutality. Every creep she kills becomes a grudge that sinks and wails in the midst of her power. Thousands, tens of thousands, of hideous faces churning and struggling in the mist of her blood was the best proof that she had proven her position by killing and abusing. For a time, the entrance of the Dead Moon Villa was completely transformed into a bizarre hell of blood and flesh, with ghosts crying and wailing. These bone-eroding demons perfectly inherited the cruel characteristics of the Phantom Lady. Their killing was not purely for the sake of destruction. It was more like they were enjoying the process, full of vicious playfulness. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was also horrified. I take back what I just said. Your Majesty the Scarlet Queen, you're still cuter when you're pampering Sushin. Is this really the queen who would be jealous and pampered just now? Killing and decisive to the point of making people's hearts tremble. Echidna's henchman. Holy, the SAN value is dropping like crazy. What kind of Cthulhu stuff is this? It's too brutal, too bloody, too spooky. I love it. Now that's a true copy of horror. This is what I want to see. Chapter 47, B-Ranked Copy Passing. Against all odds reward settlement. The entrance to the Moon Villa had been transformed into a Shura slaughterhouse. Flesh and blood were flying and wailing. The bone-eroding demons under the Phantom Lady's command were like hungry ghosts let out of their cages, frantically tearing and devouring those Dead Moon Mountain Villa creeps that had lost their will to resist. Scarlet Queen Yi Linger, the blood mist churning around her had increased more than tens of times. However, this terrifying existence was snuggled up next to Sumu at this moment. The scarlet hem of her skirt fluttered slightly in the blood-colored mist, and her absolutely beautiful face was devoid of any expression. This hellish scene in front of me is just an unusual landscape. Sumu stood beside her with a calm expression, only occasionally looking at the chimera in thought. However, outside of this horrible copy, above the blue planet, another very different message was being delivered to a global audience through countless screens. The entrance to the Moon Villa had been transformed into a Shura slaughterhouse. Flesh and blood were flying and wailing. The bone-eroding demons under the Phantom Lady's command were like hungry ghosts let out of their cages, frantically tearing and devouring those dead Moon Mountain Villa creeps that had lost their will to resist. After Scarlet Queen Yilinger finished venting her displeasure in her heart, she stood beside Sumu with her arms crossed. The scarlet hem of her skirt fluttered slightly in the blood-colored mist, and her absolutely beautiful face was devoid of any expression. This hellish scene in front of me is just an unusual landscape. Sumu stood beside her with a calm expression, only occasionally looking at the chimera in thought. However, outside of this horrible copy, above the blue planet, another very different message was being delivered to a global audience through countless screens. Global broadcast, Blue Star's B-ranked copy of Rotting Sickbay has been successfully rated. Copy difficulty, level B. Tips time, 51 hours 07 minutes. Number of survivors, 1. Raider, Van Gogh player, Pete James. Copy of the reward settlement. This sudden broadcast caused the viewers, who were originally focused on the tragic battle at Dead Moon Villa, to freeze in unison. A B-class copy? Did someone pass? Not waiting for the crowd to digest this information, heavier news followed. The only survivor, Peter James, was rewarded with plus 10 skill points, 500 points of power, and a special item, a red-blooded linden seed, red-blooded Bodhi seed, the seed of heaven and earth's spiritual roots, looking for spiritual veins, planted in the treasure land. 3 years to bear fruit. When the fruit is ripe, the user can wash the marrow and bones, greatly enhance the affinity of the guile power, and there is a great chance to break through to the red level directly. Player Pete James triggered a national feedback for his first raid on a Class B copy. The Vanga Kingdom's fortunes are rising. Effect 1. The concentration of aura in Vanga's territory has been slightly increased, and the environment of trickery has been initially activated. Effect 2. All citizens of the Vanga Kingdom have had their basic power affinity increased by a small amount. Effect 3. The Vanga Kingdom obtains the remnants of the Universal Beginner's Guile Power Cultivation Method, the Guile Power Exhalation Technique. Boom! If the previous broadcast was just a surprise, the reward details and the feedback from the country's fortunes at this moment were like a nuclear bomb that exploded globally. A short period of dead silence was followed by an overwhelming outcry. Is the B-rank copy reward this fierce? Red blood Bodhi seed? Directly upgraded to red? This is a nifty seed. This means that as long as it's planted and bears fruit, it will be able to cultivate a steady stream of red coat level experts. National feedback. The whole nation boosts the affinity of trickster power. And also a cultivation method? Dragon Tang Kingdom is going to take off in place. Sour. I'm really sour. Why isn't it a player from our country? What kind of divine luck is this Pete James, soloing through a B-ranked book and getting this kind of heaven-defying reward? 51 hours and 07 minutes and he's the only one who survived. Definitely a top-notch player. This is going to be awesome for the Vanga Kingdom. With all the people practicing guile power, the bottom line for dealing with bizarre events in the future will be different. Countless people sucked in cool air. The country of Vandigar, a small country that doesn't really have a strong international presence, was instantly thrust into the limelight. A seed that could steadily produce red code level combatants, plus the possibility of opening the path of cultivation for all. This is simply a superb gift at the level of national luck. Damn, this luck is too good. On what grounds? I'm sour. I'm really sour. Why not a player from our country? This is great. I'm afraid the Vanga Kingdom is going to take a step forward and become a new power. Immediately after that, there were people who turned their gaze back to the Scarlet Tavern's live broadcast room, throwing himself at the man who, at the moment, was standing side by side with the two terrifying female ghost emperors, Sumu. Wait, if the rewards of a B-ranked copy are this unbelievable, then what Sushin is rating right now is the Scarlet Tavern, which is suspected to be an S-rank difficulty. And looking at this situation, destroying the Dead Moon Villa and killing fellow Ghost Emperor level Mad Mountain is almost a done deal. Holy, what kind of rewards does that Sushin get when he passes? Don't dare to think. Really don't dare to think. Will it directly reward a Ghost Emperor level fighter? Or something even more perverted? Universal in situ ascension? Hanxia's don't dream. It's still a toss-up whether or not Sumu will come out alive. Don't forget that Mad Mountain hasn't shown up yet. Just, don't blow him up too much. What if he flips? I bet he'll die this time. Asterisk 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 Black's roll. Sushin is invincible. The district Mad Mountain is not even worthy of Sushin's shoes. Oh, a bunch of lemon spirits who can't see Sushin is good? Just wait. Sushin will surely create a miracle. Curse Sumu for going out and getting hit by a car. Upstairs at, have the balls to report the address. On the pop-up screen, supporters and detractors immediately began a new round of dislike for each other, and all sorts of remarks were made. And at the moment, the state of Hanxia, the highest strategic command center, Inside the circular conference room, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it could have dripped water. On the holographic projection, on one side, there was a real-time image of the bloody chaos inside the Scarlet Tavern, and on the other side, there was the announcement of the B-ranked replica and the details of the rewards that had just been announced. Several old men with calm and steady breaths are sitting upright, and they are the real linchpin of Hanxia. One of them, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, tapped his fingertips gently on the tabletop and slowly opened his mouth. Manga Kingdom, Class B copy, Red Blood Bodhi Seed, Universal Sleight of Hand Enlightenment. This reward, it's too generous, especially the Trickster Power Enlightenment, which is almost a power to change the country's capital. The bottom line is that the position of the Manga Kingdom, which has been wavering, is clearly more on the side of the Ugly Kingdom. The many invitations we've sent out for strategic partnerships, they've shrugged them off for various reasons and have never really engaged. Now they're getting that power. The words were not finished, but the meaning was self-evident. A small, otherwise insignificant, but inclined competitor, suddenly gains the ability to potentially mass-produce high-end warfighting capabilities and boost overall national potential. This is never good news for Hanxia. This Red Blood Bodhi seed will probably be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, causing the Vandagast to completely fall into the ugly country's camp. For a while, inside the conference room, the other executives were silent, not knowing what to say. On every face, heavy worry was written. Right at this moment, the old man sitting in the very center, who hadn't said a word and had a calm face, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were ancient, and he opened his mouth. Panic. The Manga Kingdom getting this chance is their luck and a change. But, the reward of a mere B-ranked copy is not enough to shake the big picture. His gaze seemed to pierce the screen and land on the figure surrounded by scarlet and darkness. We have Sumu, the ferocious dangers he's faced and the miracles he's created since he came from an ordinary person to this day. Which one of them wasn't more thrilling than this so-called B-rank copy? The Scarlet Tavern is far more treacherous than imagined, but likewise, the opportunities it contains are by no means comparable to the Red Blood Bodhi Seed. Trust him. The old man's words rang true. However, the heavy atmosphere in the conference room did not completely dissipate. Several other bigwigs looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Sumu is Hanxia's greatest hope, but also carries too many unknowns and risks. Staking the future of an entire country on one player is a big gamble in itself. Their gazes, once again, were cast towards the live broadcast screen where light and shadow changed and blood filled the air. And their hearts, still hanging tightly, the killing of the Dead Moon Villa continues. And beyond the copies, Blue Star has already made new waves. Chapter 48, the Monarch of the Dead Moon appears, questioned by betrayal. Inside the Dead Moon Villa, the last whales fell silent. The creeps at the lodge have been slaughtered almost to death. Dismembered limbs and arms covered the ground, and black trick blood gathered into streams. The blood mist that filled the air was even denser than before. The weird ones that stayed behind, no matter how strong or weak they were all reduced to pieces. Not even a single remnant of their souls were left behind. Sumu stood in the center of a mess, with Scarlet Queen Yilinger and the demonic and charming Phantom Lady standing on the left and right, and underneath the feet of the three of them was a pool of black blood that flowed silently. The Scarlet Guards brought by Yilinger, and some of the stronger eroding demons summoned by Meiji, had already begun to methodically clean up the battlefield and take over the destroyed sentry towers and strongholds. The efficiency of the operation was chillingly high and the cooperation was tacit, silently clearing the battlefield and dividing the spheres of influence. The deep heritage of the two Ghost Emperor forces was self-evident. The Phantom Lady moved lightly with her lotus steps, shaking her small savage waist, and stepped on a bizarre skull under her feet. Slowly, he walked in front of Sumu and Yilinger. The aroma on her body was very uplifting. Sumu slightly side-eyed, but immediately collected himself. This woman is no good. No deep friendships. Little brother Sumu, sister Linger. Her voice was delicate, with a hint of lethargy. According to our previous agreement, if this Dead Moon Villa is fought, we'll split it 37. She stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed to a relatively remote area with the thinnest guhe. Slaves don't ask for much. They just want that broken candle place. I heard that place specializes in small businesses that deal with residual souls and grudges, with the least amount of oil and water and no climate, which is just right for a small woman like Nu Jia who has little ambition. The remaining 70%, including the main hall and core area of this mountain villa, naturally all goes to the Scarlet Red Restaurant, to little brother Sumu, and to sister Linger in charge. The Miko was smiling. She seemed to be very satisfied with this distribution of benefits. However, this statement did not satisfy Yilinger. Yilinger countered with her scarlet eyes suddenly narrowing. her gaze like a knife, scraping across the charming face of the phantom lady. "Ha, you old hag." Turned? Her voice was icy, and she made no effort to hide her skepticism. "I can't believe they actually kept their word and didn't think about stabbing them in the back. That's rare. You didn't do a lot of backtracking in the old days." Yi Linger took a step forward, the blood chi around her body vaguely churned, and her powerful ghost emperor's pressure made the surrounding low-rank ghosts tremble. "Originally, I was even prepared to thwart you and that mad mountain together here, but you were honest first?" Yi Linger wasn't joking, she really did have this intention. Be prepared for that. 2. Sumu was slightly stunned. He also didn't expect Meiji to be so forthcoming. After all, this female ghost didn't give him too good an impression, though she has a pretty good body, speaks in a whiny voice, and the flesh on her body is soft and comfortable to touch. Before he had time to think about it carefully, Sumu met Meiji's watery, charming eyes. In the next moment, Meiji even turned to him and playfully blinked her right eye in a flirtatious manner. "Isn't their little brother Sumu here?" People have always kept their promises to the people they like, especially a clear-cut handsome guy like little brother Sumu. Seek death. The blood chi on Yi Linger's body instantly skyrocketed, almost condensing into substance. She violently sidestepped and blocked in front of Sumu, isolating the wings thrown by the phantom lady, and in those scarlet eyes, murderous intent almost boiled and overflowed. This damn vixen, she dared to seduce Sumu in front of her? Lawless? Don't take yourself seriously? However, Meiji didn't care about Yi Linger's murderous aura. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed softly, her voice so delicate that it could drip water. "Aya, why should Linger's sister be angry? It's all in the moment." Her gaze flowed and landed on Sumu once again, deliberately revealing the winks in her eyes. That rhyme is a proper teenage boy killer. If you don't pay attention, even your soul must be seduced by her. In the past was in the past, now this heart of my slave has long been completely conquered by little brother Sumuit. Naturally, whatever little brother says, slave will listen to it, but I wouldn't dare to make little brother unhappy. I still want to have a good in-depth exchange with little brother Sumu in the future. When these words came out, not only Yi Linger, but even Sumu felt a chill. Is this woman addicted to acting? Shameless, Yi Linger angrily rebuked. No longer able to restrain herself, her scarlet ghostly claws instantly probed out, carrying the terrifying power of tearing through space, and aimed straight for the phantom lady's face. She absolutely could not tolerate a woman hooking up with Sumu, and it was in her face, provoking her again and again. The air was beginning to distort, and the next second it was about to explode completely. It was at this moment when swords were drawn and a touchdown was imminent. Suddenly, Sumu, Yi Linger, and Nini Ji cast their gazes towards the area deep within the mountain villa that was shrouded in dense black mist. There was the true core territory of the dead moon monarch, Mad Mountain, a terrifying pressure that was morose and tyrannical, carrying endless grievances and unwillingness, suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain village. Boom! The blood moon in the sky seemed to have dimmed a few points. The countless bone-eroding demons that were fighting in the remaining dead moon creeps were shivering under this pressure, prostrate on the ground and unable to move. Even the scarlet guards under Yi Linger's command revealed expressions of gravity. A figure wearing a tattered and blood-stained black and gold king's robe, with a face as withered as a dry corpse, but with eyes burning with two clusters of ghostly green flames, slowly stepped out from the dense black fog. He was carrying a bone rod on his shoulder, and with every step he took, the ground under his feet couldn't withstand its power and cracked inch by inch, escaping wisps of pitch-black death gas. It was none other than the Lord of the Dead Moon Villa, a ghost emperor-level existence, Mad Mountain. Mad Mountain's gaze landed on Yi Linger's body for the first time, when he looked at the scarlet figure standing proudly above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, with a magnificent demeanor. Shock and deep scorn flashed across his withered face. Apparently, he recognized the fiercely famous Scarlet Queen. But the next moment, when his line of sight crossed over Yi Linger and landed on the coquettishly smiling Yenran, charming and heavenly boned bone-eroding demon Ji Nini next to him, it was instantly replaced by a monstrous rage. Those two clusters of ghostly green flames surged, almost spewing out of their eyes. The withered palm of his hand violently gripped the bone rod, and an aura that was far more violent and resentful than that of just a moment ago exploded. He stared at the chimera dead in the face, his eyes bloodshot. Phantom, Heim, every word, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, carried an endless amount of resentment. I have treated you well. Resources, power, and secret arts. Which one is missing from you? I even shared the core remnants of the Dead Moon soul-devouring cannon with you. Why did you betray me? Why did you join forces with Scarlet Tavern and attack my Dead Moon Villa? Berserk Mountain's questioning voice echoed over the blood-colored battlefield. After being betrayed by the person he trusted the most, he now only had endless anger and bone-deep resentment. Chapter 49, Completing the Hidden Quest, Handblade the Ghost Emperor. When the Phantom Lady heard this, instead of being afraid, she swung her waist in a graceful manner and took 2 steps forward with a seductive cat-like step. She stopped not far from Mad Mountain, Her jade hand lightly covered her red lips, and she let out a series of silver bells like a delicate smile, her charming eyes like silk, and her voice was so mushy that it seemed as if she could wring out water. How can a slave know anything about betrayal when she's as weak as this? It's just that a good man chooses a tree, and a wise man chooses his master, isn't it? Mad Mountain's withered face twisted with rage, and the ghostly green flames in his eyes danced violently. For your sake, I even spared the fiend congealing bead, which suppresses the mountain villa's chi, for you to contain your soul body. I went so far as to offend the spectral spring ghost basilisk for your sake, and snatched the bone-eroding pinning flower, to help you break through your bottleneck. I'll even dissect the fundamental mysteries of the dead moon soul-devouring canon, for you. You're telling this to the seat now? He was like a wounded beast driven to the brink of extinction. Pain, resignation, written all over his face. He really couldn't figure out why he had gotten such a result for his sincere efforts. The smile on the Miko's face, however, grew sweeter and sweeter. Aya, the goodness that Lord Madsan has shown to my slave naturally remembers it in my heart. Just well. Her words turned, her gaze flicked to Sumu, and between her eyes, her charm increased. Slave now feels that little brother Sumu here seems to be more appealing to people. Sister Linger, you say, isn't it? Yi Linger's scarlet eyes were as cold as ice, and her blood chi surged around her. But this time, she didn't make an immediate move, only staring at Meiji with a deadly stare. When Berserk Mountain heard this, his body shook violently, and those two clusters of ghostly flames suddenly contracted. Scarlet Tavern. Afternoon. This woman, in front of him, invited that human kid named Sumu to join forces and kill herself. At the time, he thought it was the usual phantom lady play acting. It even felt like some sort of bad joke, but now it seems, what she said, surprisingly, was true. You, boundless humiliation, the anger of being fooled, and the sharp pain of being backstabbed by the one he trusted the most instantly overwhelmed him. Roar! Berserk Mountain violently roared up to the sky, his voice transforming into a sonic shock that contained endless grievances and destructive will. Rumble! The entire Dead Moon Villa trembled violently under this roar. The ground crumbled open, a bottomless black crack, thick as ink dead gas mixed with resentment from which gushed out teeth and claws of hideous ghosts, hovering in the air. The already dim blood moon in the sky was even more completely obscured by this pitch-black bizarre force at this moment. Invisible pressure poured in, instantly enveloping the entire field. Those low-grade bone-eroding demons and dead moon creeps, under this pressure that was comparable to a heavenly disaster. They couldn't even send out a wail before they were directly crushed into pieces and their souls were scattered. Even Yi Linger's Scarlet guards had to push their entire body to barely stand firm in this terrifying wave of air. This was the power of a ghost emperor-level existence when it completely stormed out. Enough terror to shake a side of heaven and earth. However, in the face of this sight that shook the earth and mountains as if the end had come, the smile on the Miko's face, however, suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a bone-deep coldness and quickness. Berserk Mountain, do you think that I would fall in love with an enemy who slaughtered my entire clan? Her voice was no longer coquettish, but filled with undisguised hatred. Words like knives. Berserk Mountain's raging aura lurched, his eyes blank. What are you babbling about? What extermination? The Miko looked at him, her eyes filled with sarcasm and pity, as if she was looking at a pathetic clown. 300 years ago, the Western Realm, eroded Bone Village, that bizarre village that you slaughtered overnight for the sake of refining the fiend congealing bead, not even sparing the babies in their swaddling clothes. Do you remember? I, for one, am the only survivor of that village. All these years, I've only been circling you in search of an opportunity, in order to one day be able to kill you with my own hands and take revenge. Now, here's your chance. Oh, those so-called favors of yours only make me sick. Every word was transformed into the sharpest of blades, ruthlessly piercing into Berserk Mountain's heart. The ghostly flames in Mad Mountain's eyes shook violently, and his withered body began to tremble slightly. 300 years ago, the village of Etched Bones, the name he had almost forgotten. So, it's surprising? The woman he has always treated like a treasure and devoted his heart to is actually an avenger carrying a blood feud. All of his dedication, all of his affection, was nothing more than a sickening display of hatred in her eyes. How can? Madama muttered in disbelief. However, the words were not yet spoken. Die! A stern color flashed in the eyes of the phantom lady, not giving him any time to react or catch his breath at all. No martial virtues. Her figure suddenly blurred and transformed into a pink poisonous stream of light, carrying a sharp cracking sound as she grabbed the first strike. 5 sharp claws that shimmered with an ethereal purple luster tore through the air, aiming straight for Mad Mountain's heart area. Live, and the pop-ups began to roll. What a shocking reversal. Midge is actually an Avenger. No wonder you ruffled Big Brother Sumu so much before. So it's because you're looking for help. A lickspittle shall not die. What's more, it's an executioner's lickspittle who destroys the whole clan. It's not bad to die 10,000 times. Dead Moon Lodge. Although Berserk Mountain was distraught, he was after all a veteran Ghost Emperor, and his fighting instincts were still there. With a furious roar, the huge bone rod in his hand burned with pitch-black flames and swept out in an attempt to fend off the Phantom Lady's surprise attack. Dang! The bone claws clashed fiercely with the bone rods, splattering large black sparks and pink poisonous mist. In the meantime, Yi Linger moved, without the slightest hesitation. Her scarlet figure appeared like a ghost on the other side of Mad Mountain, and her slender jade hand transformed into an indestructible blood-colored claw, wrapped in a blood-devouring aura, and fiercely grasped at Mad Mountain's head. But Mad Mountain was so focused on defending against Phantom Lady that he didn't expect Yi Linger to strike so decisively and viciously. In his haste, he only had time to incline his head. Yi Linger's ghostly claws grazed his cheeks, directly tearing off half of his withered face, leaving 5 claw marks that were deep enough to be seen on the bone, and black bizarre blood spurted out. Aha! The intense pain drove Madama completely insane. He violently erupted his guile power, ignoring his injuries, waving his burning bone rod, smashing indiscriminately towards Meiji and Yi Linger like a madman. For a time, pink poisonous mist, scarlet blood fury, and pitch-black ghost fire, 3 terrifying forces collided fiercely in the center of the mountain villa. Each impact triggered violent explosions and distortions in space. The earth collapsed further, and on the outskirts of the Dead Moon Villa, the remaining buildings were razed to the ground. Meiji and Yi Linger worked well together. One had a strange stance and a tricky poison technique, constantly eroding Mad Mountain's defense and soul body. The other one fronted up and hardened himself, his power raging, his bloodbath power overbearing and unparalleled, constantly leaving new wounds on the body of the Mad Mountain. Even though Mad Mountain was strong, under the siege of 2 on-level powerhouses, especially when his mind was already in turmoil and he had been caught in a sneak attack, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. But it was only a fall from grace. Mad Mountain, experienced, even if the Scarlet Queen, the bone-eclipsing demon lady, joined forces together, they wouldn't be able to take him in a short period of time. However, Mad Mountain's injuries were deepening. The black and gold king's robe on his body had long been shattered. His withered body was covered with claw marks and pits corroded by the poisonous mist, and his breath was beginning to become disorganized. But the ghostly fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely, the resentment and madness still pulsing. Once again, after having his shoulder torn apart by Yi Linger's bloody claws and having his back swept by the Phantom Lady's poisonous tail, he staggered back a few steps. Mad Mountain's spiteful gaze violently crossed over the 2 women in the fierce battle, and deadlocked on the human who stood there watching the show from the beginning to the end. Not far behind, Sumu. These 2 damned crazy women were too strong, and when they joined forces, they would never stand a chance of winning. But this kid, he's just a human. Even if there are some weird tricks, how strong can they be? Kill him first. Crush this soft one. Maybe even disrupt those 2 women. Killing intent revealed. Kid, die for this seat. Berserk Mountain violently reversed his direction, giving up on tangling with the 2 women, and condensed all of his remaining strength into the bone rod. The huge bone rod instantly swelled several times. Countless ghost faces wailing in pain appeared on its surface, and the dark death chi entwined around it. Carrying the momentum of crushing everything, it smashed down towards Sumu's head. This strike gathered all of his strength and endless grievances as a ghost emperor, and he was determined to crush Sumu into powder with his soul. Facing this sudden, destructive strike, Sumu, get out of the way. Yi Linger panicked. There was no time for her and mistress to rescue them. If Sumu took this move hard, he would die. On Sumu's face, however, there wasn't even a ripple. He didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, just the corners of his mouth curved into an arc of icy indifference. Can't help it, finally, and want to take a shot at me? Good thing too. Next moment, in Mad Mountain's hideous and quick gaze, in Yi Linger and Meiji's slightly changed faces, behind Sumu, boom, Ghost Emperor descends. Boundless darkness, the underworld of hell, suddenly descended. A vague, ancient, huge black shadow that emanated supreme majesty slowly coalesced and took shape behind Sumu. The mere appearance of the black shadow's silhouette caused the surrounding space to groan with an unbearable weight. A terrifying pressure that was far more horrifying and profound than when the Mad Mountain erupted came crashing down. What is this? The ghostly fire in Mad Mountain's eyes danced madly. In front of that black shadow, he felt like a speck of dust in a gale. Small, humble, untouchable. The power of the Ghost Emperor that he was so proud of was like a glowing fire meeting a white moon in front of this pressure. The bone rod that had condensed all of his strength and resentment. When it was still a few meters away from Sumu's head, it shattered inch by inch and turned into the purest death energy, which was absorbed by that black shadow without moving. No, Berserk Mountain let out a hiss of despair to the extreme. He wanted to escape. However, the body felt like it was being pressed down by billions of mountains, and he couldn't even move a finger. One could only watch as that magnificent black shadow slowly raised a finger condensed from pure darkness and pointed it at him. Gently. No earth-shattering sounds, no destructive power. There is only the ultimate, all-consuming dead silence. The ghostly fire in Mad Mountain's eyes dimmed rapidly, filled with endless fear and disbelief. His body, starting from his fingertips, silently transformed into the tiniest black powder, which dispersed in the wind like gravel. A generation of ghost emperors, the lord of the Dead Moon Villa, Mad Mountain, Fallen, Yi Linger, Meiji, and the two great ghost emperors froze in place. All of them still maintained the action of supporting Sumu. One hit, Madama is just gone. Ding! Congratulations to player Sumu for independently killing the Ghost Emperor level creepy Mad Mountain. The player has been detected to have played a decisive role in the battle, fulfilling the triggering conditions of the hidden quest, Blade the Ghost Emperor. Congratulations to player Sumu for completing the hidden quest, hand-slaying the Ghost Emperor, Mad Mountain. Mission Rewards Settlement in Progress. Chapter 50, Generous Rewards. Ding! The settlement of the reward for the hidden quest, Blade the Ghost Emperor, Berserk Mountain, is complete. Congratulations to player Sumu, who has gained 2,000 points of sleight of hand. Congratulations to player Sumu for obtaining the special technique, Dead Moon Soul Devouring Code. Dead Moon Soul Devouring Cannon, Ghost Emperor level Bizarre Technique. Attracting the power of the Dead Moon in the 9 hells, quenching one's own bizarre power, devouring the remnants of the soul to enhance the bizarre power, cultivating to the great completion, can condense the power of the Dead Moon, controlling life and death, manipulating the dead souls, transforming into the Lord of the Dead Moon who is immortal and will not perish. Congratulations to player Sumu for obtaining the S-Class rare weapon, Dead Moon Boneblade, Level 1. Dead Moon Boneblade, Level 1 probability of dropping from killing the Dead Moon Monarch, forged with the essence of the spine of the Dead Moon Monarch's Mad Mountain, fused with endless grudges, comes with armor-breaking and soul-consuming effects. When attacking, it can emanate Ghost Emperor's grudge and hit the soul directly, and it can absorb the power of the person who is being killed. And the more the number of kills is, the higher the armor-breaking and soul-consuming effects are, 1/100. Congratulations to player Sumu, awakening the special title, Ghost Emperor Killer, Beginner. Ghost Emperor Killer, primary your deeds have been widely spread in the thriller world. When launching an attack, it deals a fixed 5% real damage to Ghost Emperor level creeps, and against creeps below Ghost Emperor level, this effect is increased to 20%, 2,000 points of guile. This was enough to instantly skyrocket his strength to a level comparable to the white level, creepy. He now had the capital to fight against low-level shenanigans just by relying on his own rank. Add to that a Ghost Emperor level technique, a bone blade that contained the resentment of a Ghost Emperor, and a highly targeted title. The haul this time was explosively rich. Kinda have to thank Mad Mountain for that. If he hadn't been so hot-headed in the end that he had to rush over to give away his head, I'm afraid that he would have really lost out on the reward for this hidden quest. Just as Sumu was digesting the huge harvest, a blood-colored residual shadow shot in like electricity. It's Yi Ling Air. She grabbed Sumu's arm, her scarlet eyes scanning him up and down eagerly, even her voice trembling. Sumu, how are you? Does it hurt anywhere? Is it badly hurt? Her small hands even began to unashamedly grope and inspect Sumu's body. Sumu let her inspect it and gently patted the back of her hand. I'm fine. Look, fine. Feeling Sumu's smooth breath, Yi Linger's taut nerves only slightly relaxed, but she still held onto his arm for dear life. At this time, the Phantom Lady also curled up and walked over, her fragrant wind pouncing on her face. Luckily, little brother Sumu has the strength. Otherwise, if the slightest thing happened to little brother Sumu, the slave would have to feel guilty for the rest of her life. Hearing her speak, Yi Linger was suddenly furious. Will you speak properly? Old hag, he's my man. You're not allowed to talk to him like that. The Miko, however, spoke delicately. Sister Linger, don't be so petty. Actually, people can be small too. It's okay to let me be your sister. Oh, Yi Linger gritted her teeth. The chutzpah of the Phantom Lady was still something she had underestimated. Phantom Lady's pair of seductive peach blossom eyes were carefully observing Sumu at the moment. Sumu's little brother is handsome, killing Berserkerson in a second. A slave can't even do that. Can you teach someone sometime? I want to become this powerful too. Her voice was still pasty and charming, but with every word, she was testing the depths. The heart had long been in a state of shock. Seconds, that was a Ghost Emperor level Mad Mountain. Although Mad Mountain had been heavily injured by her and Yi Linger's joint efforts before, a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and the depths of the Ghost Emperor were not idle. Sumu's strike was clean, the most extreme and dominating crush. Berserk Mountain was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in front of him. The Chimera watched as Mad Mountain, along with his resentment and power, completely annihilated without even a single remnant left behind. The power is horrible. She couldn't even imagine where exactly Sumu's limits were. A wave of afterthought racked her heart. She was beyond grateful. He was glad that he had chosen to cooperate with Sumu when he was at the Scarlet restaurant. If it was a thought that chose to be hostile, the Miko's gaze subconsciously drifted to the place where Madama had disappeared. It's empty there. This downfall, I'm afraid, is the best end for myself? Even, perhaps, worse. Blue Star, live on air. Mu God is awesome. Hissing, who was questioning Mushin just now? Step forward. Ha ha ha. When the god of Mu strikes, he knows if there's anything there. Ghost Emperor? I'll kill them all. This is the strength of our Hansha players. Those petty countries look carefully at Vanga Nation. Pete, come out and learn how to fight a copy. Don't think surviving is a big deal. Where are the little darkies? Why aren't they screaming? Keep spraying. Culminating Summer Country. Supreme Strategic Command Center. On the light screen, it was framed with the image of Sumu withdrawing his finger in Mad Mountain flying away in ashes. Winning. The old man with white hair and a general star on his shoulder slammed the table, his face red with excitement. The bet was right. Sumu really didn't let us down. More than not disappointed. This is simply a heavenly unicorn. Another middle-aged man in a black Chinese mountain suit pushed up his glasses, his eyes shining brightly. With Sumu here, we have a much better chance of winning this competition for the national fortune. He is my hope for the future of Hansha. The faces of the executives were filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Sumu's performance gave them a shot in the arm. Within the copy, the takeover of the Dead Moon Lodge went exceptionally well. Midge was very knowledgeable and cooperative. After all, after seeing Sumu's thunderous method of killing Mad Mountain in seconds, her little mind had long been extinguished, leaving only the idea of win-win cooperation. Previously demarcated territory and resources were quickly handed over. Those low-level bazaar that originally belonged under Mad Mountain's command were even more trembling after seeing the ferocity of their new master. Not daring to make the slightest movement, Sumu didn't stay here too long. Together with Yi Linger, he was followed by a group of bazaar captives who had been bizarrely escorted by the Scarlet Tavern. These shenanigans are also part of the loot. In the future, it was destined to become a stepping stone for the development of the Scarlet Tavern and Shine. Today's takeaway can't be understated. Sumu's heart was still agitated even now. If it weren't for the conditions, he would really like to take out his rewards right now and take a good inventory. Scarlet Witch, also known as Yi Linger, she closely followed Sumu's side, wrapped her arms around him, and from time to time glanced at his calm and clear-eyed face. Her heart was both proud and sweet at the same time. The Miko stood still and watched Sumu and Yi Linger's figures disappear into the darkness of the entrance to the mountain villa. Her red lips pursed slightly, her eyes complicated and hard to understand. It was a long time before she sighed softly and turned towards the area that was hers. Little brother Sumu, you're really an inscrutable man. Aha, I like it. Chapter 51, Reasons Why Ex-Girlfriends Disappear. Scarlet Tavern. Top floor. Scarlet Queen's bedroom. The door was gently pushed open and closed noiselessly, shutting out the gloomy winds of the outside world. Yi Linger's nerves suddenly relaxed after stepping into this relatively safe space. In the next second, she turned around violently, her tiny body crashing into Sumu's arms. She stood on her tiptoes, her arm forcefully encircling Sumu's neck, tilting her small face, with undisguised thirst and dependence in her eyes. Sumu, kiss me. Lori's height made this action seem a bit comical, yet with a kind of brash cuteness. She stubbornly tilted her head, the tip of her nose almost brushing against Sumu's chin, and in her scarlet beauty eyes, she reflected Sumu's slightly stunned face. Sumu's line of sight subconsciously drifted towards the gorgeous and bizarre big bed deep in the bedroom. On the bed, Shinbing lay on his side, his breathing even and long. Yi Linger's spell was surprisingly effective. She slept heavily, unresponsive to the movement of the two men, but more or less, it would still make Sumu a little uncomfortable. What if, the next second Shinbing wakes up? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He's not against showing love. He'd just find it a bit shameful and embarrassing to do it in front of other people. Linger, stop it. Shinbing is still. Yi Linger stubbornly shook her head, her arms tightening even more. I don't care. Just now that vixen, Mimi, kept looking at you. Did you look at her too? You have to prove that you only like me. You only love me. There was a surprising hint of condescension in the arrogant voice. She desperately wanted to prove that having Sumu was her privilege. At least, that's the case at the Scarlet Tavern. Sumu was helpless in his heart. With her, the trials of this little girl attitude were unrelenting. He had gone soft after all. Or rather, he had long since gotten used to submitting to this little tantrum of hers. Sumu slightly lowered his head. Cold lips touched. From Yi Linger's lips, Sumu tasted the faint sweetness of blood. The most important thing, of course, is the familiar temperature with each other. The two were only shallow for a few moments. Yi Linger finally relaxed, a satisfied smile on her face. She loosened her arm and took the initiative to pull Sumu's hand towards the very large dark red velvet sofa on the other side of the room. The two fell in. Yi Linger naturally curled into Sumu's arm, her little head resting on his chest. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes covered down, her small nose gently opened and closed, greedily breathing in the flavor that belonged solely to Sumu. The smell was a mixture of faint blood, smoke, and a familiarity that reassured her immensely. Sumu raised his hand and covered her thin back. One time, another time, gently patting and caressing. It was her favorite position to feel the purest peace. After a few minutes of brief warmth, Sumu suddenly opened his mouth. Linger. The little man in his arms gave a lazy hum and didn't open his eyes. Why did you suddenly disappear after we separated in the first place? And then, how did it come to be at the Scarlet Tavern? Yi Linger's body imperceptibly stiffened. Sumu could clearly feel her instantly changing emotions. He didn't stop. It was a question that had plagued him for too long. So long that it had almost become a demon. It's not just you. The ones I've dated, all of them, we're together for a while, and then, inexplicably, we part, like we've been cursed, and never make it to the end. Then they disappeared. One by one, without warning, they completely evaporated from my world. Sumu paused, and felt the sensation coming from his arm. Yi Linger's increasingly stiffening touch. It was cruel, he knew, but the truth, more often than not, is more important than a warm and fuzzy lie. Until I entered my first copy of horror, until I came here, to the Scarlet Tavern, I just realized that you guys aren't really gone at all. You're all among these copies. Yi Linger was silent. She sat up and looked straight at Sumu. Yi Linger's eyes were deep, as if they were hiding endless secrets. It wasn't me who wanted to disappear. Sumu's heart sank. If I could, I'd like to be married to you, have kids, and live out my life. Yi Linger's voice trembled, aggrieved, helpless, resigned. All of these emotions blended together. Sumu was able to sense it. Sumu subconsciously tightened his grip on her hand, feeling the warmth coming from Sumu's big hands. This made Yi Linger calm down a little. On that day, didn't we want to go further? Yi Linger paused, her cheeks flushed with a hint of redness. But in the afternoon, I suddenly felt sleepy. Sumu recalled that day. Indeed, Yi Linger's state was a bit off. Then I fell asleep. In my dream, I entered a labyrinth. Yi Linger's eyes were slightly blank as she recalled everything from the very beginning. The labyrinth was dark, cold, and full of dead ends. I've been walking for a long time, and I can't find an exit or a direction. It was as if Sumu could see Yi Linger wandering helplessly in the maze. When he was in love with Yi Linger, Sumu was very clear. Yi Linger is just a little girl, a pure little loli that doesn't rhyme with the world. She was such a person in that situation. You can imagine how she felt at that time. Heartache flooded Sumu's eyes, and he silently hugged Yi Linger more tightly. Yi Linger also noticed Sumu's movements and smiled faintly at him before burying her head in Sumu's chest. Finally, I found a way, but that road leads to a completely different place. Yi Linger raised her head with a hint of confusion in her gaze. Finally, I came here. Scarlet Tavern. Sumu sucked in a breath of cool air. The Scarlet Tavern? This horrifying copy was actually the exit of the labyrinth in Yi Linger's dream world? The others? They should be in the same situation as me. Yi Linger's voice regained its calmness, yet it was even more creepy. Sumu felt a chill at his back, a chill running straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What the hell? It means that all of you were brought in by mysterious forces? Sumu's voice trembled a little. It can be understood that way. At least that's the conclusion we came to after contacting each other and exchanging information. Yi Linger nodded. Besides, none of us can go back. Sumu felt his mind go blank. What the hell was going on? Why can't we go back? We don't know either. Yi Linger shook her head. We've tried everything and nothing works. Whether it's destroying space, figuring out how to find the boundaries of the world, or even leaping through the sky and figuring out how to penetrate an entire planet. But all to no avail. All we've done is nothing. It's as if there's a rule that's been binding us, causing us to never be able to get out. Sumu's heart sank to the bottom. Were they going to be trapped in this horrible world forever? During that time, someone also came to me. Yi Linger paused. We even tried to make some devices to contact Blue Star, but it still doesn't work. Sumu could imagine Yi Linger and a group of ex-girlfriends, the disappointed expression, and the despair that gradually spread. In the end, everyone gave up. Yi Linger let out a bitter smile. You can't go back anyway, so you might as well just swing for the fences. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I can meet you in my dreams anyway, so let's make this a love nest. Fair play. Sumu's mouth twitched. What was this? An alternative to jealousy? Let's see who can keep you and see who you like more. Yi Linger added. Sumu remembered those horrible scenes in his dream, those crazy actions of his ex-girlfriends. So that's why? So, you guys just madly tormented me in your dreams, forcing me and transforming yourselves into sick and crazy batches? Sumu's tone carried a hint of helplessness and bitter laughter. I didn't torture you. Yi Linger pouted. I just want you to remember me, and then subconsciously think of me as you fall asleep so I can get you to come to me. Sumu recalled that once in his dream, Yi Linger even got him a dog chain, the dog leash that time doesn't count. Yi Linger blushed and argued in a small voice. I didn't get it. Sumu helplessly shook his head. This group of women really make people love and hate them. After all this time, is the pot still on my head? Yi Linger, however, snorted. Who made you? A womanizer. So fraternal? I was not expecting that there were actually 8 more ahead of me. Not to mention I have a couple more behind me. If we didn't use this way, I guess, it would be even more unevenly distributed. Don't look like we're crazy critics sometimes, but we still know how to take care of our sisters and we'll still give you up to other sisters once in a while. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. I thank you. Chapter 52, the restaurant opens again. Phantom Lady visits. Yi Linger hummed lightly in contentment, and like a lazy cat, she shrunk back into Sumu's arms. Warm and soft jade in her arms, the tip of her nose lingered with the faint fragrance that belonged to her alone. At this moment, where was the shadow of the Scarlet Queen, who was known for her killing and coldness, as rumored by the outside world? Sumu wrapped his arms around her soft waist, feeling the dependence of the person in his arms. His heart was full of mixed feelings, which eventually turned into a light sigh. Hard work, spirit. This statement comes from the heart. Trapped in this haunted place, from an uninitiated little girl, she has turned into the ghost emperor who is now in charge of a party and is feared. The hardships and transformations involved can by no means be summarized in a few words. Humph, it's not hard work, Yi Linger muttered, rubbing against his chest, her voice carrying a hint of cunning. I don't suppose you have a few days left on this copy? I'm going to have to take this time to get a good hold pinch you. The last few words, playful and cute threats, didn't kill a bit. Sumu smiled helplessly and let her be pampered in his arms. Outside the window, scarlet rays of light filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting twisted shadows of light on the floor. And not long after, Sumu and Yi Linger, however, quietly, melted into one. The next morning, Sumu was the first to wake up. Carefully withdrawing the arm that was pillowed by Yi Linger, he moved gently. On her side, Yi Linger was all sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, her delicate face carrying a few rare moments of peace. On the other side of the bed, Shen Bing was the same. Sumu lightly got out of bed, tucked in the corner of Yi Linger's blanket, and then silently pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Outside the door, a figure had already been waiting in silence, with a miserable white face and a stiff, yet trying to squeeze out a smile. It was none other than the creepy butler of the Scarlet Tavern. That smile, it was flattering. Good morning, master. The butler bowed. Sumu nodded and went straight to the point, his voice resuming its usual composure. The ingredients are all ready? Back to master. Everything is according to your orders. It's foolproof, the butler immediately replied, and the stiff smile on his face seemed to deepen a few points. Outside the restaurant, there are already quite a few guests waiting in line. The butler added, oh yes, my lord. According to last night's orders, the site of the Orchid Garden has been merged over, and now it's all under the unified deployment of our Scarlet Tavern. Ding! Side quest, revitalize the reputation of the tavern. Completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. Quest reward, 1,000 creepy power. Item lover's necklace, giving it to any female creepy will dramatically increase favorability. Sumu was, at once, in a good mood. By the way, I also completed the side quests that I had never completed before. Right now he has almost 3,000 plus shenanigans. Theoretically, it's already a standard, white, creep, but it's still 6,000 plus shenanigans away from the next stage, red dress. It's a long way to go, but it didn't matter. Before leaving the copy, you could still rake in a lot of guile coins through the Scarlet Tavern's daily revenue. Creepy coins can also be exchanged for creepy power. He waved his hand at the butler. All right, go about your business. The butler respectfully answered and turned around to leave. Wait, Sumu suddenly called out to him again. The butler immediately stopped and turned around, waiting more respectfully for instructions. Sumu pondered for a moment and instructed, before I leave the copy, Shen Bing, just pretend she doesn't exist. Don't arrange any tasks for her. The butler's cloudy eyes rolled slightly. This is to open the back door for that mess, Shen Bing. But without the slightest hesitation, he immediately bowed deeply. Understood, please rest assured, master. This lord's orders are heaven. The butler's mind was clear as day. Sending the housekeeper away, Sumu sighed slightly. Another busy day. Let me see what's going on. Walking over to the window, his eyes swept across it without a second thought. In the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Holy! Just outside the Scarlet Tavern, there was a dark and heavy crowd full of bizarre guests lining up. There was that procession, from the entrance of the restaurant, disappearing all the way to the end of Sumu's line of sight. At a rough estimate, The line of weird diners was at least 2 kilometers away? Noon. The doors of the Scarlet Tavern were open on time. It instantly triggered a long pent-up spooky frenzy. The longest line for these bizarre guests has even been over 5 hours. But they're going to flock to the Scarlet Tavern like crazy. The fire scene is even more exaggerated than yesterday. Inside the restaurant, it was even busier. Creepy waiters, hoofing it between the hall and the back kitchen, serving up plates of delicacies. These spooky guests were satisfied to pull out their wallets as they savored their food. In the bedroom, Shinbing finally woke up leisurely. My head was still a little foggy, like I had been drinking and had a bad hangover. She didn't know, herself, why this was happening. Tomorrow was fine on its own yesterday. Shinbing rubbed his temples, lifted the quilt, put on his clothes, and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a figure. It's Sumu. Awake? Sorry I got up late. Shinbing froze for a moment, nodded, and pointed to the door. Is it particularly busy out there? I'll go too. No need to go. Have a good rest. Sumu interrupted her. Shinbing froze. But outside, with that commotion, it sounded almost as if there were hundreds of creeps tearing down the Scarlet Red Tavern. Right at this moment, a delicate and charming voice with a few moments of lethargy drifted to the country without warning. Aya, Sumu little brother, you're also very handsome today. This sound, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Then, a delicate figure appeared in sight. Erotic devil girl. Phantom girl. She was wearing a tight black dress that emphasized her stunning curves to the fullest, with an extremely high hemline opening in white, slender thighs that shook people's eyes, a pair of peach blossom eyes, charmingly flowing, locked onto Sumu at the first moment, her red lips hooking up a seductive arc. Sumu's face remained unchanged, and with Shinbing and the bizarre butler who had appeared behind him noiselessly at some point, he greeted them. MS. Phantom G has come to visit and rewarded Scarlet Red Restaurant. There is a loss of distant welcome. Sumu spoke in a flat tone. The Miko cackled, her laughter crisp and pleasant, yet demonic. She moved lightly with lotus steps. Her body was soft, like a water snake, naturally approaching Sumu, almost sticking to his body. Rewarding is to be rewarded. She trailed off, her eyes mesmerized as she looked at Sumu's side face. By the way, I also want to reward you, little brother. She was almost close to Sumu's ear and said it in an airy voice, ambiguous to the extreme. Sumu didn't move and took half a step back, appropriately pulling a little distance. MS. Phantom lady is joking. Phantom G's eyes were flowing, and she didn't seem to care about Sumu's evasion. Instead, she found it more interesting. Why is that a joke? Her voice held a hint of sultriness. To be able to bring the Scarlet Tavern back from the dead, and to make that bloodthirsty and murderous Scarlet Queen obey you. Little brother's skills are more than just words. Sister me. But I'm so curious that I want to get to know you well. What about you, little brother? This business, it's so red hot it's eye-catching. I don't need to think about it to know that this must be your handiwork, little brother Sumu. Meiji's gaze returned to Sumu's face with undisguised admiration. That violent girl of the Scarlet Queen who only knows how to fight and kill doesn't have the brains or the means to do so. She had no problem judging her ally. With that, her words changed and her tone became bolder and more revealing. Sister, I really want to tie you back up and lock you up in my etched bone palace as a pressed vase. She licked her full red lips, her eyes full of aggression. At that time, I won't have to do anything. Just lie down and count the trick coins every day. What do you say, little brother? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched unnoticeably, not responding positively to this extremely dangerous joke. Since Miss Phantom Lady is here, why don't you find a private room, go in, sit down, and try our restaurant's new dishes? It's just as well to give some evaluations, to see if this Scarlet Tavern of ours can fall into the eyes of MS. Phantom G. He changed the topic. Meiji covered her lips and laughed lightly, smiling with a flamboyant style and waves on her chest. Taste the dishes. There's no rush. Her gaze, always glued to Sumu, looked up and down. When we're done with business, sis can eat slowly. She once again stretched out her scarlet tongue and gently licked her lips, and the suggestive meaning in her eyes made even Shinbing next to her feel her cheeks burning. As soon as the words left her mouth, Phantom Lady suddenly clapped her hands lightly. Snap! Crisp applause rang out. In the next moment, dozens of graceful figures appeared out of thin air, silently appearing at stairways and all over the corridors. They all had gorgeous looks and enchanting bodies, and wore uniform dark red-made uniforms. These, all of them, are female creeps under the Phantom Lady's command. The Miko turned to them and languidly commanded, "Go, help the Scarlet Tavern to greet the guests. Be quick with your hands, don't degrade my name." "Yes, master." Dozens of female spooky answered in unison, their voices ethereal and eerie. Then, silently, he blended into the noisy, busy hall downstairs. They were very skillful and experienced in entertaining guests. It soon shared some of the work of the creepy waiters with surprising efficiency. Sumu frowned slightly as he watched this scene. Sending people to help for no reason? What kind of drug is this bone witch selling? You are? Sumu looked at Meiji with a question in his eyes. The Miko stretched out her index finger, a cold touch, and gently tapped it on Sumu's lips. Little brother is really expensive. Slave is so sad. She exhaled, her red lips coming close to his ear, and said softly in a voice that only two people could hear. We're allies, aren't we? Your trouble is my trouble, and if your business is good, it is natural for me to help. Do you think it's right? Little brother Sumu. Chapter 53 Big Pattern Sumu. An alliance? Sumu froze for a moment. Thought this bone-eroding devil G. What kind of drugs are sold in the gourd? After all this, it's to brush up on goodwill. Since this was the case, Sumu didn't intend to slow her down. Since Miss Phantom G appreciates her face, then please come inside. Sumu made a gesture of invitation and welcomed Meiji into the box. Shen Bing, you entertain MS. Meiji well. Sumu purposely instructed. Shen Bing was flattered. She had learned from the butler that this phantom lady was a ghost emperor-level existence. Sumu gave this task to her. How assured is this of her? A warm current surged to her heart, and Shen Bing's eyes changed a lot when she looked at Sumu. Miss Meiji, excuse me for a moment. I'll come back to you when I'm done. Sumu smiled faintly. During this period of time, I'll trouble Miss Phantom G to wait for a moment, so she can first taste the signature dishes of our restaurant, and just talk to Shen Bing if she needs anything. Phantom G propped up her chin with one hand. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she looked at Sumu fondly. Well, you don't forget about people to come back early. Oh, Sumu called out straight in his heart, a female goblin. People who don't know think I have something with you, but one thing is for sure, the Phantom Lady really helped by bringing in people. Otherwise the manpower of the Scarlet Tavern would not be enough. The halls of the tavern were filled with a constant stream of bizarre diners. That's right, Surge, because there are just too many of them. Offhand, these creeps also come in different shapes and sizes. It was very inconvenient to arrange for seating. Some are big, some are small, some are hard, some are soft, others are simply not physical. But the staff of the Scarlet Tavern, they were very busy. Inside the box, Shen Bing stood respectfully beside the Phantom Lady. The Miko's gaze fell on Shen Bing and looked at her curiously. It's very direct, there's no cover-up. The trademark winks were on her face. This woman is also human, and it was obviously seen by Sumu, and was specially arranged to entertain himself. It seemed to be the kind that was highly valued or assured by Sumu. Well, not bad looking, good body, good base, though not as good as myself. Phantom G took the initiative to chat. Little sister, don't be so formal, just accompany me for a chat. What's your name? Shen Bing didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly replied, Miss Phantom Lady, my name is Shen Bing. Oh, Shen Bing, nice name, it fits you. Sit down, you don't have to do anything else, just stay with the conversation. Hearing this, Shen Bing also had no choice but to sit down across from Meiji. She couldn't fathom the Chimera's intentions. The best thing to do is just do it. Little sister Shen Bing, what do you think of your little brother Sumu? The Phantom Lady suddenly opened her mouth, looking curious, and just stared straight at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, on the other hand, completely froze and didn't react for a while. Our house? Little brother Sumu? What the hell is this? Who would have thought Phantom Lady would be chatting about this? Shen Bing's brain went blank. Midge's question was so unexpected. Her eyes averted and she blushed slightly. Surprisingly, for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Blue star. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups rolled wildly. This expression of goddess Shen Bing wouldn't really be interested in Sumu, would it? Up front, take out the wouldn't. That reaction, there's definitely something wrong with it. I'll get high on this pair of CPs first. Big brother Sumu was really good to goddess Shen Bing. That's not true. Others are in deep water. She's talking and laughing with the top boss. This contrast, TSK. However, not everyone thinks so. Spectators from other countries made discordant noises. What the hell? By what reason can that Shen Bing of Hanxia be so easy? It is. It's not fair. Sumu was abusing his power. Oh, the Hanxia people are so selfish and self-centered. They only care about their own people. These questioning and attacking pop-ups were instantly captured by the culmination viewers. Sour. Just hard sour. A bunch of losers. Their own players don't compete, and they still have the face to clamor here? Who was the one who cried out to hug our god Su's thighs before? Now you're turning your back on us? The Hanxia viewers' fighting strength was explosive. Their words were sharp, and they disliked those foreign viewers so much that they were speechless. Within the copy, Sumu at the moment, he was standing in a relatively secluded corner. Immediately afterward, he made a move. Just seeing him raise his hand, there seemed to be dots of scarlet light in the void flowing through his fingertips. That belongs to the authority of the Scarlet Lord. In the next second, A scene that left all the viewers who were paying attention to the internal screen of the replica dumbfounded occurred. On some of the players who were busy, the nameplates that represented their identities and what they were working on actually began to blur, distort, and then coalesce again. The words and patterns on it, heck, they changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this about? Sumu is modifying players' identity cards? He's not trying to wipe out all the other players, is he? Whether it was the Hanxia audience or the watchers from other countries, they were dumbfounded. One could only hold their breath and watch Sumu's movements. Sumu's expression was unusually calm, and he moved quickly, modifying several players' identity cards one after another. Soon enough, some sharp-eyed viewers caught on. Wait, those players who had their identity tags modified, they all seem to be from Bexiatus countries, small AU countries. That's right, these countries, on the blue planet, are all on very good terms with our Hanxia. I see. Sumu was protecting his allies. This discovery instantly blew up the Hanxia livestream. Sushin is awesome. The pattern is open. Nice guy. International diplomacy in a horror copy can be okay. This is the true style of a big brother. Not only looking out for yourself, but also pulling in your allies. The viewers from those countries that had been eliminated before, or that did not have a good relationship with Hanxia, especially the kimchi, ugly, and cherry blossom countries, once again stormed out. Shameless. So shameless. What gives him the right to do that? It's a blatant disruption of game balance. Protest. We seriously protest. Sumu must be sanctioned. Hypocrites, saying one thing and doing another. Double standard. However, the impotent rage of these jumped-up clowns couldn't make many waves at all. Most of the audience, especially the culminating summer audience, didn't take heed at all. Players from these countries would have died long ago anyway. At the same time, the Hanxia Strategic Command Center, the old man sitting in the very center of the room, exclaimed, "It's a bit interesting." Next to him, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with an elegant demeanor pushed his glasses and said, "This is a brilliant move. He's laying it out in advance. Get more international support and allies for us." Hanxia, the uniformed chief, who had always been very optimistic about Sumu and had a scar on his eyebrow, even laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha 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 ha, I like it. To be able to be in such a dangerous and desperate situation and still be distracted to consider this. This son will become a great man." The corners of the mouth of the old man in the very center also hooked up a smile of satisfaction. What should have been a matter for us old guys to worry about? Sumu did it for us. He, like everyone else, was very satisfied with Sumu. Inside the copy, those players whose identity cards had been modified soon discovered their own abnormalities as well. They find that the high-risk jobs on their ID tags become, for example, cleaning dishes, organizing tables and chairs, wiping down glass, that sort of chore. What the hell? But what followed was a pressing ecstasy. These jobs, compared to the previous ones where you were in the direct presence of horrible diners and might even need to be in close proximity to the spooky, were incredibly low risk. This meant that as long as they didn't make their own deaths or encounter any unforeseen accidents, they could basically hold out peacefully until the end of this copy. What's more important than staying alive in a copy? Soon, they reacted that it was Sumu who was helping them. It was only Sumu who had this ability. 7 or 8 players from Manhwa, a friendly country, spontaneously gathered near Sumu. In unison, they bent deeply in Sumu's direction and performed a standard bow. "Mr. Sumu, thank you for your help. We will never forget this favor. I can't repay the great kindness. After returning to Blue Star, I'll do my best to expand my influence for Mr. Sumu, for Hanxia, in our country." When Sumu heard these words from the bottom of his heart, his expression remained bland. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." Chapter 54, Scarlet Tavern. End of copy. The Scarlet Tavern's hot business continued into the night. With the extra delivery of ingredients arranged by Mimic, the demand still exceeded the supply. So, the Scarlet Tavern had to close. This feast of gluttony ended only briefly. "It will continue tomorrow." Nini twisted her slender waist and walked up to Sumu. A flying kiss, with a rose fragrance, floated towards Sumu. "Little brother Sumu, see you tomorrow." The Phantom Lady's voice, still the same kind of tingling delicacy, paired with her already sultry face, was even more mind-blowing. Before leaving, she glanced meaningfully at Shen Bing. Shen Bing was expressionless. However, standing beside Sumu, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Creepy butler, appearing in the center of the hall. "Gather round, players." The only remaining dozen or so players, dragging their tired bodies, gathered in front of the creepy steward. Everyone's face was filled with the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery. The creepy butler begins to distribute the day's creepy coins. Aloes, 320 guile coins. Ford Lee, 450 guinea dollars. Great, I can't believe there are so many. Yeah, we can have a good meal today. I'd better save it for the last day to get high. The players couldn't be happier to get their paychecks. Today's turnover is high and they are earning a lot more than usual. The first 2 days were dozens, if not dozens of guile coins. It went straight up more than 10 times today. How could they not be happy? However, their smiles soon froze. The creepy butler announced the last player's paycheck. Shen Bing, 23, 800 guile coins. What? The players, confused, looked at Shen Bing in unison. 20,000 plus guile coins. Everyone else's salary, when added up, was actually not half of Shen Bing's. Shen Bing herself froze. She didn't expect that she would get so many trickster coins. The creepy butler explained. Shen Bing received a Ghost Emperor level creepy guest alone today. She receives guests of a higher class, combined. That's why there's a larger share of trick coins today. The other players, envious and jealous, looked at Shen Bing. You call that hospitality? It's clearly a chaperone. It's too obvious a backdoor. However, they only dared to spit out a few words in their hearts. After the distribution was over, Shen Bing found Sumu, who was about to go back to the top floor, stopped after hearing Shen Bing's voice. What's wrong? Shen Bing pursed her lips, her eyes flickered from side to side, and finally spoke up. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Shen Bing was sincere and honest. After saying that, there were hands folded in the position of the belly, bending 90 degrees toward Sumu. Without Sumu, it was impossible for her to get so many trickster coins. Wanting the Scarlet Tavern copy to survive wouldn't be so easy for her. In response, Sumu, however, just faintly returned. It's nothing, this is what I should do. Seeing that Sumu was about to leave, Shen Bing hurriedly opened his mouth again. When we leave the copy and return to Hanxia, I'd like to invite you to dinner. May I? Shen Bing carefully watched Sumu's back, looking forward to Sumu's response. Sumu turned his back to her and gently returned a word. Good, that's great. On Shen Bing's face, a rare smile appeared. Then I'll contact you when we get back to Hanxia. Shen Bing, even his footsteps, were much lighter. She had seen all the care Sumu had given her. These actions left a deep mark on her heart, whether it's putting her in the queen's bedroom to prevent a creepy attack. Still, she was specifically assigned an easy and rewarding job. All of these made Shen Bing feel fully warm and secure. All human hearts are made of flesh. Even a woman as cool as Shen Bing would be touched. For the next 4 days, the Scarlet Tavern entered a period of eerie calm. There are no new missions and no new enemies. Sumu and Shen Bing, as well as the other players, were silently waiting for the end of the copy. During this period of time, Sumu spent most of his time getting bored with Yilinger. After all, to Yilinger, the time that Sumu could linger in the copy wasn't long. Therefore, she cherished being able to stick to Sumu for even one more second. Who would have thought that the Scarlet Queen, who had made countless terrorists and weirdos scared to death, would be as meek as a Siamese cat almost in front of Sumu? It was just that the eyes Yilinger cast at him were, at all times, filled with possessiveness, because her warmth with Sumu would always be interrupted by an obnoxious guy. Aya, little brother Sumu, did you miss your slave today? My slave couldn't sleep last night thinking about you. The voice was coquettish and tingling to the bone. Echidna, the Phantom Lady, she would always show up at the Scarlet Tavern on time. Facing Sumu, she was always unabashedly revealing in bold. The playful aggression in his eyes ignored Yilinger, who was on the verge of storming out, every time, and pointed directly at Sumu. This could make Sumu's head spin. Dealing with this female goblin could give him a huge headache, because he had to maintain the alliance between the Scarlet Tavern and the Phantom Lady, and he also had to constantly appease Yilinger to prevent this Scarlet Queen from having a sudden outburst. Yilinger and Meiji are ghost emperors. If they moved, it would only be a matter of a split second before the Scarlet Tavern was reduced to rubble. But the good thing is, Phantom Lady knows her place every time she points out. But one thing is for sure, as an ally, the Phantom Lady is indeed sincere. Every day, she not only clocked in on time herself, but she also brought in her own crew to help, whether it's entertaining guests, transporting ingredients, or miscellaneous chores like cleaning. It's all involved, helped the Scarlet Tavern to alleviate a lot of pressure. This kind of out-and-out giving also straightened the Phantom's back. At the same time, it was even more reckless in molesting Sumu. It was even more common to gasp at the possessive Yilinger in passing. Often, it was just a light sentence, or casting a coquettish look at Sumu. It would be able to make Yilinger's body instantly overflow with coldness and blood churning around her body. Usually at times like this, though, the Chimera just leaves with a grin and enters the box reserved for her. There, the receptionist dedicated to her, Shen Bing, had been waiting for a long time. This was Sumu's way of taking care of her, letting Shen Bing specialize in receiving the Phantom Lady, a valued guest. After many days of getting along with each other, Shen Bing unexpectedly became gradually acquainted with Phantom Lady, the Ghost Emperor whose name alone was enough to make the creepy one's face fearful. This Ghost Emperor, who was weird in the outside world and seemed to be temperamental, yet was generous, was entertained by Shen Bing in a proper and thoughtful manner. When he initially received the Phantom Lady, Shin Bing was careful and walked on thin ice. Even his breathing was deliberately light. By the end of the day, it had been possible to make small talk relatively naturally, no longer as tense as before, so tense that the Miko felt adorably amused. All in all, the Chimera was happy with her, and the relationship between her and the Chimera was good. Shin Bing also relied on entertaining the Phantom Lady and earned quite a lot of guile coins, but she also had a worry. Every evening, when she returned to that queen's bedroom that Sumu had been licensed to stay in, the table, inevitably, was set with a steaming, colorful human meal. It's not a bad meal. It's no longer a fruitful meal, but a meal worthy of a state dinner. In this hellhole, it's already a luxury to have a bite of hot, normal food, let alone a feast like this. Shin Bing knew very well that this care, too, was Sumu's handiwork, and whenever she sits down to enjoy it, she raised her head a little out of habit, always catching a glimpse of the figure at the desk not far away through the half-open doorway of her room. Sometimes it was Sumu who was alone, bored and flipping through books to pass the time. His side face, which looked a little blurry under the scarlet candlelight, was clean, calm, yet inexplicably cold. Sometimes, it was Sumu and Yi Linger snuggling together, and the two of them were envious of your love. Whenever this time came, Shin Bing would think, why is he being so nice to himself? Simply because one is a Hansha player? Or, Shin Bing didn't dare to think deeply. Sumu, the warmth and security given was real, but occasionally, when seeing Sumu and Yi Linger's intimacy as if no one else was there, the heart would always twitch, and subtle resentments and jealousies would sting her like an invisible fine needle. She knew it was uncalled for, even a little shameful. Sumu never showed her anything. Any way you look at it, the person he likes can't be himself. But reason is one thing, ripples of emotion are another. Fortunately, this time of confusion, she found someone to talk to and learn from. The Phantom Lady, the Ghost Emperor who had lived for an unknown number of years, saw the matters of men and women far more thoroughly than she, a human woman, did. Seemingly casual chit-chat, but every time, it was just the right amount of nudging Shin Bing. Little sister, teach you haha, a man is a creature that if you like, you have to overlook some of his faults, especially if he's good enough. Like philandering, Shin Bing's heart skipped a beat. He never stops when he's surrounded by warblers. What you have to do is not squeeze in and get jealous and go fight to the death. That's stupid and will just bore him. Midge rhymes deeply with this and sees it through. You need to get that degree right. Neither can you completely disappear from his world and make him forget you exist altogether, and not to intervene in his life like a spiteful woman and cause him distress and trouble. That way, he'll just kick you out without hesitation. Phantom Lady came close to Shin Bing, her warm breath with the peculiar flavor of a mixture of lipstick and blood sprayed on the outline of Shin Bing's ear. Looking at Sumu and Yi Linger's sweet snuggling not far away, stretching out the tip of his tongue, he licked his scarlet lips in a demonic and seductive movement. Learn to avoid others when they are strong. You just have to show up once in a while and leave just the right mark so that he remembers and gets used to your presence. Even subconsciously think of you and miss you when you're not there. This, then, is the highest realm. No contest, do not contend, so no one can contend with them. With Mimi's enlightenment, Shin Bing also gradually released his mind. When she went back to Hansha, that was her home turf. By then, Chapter 55, Reward Settlement begins. Hansha takes off. Day 7. Suddenly, blood-colored fog appeared without warning over the Scarlet restaurant, and it began to churn and roar violently. It was as if some terrible being was awakening in it. Immediately after that, the blood-colored fog, in the next second, instantly enveloped the entire Scarlet Tavern. Copy, Scarlet Tavern. Over. Player survival status detected. Player rewards begin to settle. Global broadcast, Blue Stars S+ level copy of Scarlet Tavern has been successfully captured. Difficulty, S+. Time spent, 168 hours. Number of survivors, 10. Copy rater, Hansha country player, Sumu, Hansha country player, Shen Bing, Beishiatri country player, Michael. The settlement of duplicate rewards begins. The viewers of Hansha, who had been squatting in the live broadcast room, instantly looked like they had been hit with chicken blood. Within the copy, Sumu and Shin Bing had nothing to do in the last few days and were extremely bored. And these viewers, who have been bored for days, are waiting for today's copy to settle. It's coming, it's coming. The big one is coming. Goddess Su is awesome. Goddess Shin Bing also held her own. An S+ copy. It's INGS+A. It's been cleared by our Hansha's team. The rest of the people, besides Su Shin and Shin Bing, are only from the countries that are friendly with our Hansha country. It's still Su Shin who is reliable, stepping in to help them at the critical moment. Ha ha ha, aren't those grandsons from the ugly country still clamoring? Does your face hurt? Where are your players? How come I can't see the names? The island country and the kimchi country shut up too. Weren't they able to dance before? Why don't they talk now? Blackie talk. The audience in the country of Hanxia was the most excited. Mockery, cheering, excitement, all pulled full circle. The generic rewards for all survivors are settled as follows. Skill points plus 50, sleight of hand power limit plus 5,000. The player's country shenanigans environment. Start medium coverage immediately. Players belonging to the country of all people will instantly qualify for the absorption of guile power cultivation. All people in the player's country. The efficiency of guile absorption is increased by 300%. Player's country of affiliation. Obtaining the complete text of the A-rank sneaky power cultivation technique, Sneaky Turns of the Gods. Generic rewards. Issued. The live broadcast pop-ups were even more frantic than earlier. The generic rewards are that outrageous? Cultivation for all? 5 times the efficiency? And advanced feats? This is a step to heaven. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the broadcast. I told her we were witnessing history. Fly fly fly. Take off for good. Thank you Goddess Sue. Thank Goddess Shenbing. You are national heroes. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to start practicing too. Not only Hanxia, those countries that were friends with Hanxia's live broadcast room were equally jubilant. It even interacted with the viewers of the Hanxia country on the pop-up screen. For one of their own, the audience in the country of Hanxia was very friendly, celebrating and saying goodbye to each other. The PAK brothers, the AU little old boys, they are in the laying down category this time, so have been quite happy with the results. In contrast, it is those who before still sneer at Hanxia's national audience between. At this moment but all turned into an ostrich. The face went white for a moment and then red, looking at the mocking pop-ups from the Hanxia audience, but not daring to respond. It's worse than eating a fly. Damn. Before that we said we Hanxia, this is not good that bad foreign devils? Get out and get scolded. Ugly country, don't you always like to join other countries to target us? Why don't you target us this time? It can't be that you can't do it, can it? The island dwarfs still dare to covet us? Now they don't even dare to breathe, do they? Have you ever heard of the divine walking and turning? If you haven't heard of it, then you're right, you don't deserve it. The crowd's revelry was just the tip of the iceberg. The state of Hanxia, the highest level command room. The atmosphere was solemn, but everyone's face was aglow with uncontainable excitement. Good. Yes, the era of full-name cultivation has come. Now the chances of our country's players entering a copy and clearing the level have risen by an unknown amount in the future. This Sumu kid, I think it's okay. In addition to the 3 figures sitting steadily in the center, the rest of the group of military and political executives all stood up excitedly, and quite a few of them even slapped the table hard due to excessive excitement, making a dull ringing sound. The 3 in the very center looked at each other but didn't stop. This is the time to drop the usual seriousness and celebrate, and it's only right that everyone is on a roll. The country's fortunes are prosperous. Who could not be happy? The old man on the left, wearing a straight military uniform with a scar on his brow, stared at the word Sumu on the screen with a burning gaze, not hiding the admiration in his tone. This Sumu was really the unicorn of our Hanxia, bold and careful, strong beyond words, and at critical moments, a pin in the sea. He added heavily, well, it's as good as I was when I was young. In the center, the old man known as the top man did not flirt with him this time. A deep gaze fell on the screen and a smile appeared on his face. When Sumu leaves the replica and returns to Blue Star, have someone arrange it. It's about time for us old-timers to meet the wave of this new era. The uniformed old man sniffed and immediately picked up. All right, just waiting for your words. This kid, so much to my liking. No, I must find a way to get him to me. He's fit to be my successor. None of you are allowed to take it from me. The other executives have yet to respond. Settlement rewards. Again, S-rank excellent passer, Hanxia country player. Shen Bing, SSS level perfect passer, Hanxia country player. Su Mu. Settlement of national rewards begins. Hanxia's fortunes will rise. Effect 1. The concentration of aura within the Hanxia kingdom can be increased in a growing manner, and the trickster environment will slowly deepen in concentration over time, with no upper limit. Effect 2. All nationals of the Hanxia kingdom increase the base guile affinity to 1000%. Effect 3. Han Xiaogua obtains the complete version of the universal S-rank trickster power cultivation method, the devouring underworld book. The generic rewards from before were just appetizers. Holy, isn't this the Vanga Kingdom's national luck reward plus version? I knew it. There's a bonus. I thought the universal rewards were the pinnacle. I didn't realize there was an even more explosive one behind it. It's not just the Hankiori audience. Even the military and political hands in Hanxia's command room had their hearts tugged. S-class excellent passer. Shen Bing, reward settlement begins. Player Shen Bing, Scarlet Tavern replica has accumulated Gue coins, 2, 7W. Player Shen Bing, gains sleight of hand reward, 10W. Player Shen Bing, Sneaky power level advancement, Undertaker, sleight of hand levels, Lone Soul, 100 sleight of hand, Wild Ghost, 1,000 sleight of hand, White, 2,000 sleight of hand, Red, 1W sleight of hand, Undertaker, 10W sleight of hand, Ghost General, 99W sleight of hand, Ghost King, 1,000W sleight of hand, Ghost Emperor, 100 million sleight of hand. Chapter 56, Sumu's Heavenly Reward, Strategic Level Prizes. Having just cleared her first S+ copy, Goddess Shinbing has directly advanced to EN difficulty. Take it easy, man, where are we? I have a feeling there's more to come. Yeah, this is an S+ grade copy after all. The rewards are definitely more than that. As expected, Shinbing's reward settlement. Continued. Player Shinbing. Get random A grade skill card *3. Player Shinbing. Get random A grade skill card *3. Player Shinbing. Get random S-class skill card *1. Player Shinbing. Awarded the S-class title, Thrilling Genius. Thriller Genius, exclusive to gifted who obtains an S-rank evaluation on their first participation in a duplicate. Wearing this title, you will be like a fish out of water in the thriller world, and it will be easier for you to gain the favor of the spooky and enhance the efficiency of clue acquisition. When facing S-rank and below duplicates, the damage received from the spooky is forced to be reduced by 90%, and the initial favor is forced to be increased by 30% when making first contact with the spooky. I go to an S-rank copy of creepy damage reduced by 90%? What's the difference between that and being immune to damage? Creepy initial favorability plus 30%. So is it true that if Goddess Shinbing goes down to the copy, a lot of creepy might not actively attack her at all, and will even give her tips? In conjunction with the EN difficulty level of Guile, when Goddess Shinbing goes down to the S-rank copy later on, wouldn't that be purely going on vacation? This reward is too generous. Goddess Shinbing's S-level clearance is like this, then Su Shin's SSS level. The S-rank rewards are already so shocking. Then how perverse a reward would Sumu's SSS ranked perfect pass be? Under the public's attention, the copy system began to settle the rewards for Sumu's clearance. SSS level perfect passer reward settlement. Player Sumu. Scarlet Tavern replica cumulatively gained GUE coins, 68. 5W. 68. 5W shenanigans. Everyone's scalp went numb. Shinbing's 2. 7W shenanigans coins had already been gained very easily, and this had directly doubled more than 20 times? However, this is only the beginning. Even more shocking is yet to come. Player Sumu. Gained sleight of hand reward, 99W. 99W shenanigans. Player Sumu. Promoted to Ghost General. Above the Undertaker is the Ghost General. If Shinbing was a step to heaven, then Sumu was a rocket breaking through the atmosphere. Countless people's brains are down. Information overload. Many people couldn't believe that the rewards in front of them were real. In the Hanxia command room, the old man in military uniform with a scar on his brow was so excited that he slammed the table, shaking the teacups and making them jump. Good boy. A Ghost General. Straight up Ghost General. Ha ha ha. Not bad for someone I've got my eye on. Player Shinbing. Get random S-class skill card *3. Player Shinbing. Get random S-class skill card *3. Player Shinbing. Get random SSS grade skill card *1. Player Sumu. Obtaining S-rank passive skill, Yin Yang Emissary. Yin Yang Emissary, your body becomes a perfect vessel for the weird power of Yin and Yang, and you can voluntarily consume weird coins to instantly transform them into pure life force to quickly recover from your own injuries. The more serious the injury, the more weird coins required. Player Sumu. Obtaining S-class skill, All Evils Retreat. All Evils Retreat. The Ghost General's authority makes it easy for all evils to escape. This skill can be actively opened or closed. After opening, continuous consumption of Guile coins in the body around the formation of specialization against the bizarre defensive force field, ignoring any bizarre attacks, and so that the bizarre cannot get close to. The lower the level of the mandatory retreat, the farther the distance. The longer the presence of the force field, the higher the rate of consumption of Guile coins. A single opening, the upper limit of the maintenance time of 2 hours. 2 S-rank passives, a powerful recovery and an absolute defense. It simply pulls out all the stops in terms of survivability. The audience was at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Immortality, how this? As long as there are enough Guile coins, Su Shin is the undefeatable little strong man who can still turn on invincibility? Ha 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 ha. Every copy Su Shin goes to in the future, won't that be horizontal? Player Sumu. Obtaining SSS rank active skill, Tie-in Reversal Technique. Tie-in Reversal Technique. With the power of Tie-in, you can reverse the course of events. When this skill is activated, it can rebound any form of attack you receive. Currently it can be recharged up to 4 times, and after each use, it will take 6 hours to recharge it. SSS level skills. Rebound any attack. The pop-ups on the live feed even stopped scrolling. In the Han Xia command room, The old man who had been sitting steadily on a mountain with a refined temperament could not help but lean his body forward slightly, and the essence in his eyes skyrocketed. This skill is so overbearing, unreasonably strong, and the system's reward broadcast, actually, hadn't ended yet. It's still refreshing the upper limit of everyone's perception. Player Sumu, awarded the title, Lord of Scarlet. Lord of Scarlet, with this title, you will be able to freely travel to and from the S+ level replica Scarlet Tavern without any restrictions, and within the replica of the Scarlet Tavern, the skill, Ghost Emperor's Descending Body, will be transformed into a passive effect with no cooldown time. Free travel to and from the Scarlet Tavern? What does that mean? Sumu possessed a backyard that was absolutely safe and could brush resources infinitely, and an S+ rated backyard. What's even scarier is that in that backyard, he's practically invincible. That's not all. Player Sumu, awarded the title, Son of Tricky Fate, Son of Creepy Fate, favored by the will of the thrilling world. This title is exclusive to the first player to obtain a perfect SSS rating. Wearing this title allows passive absorption of creepy power, with an absorption efficiency of 2,000% and an extremely high affinity for the creepy world. The creepier will directly subjugate to follow the wearer, and the lower the creepy level, the more pronounced the effect is. Holy, automatic cultivation? Against all odds, creepy directly submitting to this would be too much. What's the difference between this and opening up? I built it, the title of Goddess Shinbing. All of a sudden it doesn't smell good anymore. What copy goes in without countless shenanigans? This was tantamount to, for nothing, giving Sumu a huge army of terrifying weirdness. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like for those originally ferocious shenanigans when Sumu walked into a certain copy wearing this title. I'm afraid it's not going to turn into a one-sided solo show for him, is it? Just when everyone thought that the distribution of Sumu's rewards was over, player Sumu obtained SS grade special props, Tangled Heart Guile Fruit, Seed. In Tangled Heart Guile Fruit, a strange fruit containing rich guile essence, to be planted in a high-level guile environment, absorbing the environmental guile growth. The cycle is 1 month, each time 100 fruits. The user can greatly enhance the guile, with excellent qualifications, and even break through the bottleneck, to promote to the EN, Ghost Generals and above to take, converted to 1W guile. Ghost Generals and above will be converted into 1W of power. Holy, this one is even heavier. 1 month to mass produce 100 Undertakers, directly? I'll go. Goddess Shinbing only advanced to the EN differential level after such a thrilling copy with S-rank clearance. This fruit can actually reach the EN differential level by eating it. The strategic value of this has been incalculable. What does it mean for a country? It means that a steady stream of powerful players of the Undertaker level can be cultivated. It takes an advanced trickster environment and a month though. But those aren't the issues. Because of Sumu and Shinbing, a perfect pass, an excellent pass, Hanxia's national luck reward, has long provided such a tricky power base. 1 month is even less. Ha ha ha. At this glance, what kind of garbage is the reward that Pete from the Vanga Kingdom got? Yeah, 3 years of maturity and it only helps to advance to red. Dogs won't eat it. Luckily, my reincarnation skills are good and I was reincarnated in the country of Hanxia, and in the Hanxia command room, all the executives stood up, without exception. Excitement, ecstasy, unprecedented exhilaration. From this moment on, the fate of Hanxia, and even the pattern of the entire world, would be completely changed because of this young man called Sumu. Chapter 57 Random Skill Card Drawing. Undead Monarch. Sunnyside. Inside the rental house, space was suddenly torn open. A silhouette flew out. It was none other than Sumu. After a slight feeling of vertigo, he came back to his senses and looked at the familiar rental house in front of him. It's back. Rewards have been issued. Please check for receipt. Hear the beep. Sumu directly tapped on his panel. He's got a ridiculously large haul this time. It turned him on too. Player, Subai, Sneaky Power Level, Ghost General, 99. 3W/1000W. Title, Lord of Scarlet, Son of Trickery. Skills, Ghost Emperor's Body Descending. Cannot be used after leaving the Scarlet Tavern. Yin Yang Emissary, Evil Retreat. Tai-In Reversal Technique. Items, Dead Moon Soul Devouring Codex. Tangled Heart Fruit. Dead Moon Bone Blade, Tier 1. Random S-Class Skill Card *3. Random SSS Class Skill Card *1. Special Status, Multiple Nightmare Curse, Entangled with Ex-Girlfriend's Grudges. Copy of Root Power. In addition to those titles and skills that have been made known to the world, as well as the Winding Heart Trick Fruit, Sumu also has some private goods. Dead Moon Soul Devouring Codex, and Dead Moon Bone Blade, Level 1. Both of these were rewards that popped out after beheading the Dead Moon Monarch. Neither has been used yet. Dead Moon Soul Devouring Cannon, Ghost Emperor Level Weird Technique. Draws the power of the Dead Moon from the 9 hells. Quenches one's own weird power. Devours the remnants of the soul to enhance the weird power. cultivate to the great completion, can condense the power of the dead moon, control life and death, manipulate the souls of the dead, and turn into the lord of the dead moon, who will not die and will not be destroyed. Sumu's eyes stared slightly, wanting to use it, but there was no response. The current environment is unable to use the dead moon soul devouring code. You need to wait for the day of the full moon to come down in the S-rank copy before you can use it. There are also conditions of use. I can't believe it still has to be used within Thriller World, and wait for whatever full moon comes out. Sumu shook his head and could only give up, and his eyes, finally, fell on the only weapon. Dead Moon Bone Blade, level 1 probability of dropping from killing the Dead Moon Monarch, forged with the essence of the spine of the Dead Moon Monarch's Mad Mountain, fused with endless grudges, comes with armor-breaking and soul-consuming effects. When attacking, it can emanate Ghost Emperor's grudge and hit the soul directly, and it can absorb the power of the person who is being killed. And the more the number of kills is, the higher the armor-breaking and soul-consuming effects are, 1/100. Phew! The Dead Moon Bone Blade, with its strange shape, is a short blade polished from the spine of the Dead Moon Monarch. It was cold in his hands, and Sumu could actually hear the pained ravings of the dead souls ringing in his ears. This weapon, evil enough. It's nice to be able to upgrade though. It's an S rank in its own right, with a great base, and it'll definitely come in handy back there. Phew! Dead Moon Bone Blade disappeared. It was put away by Sumu, and then it's time for the main event of the day. Blind box moment. It was also the time when Sumu was most excited, for cards emitting different halos of light steeply hovered and floated in front of him. 3 S-rank random skill cards, emitting a purple aura, an SSS-ranked random skill card, on the other hand, is a dark golden stream of light. These 4 skill cards are the key to future survival and combat prowess. With a thought, he selected the 3 S-rank random skill cards, S-class random skill card being used. Congratulations to player Sumu, obtaining S-class skill, Sneaky Realm Split, level 1. Tricky Realm Doppelganger, LV1 can summon a doppelganger with 50% of the body's combat strength from any mirror, including smooth reflective surfaces such as water. Lasts for 5 minutes. Can be destroyed for an extra payment of tricky coins. Doppelganger can use some of the body's skills. The higher the level of the skill used, the more tricky coins are consumed, and skill leveling up increases the percentage of the doppelganger's strength and the duration, as well as the number of doppelgangers, 1/100. Split. It's kind of fun, and it's also a growable skill, which is pretty good. Congratulations to player Sumu, obtaining the S-class skill, Artistic Replication, level 1. Jutsu Copy, level 1 when turned on. You can try to copy any trickster skill you see in your eyes. The success rate of copying is related to the difference in trickster level between the two sides and the complexity of the skill. After copying is successful, you can use the technique once, but consumption is equal to the original technique. The cooldown time is 10 minutes, 1/100. This one's awesome. Copying skills can work wonders in a pinch. It's almost like it's tailor-made for people like him who need to adapt quickly to various copies. Congratulations to player Sumu, who has obtained the S-class passive skill, Son of Nightmare. Son of Nightmare, the spirit is sheltered by nightmares, greatly increasing mental resistance and immunity to most mental effects. This effect only takes effect 30% of the time on beings with a Ghost Emperor level. Mental defense. Ghost Emperors aren't cabbages, they're everywhere. Being able to defend against 30% of the Ghost Emperor's mental influence was already strong enough. The gold content naturally goes without saying. This is timely. I don't know if it's possible to protect against the level of dreams that ex-girlfriends have, but at least one has a stronger safeguard against ordinary weird mental attacks. Each of the 3 S-rank skills was considered to be extremely good, and they were all good things that could be used. Only the last one left, SSS-ranked random skill. What goodies will this open? SSS random skill card being used. Congratulations to player Sumu, obtaining SSS active skill, Undead Monarch, level 1. Undead Monarch, after killing any creepy, you may attempt to extract its soul and make it your undead minion. Undead Servant retains part of its consciousness and combat instincts from its previous life, but is absolutely loyal to the player and will never betray it. The success rate of undead minion extraction is related to the target's eerie level and the player's own eerie level. The greater the gap between the eerie level of the target and that of the extraction object, the higher the failure rate of the extraction. The maximum number of attempts to extract each soul body, 3. Undead minions have the ability to grow, and by killing and devouring the flesh and souls of living beings, both human and bizarre, they can increase their level and strength. Current number of undead servants at your disposal, 5. Extracting killed creepy souls? And still growing? Sumu didn't dare to imagine if he took out a ghost king or even a ghost emperor. Isn't that a super hitter? More crucially, the description of this skill didn't mention any scenario restrictions. This meant that he could take these powerful undead servants and bring them back to the Blue Star? Yeah, great. That way you won't be afraid to waste it when you kill creepy later. But you can't just use it. After all, there are a limited number of spots. When the level of this skill is high later on, the more undead servants I can dominate will also increase. Finally, there is one more thing. That SS grade, Tangled Heart Trick Fruit, seed. At the moment, it is being placed in his system. The strategic value of this thing was well known to Sumu. Sumu had just finished absorbing the shock from the new skill. There was a not-so-gentle knock on the thin wooden door of the rental house. Knock, knock, knock. 3 voices. Chapter 58, Respectful Attitude. Hanxia higher-ups want to see Sumu. Sumu had just finished absorbing the shock from the new skill. There was a not-so-gentle knock on the thin wooden door of the rental house. Knock, knock, knock. 3 voices, regularity, and restraint. I could hear that the person knocking on the door was careful and cautious. Sumu's eyes instantly sharpened. This point in time, could it be a reserve player who has located himself through some bizarre means? The real world at the end of the replica never means it's safe. Sumu had gained great power in a series of props. It's only natural that it would be coveted. It was no exaggeration to say that a random skill on Sumu's body might be the lifetime of another player. Sumu didn't respond and just watched quietly. He chose, for the moment, to pretend that no one was in the house. Trickster power surged and tumbled slightly from his body. With the strength of a ghost general, he was reasonably unafraid of anyone on the Blue Star. But caution makes all the difference. What if the other side has some special props in their hands? Sumu was also ready to use the authority of the Scarlet Lord to ensure that he could return to the Scarlet restaurant at any time. Outside the door, less than half a minute after the knocking died down, a deep, mellow man's voice came through the door panel. Cautiously but at the same time, he was incredibly respectful. Excuse me, is Mr. Sumu in? We mean no harm. My name is Zhao Weigua, from the Special Operations Division of the Hanxia Military Ministry. The Special Operations Division of the Hanxia Military Department? Sumu frowned slightly. The vigilance in his heart didn't drop. Instead, there was more than a hint of gravity. An official? How did they? The voice outside the door continued, still maintaining the same deference. I have no choice but to take the liberty of disturbing you. The senior leaders of the Hanxia Kingdom, who are very concerned about your outstanding performance in the Scarlet Tavern replica, would like to meet with you and have some important matters they would like to discuss with you. Sure enough, it was because of the performance of the copy. With a global broadcast and an SSS rating, it's hard not to be noticed. It's just that it's a little too fast. Mr. Su, please don't worry. In order to ensure your safety, as well as to avoid unnecessary disturbances, we have temporarily evacuated the general population of this area. Currently, the neighborhood is being patrolled by our military and special response unit personnel on alert. There won't be any spectators or uninvolved people who will be able to get near here. We await your response here. When he finished, the door fell silent once more. Shock flashed in Sumu's eyes. The entire surrounding area was evacuated, and it was still a joint alert by the military and special forces. He walked over to the window and ruffled a corner of the curtain. The streets outside, which should have been somewhat popular, were empty at the moment. But as his eyes swept across several key intersections and building shadows, he could clearly see 3 or 5 groups of soldiers in special operations uniforms with loaded guns on cross patrol. Their movements are standardized and well coordinated. It's a completely airtight blockade net. And in the sky, helicopter gunships, drones, buzzing and circling. In the distance, even armored units could be seen, standing by. It was a much bigger battle than he had expected. Of course, it's also possible that they are out to get themselves. The thought, though, was fleeting. According to the reaction speed of Hanxia's top management, if they really felt that they were a threat, I'm afraid that they would have done it in the first place. That meant that the Hanxia senior management valued him beyond imagination. Zhao Weigua outside the door seemed to be very patient, and waited again. Seeing that there was still no movement inside, he opened his mouth again, his tone even more humble. Mr. Su, if you're feeling tired right now, or don't want to go out for a while, that's perfectly fine. The senior leaders have explained that everything is subject to your wishes. We can wait until you're rested and then schedule another time. Or if it's convenient for you, the leaders can come and visit you in person. Sumu, isn't that a little too good to be true? Come to visit in person? The potential he's shown has given the brass a glimpse of some sort of future-changing possibilities. Sumu pondered for a moment. Since the official has taken the initiative to come to the door and has made such a high gesture, there is no reason for him to turn away. Not to mention, Subai glanced at the SS-grade special prop that was quietly lying in the system backpack, emitting a dark and eerie luster, Tangled Heartgile Fruit, seed. It was, For him personally, of limited use at the moment, and even a bit hot, but the strategic value for the entire nation of culmination, and for dealing with potentially even more dire and bizarre situations in the future, cannot be overstated. It's probably best to leave it to them. It's kind of like throwing in the towel. By the way, it's also an opportunity to find out the official attitude towards players and copies, and how much information they have. Having made up his mind, Sumu no longer hesitated. He walked behind the door, reached out, and slowly pulled the wooden door open. Squeak! Outside the door, two hardened men in straight military uniforms, carrying the rank of major on their shoulders, were standing in the doorway with erect postures. At the head of the group was none other than Zhao Weiguo, who had just spoken, with a country face. Seeing Sumu open the door, the two people's eyes then moved in a neat and tidy manner, bending slightly towards Sumu, clenching his right hand into a fist and pounding his left chest. It was a military salute, yet carried with it an over-the-top respect. Mr. Su, Zhao Weiguo's voice was clearer, stronger, and more respectful than it had been through the door panel. Please. Sumu sat in the back seat of a heavy military SUV. The windows are special one-way bulletproof glass, so you can't see anything outside. There was only the low growl of the engine. The vehicle appears to have been traveling downward, deep into the earth. Eventually, the vehicle came to a stop in a wide underground space. The doors opened to reveal a huge underground hub. Officers in various uniforms walked briskly, but all tacitly maintained silence. Here, it should be named Dragon Abyss Base, one of the core command centers for response in the culminating Summerland. Zhao Weiguo led the way. Sumu followed behind, his gaze calm. The defense level here is high, tight and top secret. Through several heavy alloy gates, come outside a more solemn conference room. The door was heavy metal with no markings, just cold to the touch. Mr. Su, please wait. Zhao Weiguo once again gave him a standard military salute. He then turned and left dryly, his footsteps disappearing into the depths of the passage. Only Sumu was left in the corridor. Just then, a mid-air, very cheerful laugh came from the conference room. The door slid open noiselessly. Sumu raised his eyes. A figure stepped out from the door, against the light, carrying its own compelling aura. It's a lion that's been around for a long time. He wore a straight, dark-colored general's regular uniform and carried 4 gleaming gold stars on his shoulders, refracting and radiating light in the lamplight. The years had carved traces on his face, but those eyes were still as sharp as a falcon. The most striking thing was the eye-catching scar at his brow, adding a bit of iron blood fury. Ha ha ha. Finally, Chapter 59, Old Man in Military Uniform Yijingwa. Sumu to become Hanxia's spiritual totem. The old man walked to Sumu in large strides, looking him up and down with undisguised appreciation and curiosity. Yes, he once again let out a laugh, and his big hand directly patted Sumu's shoulder. The force was not light, and it carried the characteristic directness of a soldier. Finally, I see you, kid. Well done in the Scarlet Tavern. What a face for our Hanxia. My name is Yijingwa. You can call me Yi Lao. Sumu froze. This old head of state is so unseemly, not the least bit as distant as one might expect, not to mention condescending. The sudden closeness left him a little overwhelmed. In a trance, he seemed to see the oldest man downstairs in his house, the one who always dragged him to kill 2 games of chess. Just as bright, just as unassuming. Yijingwa didn't care what thoughts were turning in Sumu's mind. He had that big smile. Sumu's arrival made him happy. A seedling like that, who can kill his way out of a hellhole like that and do it so well, is a treasure. It was the hope for the future of Hanxia, the backbone against those unknown horrors. Come on, boy. Yi Lao let out another laugh, but this time, instead of patting, he directly grabbed Sumu's arm. Come in with me. Those few of us in Hanxia who are really talkative are waiting to see you, and I said I'd wait until you'd rested a day or two, and followed these old fellows, and made a visit to the door. You've come and saved us a trip. Good thing, too, to save a few old bones from saying they can't do this or that when the time comes. The tone was so familiar that it was as if he were leading his own juniors to recognize the door. And nattering on about the family, by the way, almost half pulling, half dragging, he led Sumu toward the inside of the thick metal door. Intimacy that cannot be denied. Just stepped into the conference room. A calm, yet self-imposed majestic voice then sounded. Jinguai, don't scare the youngsters with your hasty yelling. That voice, so familiar. Sumu looked around at the sound. When his eyes touched the position at the top of the long conference table, his pupils suddenly tightened. It was a face that had been on the news and national celebrations countless times. Calm, wise, with the precipitation of the years, but also with the majesty of ruling a country. Hensha's fixer-upper, truly an Optimus Prime. At the moment, the legend was looking at him with a gentle smile and even nodded at him in greeting. Yi Jinhua, however, waved his hand carelessly, still pulling Sumu and not letting go. Hey, how can I? This kid, I like it when I look at him. Pitch in. How can I scare him when I'm rare? Saying that, he even gently bumped Sumu with his elbow. Right, kid? Sumu snapped back to his senses. he was still a little foggy in the head. When faced with an existence of this level, any subtle lapse in demeanor could be infinitely magnified. He subconsciously nodded and responded, "Elder Yi, you are too kind." Yi Jinghua interrupted with a wave of his hand. "It's you boys who are too formal. That's my old Ye's temperament. Straight to the point, like is like." He pulled Sumu and went directly to an empty seat near the top by the long table. That position, as it happened, was right next to him. "Go, sit here, right next to me." This move undoubtedly showed his attitude and regard for Sumu once again. Yi Jinghua's big hand directly held Sumu down on the chair beside him. It was a gesture, not to mention intimate, even with a bit of forced coddling. In the conference room, a needle could be heard. The gazes of the other people around the long table, including that Dinghai goddess, all converged on the two, but no one spoke out to stop them. Yi Jinghua acted as a matter of course. That old head, still tightly clutching Sumu's wrist, with a hot temperature coming from his palm, as if he was afraid that he would run away. That look, that energy, live as if he had picked up some absolute treasure, rare to no avail. "Hey, kid, take it easy, relax." Yi Jinghua grinned, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth, the characteristic bravado of a soldier. With full affinity, he patted the back of Sumu's hand again, with a force that was not light. "I called you here today for no other reason. I just want to see with my own eyes our Hansha's unicorn child who came out of nowhere. For information, it's not that serious." At the top, the one who fixed the sea, with a gentle and deep gaze, slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a kind of power to stabilize people's hearts. "Jinghua is right. There's no need to be formal. Today, let's just be friends and have a nice chat." He didn't speak fast, but his words were clear. "You deserve a lot of credit for the Scarlet Tavern copy. A lot of other countries that have had players enter the same replica didn't end well. Most of their players, they folded inside. Corresponding punishments have begun to manifest themselves in those kingdoms, with frequent natural disasters and heavy losses." He paused slightly and looked at Sumu with obvious approval in his eyes. "If it weren't for you saving the day, we, Hansha, would never have been able to obtain such a great gain in national fortune." Sumu listened and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it is. No wonder the bout was so big. However, the gazes cast by these high-powered leaders made him a little uncomfortable. After all, being surrounded like this by a group of bigwigs who were in charge of the lifeblood of the country, even the most mentally strong would feel the pressure. But he could feel that deep within these gazes, there was no hostility, only curiosity, attention, and expectation. A big stone in Sumu's heart was also completely put down at this moment. In the face of those horrible and weird copies, the senior leaders of Hansha were standing with him. He fixed his mind, looked at that pinnacle of the sea, and responded in a sincere tone. "The leader has overstated his honor. I just got lucky and with some trickery, I managed to pull it off." Hansha was able to obtain the blessing of national fortune and open an era of universal cultivation. And that's the most important thing. It's an honor to do my small part in this. Aha. The upper head nodded in satisfaction, the smile in his eyes deepening. "It's nice not to be arrogant. Keep it up." Next to Yi Jinghua, the more he looked at Sumu, the more he liked him. It's the old chief who looks after the soldiers, and the more he looks at them, the more they see eye to eye. He laughed and patted Sumu's arm again, this time with a much more serious and solemn tone. "Su kid, since we've come to this point, I, old Yi, won't engage in those vain twists and turns with you. A word. Sumu, are you willing to become the future spiritual totem of Hansha? Become the future spiritual totem of Hansha?" Even with Sumu's calm mind, his brain was instantly down. Even at the first moment one suspects that one has misheard. However, the fiery gaze of the Hansha executives, and then against Yi Jinghua's expectant gaze, Sumu realized that it was not Yi Jinghua's words that were not an illusion just now. That sounded like more of a head-scratcher than having him face a dozen ex-girlfriends in the guise of night creeps at the same time. Because, that's more than just a title. The weight represented behind that was the expectations of billions of Hansha compatriots, the fate of the entire nation in the era of the eerie advent. It's too heavy. Chapter 60 will not be dishonored. The average person simply can't handle it. On the side, Yi Jinghua's big hands still tightly clutched his wrist, the temperature of his palm rolling. The old general's gaze, as sharp as a falcon's, softened at the moment. The pleading in those eyes, "Cootie," it was all visible. "Boy, I know the burden is heavy, heavy enough to crush anyone. Even I, or anyone else here, may not be able to withstand it. But the horror copy comes down. This thing, it's real. Every time a replica opens, the fate of the country is at stake. And when you win, the country celebrates, gets a respite, or even gets unimaginable benefits like this one. But if you lose," He didn't go on. The misery in other countries spoke for itself. The senior leaders, too, looked extraordinarily grave. They all know exactly what happens to those failed states. It is not too much to say that there is bloodshed and starvation. Under this confrontation of almost divine and demonic greatness, the power of either individuals or nations seems too small. Hanxia needs hope, a symbol that will allow all to see light in the darkness and gather strength. Needs spiritual pillars that can really set the storm. He stared fiercely at Sumu. You who just cleared the Scarlet Tavern copy with a perfect SSS rating. You're in the hearts of countless culmination viewers. In the hearts of preppy players who are about to step into a horrible copy. And even in the hearts of us old guys who are on the verge of dying. You kid, have carved an indelible mark. There's no one better than you. Yijingwa's tone slowed down a bit, and this iron-blooded general who, on the sands, had made the enemy country incomparably fearful, slightly hung his head. Of course, we're in no position to force you to say something from the bottom of my heart. With your current merits and potential, we, a group of old men, don't have the face to make any mandatory demands on you. Old man, I hope you can look at this land of Hanxia, at the more than 1 billion compatriots, and at us old guys who are about to go into the ground and still want to fight for this country one more time. Think about it. Give Hanxia, and us old guys, a chance. Yijingwa, his hands covered with thick and hard calluses, tightly gripped Sumu's hands. At the same time, the other Hanxia executives who were present also turned their gazes to Sumu. Without exception, their faces, and their eyes, were filled with anticipation, expecting Sumu to agree to this request. This respect, this trust that comes close to entrusting the fate of a nation to one man, it completely dispelled the last drop of doubt and hesitation in Sumu's mind. What's the holdup here? He was no savior, but at this moment, he was also righteous. The sincerity in the eyes of these old men, this land he loved so much, was too much for him to resist. Sumu took a hard breath and slowly but forcefully nodded his head. I do. As soon as the words fell, ecstasy instantly surged on Yijingwa's weathered face. Even the pinnacle at the top, who had been as steady as MT. Tai, as well as all the other senior leaders, froze at this moment. They had prepared countless sets of remarks, anticipating the various reactions Sumu might have. Hesitation, pushback, haggling, and at worst, outright rejection. Even the preparation to grind on for a long time is done, but it just didn't occur to me that Sumu had, in fact, agreed to be so crisp and clear. Kid, are you sure? Yijingwa's voice trembled as he gulped. Sumu looked at the old general's agitated appearance. His heart touched, and once again solemnly repeated, Elder Yi, leaders, I say, I'm willing. Really? Really? Good boy. Confirmed. It's really confirmed. Yijingwa slammed his thighs and turned red with excitement. Ha 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 ha. He wrapped his arm around Sumu's shoulders and slapped his big hand with great force. If it wasn't for the fact that Sumu's body had been strengthened by the guile force and had already become a E-man, it was estimated that he would be able to go home and take a shower and see the red and swollen 5 fingers. Good boy. What a ing bandwagon. Worthy of being the one I, old Yi, have my eye on. With commitment. With vigor. Ha 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 ha. Painful. What a pain in the ass today. The old general's cheerful to the core laughter also completely dispersed the gloomy atmosphere from before. Yijingwa's deafening laughter was still echoing in the conference room. Several other senior leaders who had been tensing their nerves had finally relaxed completely at this moment. They looked at each other, and in their eyes was relief, followed closely by excitement. The fate of the country. The fate of the country. God bless Hanxia. God bless Hanxia. With Sumu, Hanxia's morale will surely skyrocket, and I'm afraid that the success rate of our raider copies will also increase quite a bit, or at least there won't be any cowering, or even traitorous players. Yeah, as long as we can hold steady, we'll definitely be able to find the ultimate way to fight that weird copy. Just then, the old man who had been sitting at the top, the one whose breath was abstruse and unperturbed, slowly raised his hand. With just this one subtle movement, the conference room was instantly silent. Even Yijingwa, who had just been so excited that he couldn't help himself, immediately collected his angry smile and straightened his back. All eyes, in unison, converged on the upper head. Sumu also subconsciously held his breath, and his heart indisputably sped up a few times. The all-consuming formlessness on the top man made him feel more solemn than ever. The upper head's gaze calmly swept across the room, finally settling on the head of the department responsible for publicity and public opinion. Old Lee, from now on, use all resources and cooperate with the heads of major cities to activate the highest level of publicity plans. I want to make every corner of Hanxia, every person, know Sumu's name and what he did in the Scarlet Tavern replica in the shortest possible time. Be quick, be broad, be deep. Make sure to build up Sumu's image completely before the next terror copy descends. Old Lee, who was named, immediately got up, stood up straight, and answered, promised to finish the job. the heads of other relevant departments, too, rose in unison, promised to finish the job. The upper head nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze turned to Sumu once again. This time, there was a little more gentleness in those calm eyes. Little guy, the burden is heavy, the pressure is high, and we all know it. But, me and Lao Yi, and Lao Chen, we all believe in you. Top. Gentle words, with the care of elders for their juniors. He gestured slightly to sit on his left and right. On the left side was Yi Jinghua, who always held Sumu's hand. On the right side, there was the middle-aged man who was silent and calm and elegant from the beginning. Next copy. Keep up the momentum from this one. Han Xia needs your victory. I'm also looking forward to your performance and reaching new heights. Sumu met the gaze of the upper head, solemnly stood upright, and said in a deep voice, Sumu will not dishonor his mission. Chapter 61 Shinbing. Hearing Su Bai's reply, the upper head nodded slightly. He was satisfied. The left head Yi Jinghua grinned, patted Sumu's shoulder with force, and raised his chin at Sumu. Good boy. That's right. Just keep up the momentum, and us old guys will cover the rest for you. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen, who had been silent at the head of the right, also pulled the corners of his mouth in a rare manner, which was considered to express his recognition of Sumu. The top man looked at the time. It was almost time to end it. It's settled. The relevant departments will implement it as soon as possible. Yi Jinghua immediately interfaced and said boldly, okay, that's it for today then. Kid, come on, I'll send you back. Saying that, he didn't care about Sumu's reaction. Once again grabbing Sumu's shoulder, he was about to walk out. The upper head looked at his windy appearance, shook his head helplessly, and barked at Yi Jinghua's back. You can take it easy. Don't bring down the light of Han Xia that we're so eagerly awaiting. Yi Jinghua's footsteps lurched, and he turned back to heave a smile. Look at that. Am I OG that kind of person? Let's go, boy. He pulled Sumu and walked towards the entrance of the conference room with big strides. Just as Sumu, he unintentionally glanced back. However, he was surprised to find that in the conference room, both the old man at the top and the silent elder Chen at the right, or the several other executives, all of whom were looking at themselves with a slightly odd, complicated look. Or rather, it was looking at Yi Jinghua, who was pulling himself out of the room. What the hell? Sumu's heart thumped a bit. Isn't ye old man just sending himself out? What else can you do to yourself? The gate closed slowly behind them. Inside the conference room, the silent middle-aged man at the right head, Elder Chen, finally sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. Ye old man, ah. His latter words were unspoken, but their meaning was self-evident. The upper head sniffed, but the corner of his mouth hooked up a meaningful smile, picked up the teacup in front of him, and gently blew on the hot air. Oh, young, there's always more to experience to grow faster. As the words fell, inside the conference room, the giant screen lit up. The scene switches to the Hanxia Strategic Command Center. Countless staff members, busy in an intense and organized manner. And among the many figures, a woman wearing a beige dress, with a cool temperament and a stunningly beautiful appearance, was sitting inside the reception room, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. Those slender fingers, unconsciously curled, revealed her inner unrest. Shen Bing, Yi Jinghua walked in front, leading Sumu forward along the spacious and bright corridor. On both sides of the corridor, from time to time, there are staff in various uniforms, hurriedly passing by. Whether it was a high-ranking officer carrying a general star on his shoulder or a technician wearing a special badge, the moment they saw Yi Jinghua, they would subconsciously stop and stand at attention and salute. Elder Yi. Yi Jinghua just casually waved his hand or nodded his head, but his footsteps did not stop at all. As for those who saluted, their gazes, after skimming over Yi Jinghua, almost without exception, landed on Sumu beside him. Who is this young man? How could he allow Yi old man to walk along with him so intimately on his shoulders? To know, although Yi Jinghua's character is brash, but the majesty of that long experienced, ordinary people idle close to all feel the pressure, not to mention this almost hooked posture. Don't you guys see that guy looking a little familiar? Hiss, why does it look so much like Sumu? Sumu? Which Sumu? I haven't heard of any big shot son coming to our place lately. Silly you, which other Sumu could it be? The Scarlet Tavern, the one with the SSS rating pass. He's that great god Sumu? I'll go. It's still true. It's even younger than it looked on the live stream. Oh my god, even more handsome in person than on the air. Even Sumu could vaguely hear a few female voices with suppressed excitement. Wow, is he the great god who brought us super high national luck in Hanxia? So handsome. Yeah, good skin and nice eyes. If I were to be his girlfriend, I'd be willing to give him 100 children even if I had to. Sumu, even though he wasn't exactly thin-skinned, he got a little uncomfortable. Yi Jinghua apparently also noticed the movement around him. He grinned, his elbow gently bumped Sumu and flirted. Kid, see, now you know how popular you are? But, Yi Jinghua hammed and hawed again. Not bad, compared to me back then. you're that much worse. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. He could kind of see that the rough and bold Yi Lao, when he was young, I'm afraid that he was also a flirtatious person who had love in every way. No wonder I always feel extraordinarily close to this ye old man. Sumu silently spat out a sentence in his heart. In a way, they seem to be in the same boat, right? Of course, he didn't dare to say this out in front of Elder Yi. As he was thinking, Sumu suddenly frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be the same route as the one we took when we first came in. When I came, it was 7 turns and heavily guarded, and it felt like I was entering some kind of core area. And now this road, while equally clean and tidy, and with a security level no lower, was clearly not the route that had been taken in the beginning. Elder Yi, what are we? Sumu just wanted to open his mouth to ask. Yi Jinghua, however, interrupted him early. Take it easy, take you to a surprise. Surprise? Sumu was even more curious. What could be called a surprise by Yi Lao? Yi old man, in the end. Sensei, Yi Jinghua waved his big hand. Not to be questioned. There's no point in asking. You'll know when the time comes. Looking at Yi Lao's look of pretense, Sumu could only helplessly shut his mouth. Gotta be. This big guy is determined to sell out. The two walked a short distance further, eventually stopping in front of the door to the reception room. Yi Jinghua loosened his grip on Sumu's shoulder and patted his shoulder heavily again. That look, full of flirtation. Get in. Inside is the surprise for you. After it's done, you'll have to thank me later. After saying that, he squeezed his eyes at Sumu, but he himself leaned sideways against the wall next to the door, with an expression of being ready to watch the show. Sumu was even more puzzled in his heart. Who's in this reception room, and so secretive? With a belly full of doubts, Sumu took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and gently pushed open the door of the reception room. The door shaft rotates. Squeak! The moment he opened the door, Sumu's entire body froze in place, dumbfounded. In the window seat of the reception room, a woman in a beige dress was holding a cup of coffee, slightly sideways to the door. The afternoon sunlight poured softly through the glass windows. She was exquisitely faceted and wore light makeup with just the right touches to complement it. Her skin was fair and snowy, her nose was straight and her lips were red. A long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, outlining the perfect neckline. The temperament was cool, but it seemed to be rubbed with other emotions. Shen Bing, Chapter 62. Ye old man who couldn't watch. Shen Bing turned his head, clear cold eyes, noticed Sumu sizing himself up. Somewhat unnaturally, she averted her eyes, her fingers nervously curling a strand of hair that fell to her chest in ever-increasing circles. You're here. After hearing Shen Bing's voice, only then did Sumu come back to his senses, subconsciously touching his nose and moving his eyes away in embarrassment. It's really not very polite to stare straight at people. Ahem. What are you doing here? The moment this was asked, Sumu wanted to slap himself twice. He felt stupid exploding himself. No, why is this mouth so stupid? Shen Bing was slightly stunned and bit her crimson lower lip. His already flustered gaze drifted even further, subconsciously looking at the polished floor. I had just left my copy when the leaders arranged for me to be picked up. They say it's safe here. Sumu raised his eyebrows and instantly understood. Yeah, the passive valuation of the Scarlet Tavern copy. Although Shen Bing is not as good as himself, it is still very good. The rewards gained were enough to make any power on the blue planet red in the eyes. Shen Bing naturally became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of certain people. Again, pick her up for protection and observation at the same time. After all, who knows if these humans who came out alive from the horror copies and also gained transcendent powers will pose a threat to the real world. Not everyone is like Sumu, who is good at talking and has a sense of family. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that Sumu, in his copy, had helped Shen Bing and also those countries that had established friendly diplomatic relations with Han Xia, making Yi Lao and the others see the possibility of dealing with Sumu, then maybe Sumu wasn't so politely entertained when he first came out of the copy. At least it won't be held up and pampered like it is now. Having figured this out, Sumu's mood relaxed a little. At least Shen Bing's presence here was justified. His gaze, once again, landed on Shen Bing's body. It had to be said that Shen Bing was indeed beautiful if one appreciated it carefully. A well-deserved goddess. The beige dress outlined her delicate figure, with plump buds holding up her chest, yet her waist was very thin. The light makeup on her face, obviously carefully retouched, added to her already stunning features. You're dressed in this. Before the words were finished, Sumu saw that Shen Bing's eyes, which were originally lowered, were violently raised. Those cool eyes flashed with dismay. Couldn't it have been specifically to see you? Shen Bing herself didn't even realize that she was unconsciously using a kind of angry tone of a little girl who was jealous and angry, talking to Sumu. Sumu, directly confused, See me? Why are you specializing in me? And so beautifully dressed? Looking at Sumu's puzzled and elmish look, Shinbing was angry and amused in her heart. Wasn't he smart in the copy? How come you've come back to Blue Star and you've become so retarded? I said at the Scarlet Tavern that I treat you to dinner when I pass. Sumu sniffed and snapped. It seems like there is such a thing. In the last few days of the Scarlet restaurant copy, Shinbing did mention the matter of inviting himself to dinner. It's just that Sumu didn't think that much at that time, thinking that Shinbing was just being polite and thanking himself. After all, out of the copy, Hanxia sky and earth, where can we still find people? The country of Hanxia was so big that the probability of two players being able to live in the same city was indeed not high. Well, 1 in 1 billion is almost equal to 0. And he and Shinbing, before leaving the Scarlet restaurant, had not exchanged contact information. Even if he thought about it, Sumu didn't dare to. At that time, Yilinger could still be staring at her side, unless he's in a hurry to reincarnate. Ahem, that, haven't forgotten. Of course not, I'll keep that in mind. It's just that I really didn't expect it to be this fast. I was thinking that, having just come out of the copy, it's reasonable to rest for 2 days to adjust my state. Also, I was totally surprised that you were even near this city, being able to be sought out so quickly by the leaders. That's not a lie. Hearing Sumu's explanation, Shinbing softly said, I'm not that tired, and that's thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me in the Scarlet Tavern, I wouldn't be so relaxed right now. You're the one who got me an S-rated clearance with little effort, giving me far more rewards than I actually deserved. Shinbing raised her head and looked at Sumu, no longer shy this time, her eyes revealing sincerity. It's all thanks to you. No, even to the point of saying that all of my rewards were originally supposed to belong to you as well. For me, this pass through the Scarlet Tavern is actually just being led by you to lie down and win. She suddenly wrapped her hair around herself again and stole a glance at Sumu before moving away again in a hurry, because what she wanted to say next would make her feel ashamed of herself. After coming here, Elder Yi and the others told me that you would be coming over as well, so I was thinking about getting myself cleaned up ahead of time. When you come, I can fulfill our agreement anytime, no matter what. Shinbing's voice became smaller and smaller, and her head gradually lowered, her white fingers nervously twisting the corners of her dress. Sumu's heart fluttered. Rather, he did not expect that Shinbing would look at it so seriously. Well, it probably should. For players who have just returned from struggling to survive a horrible copy, any bit of goodwill and commitment from the real world seems very precious, doesn't it? The menace of a horror copy is there for all to see. To be able to have compatible personalities, rate a copy together, survive, and still be friends, that's a relationship that is indeed memorable. So we're going to dinner now? It just so happens that it's about time. Having just gotten out of that hellhole, it's time to have a good meal and replenish some of that young energy. After dinner, there's a walk on the way, shopping or something, he half-joked, trying to lighten the mood. But as soon as these words came out, Sumu himself froze. Hiss, it's not right. 12 out of 10 are not right. Why does that sound a little like standard dating procedure? Shinbing also felt that this was a bit ambiguous, but she agreed in a low voice. Good. So Sumu, is there anything in particular you want to eat? Sumu sniffed and was about to reply when his mind suddenly went blank. Truth be told, thanks to those dozen or so predecessors, he'd long since become numb to the question of what to eat, for no other reason than that every time he enters Dreamland, he enters a horrible copy of where his ex-girlfriends are. Of course, the process is randomized. Sumu himself had no control over it, and the ex-girlfriends, because the daily meeting with Sumu in the dream is just so little. So what? Any benefits they want to stuff to Sumu, so that Sumu will like themselves a little bit more. Dining has not been left behind. What mountain delicacies, Western Japanese food, French desserts. The food was so good it was giving Sumu allergies. There doesn't seem to be anything in particular I want to eat. Sumu again felt that it was disrespectful to answer like that and threw the question back. Is there anything you want to eat? However, Shinbing's heart thumped. She was calm-minded, but also sensitive. Surprisingly, he misinterpreted Sumu's meaning. Is Sumu testing me? A test to see if I've done my homework ahead of time? Did you prepare this meal with care? It's over. It's over. I'm so focused on my outfit. I'm looking forward to going out to dinner with him. It didn't even occur to me to think about exactly where to eat or what to eat. Her pretty face, which was already flushed, was now even redder to the point of dripping blood. Fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her dress. Shinbing? Let me think about it. Let me think about it. What to do? What to do? Just as Shinbing remembered the group, bang! The door to the reception room pushed open. This sudden movement instantly diverted Sumu and Shinbing's attention. It also made Shinbing's nervousness disappear quite a bit. Only Yi Jingguo walked in with large strides, his gaze sweeping between the two. Then, with a hint of hatred, it landed on the bewildered Sumu's face. Elder Yi? Chapter 63 The Family. Yi Jinghua came in and first shook his head helplessly. Wood. Sumu's head was full of questions. What? Who is Yi old man talking about? Shen Bing? Yi Jinghua at this time walked to Shen Bing's body, this iron-blooded war general on the sandfield. At this time, unexpectedly full of smiles, amiable. Little Shen Ah, this child Sumu's brain is a little unintelligent. But dinner this? I do have a suggestion for you. Shen Bing and Sumu exchanged a glance. Could it be that Yi has a better choice? Or recommendations? Yi Jinghua smiled mysteriously, then replied, Xiao Shun, why don't you bring Sumu back to your house and cook him a meal? Ha! Sumu, Shen Bing, the two of them spoke in unison. It's all a fool's errand. No, Elder Yi? Yi Jinghua directly struck the iron while it was hot and continued. Look, the food you ate when you were at the Scarlet Red restaurant wasn't too bad, right? It's really hard to find a restaurant out there that's better than what you guys ate at the Scarlet Tavern. That's all kind of polite. When the two of them, Sumu and Shen Bing, were in the Scarlet Tavern, that food was not filling food. That's a total mountainous buffet. What Chinese food? Western food, Japanese food, French food, 3 meals a day. That's a different kind of food. Chinese food alone has almost taken the signature dishes of Hanxia's 8 major cuisines. It's a mouthful for the viewers watching off-screen. So this suggestion from Yi Jinghua was indeed just right. Ahem. Look at you guys. You went from the copy, shared the pain and suffering, to clearing this Scarlet Tavern and coming back together in one piece. It's called comradeship in our army. It's been a lifelong friendship. Not even. More than affection. Love. Totally call it a family without blood. Yi Jinghua gave a snub. To Sumu and Shen Bing, said a blank stare, but when you think about it, it does seem to make sense. Terror copies can be far more brutal and desperate than modern warfare. Players from a country that could help each other in the copy and survive to the end, and met up in reality. That was indeed a fellowship worth recalling for the rest of one's life. Besides, Hanxia is a full 1.4 billion people. To be metaphysical, out of 1.4 billion people, it's really, really hard to make a connection with someone, to make a friendship, to make a love, to make a kinship. This is called karma in Hanxia. And the old man, when he used to be young, he was just like you guys. There are a number of war veterans who have had a lot of lifelong friendships. At that time we were in a difficult situation. Not to mention buying a meal. It would be nice to give a cigarette. But my favorite thing is to invite my comrades to sit at home, have a meal, drink a little wine, make merry, bond, and spit out my heart. That day, it was so comforting. Sure, I'll just make a suggestion. Simply just hope that you two young men who have done Culver Summer proud will cherish this hard-won friendship. Yi Jinghua dawns on him and moves him with emotion. And Shen Bing was clearly spoken for no other reason than the comradeship thing. Well, yeah, that's it. Just treating Sumu as a comrade in arms and wanting to thank him. Then Sumu, are you willing to be a guest in my house? After saying that, he carefully glanced at Sumu. Sumu actually want to refuse, because a man and a woman in a room together, they do not matter, but Shen Bing is, after all, a girl. It wouldn't be good if people gossiped. But what followed was Yi Jinghua's fierce glare. Sumu hardened his words of refusal and swallowed them. Ahem, yes, I'd love to. It just so happens that when I was a kid I had a bad stomach and couldn't eat all that unsanitary stuff from outside restaurants. Yi Jinghua sniffed but suddenly smiled and patted Sumu's shoulder. Then let Shen Bing cook the rice softer for you, lest you choke on your teeth. It's time to eat softer rice. If it's too hard, doesn't it clip? Sumu responded woodenly. He was unable to understand how Elder Yi reacted this way. Shen Bing, however, heard Yi Jinghua's teasing and her cheeks blushed slightly, but when he saw that Sumu did not react, he secretly gave a press in his heart. Other than that, this little flirtation that none of the parties involved can feel is really uptight. No wonder so many of my former classmates enjoyed reading romance novels. But by this point, Yi Jinghua, the old father's hanging heart, finally put down most of it. It was a bit of a convoluted process, but it turned out well. He nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand wide. Okay, that's settled then. Don't stand around. I'll arrange for someone to take you back. 1 hour later, Hentaing District. This is a famous neighborhood of rich villas. Even Sumu knew about this place. Back in the day, it was on the news. A noblewoman, for her family doggy, customized a hundreds of thousands of dollars kennel, and then was kicked by a bear child as a normal kennel. That kid's mom and dad, crying on their knees, begging for forgiveness. He was not expecting that Shen Bing's family situation was actually so good. I'm sure it's an elite that's been raised from a young age. Arrived at Shen Bing's house, with Shen Bing opening the door to his home with his iris. Sumu also followed Shen Bing and officially came to her home. Shen Bing's home decoration style, very simple, mainly black and white. furniture, color TVs, etc. All in this color scheme too. All custom made at first glance. The tip of Sumu's nose twitched, and he caught a scent of jasmine. The aroma, which is refreshing, is light and not pungent. It's not intentionally sprayed on. It comes out naturally. It feels a little familiar. Well, that's the same smell on Shinbing. Sumu, come, sit on the sofa. I'll go get you a glass of water. Oh, good. Sumu's ass sunk in. It's so soft, but it's still a few notches down from those couches and bedsteads that ex-girlfriends dream about. The sofa at the Scarlet Tavern was considerably softer than that, but naturally, it was many times better than the little piece of crap in my own rental house. Soon, Shinbing was carrying a steaming cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of Sumu. I don't know the tea ceremony, so poor tea-making skills. If you don't mind, I'll change it next time you're here. Shinbing was careful. Those who didn't know thought that Shinbing was a Sumu-licking dog. Sumu also froze for a moment and quickly waved his hand. There's no need to be so overly polite between us. Doesn't Elder Yi say so? We're already considered family without blood. Where's the need for that? These words fell on Shinbing's ears, but it was something else. One family. Let's hope that day comes. I'll go cook. Then, Sumu, feel free to sit by yourself, haha. After Shinbing finished speaking, she turned around and went to the kitchen. Chapter 64, Couple's Cozy Little Theater? Sumu gently breathed a sigh of relief, his body relaxing against the soft sofa backrest. It's not so embarrassing after all. He picked up his glass of water and took a sip of the lukewarm water at just the right temperature. Everything seemed so normal, cozy and arguably perfect. The only sound left in the living room was his breathing. At the same time, movement could be heard in the kitchen. The sound of pots and pans clinking slightly, and the sound of water running. Not more than a few minutes later, behind the frosted glass door of the kitchen, came Shinbing's voice. Sumu? It's a little distorted through the glass. What's wrong? Sumu put down his water cup, sat up a little straighter, and answered, I think there's some broccoli and tomatoes in the bottom tier of that refrigerator. Can you get them for me? Okay, no problem. Sumu didn't think much and immediately got up. Then he went to the refrigerator, found the ingredients, and headed toward the kitchen. Push open the frosted glass door that inexplicably has a hazy beauty. Sumu then froze in the doorway. It is? Only the not-so-small L-shaped cooking table, on the side near the sink, had been piled up with a small hill made of ingredients. Fresh, bright green, and still dripping with water. All kinds of vegetables, chunks of reddish-colored, textured meat, and even a couple of seafood items that look expensive at first glance. More than enough to be amazing. Where is this? The casual do-something Shinbing said in his mouth. Is this going to be a full-course meal for you? The corner of Sumu's eye twitched. Shinbing was currently turning her back to him, a plain beige apron tied around her waist, outlining her waist that was so slim that she couldn't hold it, and she was rinsing a handful of mushrooms by the sink. Sumu looked at the piles of ingredients, and a complex emotion suddenly flooded his heart. Moved? It does have that much. After all, this heart is literally in front of you. But more than that, it was the feeling of guilt that almost made him feel a little overwhelmed. It's just a matter of honoring a verbal agreement to have dinner because I helped her out in the copy, by the way. It was surprising that she was so solemn and prepared. This favor, not to mention whether it was heavy or not, this heart, it was enough to make Sumu pay attention to it. This moment even gave him the illusion that he felt like he owed some unpayable debt. Shinbing also noticed Sumu's shocked eyes. Doesn't that one feel a little overbought? No, it's okay, I should be able to handle it. You'd better go out and sit and wait. It's greasy in here too. It'll be ready soon. She forced her composure and urged. She didn't really want Sumu to see her in this slightly wretched state right now. Sumu looked at her slightly reddened cheeks, and his heart became even more confused. How could he be content to sit out here and let a girl get her hands dirty trying to entertain herself? So many dishes. How long will you be busy alone? Sumu said while taking 2 steps forward. Let me give you a hand with this. It's quicker for 2 people to do it. Shinbing sniffed and jerked his head up, dismay clearly reflected in his cool eyes. She seemed to have completely missed Sumu's suggestion. Before she could organize her words, should she decline haughtily or accept smoothly? Sumu had already naturally walked to the other side of the sink, quite skillfully pulling up his shirt sleeves, revealing his sturdy little arms with smooth lines. He picked up a handful of spinach that he hadn't had time to deal with in the vegetable basket next to him, unscrewed the faucet, and began to wash it. The sound of rushing water instantly filled the brief silence in the kitchen. I actually kinda like cooking. Sumu wore a relaxed and natural smile on his face as he carefully rinsed the soil from the spinach roots. The water washed over the bright green leaves. Though usually living alone, I basically just deal with it and don't bother getting too complicated. But every once in a while, when the whim strikes, I'll come up with a new dish on my own, because when it comes to dreams, sometimes it's still necessary to fulfill the emotional values of your ex-girlfriends. Shinbing stood by the side, somewhat stunned, looking at Sumu's seriously focused side face. Picking, cleaning, draining, his movements are smooth and natural. he is not a novice in the kitchen. Rather, he is an old kitchen pro. Does he really enjoy cooking at home? So what does his cooking taste like? Kind of want to try it. Such a thought emerged uncontrollably in Shin Bing's heart. Such a Sumu, faded from the copy of the cold and hard and killing decisive. More a kind of human husband sense that is difficult to resist. This was a far cry from the one she had known in the Scarlet Tavern. The calmly laid out, cruel and indifferent one. Which one? Is the real him? Just as she was rambling, Sumu had already handed over a large handful of washed spinach, water droplets rolling down the turquoise leaves. Where do I put this one when it's washed? He asked, turning his head sideways. Shin Bing subconsciously reached for it. Fingertips, inevitably, gently touched the back of his slightly cool hand. That delicate and slightly moist touch turned into a weak electric current that instantly traveled down her fingertips and throughout her body. Shin Bing's heart missed a beat, and immediately afterward, it began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. Shame rushed savagely up her cheeks again, more violently than any time before, making her feel as if her cheeks were about to burst into flames. She scrambled to reach out with her other hand and somewhat lugubriously took the handful of spinach that was still dripping, her fingertips slightly white from the exertion, even nervous to the point of shaking slightly. Put it over here, in this draining basket is fine. Her voice was visibly shaky. Sumu, however, didn't seem to notice her difference at all. He had turned around and picked up another tomato next to him, rinsing it under the faucet and continuing the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. Speaking of which, the dishes I've researched on my own are quite heavenly. Chinese, Western, French and Japanese, and sometimes I'll even do something that doesn't even exist in reality. Something strange and weird. Shen Bing, however, felt a dryness in his throat, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of hot sand, and all he could hear in his ears was Sumu's voice, and the sound of his own heartbeat. She lowered her head in death, her eyes glued to the bright green spinach in her hand, not daring to raise her eyes to look at Sumu again at all. This scene is so strange. A man and a woman, standing side by side in a brightly lit kitchen, washing dishes and preparing a meal together. The atmosphere was a little too cozy. For those who didn't know, if they saw this scene from the outside, I'm afraid they would really think they were a couple enjoying their home life. The thought took root in a flash. Layers and layers of ripples swirled in the lake of Shin Bing's heart. Heart beats faster. Sumu was not a wood, naturally feeling the almost overflowing affection of the girl beside him. The moment his fingertips touched the faint electric current, he was equally aware of it. He could clearly sense Shin Bing's suddenly accelerated heartbeat, and the rolling temperature that almost set her fair cheeks on fire. It's pure and it's moving. But Sumu's eyes, after a short period of softness, were quickly replaced by a touch of deep reasoning. This is not the time to talk about love. Chapter 65. It's so late. Either stay at my place? This thought, like a pot of ice water, instantly doused the slight ripples that had just risen due to the cozy atmosphere. A spooky revival. The earth is like a prison. The whole world is under the shadow of unnameable horror, with crisis at every step. The slightest misstep is an abyss of doom. Individual love affairs, in the context of this grand crisis, seem so small and even somewhat extravagant. What's light? What is heavy? Sumu was incredibly clear in his mind. The only thing that is fundamental to staying grounded in this cruel world is strength, and the only thing that protects yourself and, perhaps, the people you want to protect in the future. Not to mention, in Sumu's mind, uncontrollably, several blurred yet fatally attractive faces flashed through, those on the other side of the dream world. Now I'm afraid that has long become a site of horror copies of the Lord, in charge of the life and death of thousands of ghosts and phantoms of the ex-girlfriends. As soon as he thought of them, a strong sense of crisis involuntarily surfaced in Sumu's heart. It wasn't just a complicated recollection of old emotions, but also a fear of the unfathomable power they possessed today. Even Yi Linger, who was sitting in the S-rank copy of the Scarlet Tavern, was now a terrifying existence at the Ghost Emperor level. With a wave of his hand, he could invoke the rules and overthrow a region. But even as strong as she was, she still felt confused and powerless about the truth behind the horrible copy that enveloped the entire world. It remains difficult to glimpse that ultimate secret. This means that above the Ghost Emperor, it is extremely likely that there is an even more terrifying, more desperate layer. As soon as he thought of these, the string in Sumu's heart that had just been slightly relaxed due to the cozy atmosphere in the kitchen was once again violently tightened by the invisible big hand. The sense of crisis, like a shadow, is everywhere. He had to be faster, stronger. In the midst of his thoughts, a light scent of vegetables accompanied by a slightly shy voice drifted into the tip of his nose, pulling him out of his deep thoughts. That, you taste it? When Sumu raised his eyes, he saw Shen Bing carefully use his public chopsticks to clip a small handful of turquoise spinach and put it into the bowl in front of him. Her eyes held a hint of anticipation, and an imperceptible hint of nervousness, as if she cared about his comment. In the light, her slightly drooping eyes, her Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and the unfading blush on her cheeks made her look extraordinarily attractive. Sumu pulled himself out of those complicated and heavy thoughts and met her clear eyes. That gentle, natural smile reappeared on his face, as if those thoughts about life and death had never happened just now. Aha! He picked up the spinach, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. The flavor was light and refreshing and the heat was just right. Pretty good for a girl who doesn't seem to cook much. It's delicious. Sumu gave a pertinent evaluation, his tone carrying encouragement. Hearing his affirmation, Shinbing was obviously relieved, and the smile under her eyes became much more real. That's good. You eat more. A meal that proceeded slowly and a slightly subtle, yet with a hint of togetherness. The two spoke briefly about the food, after which they fell into a quiet that wasn't awkward, but was by no means warm either. After eating, Shinbing took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Sumu wanted to help, but she insisted and pushed out of the kitchen. The two sat side by side on the soft couch in the living room. Without the common goal of busyness, the air seemed to become somewhat stagnant and ambiguous again. The TV was on, playing the boring evening news, not loud enough to be the only background sound at the moment. There was some small talk. No small talk. The topic was dry, and most of the time it was Shinbing who was looking for something irrelevant to talk about, while Sumu responded gently. Occasionally, there were short silences. The only sounds in the silence were the slightly deliberate breathing of each other and the wordy announcement of the host on the television. Outside the window, it was completely dark. The inky blue night was like a huge velvet cloth, gently enveloping the crisis-ridden city, punctuated by the sporadic glow of the 10,000 lights below. Sumu glanced at the European-style wall clock on the wall, and the hour hand was already pointing to 9 o'clock. The time, indeed, is late. It didn't seem right to stay any longer. It's getting late. Sumu broke the silence, his voice calm. I should get back. He stood up. The words came out as if a stone had been thrown on the surface of a calm lake. Almost as a reflex, Shenbing violently followed suit and stood up, moving fast and somewhat abruptly. She seemed to want to say something, her lips slightly parted, the words of retention almost escaping her lips, but the words came to her lips and she swallowed hard, her hands subconsciously raised, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to go and pull Sumu's sleeve, but then she violently stopped in midair. Reason told her that the move was too intimate and bold. The raised hand stiffened in the air for a moment, the fingertips curled up, and finally lowered feebly and quietly. A more complete silence fell over the living room. Only the sound of the television remained stubbornly loud. Shenbing lowered her head, her gaze falling on her slippers that she didn't know where to put, and the blush at the base of her ears spread quietly once again. What a tough internal struggle she was having. Sumu quietly looked at her, not urging or immediately turning away. He's waiting, wait for her to make a decision. Finally, it seemed as if a century had passed. Shinbing took a deep breath, as if he had summoned up a lifetime's worth of courage, and raised his head violently. Her eyelashes trembled gently under the light, and her cool eyes reflected Sumu's figure, as well as a hint of determination to go out. She lightly bit her soft bottom lip, which was slightly whitened by the bite. The voice, as low as a gnat, with a trace of imperceptible trembling, yet unusually clear into Sumu's ears. Your home, is quite far from here, isn't it? Her voice trailed off, as if she was giving herself one last bit of cushion. It's so late in the day. How about? Her gaze locked onto Sumu with a desperate courage and a desperate expectation. You stay, tonight? This sudden invitation was like a flat thunderstorm that exploded in Sumu's ears. His entire body directly froze in place, gaze pinned straight on Shenbing's slightly trembling, yet unusually bright eyes, clear, movers and shakers, yet with a hint of desperate tension. It's as if it reflects the deepest thoughts of the human heart. Sumu's eyes were deep, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, as if he was thinking about something extremely important. Being looked at by him like this, Shenbing only felt that her cheeks felt like they were instantly set on fire and rolled frighteningly hot. Heartbeat, like a drum, thumping. She quickly waved her hand, her voice taking on a hint of panic. You, where were you thinking? Chapter 66, Planting the Haunting Heart Ghost Fruit. She jerked around as if to hide her cheeks that were about to burn. Slender white fingers lifted and pointed somewhat incoherently to the two closed doors of the room beside them. I just think, your house is too far away from here. It's not convenient to go back. Besides, it's so late in the day, it's not safe to be on the road. I happen to have 2 empty guest rooms at home that are clean. It's very normal for you to sleep in one room and me to sleep in my own, she explained sharply, her voice instead getting smaller by the end of the sentence. As if afraid he wouldn't believe me, he emphasized it harder. You mustn't think too much of it. I just mentioned it in passing. Listening to her slightly stuttering explanation, a hint of a very faint smile swept through the depths of Sumu's eyes. He nodded in mock realization and trailed off. Oh, so it is. He had a serious expression on his face, as if he really accepted her explanation completely. Indeed, Ms. Shin is very considerate. The night road is dangerous. Safety first, he echoed in all seriousness. However, the words snapped, but Sumu slightly inclined his head, his deep starry eyes with a few teasing moments, looking straight at the girl in front of him with her back turned to him and the tips of her ears reddened. I just didn't seem to say anything, did I? It's yourself. What are you explaining? You. Shin Bing turned back violently, shy and angry. This guy, on purpose, he definitely did it on purpose. Being gagged by Sumu's light sentence, she only felt that it burned from her cheeks to her ears and then to her neck. Angry and impatient, he couldn't find the words to retort. The shell teeth bit down hard on the lower lip, leaving shallow teeth marks. In the end, like a little girl who had been poked and prodded, she violently turned around, turned her back to Sumu, and fiercely stomped her foot. There was a slight thud on the floor. Oomph. Then hurry up and go. The voice took on a distinctly irritated tone. But don't ever think that I will keep you. Okay. Sumu's response was crisp and clear without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the topic that had just made her stay had never happened. He even nodded fervently. In that case, I'll leave you to it. Oh, right. It was like he suddenly remembered something. These 2 plates of leftovers, they look good, and it's a waste to throw them away. As he spoke, Sumu also fished out 2 clean plastic bags from somewhere. Moves incredibly fast. Didn't wait for Shin Bing to react from that stomping shame. He had already, in 3 tries, dumped the 2 plates of carefully prepared dishes left on the table, the turquoise spinach and the other plate of stir-fry, into a plastic bag and tied the gag neatly. A bag in one hand. Thanks for the hospitality. The food was delicious. He waved the bag in his hand towards Shin Bing, who still had his back to him, his tone relaxed. Then, turning, he strides toward the door. Open the door, out the door, close the door. Boo! The crisp slamming of the door set off the silence of the living room. Shin Bing still maintained the posture of turning her back to the doorway and stomping her feet slightly. The whole person seemed to have been cast in a stasis. A good few seconds passed. Only then did she stiffen and turn around, little by little, looking at the empty doorway and the table that looked a little worse for wear from packing. This guy. A few black lines slowly surfaced on Shin Bing's glossy and full forehead. He just left? Also, still packing away leftovers? What a log. Elmer's pimple. Unintelligible. Shin Bing couldn't help but spit viciously in his heart, but cursing. The corners of her taut mouth, however, involuntarily, quietly curved upwards in a very shallow, faint curve. That arc, with a hint of helplessness, a hint of amusement, and a hint of relief that even she didn't notice. But she looked down at the tip of her slipper and kicked the air lightly. If he had really just agreed so casually, he would have stayed here today. I'm afraid, even if one's heart may be a little tuckered out, eventually, deep down, more or less, lost, right? At least, it's not too bad to end up like this. Now, click, the dilapidated neighborhood. There was a slight sound of a lock dropping. The small room was completely isolated from any prying eyes that might be outside the door. Sumu stood in his slightly empty living room, and the familiar cold air hit his face. It was very different from the buzz and that little bit of charming atmosphere just now. Here, it's just him. And he looked down at the 2 plastic bags he carried in his hands. Shin Bing's carefully cooked dishes still had a hint of residual warmth. He walked to the kitchen with a blank face, pulling open the refrigerator door. Cold white light poured out. The 2 plastic bags containing the leftovers from the love dinner were tucked in. The action didn't drag on in the slightest. It was as if it were just 2 more ordinary bags of food, rather than a vehicle that might represent some kind of tryst, some kind of thought. Closed the refrigerator door. Turning, he walked toward the bathroom. Not a moment to linger. The sound of clattering water soon resounded in the bathroom, accompanied by a dense rise of hot air. The rolling water rushes the body, and it also seems to wash away the exhaustion and dust of the day copy, as well as the slightly complicated atmosphere of Shin Bing's home. 10 minutes later, Sumu walked out wearing loose loungewear and wiping his wet hair. His eyes were clear, and some of his previous fatigue was swept away. Instead of going to the bedroom, he went straight to the center of the living room. Stand still. The mind moved slightly. The light blue curtain of light quietly unfolded before his eyes, rippling like water waves, filled with the beauty of technology intertwined with mystery. Personal information field. Familiar interface. His consciousness was like the most precise mouse, and he quickly clicked on the backpack column. A wide variety of items, materials, and props lie quietly in a virtual grid, but Sumu's goal was clear as day. The consciousness locked onto one of the grids with a ghostly sheen with precision. Seeds of the stalking ghost fruit. Quality, SSS grade, perfect. Type, special plant seeds. Effect, after planting, it will take 30 days to mature and will produce 100 stalking heart ghost fruits. Haunting ghost fruit, single if taken by an ordinary person. It can directly obtain the man position and the corresponding base strength, if taken by a ghost craftsman and above. It can increase 10,000 points of guile. No side effects, no upper limit for taking it, theoretically. Remarks, a perfect gift from a difficult copy. It's worth more than you can imagine. This is it. Sumu's eyes stared slightly. There was a flash of light, a seed that was pitch black, about the size of a fingernail cap, but on its surface seemed to have countless tiny scarlet veins slowly flowing, faintly emitting a bizarre and ominous aura, quietly appeared in his palm. The ghost fruit of the winding heart, one of the rewards for the SSS level perfect pass copy. 1 month. 30 days. It is indeed a long period of growth for a rapidly changing situation. But, it's rewarding, and equally amazingly breathtaking. 100. A whole 100 fruits. What's that concept? It was enough to make 100 ordinary people with no power in their hands rise to the heavens in a single step, and directly promote them to the level of man. Although it was only the lowest order of that was the starting point of the transcendent. More importantly, for ghost makers and above strength. 4-1. It was 10,000 points of guile. 10,000 points. There are no discounts. This was almost equivalent to the entire fortune of some low-ranked ghost craftsman. And, the notes say, no side effects, no upper limit on taking it, theoretically. What does that mean? Sumu's heartbeat, all involuntarily sped up a few points. The value of this thing is simply incalculable. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu turned around and rummaged around the corners of the balcony. There were piles of clutter and a few empty flower pots left behind by the previous landlord. Soon, a fairly clean-looking, not too large, terracotta planter was found by him. There's some old dried-up dirt in there too. Sumu didn't dislike it and directly mobilized the meager but pure guile power in his body. The trick power penetrated the soil, instantly purifying those impurities and insect eggs that might be present. At the same time, the soil became slightly moist and filled with some kind of strange vitality. After doing so, he held the seed, which had a reddish aura in its pitch blackness. Carefully, as with rare treasures, gently, the seed of the future was buried into the soil that had been nourished by the trickster force. Cover with another thin layer of soil. Everything, quietly. Sumu stood up and patted the dirt on his hands. His eyes fell on the extremely ordinary flower pot, but his eyes became incomparably deep. 1 month later, here, forces will be born that are powerful enough to shake up the existing landscape. And this, just one of his many undercards. Chapter 67, Yijinggua's visit to the door. Strange descent into the real world. In just 2 days, the country of Hanxia seems to have changed its earth. Changes that are earth-shattering. From the electronic screens of skyscrapers in bustling cities to the old TV sets in front of kiosks in towns and cities. Front-page headlines in the official media. Whispers in the streets. A name that managed to spread. Sumu. The top echelons of Hanxia were pushing this god-making movement with unprecedented vigor. They want everyone to know what kind of character came out of Hanxia. Even those old grandparents and grandmothers in the remote mountain villages, who were almost disconnected from the generations, knew about Sumu after their own grandchildren read about him. We, Hanxia, have a demon. Bravo, bravo. However, the centerpiece of this storm, Sumu, stayed out of it. He stayed at home, never leaving the front door, turning a deaf ear to what's going on out there. A mind was set on the unassuming planter on the balcony. In the pot, an exotic plant is growing. Dark branches, twisting and turning. Fruit of the heart. Ripening period, 28 days later. Knock knock. Sumu put down the small spray bottle in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. Coming? He had it in his mind. Since the end of the last replica, the residents of the kilometers around his house had all been persuaded to leave by the officials for various reasons. Now this area is as quiet as a ghost. Aside from himself, there were probably only 2 kinds of people who could freely come and go from here. Hanxia Military Department, or Special Operations Group. Either way, the ones knocking on the door right now, the ones standing behind them, must be the ones in Hanxia who really say something big. Sumu walked to the door and without the slightest hesitation, reached out and pulled open the door. Outside the door, stood a familiar figure. The figure is as stout as a mountain. A simple gray senior sportswear also cannot hide the iron blood and stoic momentum. The most striking thing was the shallow vertical scar on his brow, which added a bit of fury. A trace of surprise flashed in Sumu's eyes, which then turned into respect. Elder Yi? He bowed slightly. What brings you here in person? The person who came was none other than Yijingwa, one of the 3 heads of Hanxia, a sea-setting figure. Elder Yi's face revealed his usual bright smile, and his big hand patted Sumu's shoulder not too gently. Ha ha ha, kid. I moved into the building next to yours yesterday. This is not to see that you just came out from the copy and need to rest, so I didn't come over to disturb you. Elder Yi's gaze was tinged with concern as he looked Sumu up and down. how's it going? You've been at home for the past 2 days, and you're still comfortable, right? No flies bothering you, right? Sumu shrugged his shoulders, with no particular expression on his face and a casual tone. It's okay, just slightly boring. Honestly, kinda looking forward to when the next copy comes. When Elder Yi heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and he nodded approvingly. Good, it's good to have that energy. Young people, it's all about the courage to fight. This sharpness, keep it up. After the compliments, Yi Lao's smile slightly tightened and his expression became serious for a few moments. He also doesn't like to beat around the bush and gets right to the point. Sumu kid, I came today to ask you for a favor. Sure enough, Sumu's mind was clear. With Yi Lao's identity, the position of the left head of Hanxia, every move involves a wide range of people, and it is never possible to come to him for no reason to nag him. His arrival almost represented the will of the entire Hanxia hierarchy. Sumu didn't even ask what kind of favor it was, and responded dryly. Ye old man, you say, anything I can do. No questions asked. Seeing Sumu being so forthcoming, a hint of relief flashed in Yi Jingguo's eyes. He appreciated the kid's dry streak. Yes, Yi Lao nodded, no longer laying down the groundwork, and said in a calm tone, you should still have an impression of the last Scarlet Tavern copy. Those 3 players from the White Elephant Kingdom, they all folded inside. Sumu nodded his head, indicating that he remembered. Elder Yi continued, within their country, they just experienced a widespread natural disaster that penalized the country's fortunes. And then, just yesterday, just in a disaster area close to our southwestern border of Hanxia, there's a weirdness. Creepy? Sumu's brows instantly tightened. He subconsciously asked back, that kind of stuff, doesn't it only exist in copies? How did it get to the real world? Having experienced a place like the Scarlet restaurant, Sumu knew better than anyone else. That means something to the average person. Once it spreads in the real world, the consequences are unimaginable. Absolutely doomed. The seriousness on Yi Jingguo's face instantly turned into gloom. It even brought with it a hint of uncontrollable anger. He took a deep breath, his voice sounding like it was squeezed through his teeth. According to our latest intelligence, the gang of assholes from the White Elephant Country. Elder Yi couldn't help but curse lowly as he said this. His fists were clenched, veins rippling on the backs of his hands. They couldn't handle that weirdness on their own. Surprisingly, to use their own victims as bait, trying to draw that thing towards our Hanxia border. What? Sumu's eyes also instantly went cold. A wave of anger went straight to his head. It's these guys again. The copy is against itself at every turn because of bull ****** national positions. I didn't expect to come out of the copy and act so vile and underhanded. Using human life as bait? Is this a human thing to do? It's insane. Yi Lao seemed to have seen Sumu's anger, or perhaps his own emotions had calmed down a little, and sighed, patting his shoulders somewhat helplessly. It can't be helped. Thanks to you, Sumu boy, we, Hanxia, have now mastered the cultivation method of guile power and are promoting it to all people. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. But, this is just getting started. After all, like a baby who has just learned to walk, it takes time to run. It will take time for the warriors who can actually form a fighting force and resist the weirdness to grow. Also, the trickster force environment is unstable. Although the concentration is slowly increasing everywhere, those who can actually absorb it and utilize it effectively at the moment are ultimately few and far between. Yi Lao paused, and his tone became even heavier. So, faced with this bizarre, that has taken shape and may even grow further in disaster and resentment, we really don't have much to go on for the time being. At this point in the conversation, the meaning is clear. Elder Yi looked at Sumu with a burning gaze, with earnestness and expectation. You'll just have to ask for your hand. Sumu was silent for 2 seconds, digesting the information while suppressing the fire in his heart. He raised his head and looked sharply at Yi Lao. Where's Shinbing? She should be able to handle it too, right? Elder Yi shook his head with a trace of gravity on his face. On Ice's side, there's another mission. She's been undergoing intense preparation for the past 2 days and has barely closed her eyes. The higher-ups have already arranged the next copy mission for her, and the intelligence shows that copy is extremely difficult and vital to our Hanxia, so she must personally lead the team to raid it. The timing, it just clashes. Sumu sniffed and asked no more questions. It seems that he really has to carry this mess. He gave a dry nod, his expression regaining its previous calmness, even with a hint of a leap of faith. Okay, leave it to me. Elder Yi, you can just arrange for someone to send me to the border. The sooner the better. Hearing Sumu's affirmative reply, Yi Jingguo's tense face finally revealed a smile of relief. It was as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. Great, great. He slapped his thighs with an excited snap. I knew you boys could be counted on. This bearing is worthy of being our Hanxia's C-pin. Yi Lao was now looking at Sumu more and more favorably. Then prepare yourself a little. If you need any equipment or supplies, just ask. Come down to me when you're ready. The special plane is ready, and I'll personally be waiting for you downstairs. Chapter 68. White Elephant CS. Yi Jinghua no longer stayed, turned around and then left Su Mu's room with great strides. The footsteps were steady and sharp and thunderous. In the room, silence resumed. Su Mu stood still and watched Yi Lao leave. Under the calmness on his face were dark thoughts. Border, bizarre, White Elephant Country. The words swirled around in his head. After a moment, he took a deep breath and his eyes sharpened. With a thought, a virtual interface that only he himself could see, unfolded before his eyes. Player's backpack. Not a lot of space, but everything stored is extraordinary. The eyes swept over, finally settling on 2 items. An ancient tome that emitted a dark luster, the Dead Moon Soul Devouring Codex. There was also a strangely shaped weapon, the Dead Moon Bone Blade, the Dead Moon Soul Eater Codex. This stuff requires specific conditions and time to cultivate. Water from afar does not quench the thirst of the near. His eyes, naturally, fell on the weapon. Dead Moon Bone Blade. It's something that's rather straightforward to use. It's just as well. You can't go to the border and face those things without a handy weapon. Just decided it was you. Su Mu whispered and focused his mind. Does it use Dead Moon Bone Blade? Yes. Buzz. In the next second, Su Mu only felt a slight sinking in his waist. He lowered his head. A short blade with a bizarre bone-white color throughout had silently hung at his left waist. The blade was not long, about the length of a small arm, with smooth and grimy lines. Oddly enough, it was clearly bone, but it had a cold, hard, metallic sheen to it. What was even more palpitating was that there were wisps of black bizarre power that looked like living creatures, like tiny black lightning bolts, wrapping around the body and hilt of the blade and slowly flowing. A sense of oppression that was cold, violent, and as if it wanted to choose people to devour, quietly spread out with the bone blade as the center. Even the air around them seemed to be a few degrees colder as a result. Su Mu could even feel a needle-like subtle tingling sensation coming from his skin. So strong and ferocious. Not surprised, he reached out and gripped the hilt of the knife. It was cold in his hand, yet it fit his palm strangely well, as if the blade was born to be in his grasp. That's good. With this knife, the bottom line is a few more points. Without any further delay, Su Mu organized his clothes and after confirming that nothing was missing, he turned around and went downstairs. Downstairs living room. Yi Jinghua was pacing back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. Seeing Su Mu's figure appear, his eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him. However, when his eyes touched the strangely shaped bone blade at Su Mu's waist that emitted an ominous aura, his pupils still shrunk violently. This kid, a wave rippled through Yi Jinghua's heart. Su Mu's harvest in the Scarlet Tavern replica was really far more than what was announced on the surface. This weapon, by no means extraordinary. However, he was also a person who had been through the storm for a long time, and this bit of surprise was quickly suppressed. This is not the time to explore that. His face regained its seriousness and he spoke in a deep voice. Ready? Su Mu nodded. Aha. Yes. Yi Jinghua patted his shoulder, his tone carrying solemnity and concern. The border situation is complicated. Bizarre is even more unknown dangerous. No intelligence. Everything must be careful. If you run into trouble, or need any support, contact us first. There's not much I can do for you, but the War Department and the Special Operations Group, on standby. Su Mu nodded again and answered. Got it, Elder Yi. What is to be accounted for has been accounted for. The two men said no more. The propellers of the military helicopters began to rotate with a loud roar, whipping up gusts of wind. Several loaded soldiers stood at attention. Without hesitation, Su Mu bent down and boarded the helicopter under Yi Jinghua's gaze. Hatch closed. The helicopter slowly lifted off, then turned around and sped off in a southwestern direction, quickly disappearing into the sky. Yi Jinghua stood in place, looking up at the direction where the helicopter disappeared for a long time without withdrawing his gaze. He stood with his arms folded, and between his eyebrows, a trace of unresolvable heaviness lingered. Boy, this time, it's on you. I hope everything goes well. In the meantime, the southwestern borderline between Hanxia and the White Elephant Kingdom, on the desolate Gobi Beach, several White Elephant State military land cruisers that raised rolling smoke were traveling. The car wasn't going fast, like it was deliberately controlling something, and the back of the vehicle plays out in a heinous scene. Dozens of yellow-faced, ragged women and children were linked together with their wrists bound by rough ropes. The other end of the rope, tied to the rear of the buggy. They were forced to stagger and run after the car, and many of them had long since lost their strength and fallen to the ground, but the vehicle did not stop. The man who had fallen was dragged so hard that he left a shocking trail of blood on the ground covered in gravel and sand. Heartbreaking cries and desperate pleas rang out, but the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers in the car turned a deaf ear to this, and some even let out cruel cackles. On the ground farther away, you can see some scattered, already blurred pieces of broken meat, as well as a few inhuman, long lost the breath of life tired. That's the forerunner they deliberately untied and abandoned here. The passenger seat of the lead SUV. A man who looked like an officer of the White Elephant Kingdom was holding up his binoculars and constantly observing the rear. The corners of his mouth, hooked up in a cold arc. Commander, the distance is about right, the soldier next to him warned. The officer lowered his binoculars and licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes glittering with excitement and grimace. 5 kilometers further on is the border patrol area of Hanxia. He glanced back at the decoys being dragged to their deaths, and then looked farther back. At the end of his vision, about 2 kilometers away, a dozen or so black shadows with twisted, bloated forms and a strong ominous aura were following at a stiff and eerie pace, not slowing down. They had no fixed form, like monsters blended from countless grievances and flesh and blood. These are the horrors that were born from the disaster area of the White Elephant Country and were fed and lured by them all the way here. Attracted by the smell of blood produced by the dragging of the vehicles, they greedily nibbled on the mutilated corpses that the soldiers had opportunistically dumped. Hey, the officer let out a low, creepy laugh. It's like fishing, isn't it? He said to the soldier next to him, his tone full of malice. Using us useless victims as bait. Take these big guys from hell. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips once again, a crazy glint in his eyes. Fishing for cultures, let them have a good taste. 2. Of this despair. Chapter 69, The Divine Soldier of Heaven. Near the temporary outpost on the southwestern border of the country of Hanxia, on the desolate Gobi beach, the wind and sand rolled up and hit one's face with a coarse pain. 2 young culminating summer soldiers were assisting a hobbling old couple as they struggled to move toward the rear evacuation point. Boy, don't leave us alone. The oldest man being carried gasped for breath, his cloudy eyes full of guilt and anxiety. We're old bones, we can't walk. You guys go, don't be dragged down by us. The old granny also trembled and chimed in, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone. Yes, it's us who are useless. The evacuation notice from the Ministry of the Army was given a long time ago. It's us who are moving too slowly. Ever since the White Elephant countryside started to use the victims and shenanigans for demonic purposes, the Hanxia Military Ministry issued an emergency evacuation order at the first opportunity. However, on the borderline, there are always some people like this old couple who cannot evacuate in time because of leg difficulties or because they are hard to leave their homeland. The young soldier carrying the oldest man tried to comfort them as he adjusted his breathing and grinned a mouthful of white teeth. His voice was a little unsteady from the weight and the rush, but unusually firm. Old man, what are you talking about? This is all we should do. We, the Hanxia soldiers, are the people's sons and daughters. He stabilized the old man on his back with force and chopped his head. Don't worry, we will never abandon any of our compatriots. You will be delivered safely to the rear. The other soldier holding the grandmother nodded vigorously as well, his dark face full of obstinacy. Right, Granny, hold on to me. We're almost there. The 2 old men's eyes reddened as they looked at the sweat-dampened faces of the young soldiers, and the undeniable eyes. They felt even more remorseful in their hearts and felt that they had really become a burden. But the soldiers had no intention of giving up. Don't give up. Don't give up. It's a belief etched in their bones. Just at this moment, the communication soldier not far away, who was in charge of guarding and scouting, suddenly changed his face, violently poked out from behind a rock, and lowered his voice, shouting into the communicator in an urgent tone. Captain, Captain, White Elephant Nation drone detected, low altitude recon. It's just been shot down. But, their convoy, a dozen military SUVs, it's coming our way at high speed, less than 3 kilometers from us. What? The pupils of the leading sergeant major, who was directing the evacuation and had a lot of experience, snapped shut. Damn. Exposed. The White Elephant Kingdom moved faster than expected, and also ruthless. He instantly understood the other party's intentions. Their small team, which was responsible for breaking the back and search and rescue, became the primary target for the other party to run over. Without the slightest hesitation, the sergeant major made a snap decision and snapped at the 2 young soldiers who were assisting the old man. Li, Xiao Zhang, both of you, immediately, take the old folks down that dry river on the side. Quickly, memorize the route. Retreat to rendezvous point 2 as fast as you can. The 2 young soldiers, both new recruits who had just joined the army for less than a year, were stunned at the words. Xiao Li, who was carrying the oldest man, was anxious. Captain, we're not leaving, we want to be with you. Fart. The sergeant major interrupted him violently, his eyes glaring like brass bells as he growled. That's an order. Your job is to protect the old folks. Do you want them to die here with us? The others, follow me. Prepare to block. The eyes of the 2 young soldiers instantly reddened as they looked at the captain's determined eyes and then at the helpless old man beside them. They know what it means to stay. Li gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Yes, Captain. Xiao Zhang also choked and responded. Promised to complete the mission. Without further hesitation, they assisted the old couple, who were still trying to say something, and quickly turned around and ran towards the relatively hidden dry river channel to the side. The sergeant major watched their disappearing backs and quickly withdrew his gaze, his face only steeled with determination. He turned to the 5 remaining veterans around him and spoke in a hushed voice. Brothers, our mission is to buy time for Xiao Li and the others. For the folks who haven't evacuated yet, Get it? Understood. The remaining 5 warriors roared in unison, without the slightest fear in their eyes, only the courage to fight to the death. Yes, the sergeant major quickly scanned the surrounding terrain and gave quick orders. Old Wang, take 2 men and go to that high ground on the left. Crossfire. Monkey, you're a good shot. Go behind that big rock on the right. Look for a chance to knock out their machine gunner. The rest of you come with me. Occupy this earth bank on the front. Build a temporary defense line. Move it. The fighters sprang into action, using the limited cover available on the desolate Gobi to quickly take advantage of the favorable terrain. Their guns pointed in the direction from which the smoke was rolling. Time, as if frozen in this moment. There was only the sound of the wind, and the heavy breathing of the warriors. It didn't take long. Coming, the monkey let out a low growl. A dozen or so off-road vehicles spray-painted with the White Elephant State's military insignia, like bloodthirsty beasts, appeared at the end of their field of vision, lifting up the yellow sand in the sky and charging straight over. Fire! The sergeant major roared and took the lead in pulling the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Instantly, the sound of intense gunfire tore through the silence of the Gobi. The bullets swept toward the rushing convoy like pelting rain. Several SUVs at the front of the pack were hit with sparks and shattered windows, but the other party was obviously prepared for this. The speed of the car did not decrease, and the machine gun on the roof of the car began to fire frantically. Put! Bullets hit the bunkers in front of the fighters, splattering gravel and sand. Hanxia's warriors, relying on the favorable terrain, returned fire with precision, and there was a constant stream of White Elephant soldiers being shot and screaming. However, the other side was outnumbered and had ferocious firepower, with a dozen or so vehicles spread out to form a fan, constantly compressing the space for their defense. Even scarier. Captain, look at that. What is that? A warrior's voice, with uncontrollable fear and trembling, pointed to the rear of the White Elephant Kingdom's caravan. The sergeant major probed hard, and at just one glance, the blood in his body seemed to freeze. It was about 2 kilometers away right after that rolling smoke. A dozen. No! Countless black twisted shadows, emitting a strong ominous and bloody odor, drifted towards this side. Creepy. It's the White Elephant country that draws the weirdness. They were attracted by the smell of blood before, and now by the sound of a fierce firefight and a new smell of blood. This group of White Elephant country, not only do they want to kill people, but they also want to lead these things from hell to the land of Hanxia. It's over. Front and back. Manpower is sometimes poor in the face of these terrifying beings beyond reason. Despair, in an instant, overwhelmed every soldier in the position. They were dead on the trigger, firing their last bullets into the enemy, but their faces were already dead. Just then, buzz 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 buzz, a louder and louder, distinctive engine roar, coming from far away, tore through the cacophony of gunfire and eerie low growls. Everyone, including the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers who were frantically attacking, subconsciously raised their heads, only to see a helicopter gunship painted with the Hanxia military emblem in the azure sky, like a godly soldier descending from the sky, swooping in at high speed. The aerial guns under the belly of the plane were the first to roar. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions and fires covered several land cruisers of the White Elephant Nation with precision. The violent explosion lifted the vehicle, along with the soldiers inside, off the ground. Before the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers could react, the hatch on the side of the helicopter slid open violently. A sturdy figure, without any hesitation, directly leapt down from a height of tens of meters. The figure cut a sharp arc in the air. Bang! A muffled sound. The figure, heavy, yet incredibly smooth, landed on the Gobi beach not far in front of the position. The smoke cleared, revealing a young figure wearing a black combat uniform with a strangely shaped bone sword blade that emanated an icy chill hanging from his waist. He slowly raised his head and swept his gaze icily across the battlefield. It was none other than Sumu. Chapter 70, Sumu. Hanxia Long Soul. Reinforcements. Reinforcements? A young warrior's lips quivered, hardly able to believe his eyes. It's reinforcements. It really is our reinforcements. Is him. The monkey, lying behind the boulder on his right side, was so dead-eyed that the gun in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. That face. Can't go wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Monkey trembled with excitement and jerked his head around to hiss at the sergeant major. Captain, it's Sumu. It's Sumu. Hanxia Dragon Soul. Sumu? Hearing the monkey's almost voice-breaking cry of alarm, the sergeant major and several other surviving warriors' bodies jolted. Is it really Sumu? The legend who had recently been wildly publicized in the internal newsletter of the military ministry and in the external news as the one who had almost turned the tide in the copy of the Scarlet Tavern by himself by killing all the people? Hanxia Dragon Soul. The hope for the future? In the past 2 days, Sumu's name and deeds had long been rumored in the Hanxia army. They never dreamed that this legendary hero, who only existed in battle reports and propaganda images, would appear in this way, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, on this border battlefield of theirs, which was a bird's nest, appearing in a moment of despair when they were all about to be wiped out. It's really Sumu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not dreaming. Woo. Are saved. We're saved. Little Lee and the others. And the folks, they're saved. Unspeakable excitement and ecstasy instantly washed away the fear of death. The eyes of several ironclad men instantly reddened, and some even couldn't help but choke out a sob. It's not just seeing reinforcements, it's seeing faith and hope personified. Sumu's gaze calmly swept through the humble Earthcan defense line, landing on the faces that were a mixture of smoke, fatigue, yet rekindled with a fiery glow. He nodded slightly. The voice was not loud, even a little muffled, but it carried a strange penetrating power that clearly reached every warrior's ears. Hard work. Next, leave it to me. Two simple words instantly soothed all their fears and insecurities. A sense of security. A sense of security that they had never felt before wrapped around them. It was as if as long as this man stood here, the sky could not collapse. However, not everyone is thrilled by this. Those white elephant soldiers who survived the helicopter gunfire also noticed the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared and spoiled their good deed. A white elephant country officer, whose shoulder badge showed that he was a lieutenant, wiped the bloodstains on his face and looked at Sumu, who was standing there alone, with a cruel and contemptuous smile on his face. Ha, are the cultures running out of people? Sending a cutie with a cold weapon, come to die? He spat a mouthful of bloodied spittle and swept his eyes menacingly over what remained of his men. Those who are still alive, all listen to me. Forget about the airplanes in the sky. Prioritize fire gathering. Beat this pretender to a pulp. Yes, dash, chug 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 dash. In an instant, the few remaining vehicle-mounted machine guns, as well as the 7 or 8 assault rifles, simultaneously turned their muzzles, and poured a frantic rain of bullets towards Sumu. Bullets, tearing through the air, went straight at Sumu. However, in the face of this metal storm that was enough to instantly break an adult elephant into pieces, Sumu just stood still, didn't even raise an eyelid. Buzz. Right at the moment when the bullet was about to reach his body, a layer of light red, gauze-like blood-colored mist instantly circled around him. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The dense bullets impacted on the blood-colored mist with a crisp sound, then were invariably bounced off, deformed, and finally crashed helplessly onto the sand. It was as if he had hit an impenetrable invisible force field. What the hell? What the hell is this? The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom who opened fire had their eyes on the verge of glaring out, and the expressions on their faces instantly froze. Use to stop bullets with your breath? Is this a ING movie? It's even more exaggerated than their White Elephant Country movie. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That White Elephant Kingdom lieutenant's face changed drastically, shock and fury instantly filling his chest. He doesn't believe it. RPG. Give me RPG. As soon as he grabbed the RPG rocket launcher from the scared soldier next to him, almost against his shoulder, he viciously pulled the trigger towards Sumu. Die for me, monster. Phew. The rocket trailing an orange-red tail flame shot towards Sumu with a deathly whine. Looking at the rapidly approaching rockets, Sumu finally made a move. He slowly raised his eyelids, his icy gaze falling on the rocket. The thin lips lightly opened and spat out a few icy syllables, tie-in reversal style. The moment the words fell, he casually swung his right hand forward. Next, a bizarre scene that left everyone dumbfounded, even unforgettable in their lives, occurred. The RPG rocket that carried a huge kinetic energy and explosive power, when it was less than a foot away from Sumu's face, its flight trajectory, at an angle that completely violated physical common sense, was instantly deflected. No, it's not deflection, it's a reflection. Surprisingly, it was heading back in the direction it had been launched from, the way it had come at a much faster speed than it had come from. No, the sardonic smile on the face of that White Elephant Country lieutenant had not yet dissipated, and reflected in his pupils were the rockets that were rapidly zooming towards him. He only had time to let out a short, desperate to the bone scream. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. The blazing fire and shockwave instantly engulfed him and the two soldiers around him. Minced meat and weapon parts were thrown into the sky like garbage. Lieutenant of the White Elephant State, D. This shocking, miracle-like scene completely crushed the last shred of resistance will of the remaining White Elephant Kingdom soldiers. Fire! Open fire! Cover Sumu! SGT! Hanxiao was the first to react from the shock, hissing at the top of his voice while raising his rifle to fire heavily at the remaining enemies. Finish them off! Monkey and the other warriors also came back to their senses, red-eyed, turning their pent-up anger and newly rekindled hope into deadly bullets that swept madly at the enemy. The helicopter gunships circling in the sky also seized the opportunity. Da-da-da! Boom boom boom. The machine guns and aerial guns were like the scythe of death, accurately and efficiently harvesting the panicked and scattered White Elephant Kingdom soldiers on the ground, losing their command, losing their fighting spirit, facing Sumu. who was like a demonic god, and the double blows from the sky and the ground. These remnants of the army did not have any resistance at all. Just under a minute, the intense gunfire then quickly subsided. On the Gobi Desert, all that remains are the burning wreckage of vehicles, the smoke that fills the air, and a mess of corpses. This raging infiltration squad of the White Elephant Kingdom was completely wiped out. However, Sumu's expression didn't relax in the slightest. He didn't even look back at the results of the battle behind him. His gaze, having pierced through the smoke, was locked dead center on the still approaching black twisting shadow in the distance, almost covering half of the sky. That's the real heartbreaker. The bloody aura that was so thick and evil and ominous made Sumu unexpectedly feel a touch of familiarity. Suddenly, Sumu's frown tightened. As he drew closer, through the sunlight that had not yet fully dissipated, he finally made out some details in the writhing shadows. It wasn't a purely energetic body at all. In the depths of the darkness that rolled and surged like ink, there were countless distorted humanoid silhouettes wrapped and assimilated. There were soldiers in the uniforms of the White Elephant State and ragged, yellow-faced victims. There are even many physically crippled women and children. They were like filler forced into this darkness, becoming part of the horror and strangeness, radiating endless resentment and pain. White Elephant State the gang. Not only do they use the victims as bait to attract the spooky, they even took the initiative to turn their own citizens and victims into part of the weirdness, feeding and growing it in such an inhumane way, just to subject Hanxia to this horrible attack. It's just genocidal. In Sumu's eyes, a trace of icy killing intent flashed. Can't let this thing cross the borderline. Not one step. He took a deep breath and without further hesitation, his body moved and sprinted away. Closer, closer. A strong negative aura came over one's face, almost freezing one's soul. Sumu's eyes stared, and his right hand violently pushed forward. Pounds of majestic blood-colored guile power coalesced rapidly in his palm. Snort! Several energy balls, like blood-colored drills spinning at high speeds, carried ear-piercing air-breaking sounds and fiercely blasted towards the front end of that black shadow. This attack was enough to easily tear through steel. However, poof, 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 a bizarre scene happened. Those powerful blood-colored energy balls, the moment they came into contact with the black shadows, it was just like a drop of water blending into the sea, without even a ripple stirring up. It disappeared without a trace, completely consumed and digested by that darkness. What? Sumu's heart was shocked and his pupils suddenly contracted. His trickster force attack was surprisingly completely ineffective. This black shadow, not only did it emit a terrifying aura, it could even devour energy attacks? What the hell is this? Just as Sumu's mind was racing, he was ready to try other means. Buzz! A low, strange tremor came from his waist without warning. It's not an illusion. It's the dead moon bone blade. At the moment it was actually trembling violently, as if irritated by something. Immediately after, a purely bizarre force as black as ink, emanating extreme coldness and deadness, uncontrolled by Sumu, violently erupted from above the body of the dead moon bone blade. This black guile power was very different from Sumu's own blood-colored guile power, and that huge black shadow that was originally raging and seemed to be devouring everything. The moment it came into contact with this black bizarre power that erupted from the dead moon bone blade, it's like a mouse meeting a cat. Zira, the front end of that huge shadow writhing and tumbling, as if it had been scalded by a hot iron, unexpectedly rolled backward stiffly, contracted, and was forced back a full several meters, revealing more twisted and agonized human forms behind them. The dead moon bone blade was surprisingly able to restrain this horrible shadow shenanigans. Chapter 71 Ex-Girlfriend's Henchman. This discovery lifted Sumu's spirits. There was no more hesitation. Clank! With a clear chirp of the blade, he violently drew the dead moon bone blade at his waist. An icy and deadly aura instantly filled the air, freezing even the surrounding air. Sumu's eyes stared, and the majestic blood-colored guile at the ghost general level in his body was like a floodgate opening, madly surging into the pitch-black blade. Buzz off! The dead moon bone blade. The bizarre patterns on the blade steeply lit up with a piercing dark red light, radiating a purely bizarre power that was even deeper and more haunting than before. Strength that climbed in knots in his hand that held the blade. It's now! Sumu's right foot violently stepped on the ground. His body shaped like a stray arrow shot out. At the same time, he let out a low shout. His arm muscles instantly graved up, condensed the strength of his whole body, and violently swung forward. Swish! A pitch-black blade that was condensed to the extreme and could cut through souls. The first ray of death that tore through the dark night, brazenly slashing at the massive black shadow. Snort! The black shadows were airily and violently torn apart. The black shadow that even Sumu's blood-colored guile power could easily devour and digest before. In front of the pure and icy guile power of the dead moon bone blade, it unexpectedly seemed so unbeatable. Where the blade passed, the ink-like black shadow was hardened and ripped open a huge opening that was more than 10 meters long, a small shadow that quickly dissolved and festered, and behind that dispersed darkness, it revealed 4 souls that had been forcibly assimilated and twisted beyond recognition. All of them are from the White Elephant Kingdom. Ah! Miserable howls of misery to the extreme suddenly erupted from the mouths of those exposed soul bodies. Their twisted faces were filled with endless pain and relief. Under the erosion of the residual power of the pitch-black blade, these souls became transparent and dull at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, like a bubble, poof, turning into a bit of black light debris, completely dispersing between heaven and earth. Along with their imprisoned resentment and despair, they were reduced to nothingness. At the same time, in Sumu's mind, an ice-cold beep sounded clearly. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 1 4 out of 100. Kill 4 weird soul units. Gain 4 experience points. So it is. As Sumu watched the scene, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and he instantly came to a realization. He finally understood why this thing could devour energy attacks and why it was restrained by the Dead Moon Boneblade. It's not even a purely energetic body or physical being. It's a ing collection of souls forcibly aggregated from countless resentful souls, remnants of souls and extreme negativity. No wonder his Scarlet Guile attack was ineffective. An energy attack hitting his soul body was like an ordinary person swinging his fist at the air. Naturally, it would be easily absorbed and assimilated, but the Dead Moon Boneblade was different. This trick weapon brought out from the terror copy came with attributes that specifically targeted the soul. Just now, that knife not only cut off the shell that condensed the shadow, but also directly cut off the soul body that was the core inside. To put it bluntly, it's magic damage. It specializes in restraining this nebulous, yet outlawed and incomparable soul-type shenanigans. Ha! Found your weakness. Understanding this, the corner of Sumu's mouth hooked up into an icy arc. No longer having any scruples, the fingers of his left hand twisted lightly, and in the next second, he carried his Dead Moon Boneblade and once again took the initiative to rush towards the massive shadow that was still rolling and writhing, trying to repair the gaping hole. Swish, 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 swish. This time, Sumu no longer pursued the power of a single attack, but instead utilized his speed to the extreme. The pitch-black light of the blade turned into a deadly crippled moon in his hands. Each swing was like a precise scalpel, cutting through a patch of darkness and exposing the soul inside. The sword light was continuous, pouring out like a raging storm. Ah, help me, I don't want to die. Kill me, kill me. Even denser and more mournful howls and wails, interspersed with relieved cries, rose and fell in just a moment ago. Those souls that had been treated as consumables by the senior management of the White Elephant Kingdom, and actively captured and fed to the strange innocent victims and soldiers, had no resistance at all in front of the Dead Moon Boneblade, which was specially designed to restrain them. They were forcibly twisted and fused, and were themselves suffering immense pain, and at this moment, being decimated by the bone blade of the Dead Moon, they were instead ushered into transcendence. The dark red glow of the Dead Moon Boneblade's blade, on the other hand, became deeper and deeper with each precise cut. Demonic, buzzing excitedly as if it had drunk its fill of blood. Sumu was like the god of death returning from hell at the moment. Each swing of the sword represented the end of dozens of twisted souls, and his efficiency was astonishingly high. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 125 out of 100. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 138 out of 100. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 151 out of 100. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 172 out of 100. Dead Moon Boneblade, level 187 out of 100. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These grandsons of the White Elephant Kingdom are really ruthless. Sumu couldn't even help but curse in his heart as he hacked away. How many living people had to have been fed, plus the ones assimilated by the creepy himself, to come up with such a huge number of souls? This short solo show of less than 2 minutes had unexpectedly caused Dead Moon Boneblade's experience value to soar like a rocket, just the last 13 experience points away from leveling up to level 2. The huge black shadow that originally almost covered a small half of the sky had now been cut down by Sumu as if he were a butcher, and nearly 1/3 of it had been cut down hard. The size was greatly reduced, and the speed of the tumbling and writhing became significantly slower. Seeing that victory was in sight, Sumu's eyes were stern, and he was about to make another effort to completely purify this thing. Just then, the change is steep. The remnant black shadows that had been constantly writhing in an indeterminate form suddenly tumbled violently and contracted. Within a few breaths, all the darkness unexpectedly coalesced rapidly, and eventually transformed into the silhouette of a female humanoid about 1 m or so, wearing a tattered, stained and bloodied nurse's white coat. Although her face was still shrouded in a shadow and blurred, the huge and gloomy aura was steeply reduced by more than 90%. Great Lord! My lord, spare my life! A sharp and hoarse female voice, still with a distinctly weeping and trembling tone, suddenly rang out from the cohesively formed bizarre mouth, breaking the solemnity of the battlefield. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. This sound, the Dead Moon Boneblade that Sumu was about to swing out again violently stopped in midair. The coldness and murderous intent on his face instantly froze, and his eyebrows incredulously furrowed into a large Chuan character. A feeling of absurdity welled up. This voice, this accent, how that does sound so familiar? Sumu stared dead on at the coalesced, still shivering figure in the white coat. A fragment of memory in his mind that he was almost about to forget into a corner was violently activated. Grievance Hospital. In front of this kneeling to beg for forgiveness, scared to death of the soul of the weird, is not the original in the spirit hospital, that holds a huge syringe and scalpel, almost pressed him on the operating table to carry out vivisection of the head nurse spirit. Sumu couldn't control the corner of his eyes from twitching viciously, and a ghostly expression appeared on his face. Grievance Hospital, that S-rank copy in the official data. Its owner is the fourth girlfriend, who was very imperialistic, controlling and possessive, and who said that she would make him the perfect specimen when she broke up with him. Xiao Runing. How did one of the elite-level shenanigans in her copy end up on the southwestern borderline of the real world of Blue Star? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 72 taking her in at Hanxia. Despite the fact that his heart was turning upside down and raising shocking waves, Sumu's hand holding the bone blade of the dead moon did not slacken in the slightest. The cold and white bone blade hovered steadily in front of the throat of the nurse's spirit that had just coalesced into shape. The distance, no more than 3 inches. The sheer eerie power emanating from the sharp tip of the blade caused the soul of the nurse's resentful spirit to sway violently like a candle in the wind, and the shadows that made up the outline of her body were even more bright and dark. She could clearly feel that as long as this man in front of her made the slightest movement of his thoughts, this terrifying bone blade, which had a fatal restraint on her, would be able to completely tear apart and decimate her soul body in an instant. Not even dregs were left. She didn't even dare to make any extra small movements. Even her breathing almost stopped, fearing that the slightest movement would irritate the bogeyman in front of her. Sumu's eyes were still cold, deadlocked on the other party, and his voice didn't carry an ounce of emotion. Honestly, what has changed over at the Grievance Hospital? And, Xiao Runing, how is she now? At the mention of this name, Sumu's mind fluctuated for a moment, but it was quickly forced down by him. Hearing the word Xiao Runing, the body of the nurse's spirit trembled again, because the name itself carries a certain powerful intimidation. She answered in a rush, in that shrill, still quivering voice with a distinctly sobbing tone, and flew to her feet. Xiao, Dean Xiao, she has not appeared for a long time. The hospital right now, it's that new vice president that's running things. At the mention of vice president, the head nurse's expression took on a distinctly fearful and disgusted look. He's too harsh, simply not treating us as subordinates. Many co-workers couldn't stand his oppression and ran away a lot. Hospitals are stretched to the limit right now. There's a lot of work and a lot of fatigue. I also couldn't stand that exploitation day and night before I found a chance to sneak out. The more the head nurse spoke, the smaller her voice became, sounding so aggrieved that she was almost on the verge of actually crying. Who knows accidentally, somehow arrived at this ghost place. The smell of living people everywhere scared me to death. She surreptitiously raised her eyes to glance at Sumu and hurriedly lowered her head again. What's more unexpected is that, would be here, bumping into you, Su, Mr. Su. In her limited knowledge, Sumu was an existence that had a great relationship with Dean Xiao. Sumu's brows instantly wrinkled tighter. He caught the key information keenly, and his eyes glazed over. You mean you're the only one who ran out? No other grudge hospital shenanigans that followed you here? This is no small thing. If it's a whole copy of the shenanigans running out, that's a lot of fun. No, absolutely nothing. Just me. Immediately, the head nurse's resentful spirit was like a chicken pecking at rice, frantically nodding its head, fearing that Sumu wouldn't believe it, and almost shaking his head off. I don't know exactly what happened. It just felt as if I was pushed by something. My eyes went black, then brightened up, and here I am. She seemed to recall her previous encounter, and her soul body shook uncontrollably again. Her voice tinged with afterthought. Just slowed down, and before I knew what was going on, I was surrounded by those strangely dressed people. And then they just kept throwing those bloody people at me. I had just escaped from the hospital at that time. I was too consumed, and I was so overwhelmed by the yang energy of this place that I couldn't control myself. So, I subconsciously devoured. Her voice was thick with aggression and defense. Mr. Su, you have to believe me. It really wasn't me who did it on purpose. It was them. It was they who forced it on me. They also said something about nourishment, about sacrifice. I work overtime every day in the hospital, tired as a dog, and my salary is still pitifully small. Is it easy for me? Who wants to run out and still do this kind of dirty work? Listening to the nurse's resentful spirits upside down but clear core meaning cry, Sumu's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. He was silent for a few seconds as he stared at the scared and disintegrating nurse practitioner's spiteful spirit in front of him. In the end, the biting killing intent in his eyes slowly receded like a tidal wave. With a flick of his wrist, the dead moon bone blade was inserted back into its sheath at his waist with a soft clang. Seeing this scene, the nurse grudge almost wept with joy and almost went limp on the spot. Those idiots from the White Elephant Country made their own deaths, so they can't blame anyone else. Your account. Sumu paused, his tone still cold. I cannot kill you, and even, I can make a report to the top and save you a soul life. At these words, the nurse's resentful eyes instantly lit up. But, Sumu's words turned abruptly, and a chill that was even more morose and terrifying than just now instantly strangled the nurse's resentful spirit's neck. You mark my words. Sumu spoke in one word. From now on, if you dare to harm any living person on the boundaries of Hanxia, even if it's because of you that a hair falls out. He stretched out a finger, a hint of light red blood-colored trickster power lingering at the tip, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. I promise, we'll show you what it means to be a real soul, fly, spirit, scattered, thwarted, bone, raise, ash. Where would the nurse's head resentful spirit dare to have half a word? Now even if she was asked to wash the feet of the cultures, she would have to be grateful, to be able to live in a strange world that made her feel extremely uncomfortable and dangerous. It's just a godsend. What's more, this is the Dean's man in front of him. Although she couldn't figure out what exactly was the relationship between Sumu and Dean Xiao, following him and listening to Sumu's words was much safer than bumping around like a headless fly herself. In a strange world full of people who were restraining her yang and potential dangers, clinging to this golden leg was the only way to survive. She immediately nodded her head with a frequency so fast that it appeared as a residue, and her voice became incredibly fawning and well-behaved. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I promise, I swear, I'll be good and obedient. I'll never get into trouble. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to shoo the chickens, I'll never hit the dogs. Looking at the nurse's head resentful spirit who was arrogant and changed her face faster than turning over a book, the corner of Sumu's mouth tugged, revealing a cold smile of unknown significance. And this series of changes, not to mention the sergeant major and the members of the special squad under his command who had just finished the battle in the distance and were looking at this side with wide eyes, even the helicopter gunship pilots and observers hovering over the battlefield, responsible for battlefield monitoring and fire support, as well as thousands of miles away in the southern war zone of Hanxia Temporary Command Center, through the frontline man-portable equipment transmitted back to the real-time picture, has been closely watching the development of the war situation. Yijinghua and a group of Hanxia high-level bigwigs, they all looked stupid. Each of them was dumbstruck, their mouths were open, and their eyes were glazed over, as if they had seen something that had overturned their three views. The jaw almost literally dropped to the floor. What's the situation? What kind of divine unfolding is this? Sumu, who had just been chopping and slicing like a melon and cutting vegetables, had made a ferocious mess of the terrifying black shadows that covered the sky. How? Why are you suddenly chatting with that last coalesced female creepy, like an old acquaintance? And, look at that creepy nodding head and waist, a fawning look of a lackey meeting his master. The most outrageous thing is that Sumu he actually put the knife away? He wasn't going to kill the creep who was obviously the culprit anymore? This is too far from the script they expected to deviate from, isn't it? However, before these bigwigs could slow down from this huge shock of information and logical confusion, Sumu's next action, as well as the sentence that came back through the communicator, even more so, the entire command center instantly fell into a dead silence, only to see Sumu very naturally raise his hand and press the single tactical communicator on his ear. Elder Yi, to report back, that unusual shenanigans on the borderline, perpetrated by the White Elephant State, has been contained, and the threat has been largely neutralized. Also, I have a personal request. Sumu paused, and even glanced sideways at the head nurse next to him who was still shivering. She tried to squeeze out a smile, a good-natured, harmless look. I'm going to take in a creepy at my place. That's her. Chapter 73, Domestic Nurse Leader. Sumu chooses Grievance Hospital copy. The scene shifts, back to the neighborhood where Sumu lived. On the outskirts of the neighborhood, the makeshift camouflage tents are denser than before. The soldiers of the Ministry of the Army with loaded guns, as well as the members of the Special Action Group, had a guard at 3 paces, a sentry at 5 paces, and cross patrols, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Gap intervals, never more than 10 seconds. Here, the second highest alert level in Hanxia has been utilized. Any hint of wind around them, they won't let go, except for the military and special ops members patrolling in plain sight. Inside and outside of the neighborhood, there are hidden sentries everywhere, in every high-rise, residential building, or corner, and in the center of this tightly sealed circle, Sumu's home was another harmonious scene. In the windowed living room, a figure in a house apron was holding a mop, cleaning the floor. Her movements were unusually skillful and nimble, and she cleaned up the edges and corners. It was the same nurse practitioner grudge that not so long ago had been shivering on the borderline, nearly soul-crushing. At this moment, the cold and weird aura on her body had been restrained a lot, and if she didn't perceive it carefully, she would even mistake it for just a hardworking and somewhat special nanny. On the couch in the living room sat 2 men. One was Yijinghua, who was dressed in a straight military uniform, his shoulder patch gleaming in the light. The other, Sumu, who had changed out of his tactical communication equipment and was wearing a close-fitting black combat suit that made him look even tougher and sharper. Yijingwa's gaze, somewhat dumbfounded, moved back and forth between the figure of the busy head nurse and Sumu, who was calmly drinking water next to her. He watched that nurse complaining spirit, after mopping the floor, and hands and feet numbly to Sumu renewed a cup of water, and even also very understanding, served a cup of steaming tea, carefully placed on the coffee table in front of him. That gesture of bowing slightly, with a bit of pleasing meaning, looked at the corner of Yijingwa's eyes. This old general, who had been on horseback for a lifetime and was used to seeing great storms, felt at this moment that his worldview, once again, had been strongly impacted. He picked up the teacup and took a sip until the piping hot tea, which scalded the tip of his tongue, gradually calmed his chaotic thoughts. He cleared his throat, turned his head sideways, surveyed Sumu with an extremely complicated look, lowered his voice, and opened his mouth a bit incredulously. I said, Sumu boy, I told you how your boy was all lovey-dovey with Shen, hoping for half a day. You kid, this taste is really special. Ah. Yijingwa smacked his lips for a moment, and his gaze flicked back to the nurse practitioner's resentful spirit that was wiping the coffee table with a movement that was too gentle for words. Put. The mouthful of water that Sumu just drank into his mouth almost didn't spray out. He coughed violently a few times, helplessness written all over his handsome face. Elder Yi, where do you want to go? He set down his glass of water and rubbed the corner of his forehead, feeling a slight headache. I kept her for other considerations. Oh, oops, young man. Still playing this with me? Yijingwa raised his eyebrows with an expression that he understood men, clearly not taking Sumu's defense seriously, but he didn't pursue the matter further. He just extended his broad palm and patted Sumu's shoulder vigorously. All right, whatever your boy's idea is, what are the considerations? Old man, I'm all for you. Yijingwa's tone became solemn. There's a lot of opposition from above about bringing you back as a new member this time. After all, taking a creepy confirmed to exist, or one that has just caused casualties on the borderline, and just putting it in a residential neighborhood. It's a risk, indeed. He paused for a moment, his eyes becoming serious. It was only because the old man I put out this old face and forcefully argued against it, coupled with your kid's previous merits and promises, that it was barely suppressed. The good thing is, the residents around your house have all been evacuated and resettled a long time ago, and now this area is under our absolute control. Besides, with you personally holding her down, I don't think there can be any major mess. Sumu nodded, expressing his gratitude for Yijingwa's support, while also understanding the weight of this. He steered the conversation to something more important. Elder Yi, when will the next terror copy open? Yijingwa looked solemn and answered immediately. Based on the analysis of the latest fluctuation frequency that was sent back, it was initially determined that the latest copy will open just 3 days from now. Sumu's eyes sharpened, and his fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on his knees. So the list of copies opened this time. Is there a place called Hospital for the Disgruntled? As soon as the words fell, Yijingwa's brows furrowed. His hand, which was holding the teacup, even shook a little. Of course he knows about the Grievance Hospital. More than know. That name, in recent days, has been one of the most prominent codenames hanging in the minutes of almost the highest level of culmination, because the Grievous Spirit Hospital is the only one of all the horror replicas that will be opened in this batch that has been judged to be S-ranked based on the comprehensive evaluation of the available information. Its level of danger and strategic value is highly valued not only within Hansha, but also by the intelligence agencies of several other major countries, which are also keeping a deadly eye on it. Yijingwa raised his head violently, deadlocking Sumu, his tone carrying an incredulous astonishment. How did you know about this copy? Wait, you're not supposed to want to get into that copy, right? A speculation that made even Yijingwa's heart miss half a beat surfaced in his mind. Facing Yijingwa's shocked gaze, Sumu's expression didn't change in the slightest and his eyes were calm. He nodded slowly. Yes. The old general opened his mouth, tempted to say, have you thought this through? That's an S-rank copy, but it just rolled off his tongue and he swallowed it back. What's the point of asking what this kid decides? I guess 10 oxen can't pull it back. Instead of pursuing it, choose to believe it. Okay. Yijingwa stopped talking and his tone resumed the decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Since your mind is made up, all relevant information about the Grievance Hospital, including all intelligence speculations we currently have, as well as fragments of information obtained from previous sporadic contacts, I'll have it organized immediately, encrypted with the highest authority, and sent to you, though it may be of limited help. Yijingwa added. After all, the outside world knew very little about the inside of an S-rank copy. Sumu nodded his head slightly and accepted the goodwill. Many thanks to Elder Yi. It's true that he doesn't really need all that information on paper. After all, no matter how detailed the official information is, how can it be as real as his personal experience every night? Yi Jinghua and the others wouldn't know and couldn't imagine. To Su Mu, the so-called horror copy was more like a late-night tea party where he lingered with his ex-girlfriends. Grievance Hospital? What shenanigans were in there? And the rules, which he was all too familiar with. Yi Jinghua stood up, straightened his uniform, and prepared to leave. When he neared the door, he turned around as if he suddenly remembered something, and his footsteps gave way. By the way, there's one more thing. On Shin's side, he's been keeping an eye on you, too. She's also under a lot of pressure on her end preparing for the next duplicate mission, but she's still taken the time to ask a couple times. Sumu sniffed. His face still had little ripples. He just nodded calmly to show that he had heard. There was no curiosity, no questioning, not even a hint of emotional ups and downs. Yi Jinghua sighed in his heart as he looked at his oil and salt look. This kid, really, that's all. He, an old man, couldn't get involved too much in the affairs of young people. All right, I won't stay much longer. Take care of yourself. Yi Jinghua stopped babbling and raised his hand towards him. For information, I'll have someone send it directly to your computer later. Chapter 74, The Sixth Day Must Be a Regiment? As night falls, an encrypted file reception prompt pops up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. It's from Yi Jinghua's side. Sumu casually clicked on it, his fingertips sliding on the mouse wheel as he quickly browsed. Most of the intelligence, as Yi Jinghua said, was of limited help. It's just some map zoning with a few high-risk zones labeled, like the morgue, the depths of the archives, and that top-floor operating room that supposedly never opens. How many times has he dreamed of visiting these places? However, one message caught his attention. Intelligence highlighted one paragraph and read, "To enter the Grievance Hospital copy, it is strongly recommended that players have a medical-related practitioner background and skills. Surgery, internal medicine, psychiatry, and even ENT are available. At the very least, one must also hold a nursing license. Those with no relevant background can also enter, but survival rates are extremely low. Warning, do not attempt to disguise." There have been cases where players have tried to muddy the waters by falsely claiming to be surgeons, only to be assigned the lead knife position. On the operating table, in the face of the bizarre patient's cloudy and thirsty eyes, he couldn't even hold the scalpel steady, and the tip of the knife shook like a falling leaf in the autumn wind. Not to mention the precision of cutting through the flesh. The patients surrounding the operating table instantly lost their patience. They let out strange hisses, and the smiles on their faces became twisted and cruel. The next second, several cold arms reached out. The poor guy was dissected on the spot amidst the chaos of ripping and screaming. They grinned like seasoned butchers, skillfully dismantling his unqualified, trembling hands and placing them directly on his empty wrists, moving them around a few times as if to test the feel of his new hands. His fearful useless eyes were gouged out and carefully set into the face of some companion with a vacant eye socket. Even his heart, which was still thumping, was pulled out by a thin hand, and held up and handed to a strange figure next to him, who had a big hole in his chest, and was in desperate need of parts to replenish it. Every one of your parts can be a much-needed consumable in their eyes. There, useless waste, not even qualified to be complete fertilizer. Sumu frowned imperceptibly. It's kind of fun. He continued to look down. Then, his eyes rested on the last record and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Record number, Top Secret 007. Copy name, Grievance Hospital. Rating, S. Highest known progress, Day 6. Final number of surviving players, 0. Not a single survivor? This is a bit different from what he experienced in his dream. Although his dream world is also very dangerous. Can even be said that every time in the edge of death crazy temptation, but at least, dream he, theoretically have a chance to live to the end. Intelligence supplement. There have been several batches of players who have entered, including many senior people with real medical skills, and even real-life chief physicians. Some players excelled in the early stages and successfully integrated into the hospital system, disguised their identities, gained the trust of certain NPCs, and even became the backbone of the department. However, all recorded attempts at raiding were collectively prompted to fail the mission and ruled dead by the evening of the 6th day. The cause of death is unknown, the process is unknown, and it is suspected that he was instantly obliterated by some force that overrides the rules of the copy. On the 6th day, a mass violent death? There's something fishy going on here. Sumu raised his head and shouted towards the corner of the living room. "Matron, come here a minute." In the corner, the nurse's head spiteful spirit, who was holding a small special spray bottle, carefully spraying the pot of tangled heart guile fruit, whose branches and leaves were spreading out and emitting a faint aura of guile power. With thin guile power, shivered a little. She put down the spray can and lightly came to Sumu's side, trying to squeeze out a hint of currying favor on her face, but she couldn't hide the fear in the depths of her eyes. "Mr. Su, Sue, what are your orders? Sumu pointed to the message on the screen, his tone flat. Grievance Spirit Hospital. On the 6th night, all humans who go in will die. Do you know what's going on? The head nurse's face instantly turned white, and her eyes flickered in horror, as if she had remembered something extremely frightening. The 6th day. Night. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and even her spirit body was a little unstable, rippling around the edges. Specifically, I'm just a little head nurse on a shift. Where I'm qualified to know something so confidential? She subconsciously rubbed her hands together, a small gesture that belonged to her. She seemed to remember something. Her voice lowered even more. Almost only 2 people could hear, but I seem to have heard a few of the more qualified nurses in our department privately chewing on it. Every once in a while, almost when the human players stay until the 6th day, that new Vice Dean Lin will call all the department heads, and the chief nurse and them, too, go to the top floor dean's office for a meeting. Her tone was full of mystery and fear. Exactly what meetings are held is anyone's guess. It's so secretive every time that even the corridors close to the office are cleared. Just know that every time they come down after a meeting, those humans who came outside seem to have evaporated. All gone. Their bodies would later turn up in the morgue on the 2nd basement level, stacked one on top of the other, like little mountains. It won't take long to be disposed of by those cleaners. So many of them are missing arms and legs. The parts that can be used seem to have been all taken away. She dry heaved a bit, though as a spiteful spirit she didn't have an entity to vomit on. That Lin vice president is really too wrong. Usually you don't see anyone at all. The hospital's big and small affairs are all left to the people below, but as long as they show up, it's not good. The atmosphere of the entire hospital has become depressing and scary. Vice President, last name Lin? Sumu's eyes stared slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop. I'm afraid this is the real core difficulty of the Grievance Hospital copy. It was also the key to the 0 survival rate in Day 6 regimentation. The head nurse was still rambling in a small voice, with a strong sense of resentment and a hint of anticipation. I also don't know when Dean Xiao will be back. If Dean Xiao was still around, he definitely wouldn't let that Vice Dean Lin do whatever he wants so much. The Vice Dean is a madman. Alas, in the past, when Dean Xiao was here, the hospital was also chaotic, but at least the rules were still in place. Unlike now, where it's chaotic, and when they say someone is dead, they are dead. It seems that within this grieving spirit hospital, it's not all ironclad. Sumu was thoughtful. I'm afraid that the biggest obstacle on this trip to the Grudge Hospital is this mysterious Vice President Lin. Sure enough, it still has to be figured out. Chapter 75, Entering the Hospital of Grievances. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by quietly. The day of the opening of the replica is here. During this period, Yi Jinghua ran to Sumu's place almost every day, sometimes even coming twice a day. The creases on the old general's face seemed to have deepened a few points from worry. It was obvious that he was telling Sumu that he was not at ease. This is a seedling he has his eye on. Hanxia Dragon Soul. In case something went wrong, not only him, but the entire Hanxia would face a huge loss. Su kid, the S-class copy is not trivial. The water inside is very deep. You must be very careful. I know it's dangerous, but Elder Yi also has to believe in my strength, right? Sumu interrupted him, a trace of a smile hanging on his face. This statement, Yi Jinghua did not know how many times it had been repeated. Sumu's ears were almost cocooned. How could he know that Sumu's familiarity with that grievous spirit hospital was probably deeper than this neighborhood he lived in? In Yi Jinghua's eyes, Sumu's this initiative to ask for help is simply to send his head to the guillotine. It is youthful. It is gambling with his own life. The old general sighed. No more persuasion. Just patted Sumu's shoulder. Be careful in everything and come back alive. 10 minutes before the copy opened, an icy cold system prompt sounded in Sumu's mind without warning. Detected player Sumu actively choosing to enter the S-ranked copy of Grievance Hospital. This behavior is extremely risky and exploratory, and meets the system's hidden trigger conditions. One unknown surprise package is hereby awarded. Please note, this gift pack can only be opened after successfully surviving for 24 hours in the Grievance Hospital replica. Oh, there's a prize for actively choosing a copy? This system is quite good at giving people surprises. Survive 24 hours? Shouldn't be too hard. The last 5 minutes before entering the copy, Sumu's gaze turned to the nurse's head spiteful spirit that had been staying quietly in the corner, like a real human maid, carefully wiping the furniture. In the past few days, she had managed to put the house in order, and even the pot of tangled heart tricky fruit had become much more spirited. When I go in, keep an eye on this pot of tangled heart creepy fruit. His voice was still flat, but with an undeniable undertone. The head nurse's wiping motion lurched and she turned around in a hurry, bowing slightly as she waited for the following. After I settle things at the hospital, maybe has a way to send you back. The head nurse raised her head violently, looking at Sumu with some disbelief. Her empty eyes seemed to be slightly reddened. Send me back? To go back to the place that, though horrible, was her only home? She thought that she was nothing more than a temporary fostering tool, an existence that could be obliterated at any time. Mr. Sue, he's even thinking about himself? A complex emotion surged through her illusory heart, causing even her cold spirit to feel a hint of warmth that had been missing for a long time. Don't worry, Mr. Sue, I will definitely take good care of it. I'll wait for you to come out. I'll wait for you to come out. Her voice had a catch in it, as if she had found a new anchor. Sumu nodded noncommittally, with no particular expression. 7 days. He held out a finger and gestured. See you in 7 days. Before he turned around, he added one more sentence, his tone turning suddenly cold with a morose warning. Remember, stay here and never hurt anyone. Those ordinary people out there. The military, even ye old man. Any of them? No. Otherwise, wait for me to come back. He didn't finish his sentence, but the icy coldness in his eyes and the undisguised killing intent in his words caused the head nurse to shiver with excitement, and his spiritual body darkened a few points. She had no doubt that if she disobeyed the order, her end would definitely be 100 times more miserable than being thwarted by Vice President Lin in the Grievance Hospital. The head nurse nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, shaking her head like a rattle. I remember. Never hurt anyone, I swear. Looking at Sumu's about to disappear, she suddenly felt, these last few days of human life don't seem so unbearable? Not only the temperamental but occasionally strangely humane Mr. So, and that old General Yi who always smiles and brings snacks and fruits to visit Mr. Sue, he even, incidentally, cares for her a little in an offhand manner as well, like how well you're adapting, what you're used to, etc. Then in that spiteful hospital where there was only endless work, it's more like a home, isn't it? Copy of Grievous Spirit Hospital will be open soon. Countdown for transmission. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Transmission begins. Sumu's silhouette, in place, instantly became blurred, transforming into dots of shimmering light and disappearing. In the living room, the only thing left was the head nurse's spirit of grievance, and the pot in the corner, with its branches and leaves swaying slightly, emitting an ominous aura of tangled heartgile fruit. After a short period of dizziness, the scene in front of Sumu's eyes gradually became clearer. The strong, pungent odor of disinfectant, mixed with a hint of blood and corruption, went straight to his nose. In the dimly lit corridor, the overhead light flickered on and off, emitting a zipping sound. The walls were covered in stains and dried dark red. Sure enough, it's here. Grievance Hospital. It was almost exactly the same as the scenes that appeared in his countless nightmares. A cold, lifeless place of despair and madness. A few patients in tattered gowns and pale faces, with empty eyes, wandered aimlessly in the corridor, their movements as stiff as puppets on strings. Occasionally, doctors wearing blood-stained white coats and nurses wearing masks with numb eyes pushed tin carts that made ear-splitting squeaking noises as they hurried past, oblivious to everything around them. They were oblivious to everything around them. Not far away, a figure in a security uniform stood against the wall, motionless, with only the occasional roll of his eyes to prove he was still alive. Everything was spooky. Sumu slightly squinted his eyes, adapting to the light and atmosphere here. At the same time, he felt a commotion and suppressed exclamations of surprise coming from around him. He turned his head to look. Sure enough, there were others who were teleported in with him. There were about 20 to 30 of them, of different skin colors and dressed in a variety of ways, apparently from different countries and regions. At this moment, most of these people's faces were written with horror, bewilderment and disbelief. It seems that not everyone was as prepared for this place as he was. Welcome players to the S-Rank Terror Replica, Hospital for the Disgruntled. Number of players involved in this copy, 31. Mission objective, survival for 7 days. Warning, death within a copy is a real death. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 76 Surgical Replication First Use. Sumu should be hired for surgery. Just then, a slightly bloated figure walked out from behind a closed iron door deep in the corridor. With a not-so-small stomach and his hands behind his back, he paced squarely in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the frightened or bewildered faces. Ahem, he cleared his throat. I am the chief of surgery in this hospital. You can call me Director Liu. By the looks of you guys, you're new here, right? Director Liu pushed up his glasses, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. As it happens, the hospital has been busy with business lately and is extremely short of manpower. He paused, seeming to enjoy the newcomer's fear. There are a lot of sick people and a lot of dead people, so there is a desperate need for fresh blood. That's creepy to hear. You have 1 hour. Director Liu stretched out a finger and waved it in the air. Within this hour, you must find a job in the hospital. Any department, any position, anything. It doesn't matter if you are a doctor, a nurse, a carer, a cleaner, or even a janitor for the mortuary. Just prove that you still have value to the hospital. when the time comes, those who haven't found a job yet. He purposely stretched his tone, his eyes sweeping over the crowd with undisguised malice. Deal with it on the spot. Dead. The player base exploded when this was said. What? An hour? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? In previous copies, there was at least a 12-hour lead time for screening identities. Yeah, how are you going to find a job in an hour when you haven't even scratched the surface of how big this hole is? This is simply not giving a damn. Panic spread like a plague. With desperate whispers and suppressed sobs, Director Liu pulled out his ears, oblivious to the chaos in front of him, his face showing impatience. What's all the yelling about? It's noisy. This is a new rule set by Vice President Lin. If you have any opinions, you can go to him and mention them. The crowd that had just been clamoring instantly quieted down quite a bit, looking at each other with despair and helplessness written all over their faces. But there were a few, maybe 3 or 4, who, while their faces were equally grave, did not lose their composure like the others. They just frowned slightly, their eyes flickering as they seemed to be quickly analyzing the situation in front of them. Sumu's gaze swept over these people and his heart was clear. It seemed that there were indeed players in this group who, like him, had actively chosen to enter this S-ranked copy. Sumu's brows also wrinkled slightly. His original plan was to find a way to sneak into the secretary's office and take out the token. But it's only an hour now, and time is running out. It would take quite a while to get from here to the administration building, even if it was unobstructed, not to mention having to avoid the wandering shenanigans. That's a road that, odds are, isn't going to work. Must get an identity to stabilize first. But, Sumu examined himself. He doesn't know anything about medicine. He can't even do the job of a nurse practitioner, let alone a surgeon. Should I apply for a job as a janitor? Or a morgue keeper? That would be too passive, and there would be no way to access the hospital's core secrets, let alone investigate Vice President Lin's bottom line. Just when Sumu was thinking about countermeasures at a rapid pace and felt a bit tricky, and so on. Skills? A light flashed in Sumu's head. Artistic reproduction. His natural skill is said to be able to copy and parse any skill that is judged to be a weird unit. Does healing count as a skill? Especially in this hospital. I'm afraid that the medical skills of these doctors are inherently bizarre, right? It's worth a try. As his mind turned, Sumu immediately targeted the artistic replication on Director Liu, who was not far away. Copyable skill detected. Analyzing. In the next second, a stream of information flooded into his mind. List of reproducible skills. Surgical proficiency LV. 7. Proficient and highly skilled in various surgical procedures. Lesion survey LV. 5. Able to quickly locate lesions and sense abnormal vital signs through special means. Suture hemostasis LV. 6. Mastering efficient and weird suture hemostasis techniques. Insufficient conditions to parse. Insufficient conditions to parse. Sure enough it can. Moreover, this Director Liu's surgical skill level wasn't low. It reached LV. 7. That's enough. A player's intent to copy the skill surgical mastery LV. 7 foot has been detected. This skill requires 100,000 GUE coins to duplicate. Do you confirm? 100,000 guineas? Sumu's current Guile coin balance was still quite a bit, enough to pay for it. Confirmed. Without hesitation, Sumu murmured in his mind. Guile coins have been deducted. Skill surgical mastery LV. 7 foot has been successfully copied. Tip: this skill is a copy skill. Proficiency is temporarily locked, cannot be improved by conventional means, and may have unknown side effects. Buzz. A torrent of ponderous and subtle surgical knowledge and surgical techniques instantly flooded into Sumu's brain like a stream of data. Craniotomy, amputation, organ transplantation, clearing and suturing. Countless bloody and precise operation images flashed rapidly in his mind, as if he had really stood on the operating table for hundreds of years. It was only LV. 7, but it was enough to qualify him for this surgeon's position. Side effects? Sumu couldn't care less for the time being. Survive first. Just as the other players were still panicking or racking their brains for countermeasures, just as Director Liu clasped his hands to his chest and watched with cold eyes, seemingly enjoying this feeling of controlling the lives and deaths of others, Sumu, however, suddenly raised his hand amidst a background sound of noise and despair. His movements were not fast, but unusually firm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Director Liu. Sumu's voice was calm and clear, penetrating the buzzing chatter around him. Excuse me, can I apply for a job as a surgeon? What? As soon as he spoke, it was as if the noisy scene had been pressed the pause button, and it was instantly quiet for a split second. Everyone's gazes, including the condescending Director Liu, brushed and focused on Sumu. The air seemed to freeze. After a brief moment of dead silence, the crowd erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Who's this? Crazy. Ha, applying for a job as a surgeon? Does he know what this place is? Surgery. That's one of the departments with the highest mortality rate. I heard that not many people who go in there make it through their first night shift alive. I'm afraid it's not a rash. Crazy for eyeballs? No. Suddenly, a voice with horror and disbelief rang out from the crowd. Wait a minute. This man. I think I've seen him before. Another voice quivered and picked up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I remember. It's him. It's Hanxia Dragon Soul, Sumu. Which Sumu? Which else could it be? It's that ruthless person who cleared the Scarlet Tavern's S-rank copy with an SSS rank rating. What? It's actually him? Oh my god. How did he get here? Shouldn't Big Brother be going to a higher level copy? Why would he come to the Grievance Hospital? And he volunteered for the most dangerous surgeon job? What the hell does he want? For a while, the player base completely exploded. After all, this is the man who has worked miracles in desperate situations. Maybe he really has something to fall back on? Chapter 77, The Prepared Player. Meanwhile, Blue Star. In the country of Hanxia, the pop-ups were rolling at an unprecedented speed within the officially set-up terrorist replica live streaming room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Moo God is awesome. Directly applying for a job as a surgeon? Awesome. This aura. Facing the S-rank copy of the weird NPCs without a change of color. Is this the Hanxia Dragon Soul? Love it, love it. Countless compliments and exclamations swiped the screen, representing the excited mood of the Hanxia audience at the moment. But soon, worried voices bubbled up as well. Wait, surgeon? Isn't that one of the most dangerous positions in this copy? Yeah. Does this copy require a real medical background or the survival rate is extremely low? Does Mu Shin know how to heal? I don't think it's been mentioned. It's over. It's not going to be bravado, is it? This is an S-ranked copy. Can't afford to make waves. There were still quite a few Hanxia people who were in a cold sweat for Sumu. On the other hand, in the live broadcast room of several countries that had been at odds with Hanxia and had even suffered a great loss due to the damage to their national fortunes after the last copy of the Scarlet Tavern, there was a different scene. Oh, laughing, Hanxia's Dragon Soul? I think it's a stupid ass. A surgeon? Does he think this is a family affair? Without specialized skills, he's a fresh corpse going in there. What an ignorant person. Our white elephant country has sent a professor from the country's top team of surgical experts this time, and he also took the initiative to apply to enter this copy. That's right, our island country has also sent experienced medical elites. This copy, we're 9 out of 10. Watch, this time we must let the Hanxia people know what it means to be truly desperate. The revenge from last time. Double it this time. All sorts of sneering and gloating pop-ups filled the live streams of these countries. Naturally, Hanxia's audience was not willing to give in and immediately went out to spar. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The god of Mu has his own plans. A bunch of defeated men. What qualifications do they have to bark here? Just wait and see. Mu Shin will perform another miracle. Silly ex-white elephant. Didn't get beaten up enough last time, did you? For a while, the pop-up area of the live broadcast was filled with smoke, and at this moment, inside the Hankuka Supreme Command Center, the atmosphere was heavy. The gazes of all the executives were locked onto the large central screen. The upright figure that walked into the surgical area of the Grievance Hospital, the Hospital of Grievances, which is the only S-ranked horror replica currently in progress. Worldwide, its importance cannot be overstated. More crucially, the player inside was Sumu, the man who had cleared the Scarlet restaurant with an SSS-ranked evaluation by himself, bringing a huge increase in the national fortune of Hanxia, and was known as the Dragon Soul of Hanxia. His every move not only touches the hearts of hundreds of millions of nationals in Hanxia, but is also the center of attention of the whole world. Nonsense! Yi Jinghua slammed the table, issued a bang a loud noise. Next to a few clerical staff startled, he stared at the screen, veins popping up on his forehead. What the hell? A surgeon? He's an average college graduate who hasn't even touched a stethoscope a few times. What the hell does he know about surgery? The old general was in a real hurry and even exploded. Sumu's information. These senior management have long been over and over the study of countless times, from elementary school to university. Clear, and medicine 2 words. 8 poles do not hit. Elder Yi, calm down, calm down. A middle-aged man in military uniform next to him hurriedly advised. This kid, another senior political official wearing glasses, also frowned and pushed his glasses. Isn't that a little too flashy? Yeah, after clearing an S-rank copy once, the mindset might be a bit arrogant, which is not good. Grievance Hospital is a S-class copy cannot allow half a bit of fluke and impulsive. In case of mistakes, we Hanxia good hard to get the lead, will instantly disappear, and even lag behind other countries. Inside the command center, there were continuous discussions, and many of the higher-ups expressed their worries and incomprehension about Sumu's choice, and even some hidden disappointment. Right at this moment, the old man who had been silent, sitting at the first place with a gaze as deep as the sea, slowly raised his hand. The raucous chatter came to an abrupt halt. All eyes were focused on the old man. A little peace and quiet. The old man's voice was calm, but it carried a sense of security that Tarzan would not fall. Sumu, this young man, I've observed him, and he's never been aimless. If he dares to do this, he must have his backing. Let's just keep reading. After the old man finished speaking, he stopped speaking, and his gaze was redirected to the screen, with a hint of anticipation in his deep eyes. Yijingwa took a deep breath and forced down the anxiety in his heart, but his tightly clenched fist still revealed his inner tension. Su boy, don't anything happen to you. The camera cuts back to the eerie and spooky Grievance Hospital. In the face of Sumu took the initiative to apply for the surgeon's requirements. Director Liu first froze for a moment, did not seem to expect that someone would dare to choose this meat and potatoes. With that, his bloated face grinned a morose curve at the corners of his mouth and pushed up his greasy glasses. Oh, a surgeon? He looked Sumu up and down, his eyes like a butcher looking at the meat on the chopping board. Courageous. Okay, I approve. But, Director Liu's tone became steeply grim. I should remind you that we don't keep idle hands in the surgery, and we don't welcome fakers. If you're just trying to blend in without any real skills. He suddenly came closer to Sumu, almost pressing against his ear, and said sorrowfully in a voice that only two people could hear, "It's going to be very interesting what happens to you." The malice and bloodshed in that tone almost curdled into substance. However, Sumu didn't have any extra expression on his face and didn't even raise his eyelids. He just nodded calmly, as if he hadn't heard the threat. Thanks, Director. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Director Liu, turned around, and walked straight towards the depths of the corridor, the iron door labeled surgical area. His back, in the dim, swaying light, looked unusually calm, even subdued. Left alone in the hall, a group of players with different faces and minds. After a short silence, the suppressed murmur resounded again. He really went? My God, Han Xiaolong's soul. Does he really know medical skills? Or is he looking for death? Surgery. I've heard that none of the doctors and nurses there are sane. Didn't they say that the players who used to go in and apply for surgery didn't even make it past the first surgery? Does he have any special props or skills? Who knows? What's in the big man's mind? We can't guess it. Anyway, let's find a safer position to live in first. A janitor will do. Panic and confusion once again enveloped the crowd, but Sumu's actions had undoubtedly cast a huge stone in their hearts, stirring up layers of ripples and making it clear to them that time was of the essence. After all, they'd been looking for a job for a mere hour. Chapter 78, Mysterious Female Player? Deputy Secretary. In the hall, after a brief moment of dead silence from the remaining players, an even more intense commotion erupted. What are you waiting for? Get a job. Surgery can't go. The rest is always fine. Janitor. I'm going to be a janitor. Nobody takes it from me. Panic is spreading rapidly. Right in the middle of this chaos, in the corner, a few figures appeared unusually calm. At the head of the group was a tall, blonde white man wearing a customized suit that looked like it was worth a lot of money, which looked a little out of place in the eerie environment, but his eyes were sharp. His name is James, and he's from the ugly country. Beside him stood a grim-faced man from the island nation, a woman from the Kinchi nation with icy eyes, and a dark-skinned, silent, burly man from the White Elephant nation. These four, unlike the other randomly selected players, they applied for admission to the hospital for the disgruntled on their own initiative. And it was prepared. The island man stared dead on in the direction Sumu had disappeared in, his teeth clacking. Mr. James, that culmination man, how dare he elect surgery? The Kimchi Nation woman also had a spiteful glint in her eyes. Humph, something that doesn't know how to die. Just in time. Save us the trouble of doing it. Last time in the Scarlet restaurant copy, the elite players sent by the three countries were annihilated by Sumu, which not only resulted in a loss of face, but also led to the frequent occurrence of natural disasters in the country, and a significant decline in the country's fortunes. This blood feud, they are thinking of revenge all the time. This time when they entered the Grievance Spirit Hospital, their biggest target was Sumu. Shut up. James didn't even look back at the two men, his gaze still fixed on the empty hallway entrance. Don't make an issue out of it until you get the union president status. From now on, pretend you haven't seen that Kulharshan. The positions in the hospital, from largest to smallest, are, roughly, President, Secretary, Vice President, Deputy Secretary, Union President, Chief Financial Officer, Heads of Departments, and Chief Nursing Officer. Further down the line are the doctors in the various departments, and the nurses. They had studied it carefully, and as long as they got the position of the union president, they could basically lie their way through the Grievance Hospital. The corner of James's mouth curved into a cold arc as he turned his face sideways, his turquoise blue eyes sweeping over the three men around him. For this mission, the top just wants results. If anyone is holding up a copy of the raid because of a personal vendetta, James' tone became playful, with a hint of cruelty. I don't mind cleaning up my own people first. As the words fell, the bodies of the island man and the kimchi countrywoman, including the burly man from the white elephant country who had been silent all along, trembled slightly and uncontrollably. Their faces instantly lost their blood color and their eyes were filled with scorn. Others may not know, but they are well aware of James' terror. Not only was this man powerful and ruthless, but more importantly, the ugly kingdom had bestowed him with an extremely bizarre and mysterious prop in order to ensure that this S-rank copy of the raid was foolproof. That prop is said to be able to make the target completely perish after suffering unimaginable pain in silence. Mr. James, we got it. The three of them hurriedly lowered their heads, no longer daring to have the slightest objection. James nodded in satisfaction and straightened his collar. Let's go and apply for a job. He took the first step and walked towards Director Liu. The three immediately followed. Director Liu. James' voice carried a confident aplomb. We need jobs. Director Liu raised his greasy face, and when he saw that it was these obviously different people, the impatience on his face tightened slightly. Oh, what kind of work do you guys want to do? James smiled slightly. I'm a doctor of clinical medicine, specializing in internal medicine diagnosis and treatment. The island man immediately interjected. Anesthesiologist. The Pickle Nation woman chimed in. Nursing specialist with years of experience in critical care. In turn, the burly man from the White Elephant Kingdom said in a jarring voice. Apothecary. The four of them, before they came in, had a pretty extensive medical resume, coupled with the training and learning of specialized knowledge for the Grievance Hospital. Each has acquired very proficient professional skills. However, the only person who chose surgery as Subai did. That's the most dangerous place to be. Director Liu pushed up his glasses, carefully sized them up for a few moments, and seemed quite satisfied. Not bad, not bad. All much needed talent for the hospital. Internal medicine, anesthesiology, ICU, pharmacy. Report yourselves. Thanks, Director. James thanked him politely, then led the three men calmly in the direction of their respective sections. Watching James, several people so easily obtained the professional counterpart of the job. The rest of those who were still hesitant, or want to pick up the ordinary players, completely unable to sit still. Is Director Liu's hospital still short of toilet washers? Director Liu, I can do anything. Mop the floor, washing dishes, carrying corpses, anything. The players surrounded Director Liu. Surprisingly, this ferocious-looking creepy NPC did not get angry at the moment, but instead answered slowly and methodically. The cleaning department is still short of men to clean up the blood and garbage on all floors. The kitchen also needs help with side dishes and cooking. The morgue is just short of a couple of night watchmen. Otherwise it just moves too much at night. Director Liu enumerated the positions, each of which sounds simple but is clearly normal. But it has been a lifesaver for players on the brink of extinction. Soon, most of the players received their ID tags and went to their respective jobs. In the hall, it grew quiet. In the end, there was only one player left, still standing alone. Director Liu's cloudy eyes, hidden behind his lenses, noticed the alien. It was a player wearing a pure white mask. The mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of unusually calm eyes, but judging from his figure, it should be a woman. She seems to have saved it for last on purpose. Director Liu grinned, revealing a smile that was a mixture of sarcasm and cruelty. Oh, everyone's got a job and you're the only one standing here. He took a step towards the masked player, his obese body casting a huge shadow. What? Is it because you don't think those jobs are good enough for you? Or is it, you want to die? A cold killing intent enveloped her like substance. However, the female player remained calm. She didn't say anything, just slowly raised her hand. In his hand, he held a thumb-sized seal. It was an official seal that looked to be some years old, made of mahogany, and engraved with 3 large, bright red letters. The expression on Director Liu's face instantly froze. He stared at the seal dead in the eyes, the corners of his eyes twitching. You are the Deputy Secretary? Chapter 79 just came in for surgery. On the other side, Sumu had no knowledge of what was happening in the hall. He had followed the signs to the entrance to the surgical department. The tip of the nose picks up a very heavy, mixed rust and formalin odor. Only just standing, without even having time to survey the surroundings, a nurse with a face as white as paper and eyes as deep-set as if she were a skeleton floated over in a gust of wind. Her gaze was pinned straight on the identity card that was temporarily affixed on Sumu's chest. Surgeon General. Sumu, Dr. Su, great, you're just in time. Hurry, there's an emergency surgery over here. The patient is in very critical condition and it needs to start right away. She didn't even wait for Sumu to respond. Her withered fingers directly grabbed Sumu's arm with an incredible strength, almost dragging him inside. Sumu was yanked and stumbled, but his heart was clear. It seems that this Grievance Hospital is really short of staff. I just reported in and had to be pulled onto the operating table before I could even get a drink of water. he was half pushed, half shoved by the nurse, around a corner and into an operating room that was lit up with a ghastly white light. The strong smell of blood, mixed with the scent of corruption that even disinfectant couldn't completely mask, hit the air. On the operating table, under the bright shadowless light, lay a creepy female who didn't look too old, with a surprisingly morbidly pretty face, but at the moment, her abdomen was left completely open, like a display case that had been brutally cut open. Where are the normal organs in there? It was all writhing, tangled together, dark reddish blackened chunks of flesh and some unidentified sticky tissue, and even tiny tentacles could be seen twitching slightly. The scene was extremely gory and stomach-churning. Next to the operating table, there were already several doctors and nurses standing around, also wearing green scrubs, masks and gloves. Their eyes were empty and numb, only moving slightly when they saw Sumu being pushed in. The cold metal instruments sat in a tray, glowing morosely in the bleak white light. This overly exciting scene instantly caused the pop-ups in Hanxia's livestream to explode. Asterisk. High energy ahead. This can't even be topped with coding. Vomit. I can't. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch a livestream on my phone. It's too damn disgusting. Is this the operating room of an S-rank copy? Can Sushin do it? This isn't even healing. This is dealing with a pile of rotten meat, right? Beside the operating table, a middle-aged male guile glanced at Sumu and spoke in a voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing. Dr. Su is here? Good. The anesthesia has been completed. You can proceed with the surgery. The other young female trick nurse who stood opposite him and was in charge of handing out instruments quietly came a little closer to Sumu. New Dr. Su, you have to pay attention. This is the only daughter of the chairman of the Hidu mining group. Her status is very honorable. If anything goes wrong, the female creepy nurse didn't finish her sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. Sumu, however, acted as if he hadn't even heard their comments and reminders. He just calmly walked over to the sink, performed a quick and standard preoperative sterilization, then stepped aside and moved to change into a sterile surgical gown and put on his gloves and mask. The whole time, there was not a single moment of panic or hesitation. Then he walked straight to the main knife position on the operating table. His eyes fell on the dissected abdominal cavity, and he picked up a sharp scalpel. Seeing that Sumu really took over this hot potato so consciously, the several bizarre medical staff next to him glanced at each other. The corners of their mouths, hidden under their masks, were curved in sinister acquiescence. Hey, here comes a rash who's not afraid to die. This Hidu heavy industry gold's injuries were too serious. Almost all of her internal organs were eroded and necrotic by the strange energy, accompanied by uncontrollable hemorrhaging, and she was about to die. In this situation, not to mention them, even Zhang, the deputy director upstairs, did not dare to take over easily, for fear of taking the responsibility and angering the irascible chairman of the Hidu group. Only Director Liu might have some certainty, but how can he be bothered to manage this side of the emergency room right now? This new human kid, who had taken the initiative to run into the gun, just made a perfect shield and scapegoat for them. Even if the person dies on the operating table, it's still an operational error on his part as the lead surgeon, and the blame is all on him. Perfect. A few creepy medical nurses were secretly happy in their hearts, and were ready to watch the show where Sumu's hands were tied, ultimately leading to the patient's death and then being torn apart by the angry family members. However, the next scene made the eyes of these creeps, who were waiting to see the joke, about to stare out of their sockets. Only Sumu's wrists flipped. His movements were precise, stable, and incredibly fast, cutting, stripping away eroded necrotic tissue, probing for hemorrhages, and suturing ruptured blood vessels. Every move he made was as standard as a textbook, yet smooth and comfortable, without the slightest hint of unnecessary maneuvering. It's simply an art of violent precision. Surgical forceps number 7. Without lifting his head, Sumu's voice calmly issued instructions. The young female trick nurse next to him subconsciously handed it over. Gauze, wipe the sweat. The other nurse froze for a moment, but took the gauze and symbolically dabbed it on his forehead. Attractor, clean up the blood buildup. Instructions are constantly given with clarity and precision. The creeps at the operating table, including the middle-aged male creep who had started the conversation, all looked dumbfounded. Is this TM, a new intern? What an international joke. This surgical skill, this clinical response, this psychological quality, not to mention the trainee doctors. Even for them, the veterans who had been working in the Grievance Hospital for dozens or hundreds of years, they asked themselves that they couldn't do such a smooth and easy job. This kid, what the hell is going on? At the same time, Hanxia's live broadcast room was instantly and completely boiled. The pop-ups erupted like a volcano. Awesome. Voice breaking. Sushin really knows how to do surgery. And so, holy, I can't read it at all, but I'm blown away. The moves are too cool. Steady. It's too stable. This maneuver is simply pleasing to the eye. It's even better than the top experts in those medical documentaries I've seen. Don't blow it awkwardly in front of you. But there's one thing to be said for Sushin. This wave of operation is really handsome. Did he graduate from medical school? Who dares to say that Sushin is relying on luck? This is real skill. And sporadic skepticism and denigration is just bubbling up in the live streams of Ugly Island and a few other countries. Showmanship. It must be a fake. How could a human possibly operate on Creepy? He was just lucky. That Creepy didn't resist. It was instantly disliked by the reacting Hansha viewers with even more surging pop-ups. Sour. Just hard sour. Is it hard to recognize that others are good? Wasteful players from your own country don't even dare to pick a surgery. And you're getting antsy when you see our Sushin on a roll? Jumping to your feet? Shut up and watch properly if you don't understand. This is the strength of our Hansha Dragon Soul. Watch. Sushin will surely lead the whole game. Hensha Command Center. The images of Sumu's surgery were clearly shown on the widescreen, until Sumu's operation gradually into a good situation. Stable control of the situation has been taught nerves, the face of the top management. Only coincidentally, altogether a big sigh of relief. Yijinghua even couldn't help but raise his hand, wiping a handful of fine cold sweat that had seeped out of his forehead at some point. He looked at the calm, focused figure on the screen and murmured in a heartfelt whisper, "My goodness, this kid almost gave me a heart attack. I thought he chose surgery on impulse, but I didn't realize he had this in him." Speaking of this, Yijinghua's eyes became incomparably complex, carrying a strong sense of awe. How many other surprises is he hiding that we don't know about? Chapter 80. The patient's family comes to the door. The last stitch fell. Sumu put down the needle holder and glanced at the wall clock. No more, no less, exactly 1 hour. In the operating room, there was dead silence. The few creepy medics who had been waiting for a good show had their jaws on the floor at the moment, their eyes glazed over. This is the end? 1 hour? Taking care of a mess like meddling with 1,000 golds that kills anyone who touches it? Is this really the new intern? You're kidding. This level of skill is more than enough to be our vice chairman of surgery. Even Director Liu himself may not be faster and more stable. Sumu, however, paid no attention to the shocking waves that rose within them. He neatly undid the lacing behind his back and removed his filth-stained scrubs and gloves, tossing them into a nearby yellow bucket of filth. The movements were dashing, as if he had just accomplished a trivial and insignificant thing. I'll leave the rest to you, and keep an eye out for post-operative reactions. His voice remained calm, not the slightest hint of exhaustion or triumph audible. With that said, he walked out of the operating room without looking back, leaving behind him a crowd of creeps who were still winded. Sumu followed the signs and quickly found the surgical clinic. It was empty, with only a few rows of cold metal chairs. He picked a seat in the center at random and leaned back comfortably, even crossing his legs and gently tapping his toes on the ground with a click. Surgery is as dangerous as it sounds, and the slightest misstep could see you torn to shreds by an enraged creepy, triggering an instant death ending. But Sumu, together with Xiao Running, stayed in the Grievance Hospital for a long time, and his heart was clear. Surgery is instead one of the few departments that can relatively touch the fish. After all, not every shenanigan requires open-heart major surgery. Most of the time, I guess it's just sitting around waiting for patients to come in and dealing with minor injuries. It's heaven compared to other positions that require constant patrolling, checking in, and maybe even getting involved in bizarre internal factional fights. Moreover, Sumu swept a glance at the passage marking on the side of the outpatient room. Administration building. It was only a corridor away from his real target, the office with the secretary sign. It was a godsend, touching fish and scouting both. When it was time to leave work, he could touch over and take a look without any problems. Perfect. The creaky old wooden door to the outpatient clinic was pushed open just as he was making his calculations. A male trickster with a greenish-black face, still smelling heavily of damp earth, and walking with a limp walked in. He cupped a crumpled registration slip in his hand and looked around blankly. When his gaze landed on Sumu, who was sitting leisurely in the doctor's seat, he obviously froze for a moment. Human? Doctor? A flash of dismay and skepticism flickered in the male trickster's cloudy eyes. He frowned, as if he thought he was in the wrong place with his old eyes. He even backed away, looking up hard at the rusty sign on the door. Surgical clinic. That's right. Grass. That's bad luck. The male creep cursed under his breath, spat in disgust, and turned to leave, looking like he'd rather get back in line to register than let a human see him. Sumu looked at his hastily departing back, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a knowing yet helpless smile. It's true, it wasn't just Dr. Creepy who didn't treat human players well. Even the creepy patients couldn't trust human doctors in their hearts, especially in a department like surgery where you have to go under the knife. It's good that there's just no one to bother, and it's enjoyable. However, the smile on his face didn't last 3 seconds. Ding! System mission released. Task: successfully see and manage 10 patients in the surgical clinic. Current progress, 0/10. Remarks, failure of the mission will trigger an unknown penalty. The smile on Sumu's face instantly froze, and the corner of his mouth even twitched. I'm leaning, and this mandatory task? System, do you have a grudge against me? You don't want me to lie down on purpose, do you? On his side, he was gritting his teeth and bellyaching about the system not doing its job when the door opened again. This time, the one who came in was a female weirdo wearing a wide hospital gown, her face as white as paper, covering her abdomen, looking very painful. Her eyes were slack and she seemed to be in pain. Sumu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the desire to spit, and immediately replaced it with an amiable and professional smile. This sick, he had just opened his mouth, ready to show off his exquisite medical skills. The female trickster raised her eyes to see his face. The next second, as if she had seen a ghost, she turned around and ran out the door without saying a word. That speed, so athletic that it didn't look at all like a patient covering his stomach, was much sharper than the crippled man's shenanigans just now. Sumu's hand, which was extended in preparation for a greeting, awkwardly stopped in midair. Bad, completely broken. The patient doesn't trust him at all as a human doctor, especially here in surgery. Who would dare to let a foreigner, a human who looks so young, cut and treat his wounds? If this were internal medicine or some random psychiatry or counseling department, you could still fool around and get close by talking. Surgical stuff, it's real technical work, and trust comes first. This is a problem. 10 patient quota. How long will it take to fulfill? Do we have to go out on the street and catch creeps to see the patients? Sumu was feeling a rush of headache when out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure floating over. It was the young female trick nurse who had been in charge of handing out instruments in the operating room earlier. She walked to Sumu's table and stopped. Dr. Su. Her voice had little rise or fall, but a hint of sympathetic compassion broke through those empty eyes. It's like looking at a guy who's about to have bad luck. The family of the patient from that surgery just now is here, asking for you by name. The female nurse's tone was flat, but the content made Sumu's heart thump. Family members looking for me? His brow instantly tightened and his heart missed half a beat. It's not, is it? The surgery went well, and the aftercare was clearly explained. Could it be that there were some post-operative complications? Or did the young lady just die? He clearly remembered that the nurse said that the chairman of the Hidu mining group was not a good person. If this comes to trouble, a not-so-good feeling quickly spread through his mind. Just then, it didn't give Sumu time to think carefully at all. There was a sudden clutter of heavy footsteps in the corridor outside, coming closer and closer, accompanied by a rough, angry roar that almost toppled the ceiling. Who's Sumu? Where is that human Dr. Sumu who operated on my daughter? Get thee out of here! The voice was like thunder, exploding throughout the entire surgical area. Chapter 81, Dr. Su, who has done a wonderful job. Sumu gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face didn't see the slightest panic. Instead, it was light and breezy. What's meant to be is meant to be. There's no hiding from it. He straightened the collar of his white coat, which had no creases at all, and stepped out. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a strong fury came over him, only to see that in the center of the corridor, there stood a burly creepy man nearly 2 meters tall, with a big waist, wearing a black satin tang suit. His face was stacked with horizontal flesh, his eyes were fierce. He had a gold chain around his neck that could hold a dog, and several shiny gemstone rings on his fingers, so he was not a good person at first glance. Behind him, stood in unison a dozen bodyguards wearing black suits, wearing sunglasses bizarre, all expressionless, exuding the icy atmosphere of uninviting. The battle was a few degrees more intimidating than when the hospital security guards assembled just now. The surrounding bizarre doctors and nurses who had originally been watching the scene were all like the plague at the moment, either shrinking back to their respective departments or sticking to the wall and avoiding it from afar. Even those few hospital security guards who had been pointing their fingers at Sumu just a moment ago were so weird that they couldn't wait to stuff themselves into the cracks of the wall for fear of being caught in the wave of this battle. The entire surgical corridor was silent, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The burly man's gaze swept over Sumu and slowly removed the toadstools on his face, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. You are Sumu? The voice was low, with an intensified sense of oppression. Fragile humans he could tear apart in a heartbeat. Sumu, however, seemed as if he didn't feel the pressure, as he casually inserted his hands into the pockets of his white coat, slightly raised his chin, and spoke in a flat tone. At the hospital, please call me Dr. Su. With these words, it was as if the mute button had been pressed on the entire corridor. Those creeps who were watching from afar, one or the other, were all petrified. There was disbelief in his eyes. Is this guy crazy? He's got a long life? Dare to talk like that to this big man who's obviously here to seek revenge? Even the imposing burly man himself was visibly stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected to receive such an answer. his brows furrowed slightly as he stared at Sumu, as if he was re-evaluating the weak-looking human in front of him. Meanwhile, Blue Star, the pop-ups instantly exploded in Hanxia's official live broadcast room. ********. I give Sushin full marks for this pussyfooting around, but it's also too dangerous. It's over. I've overplayed my hand. If I just conceded from the start, there might have been a turnaround. The opposite side is a copy of the big guy. Don't be impulsive. In the highest command center of Hanxia, Yi Jinghua and a number of other senior management heart, but also instantly raised in the throat, dead staring at the screen, palms full of cold sweat. Who knows? Just when all the shenanigans were expecting blood to be spilled in the next second, the ferocity on that burly man's face suddenly melted away like ice and snow, and was replaced by a warm smile that was almost flattering. He took a violent step forward, and his hands tightly gripped Sumu's hands that were still stuck in his pockets, shaking them vigorously. Oops, Dr. Su, divine doctor, what a miracle doctor. His voice was still loud, but his tone was filled with excitement and gratitude. You are truly wonderful. Hua Tua. I heard all about my daughter's condition just now from the nurse. It's critical. She's hanging on by a thread. If you hadn't stepped in, my daughter this dramatic reversal directly dumbfounded the surrounding creeps. One by one, their eyes were wider than copper bells. Their jaws dropped, completely confused. Just now, they were at cross swords. Why are they suddenly thankful? Even a few guys hiding in the shadows, who were also players and ready to see Sumu's jokes, were also confused at the moment, wondering if they had entered some kind of phantom copy. The burly man wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, his tone tinged with fear and gratitude. Dr. Su, thank you so much. My name is Zhao Shanhe, the chairman of Underworld Mining. This is my daughter, Zhao Qian. He mentally patted his chest, which was as thick as a bucket. Alas, it's all my fault. A few days ago with the deadly rival's fire merge, accidentally even dragged Qian. Let her be hit by that insidious rotting bone through the heart spell, only to become just now that ghostly appearance. Those goddamned bastards. When I free my hands, I'll have to thwart them. If it wasn't for your instantaneous decision and excellent medical skills, this baby girl of mine would be, alas today. The consequences are unimaginable. He was so angry at the mention of it that he spat. I've been to that piece of Deputy Director Zhang before. That old boy pushed back, saying something about the situation being complicated and needing to be observed. Observation my ass. I think he's just afraid of the responsibility, or simply doesn't have the skills. He spat hard. A bunch of waste snacks. Can't count on any of them in a critical moment. Compared to you, that surname Zhang is not even worthy of lifting your shoes. It's a complete contrast. Zhao Shanhe gave Sumu 2 thick thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Saying that, Zhao Shanhe suddenly tightened all his expressions and his expression became incomparably solemn. He turned to Sumu and bent down deeply, bowing 90 degrees. Dr. Su, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. In the future, if you have any use for me, Zhao Shanhe, I'll do whatever it takes. The dozen or so black-suited bodyguards behind him also followed in unison, bending and bowing, their movements neatly organized and imposing, bringing up an overcast wind that caused the temperature of the corridor to drop a few degrees. As they bent over, they spoke in unison. Dr. Su, great kindness, we keep it in mind. Sumu, however, was made to laugh and cry a little by this battle, and hastily reached out his hand to support himself in vain, while putting up his index finger on his lips and making a shu gesture. Dong Zhao, please don't. He lowered his voice. You're making too much noise, affecting the rest of the other patients. Inside the hospital, no noise is allowed. Zhao Shanhe froze at his words, then he straightened up with a miso and hurriedly covered his mouth with his large bushy hand, only revealing a pair of eyes, nodding his head repeatedly in apology, and also bowed with his hands together. Then he jerked his head around, lowered his voice, and raged at the group of still bowing bodyguards behind him. Hear that? Dr. Su said the hospital has to be quiet. What are you all standing around for? Do you want to revolt? Don't know the rules at all. What a disgrace to me. The group of black-suited bodyguards silently straightened up and looked at each other with speechless eyes. After admonishing his men, Zhao Shanhe turned back around, a respectful smile piling up on his face again. He carefully fished out a pure black hot-stamped, cool-to-the-touch business card from the inner pocket of his tang suit, cupped his hands, and respectfully handed it over to Sumu. Dr. Su, here's my personal contact information. In the future, in this Grievance Hospital, no matter where, as long as you say the word, I, Zhao Shanhe, will be at your beck and call. I'll never be ambiguous. Chapter 82 Looking for Zhao Shanhe to pull patience. This dramatic reversal in the corridor instantly lit up the official Blue Star Hanxia broadcast room. Asterisk. Su God is awesome. This ing works too? I thought I was dead. How can this be reversed? Ha ha ha. I told you that Sushin must have a backhand. Now it's a slap in the face. Arrogance in the front and respect in the back. This big man changed his face too quickly. It's true that strength is the only thing that counts. Light of Hanxia. Forever dropping God. The pop-ups were like boiling water. Cheering, in stark contrast to the worries of a moment ago. However, audience statements from other countries paint a very different picture. Meh, just lucky. It's just that the blind cat bumped into the dead rat, and it just so happened that the woman was dying, and was saved by him just messing around. How powerful can an indigenous boss in this kind of copy be? It's just bluffing. That's right, truly powerful players don't even bother to get in good with such NPCs. In particular, viewers from the White Elephant, Cherry Blossom, and Kimchi countries were acidic, with all sorts of disparagement and skepticism. Luck? You call that luck? The Hanxia viewers immediately disliked it with all guns blazing. Didn't you see Biggie say it was a rotting bone through the heart spell? Didn't you hear Biggie say that no other doctor could do anything about it? You call it luck to be able to perform emergency surgery, remove necrotic tissue with precision, and find a bleeding point in that short period of time? Is it so hard to admit someone else is good? Bunch of lemons. Sushin just relies on strength. If you don't like it, hold it in. The hubbub on the internet aside, inside the Hankuka Supreme Command Center, it was a real big sigh of relief. Yi Zhenguo looked at Su Mu, who was laughing and joking with the creepy big man on the screen, and only felt his eyes jumping. This kid engages in this kind of cardiac arresting operation every time. Can we save people some heartache? The old man next to him, that Hanxia top head who sat steadily in the center, had a faint smile on his face at the moment. Jingu, nervous? The old man picked up his teacup and gently blew on the hot air. This is the seedling that several of us old guys saw together. We have to have more confidence. What? You're starting to question your vision now? When Yi Zhenguo heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, revealing a bitter smile. I'm not questioning. He paused and sighed. The main thing is that Su Mu, this kid's acting style, is really too unconventional. Who's a good guy who goes into a horror copy, calls the boss's brother and makes the other guy owe him a favor in the process? Meanwhile, other corners of the Grudge Hospital copy, the commotion made by Su Mu's side naturally couldn't be hidden from other players who had the intention to pay attention to him. Baka, again, the Sakura Nation player, his face so gloomy that it could drip water, slammed his fist hard against the wall next to him. It's the same as that time at the Scarlet Tavern. This guy's luck is too good. The female player from the Kimchi Kingdom, wearing a white coat with shady eyes, also gritted her teeth. Asterisk luck. He must have gotten lucky. On the other side, the White Elephant country player with dark skin and a cloth scarf wrapped around his head also frowned. Surgery is extremely risky, and even Senior Dr. Creepy can't guarantee 100% success. He's a human, and the first time he enters this copy, he can come across this kind of key character who is on the verge of death and can be revived by him. It's too much. He rubbed his chin, a flash of suspicion in his eyes. I seriously doubt that Su Mu has any special props or buffs that increase his luck. Only James, the rookie king from the Ugly Kingdom, who was known as the most promising rookie king, was unusually calm at the moment. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he looked at the image of Su Mu on the screen. Luck? No, it just goes to show that he's not just relying on luck. To be able to seize that silver lining in a desperate situation and have the ability to turn it to his advantage. This guy, he's a real opponent. His eyes scornfully swept over the few indignant-looking allies around him. All of you, put away your ridiculous contempt and envy, until the final goal is reached and that Union President status is obtained. No one is allowed to make any rash moves and spook me. Got it? James's tone was undeniable and carried a powerful oppression. Although the players from Sakura Country, Pickle Country and White Elephant Country were unconvinced in their hearts, they also knew James' strength and the importance of the plan, so they could only forcefully suppress their heart's displeasure and answered in a low voice. Surgical outpatient corridor. Zhao Shanhe's appearance, as well as his respectful attitude towards Su Mu, caused those surrounding shenanigans and players who had originally wanted to watch the spectacle or have crooked thoughts to completely put out their fire. There were a few people who were also of player status and slightly weaker, and they even moved their minds just now, wanting to not take the opportunity to go over and hug Su Mu's thighs. After all, to be able to make such a big man who was not to be messed with at first glance treat him like this, Su Mu was definitely not simple. But when they saw the dozen or so fierce black-suited bodyguards behind Zhao Shanhe, the thoughts that had just popped up were instantly snuffed out. Just kidding, Zhao Shanhe was polite to Su Mu. That was repaying the favor. Who are they? Getting together for fear of not being taken by those bodyguards bizarrely is unsuspecting and torn apart on the spot. Moreover, looking at Sumu's breezy appearance, he might not be willing to take care of them. If you provoke this big god to be unhappy, then it is not worth losing. Forget it, let's just find another opportunity. The crowd had different thoughts, but all wisely chose to stay away. Over here, Sumu looked at the eager Zhao Shanha and really remembered something that needed his help. Zhao Dong, since you said so, Sumu mused for a moment. I do have a small favor to ask. When Zhao Shanha heard this, his eyes lit up and his big hands clapped his chest with a thump. Whatever you say, Dr. Su, not to mention small favors, even if it takes my old Zhao's life, I won't even frown. He didn't even ask Sumu what favor he was going to do, he just took it in stride. This bravado, on the contrary, made Sumu think highly of him. Sumu's expression became a few points more solemn as he looked at Zhao Shanha and said seriously, it's like this, Zhao Dong, can I trouble you to pull some patients over for me? What? The bravado expression on Zhao Shanha's face instantly froze, his eyes widened, and he pulled out his ears, wondering if he had heard wrong. Pull patients? Do you still need to pull patients, doctor? If you raise your hand, there will be a crowd. Sumu looked at his dumbfounded expression and sighed helplessly, pointing at himself. It can't be helped, Dong Zhao, who made me a human? Those creepy patients saw me and ran. Where would they dare to let me see them? He's still 10 patients short of completing his system mission. Chapter 83, Quest Completion. Reward creepy affinity by 10%. Zhao Shanha first froze at his words, then reacted with an expression of sudden realization on his face. Oh, so that's what this is about. He slapped his thighs together in a flash of realization. Hi, I thought it was something amazing. Understood, Dr. Su, you're human. Those ungrateful contraptions look down on you. I'll take care of this. I'll take care of old Zhao. Dr. Su, wait a moment, I'll be right back. After saying that, and not waiting for Sumu to say anything else, he turned around in a windy manner and took the dozen or so black-suited bodyguards and left in a rage, leaving a field of bizarre and players in the corridor who hadn't fully reacted to the situation staring at each other in disbelief. After he left, Sumu familiarized himself with the simple medical equipment in the outpatient clinic in general, even though they all looked rusty and bloodstained. As expected, Zhao Shanha's efficiency was not covered. One might even say outrageous. 10 minutes isn't even up yet. A commotion was heard from outside. Immediately after that, his original A Weird Shadow cannot see the outside of the surgical outpatient clinic, but also a long queue in a big way. At a glance, there were all sorts of demons and devils in the ranks. The ones with missing arms and legs, the ones with their heads cracked open, the ones that have swollen into a ball of flesh, the ones that have lost the lower half of their bodies. The corner of Sumu's eye twitched viciously. This efficiency is also too fast, right? Old Zhao, this is to catch the strong man? Or did he just pack up all the patients in the neighborhood? Hey, hurry up in front. What's the point of dawdling? That is, when exactly will Divine Dr. Su start seeing patients? I took this number from old Wang with great difficulty. He's regretting it all over. The bizarre patients in the group had begun to push a little impatiently, and the information revealed between their words made Sumu even more confused. Take a number? Zhao Shanha, this brown man, in the end used what shocking means, and they have a limited registration? Taking a deep breath, Sumu forcibly suppressed the countless things in his heart. He walked to the doorway, trying to squeeze a smile on his face that appeared as professional and kind as possible, and lifted his hand and pressed it downward. Patience, take a moment. I'm going to start treating everyone, so please line up in order, one at a time. With that, he turned back to the clinic and sat down in the chair that looked like it might fall apart at any moment. The first patient was brought in by a black-suited bodyguard. It's a creepy one with a fruit knife stuck in his head that walks with a flutter. Sumu didn't change his face and gestured for Creepy to sit down. A brief inquiry, and a quick check around the wound, confirmed that there are no other complications. Sumu reached out. His movements were fast, accurate and ruthless, and with a pft sound, he cleanly pulled out the fruit knife and casually threw it into the nearby medical waste garbage can. Next, the wound was briefly wiped with a piece of sterilized gauze that looked like a blackened rag. Okay, next. The whole thing took no more than 30 seconds. The hanged man froze and touched his empty head, then looked at the knife in the trash can, as if he hadn't reacted yet. Only after being invited out by the bodyguard did it give a jolt of excitement and whimpered twice at Sumu's back, as if to say thank you. The second one to come in was a knight creepy in tattered armor, only the upper half of his body, floating in midair and reeking of a strong putrid stench. Its left arm was broken at the shoulder, and the wound was bloody, with black pus constantly flowing, and even wriggling maggots could be seen. Wound infection, tissue necrosis. Sumu was concise. He picked up a surgical instrument shaped like a scraper. In the eyes of the knight's strange horror, directly on the hand, bared a few times, the rotting meat and maggots scraped clean, revealing the bottom of the black bone is still fresh. Then, From a nearby jar labeled Strong Muscle Cream, Special, he dug out a pile of black, strange-smelling ointment and directly pasted it on the wound. Okay, stay out of the water for 3 days. Sumu paused and added. The knight eerily looked at his treated wounds and then at Sumu, his only remaining one eye filled with disbelief. It opened its mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, it turned into a dull low roar, nodded at Sumu, and floated out. The third patient, a female weirdo with a swollen stomach like a drum and a blue face that looked like it could blow up at any moment. She covered her stomach with a pained expression and kept letting out moans. Sumu didn't let her sit. He just walked around her in a half circle and stretched out his finger to falsely point a few times on her stomach. There seemed to be a faint, unfathomable flash of ghostly light at his fingertips. The yin chi is stagnant, blocking the operation of the soul chakra. Sumu made the diagnosis. Then, he merged his fingers like knives and slashed at the female guile's stomach in the air. There were no wounds, no blood, but the female guile's swollen stomach quickly deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face regained a few shades of blood, though it was still pale. Hiccup, the female trickster burped with a rich, shadowy aura. She touched her flat belly with a soothing expression and looked at Sumu with eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Many thanks, Dr. Su. She thanked him in a hoarse voice, then left on light feet. The next patient had all sorts of strange and bizarre injuries. Broken bones, internal organs, misplaced, burned by cursed energy. Sumu all handled them one by one with great speed and precision. For a moment, the clinic was filled with sounds of awe and thanks from all sorts of bizarre creatures. Asterisk. That's good? Much faster than Dr. Wang next door. Hiss. This human doctor. He really has 2 skills. No wonder Boss Zhao thinks so highly of him. The one who can pull the Zhao family's daughter back from the ghost gate is really a miracle doctor. Divine Dr. Su. I'll recognize you from now on. Soon. The long-awaited system beep sounded in Sumu's ears. Task: successfully see and manage 10 patients in the surgical clinic. Current progress: October 10th. Mission accomplished. Mission reward: internship status transferred. Creepy affinity increased by 10%. Current creepy affinity: 10 out of 100. Creepy affinity: the higher the affinity, the lower the probability of being actively attacked by the creepy, and a certain chance of obtaining additional information or help from the creepy. That's it? Sumu raised an eyebrow. The conversion was expected. After all, the commotion made such a big deal, but that weird affinity sounds like a little bit of a downer. Still, it's better than nothing. Sumu stroked his chin and thought, maybe if we brush up on our affinity, we'll be able to get some inside information about the mysterious vice president and the 6th Day Massacre. Just as Sumu was pondering, a slightly bloated figure appeared in the doorway of the clinic, interrupting his thoughts. It was that big-bellied, gold-rimmed glasses-wearing chief of surgery, Director Liu. Director Liu's face was piled with a kind, even somewhat fawning smile as he walked in quickly. Dr. Su. He had a loud voice and carried an air of enthusiasm. With all the commotion outside just now, I guessed it must be you, kid. Director Liu walked over to Sumu and patted his shoulder affectionately. According to the hospital's cough, according to the decision of your superiors, you have performed excellently during this internship, with excellent skills and high medical ethics. He cleared his throat and continued. That's why the hospital has unanimously decided to process your transfer with immediate effect. Congratulations, Dr. Su. From internship to regularization, your speed is breaking the record of our Grievance Hospital ever. Director Liu looked at Sumu with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Very efficient and skilled. In particular, the ability to handle patients with acute and serious illnesses is outstanding. Do a good job. I think highly of you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Sumu responded without moving on his face, but his heart was like a mirror. Record-breaking? Medical ethics? I think it's thanks to Zhao Shanha and Zhao Qianliang. Having saved the daughter of the chairman of Underworld Mining, I'm afraid that I'm no longer an ordinary player or intern doctor in this Grievance Hospital copy now. Rather, it is a piece of everyone's eyes, and even want to pull together to utilize the meat and potatoes. Chapter 84, Plain and Simple. Zhao Shanha, face-plastered Director Liu. Sumu was thinking on this side, when a loud voice that was crisp and with a bit of inviting came from the doorway. Divine Dr. Su. Old brother Su. My old Zhao is back. Zhao Shanha walked in with a red face and large strides, still followed by the group of imposing black-suited bodyguards. He had an undisguised smile on his face and a look in his eyes that said, "Praise me. Well, I'm not so bad at this efficiency, am I?" He walked up to Sumu, looking like he was waiting to be praised. When Director Liu next to him saw this, his eyes instantly lit up, and his face immediately piled up with an almost fawning smile, his waist subconsciously bending a few points. Oops, Zhao Dong. Hello. He hastily stretched out his hands, wanting to shake hands with Zhao Shanha, his face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. I'm Liu, the director of the surgery department of this Grievance Hospital, and, sort of the immediate leader of Dr. Su. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Sumu, fearing that the newly promoted redhead would be displeased with something. Zhao Shanhe, however, only glanced at him lightly, casually hummed two sounds. Perfunctory attitude is obvious. His attention, completely focused on Su Mu. Dr. Su, look. Zhao Shanhe sidestepped and glared at the bodyguard behind him. The two black-suited bodyguards immediately stepped forward, moving neatly to unfurl a bright red flag? Yes, a red brocade banner that looked rather dated, with large, crooked golden letters that read "Wonderful hands bring back the spring." Sai Hua Tua. High medical ethics warms the guileful heart, presented to Grievance Spirit Hospital's divine Dr. Su Mu. The inscription reads, presented by Mr. Zhao Shanhe, chairman of the board of directors, and all the staff of the Hedu mining industry. Su Mu, this style of painting, how suddenly become so earthy and hardcore? Zhao Shanhe was obviously very satisfied with his handiwork, pointing at the flag and grinning. I was down in the hall just now, and I had someone pull this flag and yell a few times with a loudspeaker. Let's just say that you, Dr. Su, are sitting in the surgical clinic, specializing in treating all kinds of difficult and miscellaneous diseases, and guaranteeing that the medicine will get rid of the disease. Hey, guess what? Those who were hesitant or ready to go to other departments, once they heard that it was Dr. Su who cured Zhao Qianqian, they all ran to hang up your number in a flash. I'm hurrying to send you the flag first, and in the meantime, I'll see if you're busy on your side. The corner of Su Mu's mouth couldn't help but twitch again. He had never expected that this chairman of the underworld mining industry, a big man worth an unknown number of billions of dollars, would have such a plain and unassuming way of pulling in patience. It's really all about shouting. Grounded. So grounded. It's almost as if the replicas are playing catch-up. Taking a deep breath, a helpless smile appeared on Su Mu's face. Zhao Dong has a heart. He reached out and took the slightly heavy banner, and it was cool and slippery in his hand, obviously made of unusual material. Thanks to Zhao Dong's help, this is really enough patient indicators now. Director Lu saw a gap and hurriedly came back up, a smile on his face. You are so thoughtful, Dong Zhao. This recognition of our hospital, of Dr. Su, we will definitely keep it in mind. He patted his chest in reassurance. You can rest assured, Zhao Dong. Subsequent to Miss Zhao's observation and care in the intensive care unit, all of us in the hospital, especially our surgical department, will absolutely deploy the most capable medical and nursing staff to keep an eye on her 24-hour shifts. Guaranteed foolproof. Zhao Shanhe actually felt some disdain in his heart as he listened to Director Lu's words. When I thought my daughter was critically ill and couldn't find anyone in the world, this surname Lu ran faster than anyone else and couldn't even see a shadow. Now that Dr. Su has saved a life and is in the limelight, he's coming over to stick it to you? Humph, wallflower. But, Zhao Shanhe glanced at Su Mu, who was calm and composed next to him. After all, this old boy was Dr. Su's top boss. If he made the relationship too rigid, what if he gave Dr. Su small shoes in the future? Although for him, Zhao Shanhe, pinching such a surgical director was not much harder than pinching an ant. But he didn't want to cause trouble for Dr. Su, and he didn't want Dr. Su to be ostracized in this hospital because of himself. Can be in this kind of eating people do not spit out bone place to mix to the position of chairman. Zhao Shanhe, this point of human feelings is still clear. Thinking of this, the expression on Zhao Shanhe's face eased a bit, but there was still little enthusiasm. Director Lu is also an accomplished character. One look at this reaction of Zhao Shanhe, how could he not understand? With a twinkle in his eye, he immediately found a step down. That's right, Dong Zhao, and Dr. Su. He slammed his thigh like he just remembered something important. About this afternoon, the matter of that assistant director Zhang over at the emergency operating room who went AWOL. I have understood it well. It is simply outrageous. Neglect of duty, Director Lu said with righteous indignation, as if he was the one who suffered the most. If it wasn't for Dr. Su's order to take over in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If anything happens to Zhao Qianjin, he, Zhang Dahai, can't be blamed. Don't worry, Dong Zhao, wait to turn back. No, I will go now. I'll go and criticize him severely right now. Definitely give him a deep lesson. As he spoke, he observed Zhao Shanhe's face. Zhao Shanhe didn't bother to look at his sympathetic appearance and directly waved his hand, interrupting his performance. All right, enough of this wishy-washy talk. His tone was unquestionable and carried an air of superior majesty. I'll just say one thing. Zhao Shanhe looked at Director Lu with sharp eyes. I will only recognize Dr. Su for any subsequent treatment and assessment of my daughter Zhao Qianxian's physical condition. Anyone else, is no good. Understand? Director Lu's heart was flabbergasted when he heard this, but then he was overjoyed and hastily nodded his head. Understood. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. He was assured as if he had been given a holy decree. It's a must. In the future, all of Miss Zhao's conditions will be reported to Dr. Sue at the first opportunity. Everything will be based on Dr. Sue's diagnosis. This is simply a thigh falling from the sky. As long as you hold on to Dr. Sue, it's the same as holding on to Dong Zhao. Zhao Shanha saw that what should be knocked down was knocked down, and what should be accounted for was also accounted for, and felt that it was almost time. He turned around, and his face instantly switched back to the kind of enthusiasm and respect he had when facing Su Mu. Divine Dr. Su, then I'll leave you to your work for now. He rubbed his hands together, his tone even taking on a hint of careful flattery. I have to rush to the ICU to check on that Chen girl. If there's anything you need on your side, anything missing, or any ungrateful person who dares to trouble you, you call me anytime. He patted his chest. In this Grievous Spirit Hospital, I can't say anything else, but to smooth out a little trouble. I, old Zhao, still have a few thin spots. This attitude, and the look of love and disdain when facing Director Liu just now, was a complete contrast. Director Liu watched from the sidelines, his heart sour, but his face didn't dare to show half a bit of dissatisfaction, still maintaining a respectful smile. Chapter 85, Pickle Country Female Gamer Care? Busted. Zhao Shanha was about to turn around and leave. Su Mu, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Dong Zhao, wait a moment. It just so happens that I don't have anything particularly urgent right now, so why don't we go over together to see how Miss Zhao is doing? Zhao Shanha froze at his words, and then his face instantly erupted with even greater surprise. Oops, that's great, that's great. He slapped his thigh in excitement, his voice an octave higher, shaking the brocade banner next to him slightly. If you, Divine Dr. Su, are willing to take a look yourself, then Xian's recovery is even more assured. Go go go, let's go now. Zhao Shanha's attitude was almost like treating Su Mu as a life-saving straw, and he couldn't wait to offer him up immediately. He immediately enthusiastically sidled over, almost half-swathing Su Mu's shoulders, signaling to walk together. The intimacy was as if the two were long-lost brothers with different surnames. Su Mu didn't move to keep a subtle distance, but he didn't brush off the other party's face either. Director Liu hurriedly piled up a smile and followed, walking behind the two side by side. He was a surgical director, but at this moment, he was like a dutiful follower. A group of black-suited bodyguards spread out silently, in a semi-circumscribed guard around, with steady footsteps, alert eyes, and a compelling aura. The group just swarmed, heading in the direction of the ICU. The hallway was filled with occasional moans and muffled cries, if any, from all around. The smile on Zhao Shanha's face tightened a bit, adding a bit more gravity and an undisguised earnestness. He moved slightly closer to Su Mu and lowered his voice. Elder brother Su, there's something I have to deliver to you in advance. Chen, she is my Zhao Shanhai's only daughter, my old Zhao's life. He paused for a moment and looked at Su Mu with complicated eyes. When you look at it later, whether she's in a good or bad condition, even if there's just the slightest hint that something's not right, please do tell me at the first opportunity. As long as I can make her better, I, old Zhao, can afford to pay any price. The meaning of these words was clear to Su Mu. It wasn't just a request. In words, it was a request that he should devote 12% of his attention to Zhao Qianqian's situation, and not be the least bit sloppy. Su Mu nodded slightly, his expression still calm and unperturbed. Don't worry, Dong Zhao, duty calls, I'll watch carefully. Getting this promise from Su Mu, Zhao Shanha obviously breathed a huge sigh of relief. His face rebloomed with a smile mixed with gratitude and expectation, and he patted Su Mu's arm vigorously. Good. With these words from you, Divine Dr. Su, I feel much more at ease. Director Liu, who was intentionally or unintentionally left behind by the two men, followed silently, but his heart was quietly flooded with mutterings. He surreptitiously observed the back of Su Mu, who was walking in front of him, and an indescribable sense of doubt surged to his heart. This Dr. Su gave him a feeling as if he was not generally familiar with the route of this spiteful hospital. Obviously, it's the first day to report to work, and even the joining procedures have just been completed for the interns. One must know that the internal structure of the Grievance Hospital was notoriously weird and twisted, with a spatial structure that was completely inconsistent with the logic of the human world's architecture, and full of all sorts of dead ends and traps. A first-timer would definitely be as lost as a headless fly without a familiar face to lead them. This is completely at the opposite extreme from the human world's pursuit of symmetry and harmony and practical architectural aesthetics. But Su Mu walked up, but it was like a walk in his own backyard garden, with a steady pace, and when he occasionally needed to turn a corner or choose a fork in the road, he didn't seem to have much hesitation or observation, and appeared to be very natural. Director Liu dared to vouch with his position as chief of surgery that he had absolutely, positively, 100% never seen Su-Mu's face in the hospital before. Could it be his own fault? He frowned darkly. Perhaps he just happened to follow Zhao Dong and subconsciously imitated his footsteps. After all, Zhao Dong was a regular customer here. Director Liu gently shook his head, shaking this untimely thought out of his mind. What's the point of all this nonsense now? The most important thing right now was to find a way to firmly hold Zhao Shanha's thick and strong golden thigh. This will make it much easier to rate yourself for promotions afterward. What does Su-Mu's familiarity with the hospital have to do with him as a director? As long as I can serve Dong Zhao, it's better than anything. Turning a corner that smelled even more strongly of medicine, the heavy, double doors of the ICU, covered in dark red stains, appeared in front of the group. In the doorway stood several numb-looking, hollow-eyed paramedics, their white coats also stained with various suspicious marks. Zhao Shanha took a deep breath with worry on his face and was about to go forward and push the door. Right at this moment, Su-Mu's gaze but suddenly slightly condensed, fixed on a figure next to him who was pushing a medical trolley with his head down, preparing to turn around and leave from the side passage. It was a young woman in a pink nurse's uniform, tall and well-proportioned, with a fairly clean face, except for an undisguised gloom and vigilance between her eyebrows. The scent is a bit familiar. A light flashed in Su-Mu's head. Female gamers in kimchi countries. I can't believe she didn't apply for a doctor's job and chose a nursing position instead. Does it feel safer? Or is there something else going on? The female player had obviously noticed the arrival of Su-Mu and his group as well, especially Su-Mu, who was half wrapped around his shoulders by Zhao Shanha. In her eyes, obvious shock first darted across, then turned to scorn, but she reacted extremely fast and immediately lowered her head deeply, pretending that she didn't see Su-Mu and the others at all, and accelerated her footsteps, pushing the squeaky car and trying to slip away from the side. Su-Mu was not a person to be messed with, and now was by no means the time to have any interactions with him. Wait! Su-Mu coldly opened his mouth, instantly breaking the silence of the corridor. The female player who was about to bolt froze in her tracks and her body tensed. Not only her, but even Zhao Shanha and Director Liu next to her, and even those few creepy medical nurses at the door, all cast their gazes over in unison. Su-Mu ignored the different lines of sight around him and took a step straight to that female player's medical cart. Then, casually picking up several of these labeled glass pill bottles, moving closer to the top of the bottle, he took a closer look at the color of the liquid inside and the writing on the label, and even put it under his nose and sniffed it gently. As time passed, Su-Mu's brows frowned tighter and tighter. He then raised his head and looked straight at the female player whose face was starting to turn a little white and whose eyes were averted. Are you really a nurse here? Su-Mu's scrutiny and skepticism was not hidden at all. That Pickle Country female player had been holding a fire on Su-Mu because of what happened between Hanxia and Pickle Country before, and now that she was stopped by him in front of so many people and questioned him so much, she immediately felt humiliated and was a bit annoyed. She snapped her head up, straightened her back, and disliked back with a cold, forced composure. Of course I'm a nurse. Is this outfit a fake? On the contrary, you, a doctor in training who only came here today. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do here? The corner of Su-Mu's mouth hooked up into an icy arc as he gently shook a few pill bottles in his hand, and the liquid in the bottles swirled with it. Oh, yeah? Then you don't even know that mixing the three medicines, corrupted heartgrass juice, broken intestine flour liquid, and soul condensing agent together will immediately produce a poison that is strong enough to make even a grieving spirit's god's soul to be unstable. This kind of basic pharmacological common sense you don't even know? The air seemed to freeze at those words. Director Liu was still standing on the sidelines, ready to see if the situation is to come out to make a roundup and maintain the hospital's internal unity. But when he heard the names of the several medicines spoken out of Su-Mu's mouth, and then subconsciously came closer to see the crooked and bizarre words on the labels of the several medicine bottles in Su-Mu's hands, his face, swished, instantly became as white as paper. On his forehead, beads of cold sweat beaded up. Are you trying to get us ing killed? Chapter 86, Kimchi Country female player dies. The enthusiasm and expectation on Zhao Shanha's face instantly froze, and on his face was a rapidly spreading panic. He jerked his head around, his eyes scanning back and forth between the pale-faced Director Liu and the equally pale-faced pink nurse. That Kimchi Country female player was even more trembling, as if struck by lightning, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with disbelief and fear. What's going on? Zhao Shanha rushed to Su-Mu with an arrow step. His voice was a bit discolored due to nervousness, and grabbed Su-Mu's arm with great force. Divine Dr. Su, what does Director Liu mean by that? His eyes were round, blood even crawling on the whites of his eyes from the excitement, and his voice was hoarse and low. My daughter Qian is lying here in the ICU. That extreme concern for his daughter's well-being almost set his entire being on fire. Not waiting for Su-Mu to open his mouth to explain, Next to him, Director Liu had already looked like he had fished for a life preserver, trembling his hands and frantically wiping the cold sweat that kept breaking out on his forehead while shivering and pointing at the kimchi country's female player, shouting incoherently, Zhao, Zhao Dong, she, these bottles of medicine in her hand, rotting heart grass juice, broken intestine flour liquid, and the soul condensing agent. If this is mixed together, it will produce an extremely terrifying toxic vapor, colorless and odorless, but it spreads extremely quickly, not to mention ordinary people, even if a grudge spirit inhales it, their souls will be shaken and their strength greatly reduced. Weaker Eri would even directly destabilize their souls and be on the verge of dissipation. If she pushed this car into the ICU, then, all the patients in there, including MS. Zhao, I'm afraid. Director Liu didn't dare to say the words that followed, but the meaning was already self-evident enough to give anyone the creeps. What? Zhao Shanha was like being hit by 5 thunderbolts. His face instantly turned iron blue, then crimson red with violent anger. He turned his head violently and stared at Sumu dead in the face, eagerly seeking a final confirmation. Divine Dr. Su, what Director Liu said is true? Sumu met his almost fire-breathing gaze and nodded calmly. There was no extra explanation, but that one nod had been the final judgment. Ah! Zhao Shanha let out a deafening roar up to the sky. A terrifying aura surged out from his body like an explosion. The temperature of the air around them plummeted, as if they had instantly entered an ice cellar. The dark red stains on the walls of the corridor seemed to come to life and began to wriggle and twist, forming a ghostly face that wailed in agony. On the ground, a dense black gas tumbled and spread, emitting a nuisance corrosive sound. You damn! How dare you hit on my daughter? Zhao Shanha's eyes were crimson, his body was surrounded by black gas, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. The group of black-suited bodyguards behind him, who were originally as silent as stone statues, also moved at the same time. An inhuman scarlet glow flashed in their eyes, various bizarre patterns emerged on their body surface, their muscles were gnarled, and their bones emitted unbearable cackling sounds. Morbid killing intent enveloped the female kimchi country player. No, not me. In the face of this heaven-destroying terrifying might, that kimchi country female player was scared out of her wits, letting out a shrill shriek and falling limp on the ground, snot and tears streaming down her face. It's planted. It's slander. She crawled backward on her hands and knees, trying to get away from Zhao Shanha, the killing god who was about to go berserk, hissing incoherently in her own defense. I researched it. I watched a lot of nursing instructional videos. I know the precautions of using these medications alone. There's no way I could have made a mistake. Absolutely not. It's you. It must be you. Sumu. In desperation, she raised her head violently, her gaze filled with resentment and madness locking onto Sumu in death. You're just looking at me the wrong way. You're targeting me. You're getting back at our great kimchi nation. She tried to put all the blame on Sumu's head, inciting antagonism between the countries. Live streaming. Hanxiao's side. This kimchi country stickman has a hole in his head, right? Caught in the act. He bites back. Classic dumping. What a puke. Trying to throw any dirty water on our Sushin? Zhao Dong her to death. This kind of person is a scourge if she stays in the copy. Calm down upstairs. As angry as it is, this is a horror copy and there seems to be a limit on killing. The Kimchi Nation viewers also reacted quickly on their side. Ashy it is. I knew it. That Hanja person has been targeting our contestant Kim Min-ji from the very beginning. It's so shameless. It's definitely planted. How could we, Min-ji, work so hard to make such a cheap mistake? Demand that the copy give a fair judgment. We can't let the Hanxia people bully others with their power. Protest. Strongly protest. Inside the replica, the atmosphere in the corridor had been oppressive to the extreme. Director Liu was about to add a few more words to the story, beat the dog, and in the meantime, show credit in front of Zhao Shanha. Su Mu, however, raised a hand, signaling him to be at ease. Then, he looked condescendingly at Kim Min-ji, who was paralyzed on the floor. His tone was flat, but with an insightful coldness. What you just said is half right. The use of these medications in isolation, following standard care processes, really doesn't pose much of a risk. But, Su Mu's words turned, and his eyes became sharp as a knife. You have overlooked one of the most important, and deadly, details. The air of this grieving spirit hospital is itself permeated with an extremely high concentration of yin-foul qi. This kind of aura will produce an extremely subtle catalytic reaction with the soul condensing agent. Alone, this reaction is minimal, almost negligible. But once corrupted heart grass juice and broken intestine flour liquid, two medicinal liquids of diametrically opposite natures, are slightly catalyzed by the yin fiendish qi in the soul condensing agent in the case of mixing. The toxicity produced would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, it would instantly produce a geometric and drastic increase, forming what I just said, a horrifying poisonous mist that can even poison a grudge spirit. This kind of detail, I'm afraid, isn't taught in those so-called instructional videos of yours? Kim Min-ji's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints when she heard this. The blood faded from his face, leaving only a dead gray. No, it can't be, she muttered in disorientation, looking at Sumu with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How do you know all this? You're a human player too. How could you possibly know the rules here better than I do? Director Lu's eyes were already filled with awe when he looked at Sumu at the moment. He hastily interjected, with a fawning sneer, at Kim Min-ji. Although Divine Dr. Su is a human no less, his bizarre medical skills are no less. What Divine Dr. Su said just now is true in every way. This is exactly the medication taboo that only senior physicians know about within our Grievance Spirit Hospital. Unusual nurses, and even many new doctors, are not aware of it. If it wasn't for Dr. Su's discerning eyes and timely discovery, once you were allowed to push this cart of medicine into, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Director Yu said, the more he was afraid, and his eyes were filled with disgust when he looked at Kim Min-ji. Sumu didn't pay any attention to the two men's conversation, but only gazed icily at the completely desperate Kim Min-ji. Violation of copy rules with intent to jeopardize the lives of other patients and players. Then it's time for you to be punished. The words just fell. Kim Min-ji, a player from Kimchi Nation, has been detected in a copy of Grievance Hospital, violating Article 7 of the safety regulations, and her behavior has been judged as malignant hazard, which has triggered the removal mechanism. Alert, player Kim Min-ji is currently in a killable state. The system beep has not yet completely faded. Die. Zhao Shanha's anger that had been suppressed to the extreme finally found a vent. He didn't even use any weapons, just his right hand covered in black aura slammed forward. No! Kim Min-ji only had time to let out a short, desperate scream. That pitch-black trickster force had then been precisely imprinted on her forehead. Pust, a soft thud. Kim Min-ji's body was like a balloon that had been punctured, instantly exploding and turning into black dust in the sky. Not even a trace of blood was left behind before it dissipated into the cold, gloomy air. In place, all that was left was an empty pink nurse's uniform. System alert, Hanxia country player Sumu successfully discovered and prevented the malignant hazard incident, maintaining the order of the replica. Rewarded with creepy affinity plus 5%. Chapter 87 The Pickle Country Natural Disaster Strikes Again. The pink nurse's uniform lay still on the cold ground, like a fading cherry blossom. The air around them seemed to freeze. Right at this moment, a cold and emotionless electronic voice resounded throughout the entire Grievous Spirit Hospital, and even spread to every corner of the globe through the live broadcast. Warning! Warning! Due to the confirmed death of Kim Min-ji, a player from the Kimchi Kingdom, in the S-rank copy of Grievance Hospital, natural disaster punishment mechanism, officially activated. Target, Blue Star, all of Pickle Country. Punishment will come in 10 seconds. Boom! The 10-second countdown begins. Blue Star, Pickle Country, Capital, the bustling business district, with its neon flashes and crowds of people. Suddenly, the earth let out a dull as hell roar. Kaching dash, a deep, dark crack ripped through the center of the city without warning, opened a huge mouth that chose to eat. The skyscrapers, as fragile as building blocks, instantly tilted and crumbled, mercilessly swallowed by the cracks. Streets collapsed, vehicles, pedestrians, screamed into the dark abyss. Smoke rolled out and dust covered the sky. The ear-splitting sirens, cries of despair, and the roar of collapsing buildings intertwine into a dirge of doom. The satellite live feed transmitted the tragic scene clearly to the world. Hell, come down to earth. The global broadcast room instantly exploded, especially those countries that have always been at odds with Hanxia. My god, this is massacre. That Han Chinese named Sumu is a devil. Baka, this is definitely a conspiracy by Hanxia. They're utilizing the copy rules to slaughter players from other countries. This is a naked act of war. Protest. Hanxia must be sanctioned. Sanction Sumu. It's too cruel. A number of other Western countries have followed suit, with accusations pouring in, pointing the finger directly at Sumu and the Hanxia behind him. Demon, executioner, boycott Hanxia, boycott Sumu, demand that the Blue Star Alliance intervene in the investigation. On this side of Hanxia's live broadcast, the audience was first shocked at the terror of the natural disaster, and then they were completely enraged by these accusations of inverting black and white. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's obviously Kim Min-ji who sought her own death, trying to harm others and getting killed instead. What's it got to do with Sujin? That is, if you can't afford it, don't play. Who's to blame if you die? The natural disaster is a copy mechanism punishment. It's not summoned by Su Shin. Ha ha ha, die laughing. And an act of war? The Kimchi country's own death has led to heaven's punishment. How come it's on our heads? Wait for it. This is just the beginning. Mess with Su Shin. You'll have a good time behind you. Just watch. When Su Shin cleans up each and every one of you jumping clowns. Seeing this, the ugly country's audience, instead of being afraid, became even more arrogant. Oh, cultures, don't get too cocky. We are very well prepared for this copy. The one who should be careful is your Sumu. Your Hanxia. We'll see. Hanxia. Inside the Supreme Command Room, the atmosphere was heavy. A high-ranking officer looked at the tragic situation of the Kimchi Kingdom on the screen. His brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but whisper, counting the last Scarlet Tavern copy that time. This is already the second time Kimchi country has been hit by a massive natural disaster, right? He paused, his tone complex, 2 times down. Afraid is directly removed from the ranks of developed countries. Industrial base, urban construction, backward 200 years or more than awe. Next to him, Yi Jinhua, who had been silent all this time, had the corner of his mouth hooked up in an icy arc. He picked up the hot tea on the table and blew on it gently. Humph, blame it on yourself. That's the way it should be. It's just as well that I'm also taking this opportunity to give a good beating to those foolish jumping clowns who can't recognize the situation. Replica. Inside the hospital for the disgruntled. The notification of the natural disaster penalty similarly blew up the other players in the copy. Some ordinary players who just wanted to muddle through the 7-day survival quests were now white in the face and sweating coldly. How long has it been? Less than half a day since the game started, right? And people are dying? Moreover, the death of a single player can trigger a natural disaster. Hiss, is this the difficulty of an S-rank copy? It's horrible. One wrong step is an abyss of 10,000 feet. However, in another corner of the crowd, a few players wearing different countries' distinctive clothing, vaguely forming a small group, had extraordinarily ugly faces. At the head of the group was none other than the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, calm and collected player from the ugly country, James. Beside him, there was a short, shady-eyed player from the island nation, and a dark-skinned, arrogant player from the white elephant nation. Tanaka, the island player, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his flesh. Baka, what's going on? He lowered his voice, his tone full of disbelief and anger. That woman, Kim Min-ji, is a bit stupid, but with what we gave her, and the plan, she shouldn't have failed so quickly. Not even a chance to ask for help. Singh, the player from the White Elephant Kingdom, was also frowning. That's right, according to the plan, she only needs, they won't need to guess anytime soon. The whispers of some of the surrounding players and a few low-level creepy nurses reached their ears intermittently. Heard? That nurse from the pickle country is trying to victimize people with a mixture of poisons. It was revealed on the spot by that new doctor, named Sumu. Yes, it's that very powerful Dr. Su. Zhaodong's daughter will be under his control from now on. Then Zhaodong was so angry that he directly gave the woman. A nurse made a pinch explosion gesture. Su Mu. When the island player Tanaka heard this name, his eyes instantly burned with bearish fury and his teeth clenched. He turned his head violently and was about to look in the direction Sumu had left. That asshole. We haven't even gone to trouble him yet, but he came to the door first. To him, it was provocation. Naked provocation. Calm down, Tanaka. James raised his hand, gently holding down an emotional Tanaka, a cold glint in his blue eyes. He swept a glance at the back of Sumu, who was not far away and was being flanked by Director Liu and several nurses, seemingly explaining something in a low voice. It seems that we still underestimated this Sumu. His observation and understanding of the rules of replicas far exceeds our preconceptions. If Kim Min-ji is dead, she's dead. She can only be blamed for her own lack of ability in being exposed too soon. James patted Tanaka on the shoulder and glanced at the equally angry Singh. Our main goal is not to start a conflict with him now. Patience. Wait until the evening at. Greed flashed in James' eyes. As long as we succeed in getting Union President status, at that time, the resources and power of the entire Grievance Hospital will be tilted in our favor. It's not easy to clean up a Sumu. Chapter 88. Zhao Shanha only trusted Sumu. Zhao Shanha swept a disgusted glance at the ice or pink fabric on the floor, dirtying his eyes with one more look. But just a second later, when he turned his head to look at Sumu, his face instantly piled up with a warm and welcoming smile, even an almost fawning curtness. Dr. Su, it's really thanks to you. Zhao Shanha rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice carrying a few moments of afterthought of celebration. If it were not for your discerning eyes and timely discovery of that plot, my daughter's life, which was not easy to retrieve, might have to. Again, his eyes seemed to redden slightly as he spoke. A couple more words and this old father would have to wow out. Sumu nodded slightly with a calm expression, not being infected by Zhao Shanha's exaggerated emotions. Dong Zhao is polite. Duty calls. He paused in his tone, his eyes skimming over the nurse's uniform on the floor without a trace. I'm also surprised that such a moronic event could happen in the replica. Sumu's sight fell back on Zhao Shanha with the professionalism and calmness of a doctor. Let's go in first and check on MS Zhao to make sure she hasn't been affected in any way. Right. What Dr. Su said. Zhao Shanha woke up like a dream and hurriedly nodded his head and led the way in front. Director Liu, quick, take Dr. Su to the custody room. Under Director Lu's slightly stiff lead, Su-mu and Zhao Shanhe walked into the intensive care unit together. The pungent smell of antiseptic water mixed with the faint scent of blood filled the air. On the hospital bed, Zhao Qianqian was still lying quietly, connected to various life-sustaining instruments. Her cheeks were as pale as a sheet of paper, and her lips were dry and bloodless. The whole thing looked fragile, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. One look at the blood loss and the metamorphosis. Su-mu walked to the side of the hospital bed and carefully checked the data that was constantly pulsing on the vital signs monitor next to him. After confirming that the indicators were still stable, he reached out his hand, seemingly intending to lift the thin quilt covering Zhao Qianqian as well as the wide hospital gown, in order to more closely examine the condition of the wounds on her chest and abdomen. Just then, Director Lu, who had been standing respectfully by the side, changed his face with a swish. Almost as a reflex, he took an arrow step forward and tried to reach out to stop it. Dr. Su. Director Lu's voice was tinged with suppressed horror and nervousness. What are you doing? A fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from Director Lu's forehead. My goodness, this is Zhao Dong's precious daughter. Even if you are a doctor and want to check your condition, you can't just lift your daughter's clothes so directly in front of her own father, right? What a shame. If this makes Zhao Dong the god of death unhappy, his own surgical director can still work until tomorrow is a question. However, to Director Lu's surprise, without waiting for him to say all the words to stop him, Zhao Shanhe, who was on the side, frowned and looked at him unhappily instead. Zhao Shanhe just let out a soft nasal sound, causing Director Lu's heart to clench violently. He waved his hand, his tone carrying unquestionable authority. No harm done. Zhao Shanhe's gaze turned to Director Lu, his eyes calm but with pressure. Director Lu, you go out first. Just have Dr. Su and I here. Ha! Director Lu was completely confused, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Zhao Dong, me, out. He subconsciously pointed to his nose and then to the closed door of his room, disbelief written all over his face. Zhao Shanhe looked at him with the look of an idiot and nodded rightfully. Yeah, you get out. Zhao Shanhe narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Could it be that you, Director Lu, want to stay and look at my daughter's body? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not that. Director Lu was scared out of his wits and hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head as frantically as if he were shaking a rattle. He felt his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. You mustn't misunderstand, Dong Zhao. I'll go out this time. This is going out. Only then did Zhao Shanhe grunt lightly in satisfaction, no longer paying attention to Director Lu who was almost going limp. He turned his head, and when he looked at Su-mu, his eyes once again became filled with absolute trust and earnestness. Dr. Su, I trust you. You are a healer, the doctor I personally chose as my daughter's primary care physician, and in your eyes there is only the patient. None of that nonsense. He took a deep breath, his tone solemn. You just let go of the check. Do what you need to do. Zhao Shanhe's voice was even already trembling. It was a dependence created by extreme worry. As long as I can make Qianqian get well peacefully, anything will do. I'm counting on you. This world of difference in attitude. Director Lu stood there, feeling like a jumping clown, so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. The corners of his mouth twitched madly, the muscles on his face were a little stiff, and in the end, he could only force out a smile that was worse than crying. Yes, Dong Zhao is right. Dr. Su has excellent medical skills. There will be no problem. Then I'll go out first and not disturb Dr. Su's consultation. After saying that, he exited the ICU almost as if he was fleeing, with a false step, and very understandingly gently brought the door of the room from the outside. Click! The soft thud of the door lock falling isolated the inside and outside. Only Su-mu, Zhao Shanhe, and Zhao Qianqian, who was lying unconscious on the bed, were left in the ward. Su-mu still had little expression on his face, as if the little episode just now hadn't happened at all. Without the slightest hesitation or avoidance, he gently lifted the thin quilt and hospital gown covering Zhao Qianqian, revealing the thick gauze wrapped around the abdomen below, and the skin so pale it was almost transparent around the edges of the gauze. That fatal wound was the core of the previous bone-piercing curse. Su-mu's gaze was focused and sharp. He scrutinized the gauze for blood seepage and gently pressed the skin around the wound, feeling the temperature and any unusual swelling underneath. He then leaned down and placed the cold stethoscope on Zhao Qianqian's chest and back, listening carefully to the heart and lung sounds for a few moments. Throughout the inspection, his movements were smooth, skillful and incredibly professional, his eyes clear, without a single distraction or hesitation, though inevitably, fingertips would touch the relatively private area of the young girl's chest and abdomen. Zhao Shanhe on the side had his hands behind his back, quietly watching Su-mu's every move. His eyes were locked onto Sumu's hands, as well as his daughter's pale face, and his expression was focused, but he didn't show any intention of stopping or feeling offended. In his eyes, Sumu was not just a doctor whose medical skills might be high. More importantly, he was the savior who twice brought his daughter back from the brink of death. Moreover, Sumu was a human with pure breath and great medical skills. There is a certain line between humans and a special being like Creepy. Between them, there was absolutely no possibility of developing any love between a man and a woman in the worldly sense. The prey may become attached to the hunter, but the hunter does not. That's the food chain between humans and Creepy. Because of this, Zhao Shanha was able to be so relieved, handing over his daughter, whom he regarded as a precious treasure, into the hands of this young man without reservation. This is an absolute trust based on the copy rule. Chapter 89. Zhao Qian woke up with a start. She knows Sumu? Sumu's brows stretched for a split second after a meticulous inspection. The data on the vital signs monitor, while still low, is stabilizing overall with no signs of further deterioration. The skin temperature around the wound is normal and there is no redness or warmth, indicating that the infection is well controlled. At least, in that chaotic situation just now, MS. Joe didn't have any new problems because of that kimchi player's little action. So far, so good. Sumu just flashed this thought in his heart and prepared to straighten up. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Zhao Qian, whose eyes were originally closed and lifeless on the hospital bed, opened her eyes violently without warning. Instead of the confusion of a normal person awakening, those eyes carried a strange, almost maddening, burning light. In the next second, her hand that wasn't on and four was raised violently like a zombie, and with a force that didn't match her weakened state, she grabbed Sumu's wrist with a death grip. Ice cold. This was Sumu's first feeling. Her hands felt like they had just been fished out of an ice cellar. It's you, Zhao Qian stared at Sumu's face, her pupils suddenly shrinking, and her voice was hoarse, as if she had squeezed it out hard from the depths of her throat. It's you! You actually came? I can't believe you actually came, she repeated, her voice growing louder and shriller, and her whole body began to struggle slightly in the hospital bed, as if she were insane. This sudden turn of events startled the only two men in the ward. Sumu was caught off guard and grabbed. The cold touch and amazing force coming from his wrist made him subconsciously frown. Zhao Shanha was even more shocked that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Qian? He reacted almost instantly, not caring about anything else, and rushed to the bedside with an arrow step, his expression filled with horrified worry. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Daddy. Zhao Shanha's voice was shaking as he called out urgently while carefully attempting to press down on his daughter's flailing arms and hold her back down on the hospital bed. Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Daddy's here. Zhao Qian couldn't listen to Zhao Shanha's pacification at all. Her gaze was still locked on Sumu's face. That look, cold and sensible, terrifying to the core. I will find you. Her lips opened and closed, and her voice faintly but clearly reached Sumu's ears. Don't you go. Don't you go. Before the words fell, her suddenly opened eyes rolled violently, her head tilted, and her entire body completely lost its strength, falling back softly onto the pillow and falling into unconsciousness once again. The hand gripping Sumu's wrist loosened with it, dropping feebly. The ward instantly returned to its previous silence, leaving only the monotonous dripping sound of the instruments and Zhao Shanha's heavy panting. Sumu shook off his somewhat numb wrist and immediately leaned down to get closer to Zhao Qian. He did a quick check of her pupils and grabbed his stethoscope to re-listen to the heartbeat and breathing. The data on the vital signs monitor returned to that relatively stable state it had been in when he checked it earlier. It was as if the thrilling scene just now was just an illusion, but the cold touch remaining on his wrist, and the sharp words echoing in his ears, were reminding Sumu that it had really happened. Sumu's brows knitted tightly, his eyes heavy. Next to him, Zhao Shanha was shocked and pale, and when he saw that his daughter had fainted again, he was even more anxious. With a trembling voice, he looked at Sumu, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Su, my daughter what's wrong with her? Zhao Shanha's voice was tinged with tears. Is, not stimulated and crazy? Sumu shook his head, his gaze still falling on Zhao Qian's pale face. Not like that, he said in a hushed voice. Judging from the performance just now, the pupillary reaction, the eye focus, and the targeted behavior, this is a very clear difference from the common symptoms of mental illness such as insanity, mania, and so on. Not crazy? When Zhao Shanha heard it, his heart panicked even more. Wouldn't that be worse? So, that was, because of that damn spell, injured his brain? Or did it trigger some other quandary? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and the desperation in his voice almost overflowed. Sumu pondered for a few seconds, his eyes sweeping over the location of Zhao Qian's abdominal wound. It's possible, he gave an answer that was ambiguous, yet in keeping with the current situation. We're not sure of the exact cause yet, and we need to keep watching for 2 more days to see if there will be a similar situation in the future. That's what he said, but Sumu's heart set off shock waves. He saw Zhao Qianqian's eyes clearly just now. Those were definitely not the eyes of a delirious person. There was clarity there, and strong emotions. She knows herself? How could it be? One is definitely seeing her for the first time. Could it be the effect of the so-called bone-piercing curse? Did it cause her to have some kind of misperception? Or is it? In Sumu's mind, he couldn't help but flash through the faces of those ex-girlfriends who haunted him in his nightmares. Is it Xiao Runing's handiwork? An absurd, yet mind-numbing thought was quietly planted in his mind. Sumu pushed down the doubts in his heart and said to Zhao Shanhe, Dong Zhao, I'm afraid that this trick that Miss Zhao has been hit by is even more troublesome than we imagined. It looks like it's not that easy to completely cure her. When Zhao Shanhe heard this, his face instantly turned a few more points white, and the mood that had just slightly calmed down was once again gripped, almost with a pleading tone. He looked at Sumu. Dr. Su-ah. This big man who turned his hand to the outside world was now like a helpless father with red eyes. I only have this one daughter. If she has a long or short, I won't live. Sumu met his earnest gaze, his tone calm but with an unquestionable assurance. Don't worry, Dong Zhao. I promised you before that I would do my best to heal Miss Zhao. I'll do what I say. Hearing Sumu's promise, Zhao Shanhe seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and his emotions finally stabilized a bit. He nodded his head back and forth, taking a hard breath. Good. I trust Dr. Su. Everything is on you. Sumu nodded slightly, signaling that he didn't have to. I'll be here to keep an eye on things from time to time, so why don't you come out with me for a while and let the nursing people come in and take over the follow-up care? It's not good for your mental state to stay here for a long time. Zhao Shanhe was obedient to Sumu at the moment and nodded, following Sumu out of the intensive care unit. Sumu smoothly called the nurse in the corridor and briefly explained a few nursing points. The two had just stood outside before they could catch their breath. A bodyguard in a black suit with a solemn expression then walked over quickly, lowered his head, and stood respectfully in front of Zhao Shanhe. Boss, when the woman who died just now cleaned up what she left behind, we found something in the pocket of that pink dress of hers. Chapter 90 Receiving Kim Minji's relics. It's actually a fixation-scented bag. The black-suited bodyguard, in his hand, was holding a compact cloth bag. The color of the cloth bag is a bit dull, and you can still see signs of wear and a few simple threads on it. Boss, this is it. The bouncer handed the cloth bag forward. Zhao Shanhe glanced at it with a frown, and a look of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. A broken bomb? He spoke with a hint of disgust, clearly not finding this stuff worth making a fuss over. What's there to see? However, the moment Sumu, who was next to him, touched his sight to that scented capsule, his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. His breath stopped for half a second. How? Sumu stretched out his hand, his voice all of a sudden much louder. Bring it to me. Zhao Shanhe was stunned by Sumu's sudden and strong reaction, but almost subconsciously, he immediately barked at his bodyguard. What are you waiting for? Quickly give it to Dr. Su. The bodyguard didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly handed the scented capsule respectfully to Sumu. Sumu stretched out his hand, and his fingertips trembled slightly when they touched the slightly rough fabric. He brought the scented pouch to his eyes, turning it over and over to scrutinize it. Fingers rubbed over the simple lines on the surface of the scented bag that weren't delicate, even a little crooked. His eyes were focused to a fault, his brow was furrowed, and his expression was a mixture of disbelief, urgency, and deep confusion. That serious look made Zhao Shanhe look confused and mutter in his heart as he watched from the side. What's wrong with Dr. So, that's a big reaction? He couldn't help but glance a few more times towards the scented bag. The more he looked at it, the more ordinary he felt. Besides being old, there was nothing special. Zhao Shanhe's heart thumped as a terrifying thought bubbled up. This scented pouch can't be some kind of sinister contraption too, can it? Like, hiding some kind of poison powder that can continuously harm Qianqian? Or simply a cursed item? When he thought of this, his face went a few shades of white again, and he was just about to open his mouth to inquire. Sumu, however, as if he had sensed his concern, averted his eyes from the scented capsule and raised his hand in a gesture. Dong Zhao, don't worry. His voice regained some of its calmness, but if you listen closely, you could still hear a hint of something different. It's not something harmful, it just looks kind of familiar. Looks like something a friend of mine had. Something for a friend? Zhao Shanhe would be skeptical, but seeing that Sumu didn't look like he was lying, and that look seemed to carry some sort of complicated memories, Sumu pinched the scented capsule and looked at Zhao Shanhe with a questioning tone. Dong Zhao, since it was found from that woman, it's not much use. Can I take care of this bomb? Zhao Shanhe sniffed and immediately waved his hand without hesitation. Sure, of course, no problem. A raggedy thing from a dead man. If Dr. Su wants it, feel free to take it. In his opinion, this thing was so obscure that he couldn't wait until Sumu was willing to take over and dispose of it. Thanks to Dong Zhao, Sumu nodded and carefully put the scented capsule into the inner pocket of his white coat, moving very gently, as if he was afraid of touching it and breaking it. He gently breathed out, as if he had put down a piece of his mind, but the color of gravity between his brows did not diminish at all, but instead became deeper. Zhao Shanha detected something wrong with Sumu's expression, but he was sensible enough not to ask more questions. This Dr. Su is capable of all sorts of things, so perhaps he has some hidden secrets of his own. Nothing else matters as long as my daughter is cured. Sumu adjusted his emotions and said to Zhao Shanha, Dong Zhao, Miss Zhao's side should be stabilized for the time being. I'll have the nurses focus on it. I'm going to go back to my office and take care of some business, so keep me informed of anything. Good. Tough on Dr. Su. You go and get busy. Zhao Shanha nodded repeatedly and watched Sumu turn around and leave. Sumu walked quickly through the corridor where the smell of blood and disinfectant mixed, his footsteps a few points faster than when he came. Returning to the temporary doctor's office assigned to him, he locked the door behind him, cut off from all the hustle and bustle outside. He took a deep breath and couldn't wait to re-pull the indigo-scented pouch from his pocket. This time, he didn't hesitate. With a slight pressure of his fingers, he carefully unwrapped the sewn edges of the scented pouch. As the stitches were picked apart, the contents were revealed. It's not a spice or a charm. Instead, it was a small note that had been carefully folded, and a small handful of short, dark hair that had been carefully tied back. Sumu's heartbeat violently missed a beat. With trembling fingers, he unfolded the note. The note was a little yellowed, with only one written in black ink, in slightly childish handwriting. Su, see the word and then see the handful of hair. Sumu closed his eyes. That's right, it is. That's really it. This was clearly the love pouch that he had clumsily embroidered and given to Xiao Running when he was with her in the dream world. In his mind, dusty images instantly tumbled up, clear as if it were yesterday. Afternoon sunlight through the window. Sumu's own cheeks rolled and his palms sweated with nervousness as he handed her the crookedly embroidered and roughly stitched scented capsule. Sent, to you. Xiao Running took the scented capsule and snorted out a laugh, her eyes bright as if there were stars. So stupid, like a caterpillar. Her mouth was disgusted, but she held it carefully in the palm of her hand. Then, she took out a pen and asked Sumu to write down the word Su on the note, and then mischievously cut a small strand of hair from her head and carefully put it into the scented bag. Nah, that way, I can hide you in a scented pouch and keep you with me at all times. The girl's smile at that time, sly and sweet, was deeply imprinted in Sumu's memory. How sweet the memories are, how solid the reality is. Sumu snapped back to his senses, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Why was Ruanning's scented pouch something she had once regarded as a treasure and worn close to her heart, in the hands of that kimchi country player, Kim Min-ji, and a few others? These were all players who had been trained in advance by forces such as the Ugly Kingdom, had certain information, and had taken the initiative to enter the terrorist replica. That is to say, before entering this copy of the Grievous Spirit Hospital, this scent bag had already fallen into their hands. But how is that possible? This is something that Ruanning wears close to her body. With his understanding of Xiao Running, she was so precious about this scent bag, seeing it as a witness to their relationship. How could she just give it away? It is even more unlikely that she would lose it easily. Unless it was taken. Or, Sumu didn't dare to think any further. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on here? Xiao Running, where the hell are you? Are you in some kind of trouble? A strong sense of unease and worry instantly wrapped around Sumu's heart, making him almost breathless. He squeezed the scented pouch and note in his hand, his knuckles slightly white from the force. He had never been so desperate to know about someone, so worried about someone's well-being, as he was at this moment. Xiao Running, you mustn't be okay. Chapter 91. Deputy Director Zhang came to find fault. In the meantime, beyond the copy, Blue Star, countless viewers watching the live broadcast of the Grievance Hospital S-rank copy in various countries that have set up official live broadcasting rooms are all confused at this moment. Asterisk. What the hell? That was too big of a reaction for Sushin just now, wasn't it? Yeah, it's just a broken scented bag, old and unimaginative. Why get excited like that? Did you guys see that? Sushin secretly opened it later, and there was a note inside, along with hair. I think the note just says one word, Su, hiss, the Su of Su God? What the hell does that mean? The point is, this thing, how did it fall out of that kimchi country? Fine thoughts, brothers. Han Xia, Supreme Command Center. A group of bigwigs dressed in military or Zhongshan uniforms were similarly frowning tightly, staring at Sumu's stony sideways face on the screen. This scented capsule looks at Sumu's reaction. It seems to be of great personal significance to him. The silent, middle-aged man, who was known as the right head, opened his mouth on a rare occasion. The word Su on the note, as well as the hair, are likely to be the belongings of someone close to him. A handful of people with gray hair next to him interjected. The point is, why did this item appear in the hands of a Kimchi Country player? Another person tapped the table. According to the intelligence, this Kim Min-ji is one of the people secretly trained by the Ugly Kingdom to be informed of some of the information in advance and targeted to enter the replica. Could it be that the Ugly Kingdom, over there, has some private information? It happens to be related to Sumu again? For a while, various possibilities were brought up, and the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat oppressive. Within a terror copy, a player's mindset is crucial, especially this high-intensity S-rank copy. The elegant middle-aged man worried. Sumu is now distracted. Will it affect the next action? The crowd nodded in agreement. At the top, the old man, who had been silent and had a calm face, slowly raised his eyelids at this moment. He glanced deep into the screen. Keep reading. The old man only said 4 words, his tone calm but with unquestionable power. The crowd was immediately silenced and returned their attention to the screen. Almost at the same time, on the other end of the blue planet, inside the underground command post of the Pickle Country, the atmosphere was very different. A high-ranking official of the Kimchi Kingdom, dressed in a suit with meticulously combed hair, was sweating profusely and apologizing incessantly as he bowed to the encrypted communication screen. On the screen, it was a blonde, blue-eyed, angry-faced senior member of the Ugly Kingdom. Waste. Bunch of losers. What's wrong with your people? To actually die so easily? And dropped something right under the enemy's nose. Stupid. Not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to fail. The roar of the Ugly Kingdom's top brass came through the screen, shaking the senior officials of the Pickle Kingdom to the bone. Yes, sir. It was our mistake. It is our failure to supervise. Please rest your anger. He didn't even dare to say a word in his defense other than nodding his head. The Ugly Country's top brass got tired of cursing and gasped for air, their tones still icy cold. We can only hope for James now. Luckily, the main function of that scent capsule is only to aid in concealment and tracking. Being discovered is troublesome but not so much as to disrupt the core plan. Humph. People in the colonies just don't see the importance. You taught me a lesson. The high-ranking officials of the Pickle Country responded in succession. Communications were cut off violently. Only then did the high-ranking official of the Kimchi Kingdom dare to straighten up and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. A copy of the Grievance Hospital, the doctor's office. Sumu was pinching the scented capsule. His heart was full of thoughts, and his concern for Xiao Running was almost overflowing. It was at that moment that the change came. Bang! The door to the office was violently pushed open from the outside with great force and roughness. The door panel hit the wall with a loud thud. Sumu's brows furrowed violently, and his sharp gaze was instantly cast towards the doorway. Only a man stood in the doorway. He was about 1 meter 9 in height, with an upright figure, wearing a well-tailored white coat with a straight shirt and suit pants. His hair was slicked back and greasy in a meticulously coiffed style. A pair of black-framed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. The whole person had an elite seafarer look, but the face with little expression was so gloomy that it looked like it was going to drip water. Especially that action of not knocking on the door and directly pushing it vigorously, as well as the undisguised icy gaze at the moment. The comber is not good. Sumu's eyes quickly swept over the badge pinned on the other party's chest. Surgery Associate Chief Physician Zhang Haifeng. Sure enough, it's him. Wasn't this the Assistant Chief of Surgery who had stolen the show? Sumu's heart was clear, but his face didn't move as he slowly stood up. He took the scented capsule back into his pocket without moving, and spoke in a flat tone. Deputy Director Zhang, what can I do for you? The corner of Zhang Haifeng's mouth pulled up an extremely ugly arc as he sneered. He stepped into the office, his leather shoes clacking on the floor with an invisible sense of oppression. After looking Sumu up and down once, he then spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Oh, Dr. Su, really young and promising, only just turned regular, and you can get Chairman Zhao's favor to be in charge of his daughter's treatment. The future is unlimited. Zhang Haifeng pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting the light and making it impossible to see the emotions under his eyes. It's not like us old people. We don't have the skills or the luck. The words, on the surface, sounded like a compliment, but there was a sourness and a warning. Cootie. All could hear it. Sumu heard and understood. It was to pick a fight, or rather, to knock him down. A look of dawning realization crossed his face with a hint of teasing. Oh, so Deputy Director Zhang was given a lecture by Director Liu, and was uncomfortable and came to me to get an argument? Sumu's light sentence was like a needle that accurately pierced Zhang Haifeng's sore spot. Deputy Director Zhang, you can't blame me for this. Sumu spread his hands with an innocent face. It's you who aren't that brave to take this hot potato of MS. Zhao. As for me, I was just lucky enough to be temporarily caught on top. After all, someone has to heal, don't they? The muscles on Zhang Haifeng's face visibly twitched. His eyes, which were hidden behind the lenses, stared at Sumu with a deadpan expression. He didn't expect it at all. The human in front of me, who appeared to be in his early 20s and had just been a doctor in training. How dare you talk to him like that? No face at all, and poking him directly in the lungs. Originally thought, with their own identity and momentum, casually knocked 2 sentences. This kid should know to restrain, obediently as a grandson. Who knows? It's not a soft touch at all. Instead, it's a smelly, hard bone. Yes, good. Zhang Haifeng smiled back in anger and said 3 good words in a row, his voice getting colder and colder. Since Dr. Su is so capable and responsible, he fiercely pressed forward a step, almost sticking in front of Sumu, his gloomy gaze shooting through the lenses. Then that Siamese separation operation in surgery this afternoon is yours to lead. That's one of the most difficult surgeries in our hospital, and a gutless, uncontested assistant director like me isn't qualified to be the chief surgeon. Dr. Su, you're going to do a great job. Don't screw it up. Suddenly, the corner of Zhang Haifeng's mouth hooked up into a cruel arc. After all, the titan of our hospital, old Mr. Wang, has named himself to observe this surgery. Ha! Chapter 92 Main Quest. Pick up. Sumu's pupils shrunk slightly. Mr. Wang Zhong, it was a name he knew all too well. In those dreams that were intermittent and entangled with Xiao running like fragments, he had glimpsed a picture of this old man somewhere. This is the real pinnacle of the Grievance Hospital. A ballast. Even Xiao Running, who later became the president of this hospital, was rumored to have to respectfully address Elder Wang as Elder Wang when she met him. When Zhang Haifeng saw Sumu's face change, he only thought that he was subdued by old Mr. Wang's name, and the pleasure in his heart almost overflowed. The mocking curve of his mouth widened. It seems that Dr. Su has heard of old Mr. Wang's great name. He deliberately stretched out his tone, and the smell of the yin and yang smoked the brain. Now that you know, you'll have to work even harder for this afternoon's surgery. Zhang Haifeng deliberately aggravated the word more. The malice in it was undisguised. After all, you're the one that Director Liu himself praised, the rising star of our surgery department, the pride of our entire department. See, the words that Director Liu used to suppress him and promote Sumu before were used by him as a soft knife to attack Sumu in the twinkling of an eye. Elder Wang is a master of all disciplines, whether it's internal medicine or surgery, theory and practice. He's a true master. Zhang Haifeng pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting the bleak white light, obscuring the flash of sinister in his eyes. It's just that I don't know. Dr. Su, this bright new star of yours, can you get into the eyes of Elder Wang, his old man? He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, but it was even more venomous. Don't let anything go wrong on the operating table when the time comes and embarrass our entire surgical department. Dr. Su. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed underneath them. He's not stupid. This is clearly a pitfall. A big pit dug in waiting for him to jump in and fall to pieces. Siamese twins are already difficult to separate from each other, and with a titanic Elder Wang observing, the pressure can be imagined. If you're not careful, you'll not only lose face, but you'll also die. He was just about to open his mouth and find an excuse to push this hot potato back. Ding! Main quest, proof of Nova has been automatically picked up. Task description, as the lead surgeon, successfully complete a conjoined twin separation surgery under the observation of Wang Zhong and receive his verbal or written approval. Quest reward, increase in creepy affinity by 40%. Free access to the dangerous area of the Grievance Hospital. Penalty for failure, unknown, but likely to include, but not limited to, zeroing of reputation, deprivation of position, and triggering of special punishment mechanisms. Forced pickup? The corner of Sumu's eye jumped hard. Still really picks his moments. A 40% boost in creepy affinity though? Also, free access to the dangerous area of the Grievance Hospital? This reward smells a little good. Zhang Haifeng saw Sumu standing still, not saying anything for half a day, only his eyes changing, and thought that he was in a fierce thought struggle, or simply was scared and didn't know what to do. He snorted impatiently, with a kind of condescending contempt. What? Is Dr. Sue out of confidence here? Oh, I thought you were more than capable. It seems that Dr. Sue is still quite confident in his surgical abilities, and he doesn't even dare to give an accurate statement? Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the operating table this afternoon. Putting down these words, Zhang Haifeng no longer looked at Sumu, turned around, straightened his shiny back hair, leather shoes clattered, with a kind of ease and satisfaction after the success of the scheme, left the office in big strides. It's perfect to dump this heavenly hassle and dirty work on this kid who doesn't know what he's doing. Sumu stood in place, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Thoughts flew through his mind. Hazardous areas. Based on the information from the previous copy and the fragments of his memories in the dream world, it was nothing more than the morgue of the Grievance Hospital, the archive room, the old abandoned patient building, and the all-important administration building. As long as we can complete this main quest and get that free access, he could get off work and get secretary status without having to worry about all the shenanigans. Then, it would be ready to head to the administration building and investigate clearly what was going on with Xiao Running and that mysterious Weisteen Lin. There was also that scented bag that appeared on Kim Minji's body. Is Xiao Running dead or alive now? These are the things he wants to get to. When he learned that Xiao Running might have met an untimely death, Sumu's purpose had long since changed from clearing the Grievance Spirit Hospital to searching for Xiao Running. After all, this was the proof that he and Xiao Running had been in love, and he certainly wouldn't allow anyone else to occupy the nest. Thinking of this, Sumu's eyes became firm again. Whether it's for the mission rewards, or to figure out Xiao Running's whereabouts and safety, he had to go next for all of this afternoon surgery. And it has to work. Winning is beautiful. In the meantime, Office of the Chief of Surgery, Zhang Haifeng put away all the arrogance and meanness that he had just faced Sumu, and was now standing respectfully in front of Director Lu's wide desk, with an appropriately fawning smile on his face. Director, I've already notified Dr. Sumu about the matter as you instructed. He paused, as if weighing his words. That, Dr. Su he, with a very positive attitude, took the initiative to say that he was willing to take on the heavy responsibility of taking that afternoon Siamese separation surgery to take it over. His skillful use of the word solicit instantly changed the nature from being assigned to volunteering. Director Lu, who was looking down and flipping through a medical record, sniffed and his movements jerked. He looked up, his eyebrows instantly knitting into a chuan and his face sinking. Active solicitation? Director Lu's voice dripped with obvious displeasure. This Sumu, it's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers, doesn't know how to hide. How dare you take on such a big job when you've just been transferred? Just so eager to be in the limelight? Trying to step on others to get to the top? Director Lu closed the medical record in his hand with a snap and threw it on the desktop. The atmosphere in the office instantly became somewhat depressing. Yes, it was only after a long time that Director Lu squeezed a word out of his teeth. An imperceptible flash of coldness and scrutiny flashed in his eyes. Since he's so confident and wants to express himself so badly, then I'll go to the operating room and see for myself. I'd like to see how much weight he, the intern, has. Chapter 93 Medical Disorder? Backstabbing Sumu. On Sumu's side, a clamor came steeply from outside the office. Where's the doctor? Quacks. It's all the quacks that are hurting people. Give my mom her leg back, you harmful hospital. God damn it, there's no law of the land. Sharp cries and angry curses instantly boiled down the hallway outside the surgeon's office. Sumu frowned. He had just stepped out of his office when he saw a small group of people gathered in the hallway. A middle-aged woman in a hospital gown with a waxy face sat in a wheelchair, patting her right leg, which was in a plaster cast, and crying. Next to him, a man with a cross-faced face was pointing at several cowering, pale young nurses and cursing, spittle flying, surrounded by a few patients who were watching the scene, as well as a few creepy doctors who were also wearing white coats, but with a clear look of teasing and indifference in their eyes. There were even people of player status who were holding their arms and watching the scene with interest. What's going on? Sumu asked in a deep voice. As soon as the burly man who had cursed him saw that another doctor had come out, or a new face, he immediately aimed his spear at Sumu. You're the doctor here? Good. You're just in time. He rushed to Sumu in a few steps, almost pointing at his nose. My mom's good leg was ruined by the last doctor. Now it's inflamed and pus-filled, and the bones are almost rotten. Your hospital must give an explanation. The last one? Sumu's eyes moved slightly. Right, it's the last one. Tapped his ing ass and transferred, leaving a mess behind. Now that my mom is under your control, you're responsible for this, the burly man said brutally. A quack doctor cures a broken leg and now we have to pay for it ourselves? No such thing. The woman in the wheelchair followed suit, crying out. This is a typical medical scene that Sumu has seen a lot of in the news in his previous life. I just didn't expect to encounter it in this weird copy. And the last doctor's pot was simply and brutally dumped on his head? The eyes of the surrounding creepy doctors and nurses became even more playful, looking at Sumu with undisguised mockery. A few players even whispered and laughed. Gee, you just turned around and you're taking on such a big pot? This guy's got a lot of backs. Watch, there's a good show. The official live stream of Henshaw. ********. What's the situation? Why is someone looking for trouble with Sumu again? Why should the previous doctor's fault make Sushin take the blame? This copy is too unreasonable. Sushin must hold on. Viewers in other countries can be happy. At the first opportunity to be able to get their mouths shut, they won't let it go. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. This is the Han Xia people's retribution. Good job. Let him be arrogant. It's best to be torn apart by these spiteful spirits. Nishihachi. This kid has had his day. Let him kill us, Min-chi. Get him. Get him. The original Grievance Hospital. Just as the atmosphere in the corridor was getting more and more stiff, and the burly man was almost about to make a move to shove Sumu, the originally noisy corridor instantly became much quieter. Everyone's eyes, involuntarily, went to the other end of the corridor. Only a figure was seen, walking slowly. She wore an executive uniform without a single crease, but the style of that uniform was much more refined and elaborate. The most striking thing was that on her face, she wore a pure white mask without any pattern or expression, revealing only a pair of good-looking eyes. On her chest, she wore a silver badge. A few words were clearly engraved on it. Deputy Secretary, Angelica de Hurica. Deputy Secretary. Sumu's heart stirred. The power structure of the Grievance Hospital was something he knew very well. Under the president, there is a secretary and a vice president. Further down, there are the deputy secretaries and union presidents, as well as the directors of the major sections. Currently, Dean Xiao Runing is missing. That mysterious Vice President Lin was one of the highest authorities in the clear. As for the secretary's identity, although Sumu had a clue, he hadn't had time to activate it yet. That is to say, in the case where the dean is miss, ing and the secretary is hanging in the air. Bai Ji, the deputy secretary in front of her wearing a white mask, theoretically, has the second most power after that Vice Dean Lin. Even the surrounding creepy doctors and nurses who were originally watching the fun, the moment they saw Bai Ji appear, they all immediately collected the banter on their faces and slightly lowered their heads, revealing a respectful look. Obviously, this deputy secretary status holds a very high prestige even if a player obtains it. What's going on? Bai Ji's voice, like her mask, could not be heard for any emotional fluctuations. The burly man also seemed to know that this deputy secretary was not to be messed with, and his temper was slightly restrained, but he still pointed at Sumu, accusing him sadly. Secretary Bai, you must do right by us. That's the doctor. Your hospital cured my mom's leg, and now you want to shirk your responsibility. The woman in the wheelchair duly bawled again. Bai Ji's gaze swept over the legs of the woman in the wheelchair and turned back to Sumu. Sumu met those bottomless eyes and spoke calmly. This patient's injury is a worsening of the infection caused by the previous attending doctor's mishandling. The medical records are well documented. That's a responsibility I won't take. He didn't do it. Why should he be held responsible? Taking the blame? He doesn't have the inclination. When the burly man heard that, he exploded again. You fart. What previous next? You're in charge of my mom now, so you're responsible. Listen, Secretary Bai, what kind of attitude is this? Is there any medical ethics left? Just then, Bai Ji spoke up. Her voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable tone of command. Dr. Su, you apologize to the patient's family first. Sumu? He looked furiously at Bai Ji, his eyes filled with dismay and disbelief. Apologize? On what grounds? The expressions on the faces of the surrounding players and Dr. Creepy got even better. Mocking, sneering, this is really the reaction. This is the right thing to do. This is the only way to have a good show. Hansha official live streaming room. What is the deputy secretary up to? Making Sushin apologize? Isn't that obviously pulling the plug? Asterisk. A big official is a big man. The eyes behind Bai Ji's mask seemed to fluctuate slightly, but her voice remained undulating. The hospital will take its fair share of the blame, and subsequent treatment options will be re-evaluated. Now, what you need to do is calm the family. Apologize. Is she doing herself a favor? Apologize to calm things down? Putting things to rest? The thought flashed through Sumu's mind. Perhaps under normal circumstances, this would indeed be a quick way to resolve a doctor-patient conflict. Holding back though. But here, in this horrific replica of human life as grass, with bizarre rules, to show weakness is to pass the hilt of the sword into the hands of the enemy. What's more, when did he, Sumu, ever need to rely on this way to solve problems? Moreover, that main quest was still waiting for him, and he needed to show strength instead of being obsequious. I'm not right. Why should I apologize? Sumu's voice also went cold. Bai Ji seemed to not expect Sumu to be so ungrateful, and her tone finally brought on dissatisfaction. Dr. Su, think clearly. Being intentional won't do you any good in completing your copy quest. Her subtext was obvious: surviving and getting through the copy was more important than anything else. What's this aggravation? The other players also shook their heads. What's wrong with this new guy? Is he out of his mind? The undersecretary is obviously giving him a leg up, and he's actually being stubborn? Scarlet Tavern SSS rating? That's it? I thought it was much more impressive. Seeing that Sumu actually dared to contradict the deputy secretary, the burly man felt that he had a backer and was even more emboldened. Yeah, you little yakuza. Not only do you have no medical ethics, you even dare to disobey the leader. I'll teach you a lesson for your parents today. Before the words fell, the burly man's body swelled violently. The skin on his body instantly turned greenish-black. His eyes were crimson, and his nails grew violently long. A rich aura of resentment erupted from his body. Spiteful spirit. He's a spiteful spirit. A player exclaimed in shock. Die. A haunting soul fluctuation was wrapped around those pitch-black nails. This claw, instead of grabbing at the physical body, directly attacked the soul. The creeps around them clearly saw the way. It's over. Oh, this human is dead. Ghost General level grudge spirits. Soul attack. Physical defense is useless. The hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room were also in their throats. The Han Xia viewers were shocked and worried, while the hostile country viewers were gloating, waiting to see Sumu's soul fall apart. Even Bai Ji, behind her mask, her eyes were slightly condensed, as if she didn't expect this grudge spirit to make a move when she said she would, and her strength wasn't weak. However, in the face of this fatal blow that was enough to tear the soul, Sumu, however, stood still and did not move at all. There wasn't even the slightest change in the expression on his face. He just had his hands in the pockets of his white coat, his chin slightly raised, and his eyes calmly watched the sharp claws and resentment that came to his face. Thumbs up. The sharp claws of the grievances grabbed Sumu's body solidly. There was no screaming and wailing. The expected soul-crushing didn't happen. Sumu was still standing there with his hands in his pockets, unharmed. It was as if the ferocious attack just now was just an illusion. The grumbling strong man, holding his forward lunge, froze in his movements. His crimson eyes were filled with incredulous bewilderment. No way. He jerked back 2 steps, staring at Sumu with a deadly glare, his voice sharp and twisted. My grievance erosion, how could it not work on you? I'm a ghost general, how can you possibly block it? You're a human. The whole corridor, silent. Everyone was subdued by the bizarre scene in front of them. The eyebrows under Baiji's mask furrowed a bit. Sumu slowly raised his eyelids, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc. He finally pulled his right hand out of his pocket. Oh, a ghost general? Is it remarkable? His eyes steepled. My turn. Tie-in reversal technique. Buzz, an invisible fluctuation, centered on Sumu, suddenly spread. All the grievances that the ghost general had blasted at Sumu just now, all the malevolent erosive power targeting the soul, were captured, coalesced, and compressed by an invisible force. Then, with even more fury and ferocity, it rebounded in full force, towards the dazed ghost general. He fiercely blasted back. Chapter 94, The People of Hanxia, by Ji. Pust. There was a dull, soft thud. The hideousness and frenzy on the face of that ghost general's burly man instantly solidified. He didn't even manage to utter a full scream. The grievances and soul impacts returned by the tie-in reversal technique were even more condensed and ferocious than the ones he had sent out himself. The body of the ghost general's strong man began to crumble from within. Inch by inch, it shattered. In the end, in a dead silence, it completely transformed into black dust that drifted in the sky, leaving not even a trace behind. Ding! Kill a ghost general level grudge spirit, in disguise. You may attempt to extract the soul. Do you extract it? No extraction. Sumu, he didn't even raise his eyelids. The district is just a ghost general. He doesn't need it. Also, this kind of weirdness that likes to mess with things, he doesn't like it. Even if he became his own undead servant, Sumu would only feel diabolical. Almost at the same instant that the ghost general turned into flying dust. Altered regeneration. Ah! A short, terrified scream rang out, only to see the wheelchair. The middle-aged woman who was clutching her leg in a plaster cast and crying her eyes out, jump up violently from the wheelchair. Plaster? Broken leg? All gone. Her legs were uncharacteristically sharp, and there was no semblance of pain on her face, only extreme fear and pallor. She glanced at the black ash dissipating on the ground, and then glanced at the indifferent-looking Sumu in horror. The next second, she pulled out her legs and made a mad dash for the other end of the corridor. At that speed, it was simply 3 times faster than when that ghost general pounced over just now, pretending to be sick. Blackmail. This mother and son. One sings red face to pretend to be a vicious spirit, and the other sings white face to pretend to be a poor patient, which is a perfect match. Unfortunately, they're barking up the wrong tree. In the corridor, all the remaining gazes, whether it was the creepy doctors and nurses, or the players, all focused on Sumu. shock, unbelievable, a single glance. No, without even moving his hands much, killed a ghost general level grudge spirit in seconds? Although that ghost general was a disguised family member of a patient and his strength might have been discounted, a ghost general was a ghost general. The characteristics of soul attacks were there. How can this human be so strong? Those players who were originally holding their arms, waiting to see Sumu's jokes, and even couldn't wait for him to be torn apart by the spiteful spirits. The smiles on their faces completely froze at this moment. In its place, there was deep scorn. Hiss, this guy, sure is a tough one. What he used just now must be a special ability or prop obtained from his last copy. Many players cursed in their hearts and their eyes flickered. This Sumu is definitely a formidable enemy, not only because of his perverted performance at the Scarlet restaurant, but also because many of the players present represented countries that were themselves at odds with Hanxia, and were even vaguely in the ugly country's camp. Plus, in the Scarlet Tavern replica, Sumu's strong strike had directly or indirectly led to the deaths of quite a few players. Players die, the nation's fortunes are damaged, and a natural disaster strikes. With the old and new grudges added together, many players had long regarded Sumu as a thorn in their side. Even if you don't dare to make a move openly because you are afraid of his strength, you definitely want to see him make a big mistake in this S-class hospital for grievances. It's better to be dead. But now, Sumu had defused this crisis with a light touch, and even killed the provocative spiteful spirit in return. This has certainly caused many players to feel a wave of disappointment and suffocation. The official live stream of Henshaw, seconds, Sushin is awesome. I told you how Sushin could possibly take a loss. Counter-killing, awesome, ha ha ha, see the way that old ran away? Laughed me to death. What an actor. Where are those jets just now? Come out and keep screaming. Spectators in other countries then erupted into even more vicious cursing and lemonade. Nishihachi, this can't be possible. He must have used some vile means. Fark, don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. He can't even imagine the horrors of the Grievance Hospital. Just wait, he definitely won't live for 7 days. These comments were quickly disliked with even more surging pop-ups by the culmination viewers who had caught wind of the incident. Broken defense says yes. Impotent rage. Ha ha ha. Waiting? We're also waiting to see what natural disaster befalls your country again. Hanxia Supreme Command Center. In front of the combat screen, Yi Jinghua and a group of other senior officers, looking at Sumu unharmed, all quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the bottom card Sumu obtained at the Scarlet restaurant is hard enough, a high-ranking officer said in a deep voice. He himself has already reached the level of Ghost General, and with those acquired abilities, he should have no problem defending himself for the time being. Yi Jinghua nodded, his eyes still grave. However, the Grievance Hospital is an S-ranked copy, and the level of danger is no less than the Scarlet Tavern. Oh Suboy, step it up. Inside the replica, the corridors of the hospital for the disgruntled, Sumu dusted off the non-existent dust on his white coat like it was nothing. His gaze, which crossed over the silent shenanigans and players, finally landed on that deputy secretary by Ji, who had kept her distance since the beginning. He looked at the pure white expressionless mask and suddenly spoke faintly. You're from Kalhart? The question was abrupt, but in the context of the scene at hand, it seemed to be taken for granted. The eyes behind Bai Ji's mask seemed to fluctuate slightly, but she neither admitted nor denied it, only shook her head gently. I will report what just happened to Vice President Lin. The voice was still in that smooth, inaudible tone with no emotional ups and downs. Her gaze swept over the creepy doctors and nurses around her with varying eyes. Dr. Sue, I asked you to apologize before because I wanted to help you calm things down quickly. After all, this is a hospital, and doctor-patient tensions are not good for maintaining basic order, or, rather, business. I can only help you this once, the next time will be the last. Walking to Sumu's side, she didn't bother to look at him and said softly, this place is different from the Scarlet Tavern. The rules are more obscure. In all things, don't be so impulsive. After saying that, Bai Ji no longer looked at Sumu, nor did she pay attention to the reactions of the other people around her, turned around, and left this corridor that had just experienced a farce and a killing. Sumu looked at her back as she left, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. Nothing special to show. Help me? Maybe. But this way, he didn't like it. And, impulsive? When did he, Sumu, need others to teach him how to do things? He withdrew his gaze, ignoring the complicated looks around him that still lingered on him, and turned, walking straight back to his doctor's office. Bang! The office door was gently closed, shutting out the noise and prying from outside. Apologize? To make peace? Sumu sneered in his heart. He was never some kind of good-natured guy who didn't fight back when he was beaten and held his tongue when he was wronged. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they do offend me, he'll give it back 10-fold, 100-fold. Not to mention, Sumu walked to the window and looked at the gray sky outside, as if it would never dawn, his eyes deep. This so-called Grievous Spirit Hospital copy, for him, is far more familiar than for other people. After all, the bricks and mortar that make up this place, those deepest resentments and fears, a lot of them but originated from himself, and his missing ex-girlfriend Xiao Running. Forget it. Sumu shook his head and pushed down these tumultuous thoughts for the time being. It's too early to think about that. The most important thing that needs Sumu's attention now is the Siamese twins separation surgery in the afternoon. That wasn't just the main quest, it was the key for him to delve deeper into the core secrets of this copy, as well as finding clues to Xiao Running. Chapter 95, Acquisition of the Sacred Hand of Mercy and the Start of Surgery. In the afternoon, the sun cast a few rays of sickly gray light through the stained window at the end of the hallway. Not long after Sumu had just closed the door to his office, a regular knocking sound rang out. Knock knock, Dr. Su, please follow me. Outside the door was an expressionless little nurse, the same one who had taken him to the emergency room earlier. Sumu raised an eyebrow, didn't ask too many questions, and followed the nurse through a few corridors filled with a mixture of antiseptic water and the smell of blood. Eventually, they stopped in front of a huge wall of one-way glass. Behind the glass wall, it was a spacious, advanced, yet eerily cold-feeling operating room everywhere, and on the side where they stood was a stepped observation hall, or showroom. According to hospital regulations, S-level key surgeries, especially those involving the Rising Star Program assessment, require public observation. The nurse's voice was undulating, like she was reciting regulations. Elder Wang, as well as the chief physicians of each department, are here to evaluate your surgical procedure in real time. The result of the rating will directly affect your rating in the Grievance Hospital and subsequent resource allocation. Sumu looked at the empty operating table behind the glass wall, and swept another glance at this observation hall that was like a judgment seat. I didn't realize it was in this form. Public execution? Or is it live teaching? At this time, there were already many people sitting in the observation hall. At the top position, there sat an old man with white hair, emaciated face, wearing a meticulous white coat, precisely the pinnacle of this hospital. The absolute authority, Wang Zhong. Beside him, sat Director Lu of the surgical department and that Deputy Director Zhang Jianming who had been looking at Sumu not too favorably. Next to them again, there were the chiefs of the other two departments, as well as more than a dozen physicians with different scents and sharp eyes. Creeps and players, mixed in, they were either talking to each other or holding their arms, their gazes brushing through the glass in unison, focusing on Sumu, who had just walked in. Zhang, the deputy director of the surgery department, was the first to sulk, and with a stern face, he turned his head sideways and whispered to Wang Lao, who was beside him. Look, Elder Wang, I'll tell you. He skimmed his mouth, his chin nodding in Sumu's direction, his tone carrying a few imperceptible hints of gloating. Young people nowadays, their mental quality is still not good. When it really comes to the critical time, look at him, he is obviously nervous. Ugh, I don't think there's much of a chance for this surgery, I guess. Elder Wang sniffed, but he only smiled faintly, and a trace of reminiscence seemed to flash through his cloudy eyes. Oh, young people, it's normal to be nervous. I think back in the day, when the old man was the first time I officiated at a major surgery, my hands were shaking worse than an epileptic's. He paused, and his gaze fell on Sumu. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the observation hall. Dr. Sumu, come over here. Sumu sniffed and greeted Elder Wang with a calm gaze as he raised his steps and walked over. He directly locked on the iffy, but exceptionally pure medical aura on Wang Zhong, as well as some kind of homologous sense of power. Elder Wang. Sumu walked closer, nodded slightly, and then, in the crowd's slightly surprised gaze, took the initiative to extend his right hand. This behavior, not like nervousness, but rather like equal greetings? A slight surprise flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. He just assumed it was the young man's nervous, somewhat overwhelmed demeanor. He also stretched out his hand and gently shook Sumu's hand. It was cold to the touch, but carried a strange sense of stability. Oh, Dr. Su, don't be nervous. Elder Wang's voice carried a soothing power. I've heard about what happened in the hallway this morning. It was handled well. It's good for young people to be sharp, but in our hospital, sometimes skill is the key. I think highly of you. Just relax and do your best. Sumu could sense that Wang Zhong knew the truth about the previous farce like the back of his hand. He nodded without much explanation. Thank you, Elder Wang. I will. When he finished, he let go and turned, walking without delay to the surgical prep room. Looking at Sumu's back as he left, Director Lu of surgery stroked his chin and slowly opened his mouth. Well, looked pretty calm, but, after all, this is the first time I've been exposed to this level of surgery. Young people, they still need to be honed. He made a show of pondering, and then gave his judgment. I'm guessing that he'll be pretty good for 60% of this surgery today. Deputy Director Zhang, who was on the side, immediately picked up the conversation, his tone carrying obvious flattery and disparagement of Sumu. Director Lu thinks too highly of him. Thinking back then, the first time you did a similar surgery, Director Lu, it was only after you had a lot of experience that you reached a 60% completion rate, right? This kid? A brat. I'd say he's at most 30% complete. How can he compare to you, Director Lu? Hearing this, Director Lu had a satisfied smile on his face and smoothed his white coat, looking quite flattered. Wang Zhong, however, did not participate in their discussion, but only looked deep into the direction of the operating room. This kid, he's kind of fun. Let's hope it's a bit of a surprise for him. This grudge hospital has been dead for too long. It's time for some fresh blood. And Deputy Director Zhang looked at Director Lu's smug look and glanced at the direction Sumu disappeared in. His heart burst into a sneer. Nervous? Heck, it better be. You'll have time to cry on the operating table later. This is a difficult surgery that can't be solved with a little ingenuity and brute force. Sumu, you're dead. The other side. Sumu had returned to the preparation room outside of operating room number 3. With a grimace, he took off his white coat and replaced it with a dark green sterile scrubs, hat and mask. Then, walk over to the sterilization table and meticulously sanitize your hands before surgery. Finally, he held out his hands for the nurse on the sidelines to eerily help put on a sterile gown and latex gloves. Snap! The crisp sound of gloves against skin was especially clear in the silence of the ready room. Sumu slightly moved his fingers, feeling the fit of the gloves and the flexibility of his fingertips. Everything is ready. He lifted his head and gazed through the observation window at the ready, white cloth-covered Siamese twins in the operating room. The eyes were calm and unruffled. The moment he entered the operating room, Ding detected that player Sumu had a deep interaction, physical contact, with Wang Zhong. Fulfilling special conditions. Will you consume 500,000 shenanigans to learn the essence of Wang Zhong's lifelong medical skills? This was the real purpose of his initiative, to ask to see Wang Zhong study. Without the slightest hesitation, he murmured in his mind. Confirmation consumes 500,000 creepy coins. Congratulations to the player. Successfully acquired the special life skill, Sacred Hands and Kindness, Max. Skill effect. You have instantly mastered all the surgical knowledge, experience and techniques accumulated by surgical grandmaster Wang Zhong throughout his life, and have reached the pinnacle of perfection. Your surgical precision, efficiency, success rate, and ability to handle special situations have been greatly enhanced. You will have the perfect, almost instinctive solution to any surgical problem. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become very different. If the calmness before was from confidence and undercurrents, then the calmness of this moment was a true insight into everything, a patriarchal temperament that controlled the whole situation. He pushed open the door to the operating room. Surgery, starting now. Chapter 96, Extreme Medical Understanding. The shadowless lamp suddenly came on with a blinding light that minimized everything on the operating table. The two tiny bodies were close together, their skin an abnormal greenish-purple color, and their breathing was weak, as if they were candles that could go out at any moment. The Siamese twins are worse than expected. Inside the observation hall, the atmosphere instantly became a few degrees more condensed. Wang Zhong, Director Lu, Deputy Director Zhang, and the experts from other departments had their eyes like torches, locked onto the figure behind the glass wall. Meanwhile, beyond the copy, above the blue star, inside the official live broadcast room of Hanxia, the pop-up screen almost froze. Countless Hanxia viewers held their breath, hands folded, hearts in their throats. Great God, Sumu must hold on. Cheer up. It has to be a success. For Hanya, this baby's condition looks so scary. Can Dr. Sumu do it? Ooh, it's too hard. It's an S-rank surgery for an S-rank copy. Worries and pep talks brushed the screen. On the other hand, in the live room of the White Elephant Country, Pickle Country, and other hostile forces, it was a different story. Oh, here we go. Sit back and wait for this kid to make a fool of himself. Still dare to take over? I don't know what to do. Upstairs, don't be too optimistic. Let me tell you something. In the past we had a top player in Kimchi Kingdom, who in reality was a famous surgical expert, who also entered this Grievous Spirit Hospital, and also took this operation. A viewer with a Kimchi Country flag ID sent out a striking pop-up. And the result? Oomph. He tried his best, and in the end, the system judged the degree of completion. Not even 5%. He was directly obliterated. This Sumu? Who the hell is he? Just watch, the end will only be worse. This pop-up was like cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly triggering the viewers with their own thoughts. Inside the operating room, Sumu was oblivious to everything in the outside world. He reached out his hand and the cold metal instrument delivered a familiar touch. At this moment, in his world, only this pair of fragile lives in front of him, as well as his mind like a tidal wave of emergence, but also instantly clear and incomparable. Sacred Hand of Mercy brought a huge amount of knowledge and experience. There was not the slightest hesitation, not the slightest delay. Sterilizing, toweling, cutting, every movement was as standard as a textbook, so precise that it was as if it had been measured with a ruler. The speed was not fast, but unusually steady, with an unhurried sense of rhythm. Inside the observation room, well, the starting hand is very stable. Director Liu rubbed his chin and nodded. The choice and depth of the incision was handled in a standard manner, and it was obvious that it was well prepared. Another chief of internal medicine agreed. The basic skills are quite solid. It seems that the previous rumors were not empty. An old physician beside Wang Zhong also gave an evaluation. Although they still had reservations, Sumu's methodical opening still made them slightly surprised. This young man, it seems, is more composed than expected. Deputy Director Zhang Jianming's face, however, was a bit ugly. He stared dead at Sumu's hands. Standard? More than standard. This kind of smoothness and stability of the line of water. He Zhang Jianming back when the first contact with a similar surgery. Handshaking so much that even the knife can hardly hold. It wasn't until later when experience gradually became richer and after countless practices and surgeries that he was barely able to reach the level that Sumu was displaying at this moment. This kid's starting point is that high? An unspeakable suffocation and jealousy surged through Zhang Jianming's heart. But, the corner of his mouth twirled into a cold smile. So what if you have a good foundation? The real hard part of this surgery can be yet to come. This is just the beginning. Sure enough, it didn't take long. The surgery proceeded to the first critical point, the initial separation of the vital blood vessels and tissues connecting the two. This step of the process is extremely risky, and the slightest mishap could trigger a hemorrhage or even cause one of the babies to die on the spot. The manner and fineness of its handling will directly affect the difficulty and overall finish of the subsequent separation. Everyone in the observation hall subconsciously held their breath, and even the sound of conversation stopped. Director Liu's body leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp. A hint of concentration also flashed through Wang Zhong's cloudy eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the scalpel that Sumu was about to drop. Here we go. Only Sumu's wrist slightly moved and the tip of the knife slashed down. However, hiss, this is. Inside the observation hall, several of the chief physicians let out almost simultaneous sounds of disbelief and furrowed brows. Director Liu even directly sucked in a breath of cool air, disappointment written all over his face. What the hell? This slash is too common. No, more than ordinary. It can simply be described as rough, even a little messy. Doesn't he realize that there are several accompanying small blood vessels here? It's easy to damage them when you cut them like this. Alas, it's a pity. Is the stability in front of you all an illusion? Whenever it comes to the critical moment, the chain falls off. After all, young people are still too inexperienced. Lamentations and laments were heard. The corners of Zhang Jianming's mouth had been unable to restrain themselves from lifting upwards. Ha ha ha. It's coming. I'm sure it's coming. I knew it. This kid is definitely going to fall on his ass here. Some bull asterisk rising star. Some bull asterisk genius. It's still not a silversmith. He was so ecstatic that he could barely contain his laughter, but still pretend to be a pained senior on the surface. It's a pity. The opening in front is obviously very good. However, just then, Wang Zhong, who had been silent all this time, but surprise suddenly swept across his pale face. He jerked closer to the glass wall. No, he's not fumbling. He did it. On purpose. There was instant silence in the observation lounge. Everyone froze and looked at Wang Zhong in unison. Director Liu was dumbfounded. Deliberately? Elder Wang, what did you say? Cutting like this on purpose? Isn't this self-destructive? This will obviously increase the difficulty and risk of subsequent treatment. The smile on Zhang Jianming's face also froze. His eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Zhong didn't look at them. His eyes were still locked on Sumu's hands on the operating table, as well as the seemingly rough incision. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible excitement. You have only seen the surface. Unusual separation techniques do require fine avoidance at this step to avoid damage. However, the case of this Siamese twins is unique in that the vascular course within the adherent tissues is extremely complex, and while the conventional method may appear to be sound, It is inevitable that a deep vascular plexus that is difficult to deal with will be encountered subsequently. The risks are even greater if they are not handled properly. Wang Zhong raised his hand and pointed at the cut Su Mu had just completed on the screen. And this blade of Su Mu's may seem rough and even a bit risky, but you guys look closely at the angle and strength of his downward slash. He precisely avoided the most dangerous trunk and chose to expose the entrance to that deep vascular bush early at a fraction of the cost. This solution, this thought. Wang Zhong's voice trembled slightly. Unless one has a peak understanding and confidence in human anatomy and surgical techniques, possessing experience and judgment that rivals, or even surpasses the old man's experience and judgment I had back then. Otherwise, it would be impossible to even think of it, much less dare to do so. This step, as ordinary as it may seem, is actually a skill close to the Tao. It's a manifestation of reaching the ultimate understanding of the medical arts. Throughout the observation lounge, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by Wang Zhong's words. Director Liu opened his mouth, half speechless. The other physicians also looked at each other with shock and skepticism in their eyes. Zhang Jianming was even more struck by lightning. His face was white and his lips were shivering. Elder Wang, are you sure? How is this? How is this possible? Wang Zhong finally glanced at him, his eyes indifferent as if he was looking at a jumping clown. With that, he stopped paying attention to anyone and turned back to his head, his eyes burning into the young, upright figure in the operating room. The cloudy old eyes were filled with unprecedented expectation and light at this moment. This kid, it's really going to be a big surprise for me. Chapter 97, Out of Reach. Su Mu's eyes were focused, and the movements of his hands were so fast that they almost appeared as stumps. Separation, clamping, electrocoagulation, ligation. Each step was seamlessly connected without the slightest excess movement. Ridiculously efficient. It was as if he wasn't performing a 9-death S-class surgery, but rather an all-too-common teaching demonstration in the dissecting room. The young nurse on the side was already completely unable to keep up with Su Mu's train of thought. She didn't even have time to think about what the next command would be, and could only rely on her muscle memory and instincts to subconsciously react after hearing Su Mu's succinct command. Hemostat, snap, gauze, snap, attractor, snap, handing instruments, wiping sweat, hanging blood bags. She was like a puppet on strings precisely manipulated, with only those terribly steady hands in her eyes. Sweat soaked her back, but she didn't dare have the slightest distraction. Inside the observation hall, the only sound left at the moment was the rising and falling sound of sucking in cool air. The few directors who had previously carried a few moments of scrutiny and skepticism were now left with nothing but pure shock on their faces. Even Director Liu, who had been quite critical of Su Mu at first, stared wide-eyed, his mouth slightly open, as if he had seen some incredible miracle. My God, this is art, he muttered, his voice shaking with disbelief. The treatment of that vascular plexus just now was so ingenious. It's a godsend. And the separation level selection here is precise. Too precise. 1 point more is too much. 1 point less is too little. The gold content of this is too high. It's too high. As a senior surgeon, Director Liu was more able to appreciate than anyone else here how much terrifying skill and experience lay behind Su Mu's seemingly flowing operation. This is no longer a mere technique. It is a realm close to Tao. In the next second, Director Liu slammed his thighs, as if he had remembered something. Director Liu fumbled with his hands and pulled out a small, somewhat crumpled notebook and a pen from the pocket of his own white coat. While staring dead-on at every subtle operation of Su Mu on the screen, he flew to record it on the paper, his mouth reciting the words. This angle is just perfect, and this stitch spacing, perfect. This kind of master-level maneuver, this today can actually have the honor of observing it so closely. It's worth it. It's so worth it. The corners of Director Liu's mouth rose, his eyes flashed with fervor, and his complexion was even a little bit open. The operation before his eyes at the moment was the supreme mystery of the Temple of Medicine. Only Zhang Jianming, his face was blue, clenching his fists in death, veins rippling on the back of his hands. On what grounds? He was roaring madly inside. A brat who came out of nowhere. A temp who's only just turned regular. What makes it possible to get to this point? No way. This is absolutely impossible. However, he didn't notice that Wang Zhong, who was standing beside him, had his ears move slightly. Wang Zhong slowly turned around, and his muddy eyes, which had seen through the world, coldly glanced at the out-of-control Zhang Jianming. Oh, you say it's impossible? The gazes of everyone in the observation hall instantly focused on Zhang Jianming. Deputy Director Zhang, it seems you haven't seen it until now. Wang Zhong had his hands behind his back and his tone was flat as he paced slowly for 2 steps. It's not enough to be a doctor, just to make it through the years and do surgeries. Talent. Sometimes that stuff is more important than anything else. Wang Zhong paused, his gaze sweeping over the people in the observation hall with varying expressions before finally landing back on the young figure on the surgical screen. This kid Su Mu, the talent he showed. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, as if he was recalling some distant past. Even the old man when I was young, No kidding, those people out there blindly bragging about me, calling me some bull asterisk 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 teenage medical saint. I'm afraid that on the spirit and creativity in this surgery alone, it's not even comparable to what he's doing now. When this statement was made, the whole audience was shocked. Director Liu and the others even sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the way they looked at Sumu completely changed. What kind of person was Elder Wang when he was young? That was a legendary existence in the bizarre medical world. He actually admitted with his own mouth that he was far inferior to Sumu even when he was young? Wang Zhong ignored the shock of the crowd and just looked at Zhang Jianming coldly. If you have time to complain here and be jealous of a young man's talent, why don't you open your eyes and watch and learn? Jealousy will only cause your moral heart to be clouded and your vision to be narrow, ultimately losing yourself and sticking to your own ways. Wang Zhong's words were like a sharp thorn, ruthlessly piercing into Zhang Jianming's heart. Zhang Jianming raised his head violently, his eyes covered with crazy blood, and he shook his head almost hysterically. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Like a cornered and trapped beast, he growled low under his breath. Elder Wang, don't you dare put on airs here. You're clearly lying to me, lying to all of us. He must have been internalized by you a long time ago. It's the ultimate achiever that your Rising Star program is going to launch, right? You've been colluding for a long time. Zhang Jianming, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're babbling about? Director Liu was trembling with anger, pointing at Zhang Jianming's nose and cursing. Several other directors also changed their faces and spoke out, looking at Zhang Jianming with eyes filled with contempt and anger. The Rising Star program was specially implemented by the management of the Grievance Hospital and Elder Wang for the sake of the hospital's future successors. How dare Zhang Jianming talk nonsense here? Wang Zhong's face also completely sank. His eyes were icy cold, but the corner of his mouth was hooked into an extremely mocking sneer. The Nova program? Oh, Zhang Jianming, Zhang Jianming, your eyesight, your pattern, is only this dinky big. He shook his head, as if even anger was a waste of energy. Just as well, since you have to be an open-eyed blind, then I'll let you die today. Wang Zhong raised his hand violently, pointing at the surgical screen again, his voice rising steeply. Look closely, look at the spot he's about to tackle. Look at the point he chooses to lay the knife. Zhang Jianming froze and subconsciously followed Wang Zhong's finger to look at it dead on. That location doesn't seem to be anything special, does it? A very routine point of separation. His brow was furrowed as his mind raced through the various surgical options, but he never saw the point. However, in the very next second, on the screen, Sumu's wrist flicked. The scalpel sliced down at an angle that was completely out of the ordinary. One might even say bizarrely tricky. That angle, that depth, that evasive trajectory. Zhang Jianming's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. The entire person was like being struck by a nine-heavenly thunderbolt, instantly turning bloodless, and his mouth opened so wide that it could be stuffed into an egg. How dare he? Him? How could he? This is a separation method that is so close to the limit that the slightest deviation can have catastrophic consequences. Traveling through the veins? How is that possible? Wang Zhong let out an icy snort as he looked at his expression of having seen a ghost. See? Stupid. To tell you the truth, this hand of reverse vein penetration, I, too, barely comprehended it after months of pondering over it while observing a video of a top surgery a few years ago. Don't you have any idea in your own heart of the perils involved and the demands on a healer's skill and boldness? Wang Zhong withdrew his gaze and once again cast it towards the still calm figure in the operating room, his eyes filled with unspeakably complex emotions. At such a young age, he was able to master this nearly lost art to such a point of perfection. In time, his achievements in the medical path will surely far exceed those of old me. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 98, Accepting an Apprentice on Behalf of the Master. Wang Zhong's phrase "too far to be seen" was like a thunderbolt from the ground, exploding in the ears of everyone in the observation hall. Several of the directors who were originally still holding their positions, all of them were horrified at this moment, and the eyes that looked at Sumu on the operating table completely changed from scrutiny to awe. Even Wang Lao admits that he is inferior? What kind of demon is this kid? Zhang Jianming was even struck by lightning. His face was instantly as white as paper, and his body swayed, almost not standing still. The qualifications and experience he was so proud of were a joke in front of the crushing level of talent the other party had displayed. No, it can't be, he muttered, lost in thought, his voice as thin as a mosquito, full of despair. Meanwhile, outside the copy, Blue Star, inside the official live broadcasting room of Hansha, the pop-ups have long since exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did that old man say just now? He said he wasn't as good as Sushin when he was young? That old man looks awesome. Even he said so? Sushin is going against the odds. Although I can't understand the surgery, it's unknown. It feels like Sushin is handsome. Ha ha ha. Where are those White Elephant Nation and Kimchi Nation grandchildren who mocked Sushin and our Hansha just now? Does your face hurt? Come out and take a couple steps. A bunch of lemons. Their own country's players pulling their crotch and all they do is sour us. Now it's silly. Su God is awesome, voice breaking, countless Hanxia audience blood boiling, national pride bursting, crazy screen venting the excitement. By the way, the previous arrogant hostile country's audience mocked to no end. Hanxia, Supreme Command Center. The atmosphere was solemn, but the faces of every high-level bigwig faintly carried a trace of uncontrollable excitement. An electronic file labeled Top Secret is displayed on the screen in front of everyone. The dossier is small, but at its core, it goes straight to the key figure within the copy, Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, chief surgeon of the Grievance Spirit Hospital, suspected to be one of the core NPCs of the copy, real identity is doubtful, has a very high reputation in the field of bizarre medicine, known as the living fossil of the bizarre medical world. Its attitude has a significant impact on the survival of the players in the copy and the completion of the mission. Completion has a significant impact. This Wang Zhong is actually such a key figure, an old man with a general star on his shoulder said in a deep voice. This kid, Su Mu, can even be recognized by this kind of existence, and is even considered by it to have talent that surpasses his younger self. It seems that his follow-up action in the Grievance Hospital copy will go much smoother. The corners of Yijingguo's mouth curled into a pleased smile as he nodded vigorously. Good boy, didn't let me down. Sitting at the top of the center, that imposing figure also slowly nodded his head, with obvious approval in his tone. Su Mu, he always brings us surprises. The scene cuts back to the operating room. Spotlights and shadowless lights illuminate the surgical area as bright as day. The surgery, which had been performed at the most critical moment, separate the subject organs and deal with the most complex and dangerous shared blood vessels and nerve plexuses. Inside the observation room, coming, Wang Zhong's eyes sharpened steeply and his voice was low. All the directors, including Director Liu, all subconsciously held their breath. Director Liu even violently stopped the pen in his hand to record, put the crumpled little book back into his pocket, a pair of eyes staring at the screen for fear of missing any detail. Even Zhang Jianming, whose mind had long been distorted, couldn't help but focus his gaze on Su Mu's hands at this moment. Jealousy was jealousy, but at this moment, the skills that Su Mu had displayed had completely exceeded the scope of what he could understand and evaluate. This skill alone was enough to make him forget his jealousy for a moment, leaving him with an almost instinctive, awe-inspiring awe of top-notch technology. Right in the middle of all this, Su Mu's wrist once again made an incredible trajectory. It wasn't a simple cut, it was more like dancing on the tip of a knife. Precision, dexterity, unbelievable. His choice of approach, angle of separation, and maneuver to avoid nerves. Every operation is wonderful. It may seem thrilling, but it's steady as a rock, breathtakingly efficient. Thumbs up, with an extremely subtle soft thud, the last of the adherent tissue was separated with precision. The two baby bodies that were originally closely connected were perfectly separated under Su Mu's hands. On the vital signs monitor, the numbers were as smooth as a textbook case. Surgery, complete. And it's 100% perfect finish. A short silence followed. Inside the observation hall, a long-suppressed gasp of surprise and applause violently erupted. It worked. It really worked. Geez, 100% completion. This is a S-class difficulty Siamese separation surgery. Unbelievable. How many years has it been since we've had a genius like this in our hospital? I remember Wang Lao back then as a newcomer for the first time to take charge of a similarly difficult surgery. The degree of completion was only barely 90%, right? More than 90%. It was said to be a sensation at the time. Ha ha ha, we, the Grievance Spirit Hospital, have a successor. The future is promising. Several of the directors were flushed with excitement and high-fived each other in celebration, as if it was they themselves who had completed the surgery. Director Liu was even so excited that his body trembled lightly, and the eyes that looked at Su Mu were so hot that they almost burned. Sir? No. At this moment, in his heart, Su Mu was no longer his subordinate. It was a feeling of almost looking up to a god. The eyes he looked at Su Mu were no longer looking at his subordinates, but more like looking up to a god of medicine walking on earth. Only Zhang Jianming, with a face as gray as death, stood in place in a state of disorientation, as if he had been drained of all his essence. He knew that he was finished. It's completely over. In front of this young man, he would no longer have any possibility of turning over, and was destined to be crushed to death. In the future, in the Grievance Hospital, as long as there was Su Mu for one day, he would never be able to get away. However, just as the crowd was immersed in excitement and shock, a sharp-eyed director suddenly eked and looked at the corner in disbelief. Wang Lao? The crowd was shocked when they heard the sound, only to see that Wang Zhong, who had just been calmly pointing out the world. At this moment, even the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. Lying dead on the cold glass of the observation window, his forehead was pressed against the glass, his cloudy old eyes glaring round as he stared dead on at Su Mu, who was performing the final stitching work in the operating room. His lips quivered and a strange ho-ho-ho sound came from his throat. Elder Wang, what's wrong with you? Director Liu was the first to react and hurriedly took a few steps forward, asking worriedly, Are you okay? The other directors gathered around, full of concern. Could it be that Mr. Wang is too excited? After all, having witnessed the birth of a supreme genius far beyond his own youth, and rejoicing in the hospital's search for such a unicorn? But this reaction doesn't look like mere excitement, does it? Rather, it is like being greatly frightened. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, Wang Zhong jerked his head up. His wrinkled old face was unexpectedly filled with a complex look of horror and fervor at this moment. He staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably, stretching out his trembling finger and pointing it remotely at Sumu inside the operating room. I'll take this young man. The crowd was stunned, then realized that they really loved their talent. However, Wang Zhong's next sentence caused everyone's brains to instantly go down. He shook his head violently, his eyes becoming more frenzied as he growled in a near snarl. No, the old man is going to take on an apprentice on behalf of his master. Chapter 99 Elder Wang becomes a backer. Inside the observation lounge, there was a deathly silence. All the directors froze in place as if a spell had been cast on them. Substitute teacher acceptance? These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting them hard in the heart. Elder Wang actually felt that he was not qualified to be this kid's master? What a horrible talent is this, and what a looker. Wang Zhong, however, didn't care about this. His old face flushed red and he was so excited that his body was shaking slightly. He waved his hand violently, his voice carrying a tremor. Quickly go get that kid. No, bring Dr. Su here, immediately. Director Liu had a jolt and hurriedly ran his ass off to open the door. Not long after, the door of the operating room was pushed open, and Sumu took off his mask and walked out. He walked smoothly and looked as normal as if what he had just accomplished was just an ordinary minor surgery. Seeing this weird atmosphere in the observation hall, especially since everyone was staring at him with a look of a monster, Sumu slightly raised his eyebrows. Directors, Elder Wang. Sumu slightly nodded his head in greeting. How did my test go? As soon as he said this, several directors looked at me, their mouths opened, but not a single word could be said. Just kidding. Even Elder Wang recognized himself as inferior and felt that he was only worthy of accepting disciples on behalf of the master. So how could they be qualified to judge? Say yes? How? Unbelievable? Evil? Say it's not good? Isn't that slapping Wang Lao's face in public and saying that Wang Lao is blind? Each one of them held their faces red and wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was Wang Zhong who was the first to break the silence. He almost floated in front of Sumu, grabbing his arm with both hands with force, looking at him with a burning gaze. His tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Congratulations, young man. You're the first since the establishment of our Grievance Hospital. A doctor who can independently and perfectly complete an S-class Siamese split surgery as a rookie. No, you even surpass perfection. Pop, snap. Wang Zhong was the first to applaud, his applause clear and loud with palpable excitement. The other directors woke up as if in a dream, and also hurriedly followed the applause, which instantly became loud and enthusiastic. Director Liu even slapped his palms red, looking at Sumu with eyes filled with fervent admiration. It was also at this moment that Sumu's ears rang with an icy cold system beep. Ding! Main quest, proof of Nova completed. Degree of completion, SSS, perfect surpass? Based on your amazing performance, your attraction and deterrence to the bizarre existence have been increased at the same time. Bonus, creepy affinity increased by 40%. Current creepy affinity, 55%. Reward, unlock free access to the dangerous area of the Grievance Hospital. The successful completion of the mission, the generous rewards, and especially the bizarre affinity, made Sumu's heart flutter slightly. It seems that in this copy, showing extraordinary professional ability can gain unexpected benefits. Wang Zhong looked at Sumu. The eyes, it is like looking at a piece of the world's treasures appeared out of thin air. The more you look at the more satisfied, the more you look at the more you like. He coughed, cleared his throat, tried to make his tone seem less out of place, and spoke with the kind smile of an elder to a junior. Sumu, your talent. I can only say that my long-deceased master, if he is aware of it in his grave, he will definitely be smiling in his grave for receiving a disciple like you. So, on behalf of my benefactor, I would like to accept you as my disciple. In the future, you and I will refer to each other as master and brother. What do you think? As soon as he said this, the few directors next to him began to whisper, their words filled with envy and jealousy. My God, Elder Wang is recognizing him as his senior brother. This is a true step to heaven. Elder Wang's division. That's a legendary existence in the bizarre medical world. Yeah, with this identity, in the future, in the Grievance Hospital, no, in the entire bizarre world, who would dare to touch him easily? Wang Zhong stroked his several white whiskers and smiled warmly. In his opinion, if this kind of great chance hit his head, not to mention Sumu, a young man, even if it was an old monster who had been famous for a long time, he would have to kowtow in excitement and give thanks. However, just when everyone thought that Sumu would be so excited that he would bow his head, Sumu, however, just calmly looked at Wang Zhong, then, gently shook his head. Sorry, Elder Wang, I refuse. Inside the observation hall, the atmosphere that had just warmed up instantly froze. It was even deader than a moment ago. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws nearly dropped to the floor, as if they had heard something about the destruction of the universe. What did he just say? Denial? He actually refused old Wang's offer to take on an apprentice on his behalf? Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. Director Lu's face swished white. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and he almost jumped up in his anxiety. He frantically gave Sumu a wink. Those eyes were almost squeezing out. His hand kept gesticulating underneath like a cramp, silently crying out, "Ancestor, do you know what you're saying? Quickly change your words. It's a thigh that can save your life. It's a chance to get through. More importantly, you refuted Elder Wang's face in public, a living fossil of the Grievance Hospital, a bigot among bigots. Do you still want to live here in the future?" In the corner, Zhang Jianming, who had been like a walking corpse, suddenly erupted with incredible ecstasy in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, what a godsend. Stupid, foolish fools, you're looking for death yourself, so it's no one's fault. If you offend Elder Wang, I'll see how you'll end up. I'll see how you fall as a rising star. He forced himself to resist the urge to shout to the heavens, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a gloating, grim smile. To everyone's surprise, the smile on Wang Zhong's face stiffened for a moment before he didn't immediately burst into a rage. He just slightly tightened his smile and looked Sumu up and down again, as if he was recognizing this person for the first time. Then he spoke slowly and asked, his tone inaudible, "Can you tell me why?" Sumu greeted Wang Zhong, as well as the gazes of all the people around him that were either shocked, anxious, or gloating, with a frank expression and a sincere tone. "Elder Wang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not showing any disrespect to you or your division. Your medical skills are beyond the reach of my juniors. It's an honor to be valued by you. It's just that I have more important things to do right now, and I don't have the heart to consider the matter of worshipping the master sect for the time being." Something more important? Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Sumu nodded his head and reached out to point around, including the floor under his feet and the ceiling above his head. "For me, this place, the Grievance Hospital, it's more than just a horror replica, a quest location. It's more like a broken home. My goal is to do what I can to make this home clean, tidy and even revitalized again. I'm going to build it back up." At those words, the entire observation lounge fell silent. Rebuild the Grievance Hospital? What do you think this place is? An amusement park? Or your backyard? This is an S-ranked copy of terror. It's a creepy place that eats people without spitting out their bones. Even Director Lu, who had been worrying for Sumu, felt at the moment that this superior of his was a bit out of his mind after too long of an operation. However, just when Zhang Jianming felt that Sumu was dead and was ready to see how Wang Zhong would be thunderstruck, the expression on Wang Zhong's face, however, changed dramatically. He was first stunned, and then his eyes violently erupted with an even more brilliant and dazzling light than when he had taken on an apprentice on behalf of his master before. Good, yes. Instead of the slightest bit of anger, Wang Zhong was so excited that he grabbed Sumu's arm again and shook it vigorously, letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, good boy, has ambition, with gusto, rebuilding the Grievance Hospital? Good, well said. It's me with a small pattern. It's me who's shallow. Ha ha ha. He was so excited that tears were coming out of his eyes, and the look he gave Sumu was full of excitement and praise. The old man was still thinking of taking you in and passing on your mantle to honor the family. It's nothing compared to this ambition of yours. It's nothing. He heavily patted Sumu's shoulder with such force that Sumu felt pain, but more than that, he felt the other party's excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. Good, Sumu, this goal of yours, old man Wang Zhong, fully supports you. In the future, in this Grievance Hospital, no matter what you have to do, but if you encounter any trouble that can't be solved, or if you need any help in terms of resources, intelligence, or manpower, come to me at any time. As long as I, Wang Zhong, can do it, I'll give people what they want and give things what they want. No questions asked. Wang Zhong's words were loud and powerful. Once again, the surrounding directors, including the inwardly ecstatic Zhang Jianming, were collectively petrified. This ing works too? Instead of refusing to worship, you get greater support? What's wrong with the world? Chapter 100 Elder Wang's Gift. Wang Zhong's words had just fallen, and without waiting for the crowd to recover from their shock, he made a new move, only to see him carefully fumble out a jade pendant that was pitch black and warm to the touch from within his personal clothing. The jade pendant was not large, the style was ancient and simple, and there seemed to be some kind of unreadable pattern engraved on it, exuding an unspeakable sense of age precipitation. "This, you take." Wang Zhong looked solemn, holding the black jade pendant with both hands, handing it to Sumu, and then, without any doubt, gently placing it in the palm of Sumu's hand. The cold touch came, and Sumu subconsciously gripped it. Immediately next to the sharp-eyed director sucked in a mouthful of cool air. lost his voice and exclaimed, "Isn't this the token that Wang Lao inherited from his master? The tricky saint hand back then? I've heard that this jade pendant is the credentials of a single lineage of the sacred hand of guile. My god, Wang Lao this is." Shocked cries rose and fell, and the eyes of the people looking at Sumu had changed from looking at a monster to looking at a chosen one who was about to inherit a huge inheritance. Sumu was also stunned, looking down at the meaningful jade pendant in his hand, feeling a little hot. "Elder Wang, this is too valuable. I can't." He wanted to return the jade pendant. "Take it." Wang Zhong, however, glared at him, his attitude strong and not to be refused. He pressed Sumu's hand that he wanted to raise inside in a serious tone. "I'm old, my energy is not as good as it was back then, and a lot of things, I'm already beyond my capacity. In the future, this grieving spirit hospital will ultimately rely on you impulsive and capable young people." Wang Zhong looked at Sumu with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. "Your medical skills, which in some ways have even surpassed mine, are qualified and capable to take over this responsibility. This jade pendant is not just a token, it's a spirit, an inheritance. Let it, on my behalf, on the behalf of my long-dead master, and on the behalf of this hospital, which is full of holes, continue to bear witness." Wang Zhong's voice carried an unspeakable vicissitude and expectation. "With this jade pendant in place, those ungrateful things in the hospital will more or less give you a few points. In the future, if you come to me, unhindered, no one will dare to stop you." He once again heavily patted Sumu's shoulder, as if he wanted to pass on some kind of invisible burden. "Sumu, the future of the Grievance Hospital may really depend on you. When the words are said and the feelings are true, it would be pretentious to refuse." Sumu felt the texture of the jade pendant in his hand, as well as the weight of Wang Zhong's words, and was silent for a moment. He raised his head, met Wang Zhong's expectant gaze, and nodded solemnly. "Okay, Elder Wang, I'll take it." He didn't say anything more, just carefully put away the black jade pendant. Seeing Sumu finally accepting it, Wang Zhong had a heartfelt smile on his face, as if he had accomplished an extremely important event. All right, let's all disperse and go about our business." Wang Zhong waved his hand, signaling that the others could leave. The directors were like amnesties, and gave Sumu another glance with extremely complicated eyes before they excused themselves and left, leaving only Zhang Jianming still standing in the corner in a state of disorientation, his face ashen. Wang Zhong didn't leave immediately. He stood in place, looking at Sumu's departing back. A gratifying light flashed in his cloudy old eyes, and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Running girl, did you see that? We finally got someone decent who can take care of things in this Thai hospital." The old man might actually be able to take a break. A few moments later, Sumu returned to the still clean and tidy temporary doctor's office that Director Liu had arranged for him, closed the door and cut off the outside world. With a thought, he opened his system backpack interface. The black jade pendant that he had just put away in his haste appeared in the backpack's compartment and displayed the item's properties. Name, Sacred Hand Relics. Type, Special Props/Identity Credentials. Quality, suppressed by the environment of the copy, unable to fully explore. Effect 1, Name Deterrence. Holding this item represents the inheritance of the Sacred Hand of Guile, and within the Grievance Hospital, S-Rank, Copy, the hostility of all guile existences of a level lower than yours is naturally lowered by 20%, and the ability of all guile of a level no higher than Fierce God is suppressed by 30%. All creepy beings with a level no higher than God of Fierce will have their abilities suppressed by 30%. Effect 2. Key of can be used to open a certain unknown door. Hint, need to completely clear or control a copy of the Grievance Hospital to unlock the subsequent instructions. Note, this is not just a jade pendant, but a heavy responsibility and a key to the unknown. The previous one's suppressive effect on the spooky was strong enough to be a life-saving weapon in this menacing hospital of grudges, but the one in the back that opens the door to the unknown? In this copy, in addition to the known areas, there are even hidden areas, and you need to pass the level or take control of the hospital to unlock the instructions? This immediately aroused Sumu's intense curiosity. Great stuff! Sumu rubbed his chin, his eyes glowing. It seems that this thing given by Elder Wang is much more important than I thought. What could be behind that unknown door? Whatever, put it away first. It will definitely be of great use in the future. He closed the system interface with satisfaction and was in a rather good mood. However, just then, duck. The door to the office was suddenly knocked gently. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and two men walked in, one behind the other. Walking in front, it was that Director Liu who was quite respectful before, but now had a smile on his face that was almost blossoming. His pot-bellied figure, at the moment trying to straighten up and make a humble gesture, and following him was a disheveled and depressed face, wearing a seafaring elite model suit but looking out of place. Zhang Jianming, Deputy Director Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Jianming, with his head lowered and his eyes dodging, completely lost the shade and pride that he had previously felt outside the operating room. Sue, Dr. Sue. As soon as Director Liu entered, he nodded his head, the fawning smile on his face undisguised. Hey, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? I've specially brought Zhang Jianming here to make amends and apologize to you. Sumu sat on the chair, his body slightly leaning back, his hands crossed in front of him, his gaze calmly looking at them as he faintly spoke. Apologize? Right, apologize. Director Liu immediately nodded his head, and then he violently turned around and snapped at Zhang Jianming behind him. Zhang Jianming, what are you still standing there for? Quickly apologize to Dr. Sue. Zhang Jianming's body trembled violently, his lips shivered, his eyes glanced secretly at Sumu in horror, and then quickly lowered his head. His voice was as thin as a mosquito, and with a clear tremor, Dr. Sue, before that, it was I who was not right. Much offense, please forgive. You. He hadn't finished his sentence. Boo! A muffled sound, only to see Director Liu, without hesitation, suddenly lifted his foot and viciously kicked Zhang Jianming in the crook of his leg. What's the use of just moving your mouth? The smile on Director Liu's face remained unchanged, but his tone was cold and piercing. Kneel down. Give Dr. Sue a proper apology. Show your sincerity. Chapter 101. Director Liu came to the door to beg for Sumu. Director Liu's bellowing cry, accompanied by the muffled sound of a kick to the crook of Zhang Jianming's leg, seemed particularly harsh in the not-so-spacious office. The color of blood on Zhang Jianming's face instantly faded, and his body was uncontrollably about to kneel down. However, just a second before his knee was about to touch the ground, Director Liu, there's no need for that. Sumu's voice rang out calmly, interrupting this slightly comical bohemia. He leaned forward slightly, leaning against the back of the chair, his arms still crossed, his eyes falling on the wretched Zhang Jianming, the corners of his mouth seeming to hook up into an extremely faint arc. We're all co-workers, we'll see each other with our heads down in the future, and the days are still long. This was said lightly, but like an invisible hammer, it hit Zhang Jianming's heart hard. The days are still long? Zhang Jianming raised his head violently and looked at Sumu in shock, his pupils suddenly contracting. He understands. How could he not understand? As long as he, Zhang Jianming, was still in this Grievance Hospital for one day, as long as he was still under Sumu's watchful eye for one day, this conflict, it was not over. Fear clutched his heart instantly, leaving him cold and clammy. Director Liu was also a human savant, and as soon as he heard this wind from Sumu, he immediately understood the meaning. The fawning smile on his face froze for a moment, and then like a Sichuan opera face change, he instantly piled on a more enthusiastic smile. He no longer paid attention to the almost limp Zhang Jianming. Instead he violently kicked again, this time on Zhang Jianming's buttocks, with little force and extremely insulting. Get lost. Are you standing here in Dr. Sue's way? Director Liu's tone was filled with disgust, as if Zhang Jianming was some kind of trash. Zhang Jianming was like an amnesty, and could not care about the decency of the deputy director, almost hand and foot, rolling and crawling to escape from this office that suffocated him. The office door slammed heavily. Director Liu immediately turned around and rubbed his hands together, his face smiling brightly like a blooming chrysanthemum. Hey, Dr. Sue, don't mind if I do. That brat Zhang Jianming is just not open-minded. I've already taught him a lesson. He took a few steps closer and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone of voice. Dr. Sue, the surgery of yours today is simply divine. Ghostly work. I, Lao Lu, have never seen such a beautiful reverse vein penetration in all my years in surgery. Breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Sumu looked at this before and after appearance of his eyelids slightly raised, not being overwhelmed by this cheap bragging. He leaned his body back and tapped his fingers unconsciously on the armrest. Director Liu, he spoke slowly, his voice still calm. First you escorted Deputy Director Zhang over, apologized and knelt, and now you're telling me this. Deputy Director Zhang, theoretically, is your man, right? The personnel of the surgical department. Without your nod, he's afraid that this deputy director won't be able to sit tight. For you to beat and scold him like this, and personally escort him to make amends to me, is tantamount to slapping yourself in the face. Sumu paused, looking at the slightly embarrassed smile on Director Liu's face. His tone was certain. I don't suppose you're doing this just to take the heat off of me? There's something you might want to talk about. Being told by Sumu, the smile on Director Liu's face instead became a bit more sincere. With a bit of embarrassment, he rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed twice. Dr. Sue really is as discerning as an eye. Nothing can be hidden from you. He also stopped beating around the bush, his body leaning forward slightly, his tone carrying obvious expectation and pleading. To tell the truth, Dr. Sue, I just think your medical skills are just too brilliant. In the future, For your surgeries, can you let me observe and learn from the side? Think of it as a chance for me, an old comrade, to get a promotion? After he finished speaking, he carefully watched Sumu's reaction for fear of being rejected. Sumu raised an eyebrow as he heard this. That's all the request? Nothing else? How dare Director Lu have any other conditions? Seeing that Sumu didn't immediately reject it, he quickly nodded. This is it. Never disturb your surgery. I'll just watch and learn. Sumu looked at his nervous-to-be look and felt a little amused. Could be. Director Lu was immediately overjoyed, so excited that the fat on his face trembled. Oops. Great. Thanks a lot, Dr. Su. Thank you, Dr. Su. Dr. Su is truly the gem of our surgery. No, it's the future light of the entire Grievance Hospital. Sumu was nodding his head at this barrage of compliments and raised his hand to interrupt him. In that case, I have a small request as well. Director Lu immediately straightened his back with a serious expression. Dr. Su, you said, as long as I, old Lu, can do it, I will never say anything. Sumu's body relaxed and said in a casual tone, my daily outpatient workload, can it be cancelled? Hiya, that goes without saying? A top expert like you, Dr. Su, with national treasure skills, how can you spend every day in the outpatient clinic to see those trivial problems? What a waste of talent. You don't worry, I'll take care of old Lu. In the future, you don't have to worry about the outpatient clinic side at all. Just focus on critical care surgery and mentoring our juniors. In his opinion, it was an insult to medicine to let a big shot like Sumu, who could do the reverse vein penetration separation technique, go to a general outpatient clinic. He wasn't stupid. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, then Director Lu, you can get busy first. He served up an eviction. Okay. Director Lu is also a discerning person, knowing that he cannot stay longer. The purpose has been achieved. It should be withdrawn. He nodded his head and said with a grateful smile piled on his face as he backed away. Then I won't disturb your rest, Dr. Su. Walking to the door, he suddenly stopped again and lowered his voice, adding with a bit of a mysterious tone. By the way, Dr. Su, in our hospital, like Director Lee of the radiology department, Director Qian of the ear, nose and throat department, they privately admire you to the core, especially after watching the footage of today's surgery broadcast. They say you are a true genius. When you are free, you can walk around with them more and exchange feelings. This is a great benefit to your future work. In the hospital, we can also take care of each other, right? Director Lu's words are obviously a gesture of goodwill, and would like to pull Sumu into the small circle of these local directors. Oh, Sumu sniffed and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Getting in good with the other section chiefs? That's a good offer. I will, he responded faintly. That's great. Director Lu's smile grew even wider before he contentedly, respectfully exited the office and gently brought the door with him. Silence returned to the office once more. The placid expression on Sumu's face slowly converged and was replaced by a touch of icy sharpness. Radiology? And? The directors of these sections. Director Lu wanted to pull himself together, and these people, perhaps, had the same thought in mind. Just right. The corners of his mouth curved up in a cold arc. He himself was worried about how to get information faster and clean up the enemy players' curfew who were lurking in the shadows in this crisis-ridden hospital. A booster delivered to your door. It's a good idea not to use it. Chapter 102 Tripping. Director Lu, this old greaseball, was quite good at pushing the boat along, trying to tie himself to their chariot. Sumu stood up and straightened his white coat. For his first target, he chose anesthesiology, located at the other end of the surgical floor. The anesthesiology department is relatively independent, yet closely connected to the operating room and is an integral part of surgery. The door of the anesthesiology department was half covered, and Sumu gently knocked. Come in? A slightly magnetic, but cautious middle-aged male voice came from inside. Sumu pushed his way in. The office was small and rather neatly arranged, and a rather amiable-looking middle-aged man was sitting behind the desk, reviewing documents. Seeing that it was Sumu who pushed the door in, this director of anesthesiology's son obviously froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he reacted almost instantly, and an incomparably enthusiastic smile immediately blossomed on his face as he hurriedly got up and greeted him with quick steps. Oops, if it isn't Dr. Su, rare guest. What a rare guest. Please sit down. Please sit down. Director's son greeted enthusiastically while moving chairs to Sumu with nimble hands and feet, and personally went to the drinking fountain to receive water. The attentive attitude. More than Director Lu just now. Sumu sat down without moving, his gaze calmly watching the other party busy himself. Director's son's heart was so excited at the moment that it was almost like winning the lottery. This Dr. Sumu, not to mention in the Grievance Spirit Hospital. Even if it was placed in the entire Hansha medical world, it was the top of the top. To have such an achievement at such a young age, the future is bound to be boundless and unlimited. Director Liu, that old fox, must have already made the first move. His own this action is not slow. Hooking up early will definitely benefit you a lot in the future. He, Sun, was also considered to have seized the opportunity to be the first to eat the crab today. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became a few points more sincere. Sumu had no interest in beating around the bush with him, and after Director Sun carefully placed the water cup in front of him, he spoke directly, his tone bland. Director Sun, I came over today because I want to understand your anesthesiology department. What interns have been assigned recently? Director Sun's hand holding his own water cup slightly gave a start, somewhat surprised that Sumu would ask this. He quickly adjusted his expression and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately nodded and responded, yes, Dr. Su, wait a moment. He quickly walked to the file cabinet, moved quickly to rummage around, and soon took out a thin roster, and respectfully handed it to Sumu with both hands. Dr. Su, please take a look. This batch of interns to our anesthesiology department is only 3 in total. The list and the basic situation are all on this. Sumu received the roster and his eyes sharply and quickly swept through it. The list is short, with only 3 names. His eyes finally rested on the second name, his pupils shrinking slightly. Yamato Tanaka. Sure enough, it's him, island player. Sumu let out a cold laugh in his heart, and a sharp, cold aura flickered under his eyes. He remembered clearly that this Tanaka Yamato, as well as that Kim Min-ji, the Kimchi Country player who had already been killed by Zhao Shanha, and the other 2 White Elephant Country and Ugly Country players who had yet to show their faces. They weren't just unlucky bastards who had been randomly selected. These people entered this S-rank copy of Grievance Hospital on their own initiative. Their purpose is by no means pure. More importantly, that scented bag of Shao Runings, that token of love that carried his youthful memories and carried the faint scent of gardenia flowers, would actually appear in the hands of these enemy players. Sumu's mind was racing with thoughts, but his face was unperturbed. Just in time. Take this opportunity to open a breakthrough from this Tanaka Yamato first. While cleaning up these assholes, it's also important to ask questions about the ins and outs of the bomb. Director Sun had been secretly observing Sumu's change in demeanor, and he keenly captured the flash of icy killing intent when Sumu saw the name Tanaka Yamato. His heart thumped, and he hurriedly tried to ask, his tone becoming more and more respectful. Dr. Su, are you interested in this Tanaka Yamato? He didn't dare finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. What do you need, my old son? To serve? You can just ask. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Director Sun felt that this was a perfect opportunity to perform, and immediately added, with a tone of obvious contempt, I won't hide it from you. Dr. Su, this batch of interns, it's really, it's hard to say, except for this Tanaka Yamato, who is still smart and can barely understand the instrument data and play as a helper. The other 2 are simply wooden stumps. They can't even be taught. He carefully glanced at Sumu and piled up a fawning smile on his face. Of course, compared to a genius like you, Dr. Su, they don't even deserve to shine your shoes. Pure trash among trash. Sumu gently put the roster back on the table, and his slender finger lightly tapped on the name Tanaka Yamato. Director Sun, since you said so, then, please, take good care of this Dr. Yamato Tanaka for me. Work more for him to arrange a little difficult tasks. Procedures, strict control, a small error. Give me to seize, not to let go. Anyway, put some pressure on him. Let him know that interning here is not that easy. When he's about to have a mental breakdown or show anything, let me know immediately. This man, I have some personal business and need to interrogate him myself. The rules of the Grievance Hospital are very weird, and the weirdness here doesn't attack players for no reason. However, if a player makes a mistake on the job, violates the operating procedures, or violates some of the hospital's taboos, then he or she will immediately enter the dangerous state of removable and become a delicacy in the eyes of the bizarre being. Director Sun, as the anesthesiology department's hand, the power is not too big and not too small. But if in the professional field, to set obstacles for a trainee to create some seemingly reasonable but extremely easy to make mistakes in the work of the traps, it is simply a handful of no effort. As soon as Director Sun heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. This is not trouble. This was clearly Dr. Su looking up to himself and giving himself the opportunity to hand in a pitch. Teach an ungrateful intern a lesson? Small matter. Dr. Su, you can rest assured. This little matter, I'll take care of it on my old son. Promise to set this kid named Yamato Tanaka up so clearly that he'll know why the flowers are so red. I'll be the first to notify you when he's almost out of his depth. Never delay your business. Director Sun nodded and hailed. His face was undisguised fawning and excitement. For Sumu's command, he positively led the order. Can do this kind of dirty work for Sumu, is his honor. Chapter 103 Catching a Sneaky Player. After explaining to Director Sun, Sumu turned around and left the anesthesia department. I was going to stop by the internal medicine department and also say hello to the head of the department there and get acquainted. After all, he has not yet obtained the secretary identity card. So, multiple friends and multiple paths is obviously the most logical choice, especially in a haunted place like this. But just as he reached the corner of the surgical floor, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure out of the corner of his eye. The man was dark-skinned and had his trademark turban wrapped around his head, and he looked to be a player from the White Elephant Kingdom. At the moment, he was cowering thievishly behind a half-man-high green potted plant, surreptitiously observing the circular corridor leading to the administration building not far away. That circular corridor was brightly lit and the floor was as clean as new, but it was indescribably eerie and cold. Several figures in security uniforms were pacing back and forth mechanically, their steps neatly organized as if they were set in motion. But these security guards' face greenish-gray, eye sockets deep-set, eyes empty and lifeless, surrounded by a palpitating cold force, like moving ice. Ghost General. Sumu's eyes were slightly austere, and his heart instantly judged the rank of these security guards. Each one, surprisingly, was a bizarre existence comparable to the level of a ghost general. Moreover, Sumu knew very well that the bizarre strength of these security guards was far more than what was seen on the surface. According to the original design of the Grievance Hospital replica, they are not separate entities that can be easily broken up. Once any unseen rash person tries to force their way in and kill these security guards bizarrely alone, then the remaining trickster power would instantly merge, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, eventually converging to give birth to a true Ghost King. The existence of a Ghost King level, the terror of its strength, was by no means something that ordinary players could contend with. Therefore, this circular corridor leading to the administration building was almost equivalent to a deathly forbidden zone within the Grievance Hospital. Only top hospital executives like the heads of departments, experienced head nurses, and even the legendary deans, secretaries, and chairpersons are qualified to pass freely and unharmed by virtue of their identities or special tokens. As for ordinary doctors, whether it's a player caught up in a copy or a creepy doctor born on hospital soil who dares to step in without permission, there was only one way to end up, and that was to be swarmed by these seemingly slow-moving ghost general security guards in an instant, tearing them into bits and pieces of flesh and blood. This White Elephant Nation player hid behind a potted plant, probing and observing the movements of the corridor and the security guards with a purpose that couldn't have been more obvious. He was surveying the terrain, looking for an opportunity to sneak in. The corner of Sumu's mouth hooked up with a touch of coldness if anything, and thoughts flew through his mind. Ugly country, island country, kimchi country, white elephant country. The players of these four countries formed an alliance. Really is not passive waiting for the death of the lambs. They are the initiative to choose to enter this S-class copy of the Hospital of Grievances. Their goal, inevitably, was to raid this copy and gain great benefits or accomplish some kind of special task. And they also knew very well that with just the identity of a system initially assigned, lowest level ordinary doctor or nurse, wanting to survive for 7 whole days in this crisis-ridden spiteful hospital, and even complete the final hidden mission that might exist, was simply a fool's errand, as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Therefore, they must acquire a higher order of status. For example, grabbing the position of director of a key section, or going even further, to directly infiltrate the administrative building and seek those high-level positions that only exist in legends and have greater authority and resources. It seemed that the ugly countryside did have quite a bit of information, and from the very beginning of their entry into the duplicate, they didn't consider their initial assigned status as a doctor or nurse as their final destination, but merely as a stepping stone that could be utilized and discarded. And that scented capsule of Shao running. Sumu's eyes slightly condensed, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm afraid this is the biggest card they dare to covet the administration building and think they have a chance to sneak in. The scented pouch was Shao Running's personal belongings, and it was bound to be tainted with her unique scent. Who is Shao Running? She is one of Sumu's many ex-girlfriends, and is also the key NPC with the most noble and special status in a sense in this copy world derived from his nightmares. Her items, in this copy, might actually have some sort of ineffable special potency. For example, helps the wearer to temporarily shield or appease the hostile perceptions of these ghostly security guards during a specific period of time, thus allowing them to sneak into the interior of the administration building, unknowingly and smoothly. However, Sumu also knew in his heart that even if they really had a burst of luck and managed to sneak into the administration building, that by no means meant it was safe. I'm afraid that the level of menace inside the administration building is 100 times more dangerous than these ghost general security guards patrolling outside. After all, that is one of the most dangerous areas in the entire Grievous Spirit Hospital replica. Sumu lifted his wrist and looked at the wristwatch that was visualized by the power of the replica, and the time was displayed on the screen, 1600 hours p.m. Now, it was the normal working hours set by the Grievance Hospital, according to the hospital's rules and regulations, which were so thick they could smash a person to death. All doctors and nurses should be busy at their respective posts during this time of the day, dealing with patients or completing assigned tasks, like this White Elephant Nation player. Wandering freely in areas that were not his own work area and sneaking around peeking into forbidden areas was a serious violation of the hospital's rules, once discovered and reported by a patrolling matron or other shenanigans with administrative privileges. If it is light, you will receive a stern warning, deduct evaluation points, or if it is heavy, you may directly trigger the clearing mechanism of the copy, and be judged as a destabilizing factor and be wiped out. An imperceptible coldness flashed through Sumu's eyes, and he already had a plan in his mind. Instead of immediately stepping forward to reveal or startle the snake, he silently withdrew his gaze and turned around as if he had just casually glanced at it and seen nothing. Ha, there's a way to heaven and you don't go, but there's no door to hell and you barge in. Since you took it upon yourself to expose your whereabouts and run into my guns, then don't blame me for being ruthless and taking you first. Sumu adjusted the collar of his white coat and temporarily gave up his original intention of visiting the internal medicine department, and with a turn of his feet, he walked in another direction opposite to the administration building, the pharmacy department. Before people arrived, from afar, they could hear a noisy and busy sound coming from the pharmacy department side, the ticking sound of various instruments, the sound of collision of medicine bottles, as well as the nurses' hurried footsteps mixed together, seemingly unusually noisy. Anyone can notice how busy the pharmacy department is. Chapter 104, Sumu who was going to be reported by complaints. The scene inside the pharmacy department was a few points more chaotic than Sumu had expected. Before he even reached the door, a strong smell of potion mixed with disinfectant, and some kind of unidentified formalin-like pungency hit him, causing him to almost stumble. As far as the eye can see, the entire spacious hall is piled up with half-human high medicine boxes and all kinds of unnamed medical equipment parts, and the aisles are so narrow that only one person can pass through. A few figures wearing pharmacist whitecoats quickly shuttled among them like a gyroscope, with hurried footsteps and anxious looks, the crackling of keyboards, the crisp clinking of pill bottles, the monotonous drip 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 of instruments, and the lowered but still seemingly urgent sounds of conversations made for a cacophonous symphony. A woman wearing a white lab coat, with her hair casually pulled up in a bun at the back of her head, revealing her bare forehead, looking about 40 years old, with a competent yet tired temperament, was standing in the center of the hall. It's the head of the pharmacy department, Lin Hui. Sedation expedited. There's a waiting list over at ICU. Check the number of new serums in storage. Hurry up. Take the oral fluid dispensed over there to the internal medicine department without delay. Right at this moment, Sumu's figure appeared at the entrance of the pharmacy department. Lin Hui was slightly stunned, surprised that Sumu would appear here. What are you waiting for? Has all the work in hand stopped? Lin Hui quickly returned to her senses and scolded her men, then squeezing out a still polite smile on his face, he nodded towards Sumu. Dr. Su, what wind blew you here? She put down the list she was holding and walked over quickly. Sumu smiled and raised his finger to point at the busy scene inside, passing by. Came over to say hello to Director Lin. You've got a real buzz going on here. Dr. Lin. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth pulled, helplessly saying, there's nothing we can do about it. Recently all kinds of patients have skyrocketed, and the types and quantities of medicinal agents needed have doubled several times over. So our department is going crazy. Dr. Su, why don't you come sit in my office? Sumu nodded. Good. Lin Hui's office wasn't big, but it was pretty neat. Dr. Su, please sit down. Lin Hui placed the enamel cylinder on the table in front of Sumu, while she herself pulled out a chair and sat down, rubbing her somewhat swollen temples. Sumu picked up the jar, symbolically sniffed it, did not immediately drink it, said with a smile, look at you guys this battle. I'm really glad I chose surgery in the first place. If I was assigned to the pharmacy department at the beginning, I'm afraid the bones are going to fall apart. That was half a joke, half an emotion. Lin Hui sniffed. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Then she returned to her normal state and waved her hand. If Dr. Su was really willing to turn around, I'll let you have the position of head of the pharmacy department. With a rising star like you, Dr. Su, in charge, I'm afraid that the efficiency of our pharmacy department will be able to increase by a large margin. Lin Hui's remark was not entirely flattering. Sumu's reputation in the Grievance Hospital nowadays, although he is still just a newly turned doctor, but after experiencing the Siamese split surgery and Zhao Qianshan first aid incident, his potential and weight have already vaguely made it impossible for these senior department heads to ignore. Everyone knew that the young doctor's future achievements would, I'm afraid, reach heights they could hardly imagine, especially for Director Liu of the Department of Surgery. It was a stroke of luck to have recruited such a heaven-defying intern as Sumu. The entire surgical department followed suit, and I don't know how many other department heads were envied. Sumu put down the enamel cylinder. Fingers on the desktop gently knocked. The words also followed a turn. With a few curious tone asked, "But Director Lin, I see that you guys here manpower are tense into this. How seems to be? There are still people who can be busy, wandering around it?" Lin Hui was about to drink from her own cup of tea when she heard this. Her movements gave a slight lurch, and her brows immediately furrowed. What does Dr. Su mean by that? Who's being lazy? She subconsciously thought that it was some ungrateful guy in her section who had touched the fish and was bumped into by Sumu. Sumu's tone was flat, as if he was just mentioning it casually. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that when I came over from the surgical building side just now, I saw a young man wearing intern clothes, with dark skin, and wrapped in a turban." He didn't directly point out the other's nationality, but the description was clear enough. He was sneaking around behind the potted plants at the corner of the corridor leading to the administration building, poking his head in and wondering what he was looking at. The doubt on Lin Hui's face instantly turned into shock, as if she thought of some key information. Her face changed violently. "Intern? The one wrapped in a turban? Could it be the newly assigned one named Singh?" Sumu nodded in acquiescence. "It looks like it." "What?" Lin Hui stood up from her chair with a miso, and because the movement was so violent, the legs of the chair and the ground rubbed together with an ear-piercing clang, and some of the cloudy tea in the cup spilled out, splashing onto her white coat. But she was oblivious, her tone tinged with incredulous alarm. "Singh? Didn't he tell me that he had to go to the restroom with an upset stomach? How come he ran over to the administration building?" Her shock wasn't just because Singh was sneaking around and going AWOL. What's more, that circular corridor in the administration building was a forbidden area that was expressly forbidden for ordinary doctors, especially those of them who were interns without any seniority or authority, to approach. The dangers there were well known to her. The head of pharmacy. Unauthorized snooping is no longer a simple violation, but a serious act of death. Seeing this, Sumu's purpose had been achieved, so he did not say any more, just shrugged his shoulders noncommittally, picked up the cup of tea and sniffed it again, still not drinking it. He's just telling what he saw, and it's Director Lin's business as to what to do with it. Lin Hui's chest rose and fell violently a few times, obviously furious. She took a deep breath, forced down her anger, and said solemnly to Sumu, "Thanks to Dr. Su for reminding me. This Singh has too much guts. This matter, I will definitely deal with it seriously and never condone it." Her face was as black as a pot and her eyes glittered with an icy chill. Obviously, that unlucky White Elephant Nation player Singh. I'm afraid that the next thing he's going to face is more than just a simple criticism and education. And just as Sumu and Lin Hui were chatting in the office, on the other hand, the White Elephant Nation player named Singh had just finished his initial reconnaissance of the corridors of the administration building. He needed to make this discovery, as soon as possible, to the centerpiece of their alliance, James of the Ugly Kingdom. However, when he was about to walk to the vicinity of the consulting room that was originally assigned to Sumu to sit temporarily, his footsteps lurched, only to see that in front of the door of the clinic that was supposed to be in charge of Sumu, a long line had formed at some point. The weird thing is that the queue is not alive. Instead, they were all greenish-white, hollow-eyed, and exuded an eerie aura of intense gloom and corruption. Some are missing arms and legs, some have their heads hanging off to the side, some have a big hole broken in their chests and you can still see the wriggling guts inside. These bizarre patients, in various forms, were currently pacing anxiously in place, making whining noises. What's the name of the game? Where's that Dr. Su? Why isn't he coming? My bones are itching to death. Just hung up on him and waited almost an hour. Playing games with us? If you don't come out, I'll break down this door. Outrageous. I'm going to complain about him, taking off duty without reason. He must be severely punished. Various low growls full of resentment and dissatisfaction rose and fell. Singh stood not far away, looking at the bizarre scene in front of him, first a little bewildered, then a brilliant light flashed violently in his eyes. Doctors not on duty? Long lines of patients complaining? A thought crossed his mind like lightning. The corner of his mouth hooked into a sinister and triumphant arc, and without further hesitation, he immediately turned around and walked quickly in the other direction. He's going to go find James right away. This unexpected discovery might become an unexpected breakthrough in their plan. A chance to bring down that obtrusive Chinese kid. Chapter 105, Prelude to the Storm. Internal Medicine Clinic Area. James' brows furrowed. Are you sure all those patients are complaining about Sumu's absence? It was a matter of urgency, so of course he had to ask. Singh nodded vigorously, excitedly. 1000% true. Mr. James, I witnessed all those shenanigans lining up, cursing him and saying they were going to complain. James mused for a moment. He and his team had spent a great deal of time scrutinizing the known rules and information before entering this damned copy of the Grievance Hospital. They know very well that if they want to survive in this S-rank copy, or even pass the level, it is crucial to strictly abide by that professional code given by the hospital. At the same time, obtaining as high a status as possible is the key to increasing your chances of survival and completing hidden quests. Su-mu, as a doctor, but went AWOL during the sitting time, causing the patient to seek medical help. This is undoubtedly a serious dereliction of duty. James was a little skeptical at first, worried that this wasn't some kind of trap set by the Chinese, but on second thought, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity to reasonably comply with the rules of the copy itself to combat, or even remove, the potentially huge threat of Su-mu. With that thought in mind, James looked to an expectant Sing and succinctly instructed, since you're the one who found the problem, it's up to you to take care of it. Take this opportunity, you know what to do. I'll apply to the Alliance to reward you after clearing the copy. With that said, James turned around and went back to his work at his own internal medicine clinic. Getting the go-ahead from James, Sing felt as excited as a chicken blood. He straightened his back, a malicious gleam in his eyes. Going directly to Su-mu for a theory? No, that's too low. He's going to stab Su-mu's top boss directly, Chief of Surgery Lu. Sing straightened his non-existent collar and strutted, head held high, in the direction of the Surgeon General's office. He had even begun to fantasize about the wonderful scene of Su-mu being punished in public and then cleared by the copy mechanism. The door to Director Lu's office was hidden. Sing was in a hurry and didn't think much about it, not to mention forgetting to knock on the door, and pushed it open as soon as he was directly in the room. However, the sight that met his eyes made him freeze in place instantly. In the office, Director Lu was leaning close to a female creep in a nurse's uniform, slender but with a blurred face. The female creepy seemed to be snuggling into Director Lu's arms, moving ambiguously, cuddling and unclothed. Sing's sudden intrusion obviously interrupted them. Director Lu turned his head violently. The expression on his face was first stunned, then it turned into a heady gloom and violent anger at being disturbed. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to eat Sing alive. The female creepy also let out a sharp hiss in shock, and her form twisted and flickered for a moment before she quickly straightened her nurse's cap, lowered her head, and drifted away from Sing like a gust of cloudy wind, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Director Lu took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his eyes, but his face was still ugly as hell. He stared dead at Sing in the doorway, the veins at the corners of his forehead throbbing slightly. You are? Director Lu tried to recall and remembered. That new intern in pharmacy? What's the name? Sing? His tone was icy with an undeniable questioning. Who told you to come in without knocking? And what are you doing in my surgical office? Sing's heart shivered at the cannibalistic look in Director Lu's eyes, but thinking of the heavy responsibility he was carrying, he forced himself to muster up the courage again. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound righteous. Director Lu, I'm here to report. I want to report your surgeon, Su-mu. Serious malpractice. Malpractice? When Director Lu heard these two words, especially when they were linked to Su-mu, his entire body froze, and the angry look on his face was instantly replaced by an incredulous dismay. Dr. Su, you're saying Dr. Su malpractice? His voice unconsciously rose a few points. Sing was completely oblivious to the subtle and dangerous change in Director Lu's demeanor. He thought Director Lu's shock was because Su-mu had dared to do such a thing, so he became even more pleased with himself and added to his description. That's right, it's him. I saw with my own eyes. Outside the clinic he was in charge of, the line was full of patients waiting to be seen, at least 20 to 30 of them. Each and every one of them is full of grievances, but Su-mu and the others aren't even there. Completely AWOL. All those patients are swearing and saying that if no one takes care of them again, they're going to complain about the disorganization of your entire surgical management. Neglect of duty. The words complaints against the entire surgical department were like a red-hot needle sticking hard into Director Lu's nerves. His face swished and darkened completely, his eyes becoming as dark as an abyss. Sing, however, was still in a euphoric state, completely unaware of what a minefield he had stepped on. When he saw Director Lu's dark face and not speaking, he thought that his report had had an effect and that the other party was thinking about how to deal with Su-mu. So, he struck the iron while it was hot and started to put a crazy hat on Su-mu. Director Lu, I see that this Su-mu, at such a young age, is a bully. He doesn't care about the hospital rules. Such a person staying in the surgery department is simply a black sheep. He's a tumor. He must be severely punished, as a warning to others. The muscles in Director Lu's face twitched a few times as he listened to Sing's droning accusations. An lurid storm rolled over the depths of his eyes, but he eventually just nodded slowly, his tone inaudible. I know. I'll take care of this matter myself. He raised his eyes to look at Sing and said in an unquestionable tone, You're going to wait over at Su-mu's clinic right now. I'll be right behind you. Singh sniffed in delight. Let yourself go over there and wait? It must be that he needs himself as a witness. That's great. Director Liu is really sensible. Sumu, you're dead this time. Okay, Director Liu, I'll go over and wait for you. Singh responded respectfully and turned around to leave the office with gusto. Looking at Singh smugly departing back, the door to Director Liu's office was gently brought up. Inside the room, the last trace of pretense on Director Liu's face disappeared. His face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. His eyes were cold and piercing, but the corners of his mouth slowly hooked into a sardonic smile with bloodthirsty implications. Ignorant fools, he spat in a low voice, as if to himself. With that, he picked up the old black phone on his desk, and with a firm finger, dialed a number. The beeping sound of the phone connecting was loud and clear in the silent office. Hey, Director Liu's voice was lowered to a whisper, carrying a hint of icy killing intent. Director Lin? Chapter 106, how come it's Deputy Director Zhang who gets beaten up again? Sumu was currently planning to walk through the eerie corridor that connected the surgery building and the administration building. He wanted to go over to the administration building and see what was going on. With his love pouch with Xiao running, plus the sacred hand of guile black jade pendant given to him by that old man Wang Zhong, he was confident that he could cope with any restrictions or prying eyes that might exist in the corridor. These two should not be too bad when stacked. However, he had just reached the corner of the surgical wing leading to the administrative corridor. A slightly hurried figure, however, greeted him quickly from the direction of the adjacent pharmacy department. Dr. Su, the person who came was none other than the smart and capable-looking female director of the pharmacy department, Lin Hui. When she saw Sumu, she also seemed to be a bit surprised and stopped in her tracks. I was about to go to your office to look for you, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. Lin Hui spoke quickly. Sumu stopped. His eyes swept over her face and nodded. Director Lin, something's wrong? Lin Hui took a quick look at the empty corridors to the left and right to make sure no one was there before lowering her voice. Well, it's something. I'm here to see that new intern in our section. Sing. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and let out an "oh." Sure enough, it was that sneaky white elephant country player. Lin Hui didn't notice Sumu's subtle expression and said immediately after, Dr. Su, you'd better come with me. Go with you? Sumu frowned slightly, feeling a hint of incomprehension. Where to? A trace of helplessness appeared on Lin Hui's face as she explained. Just a moment ago, Director Liu of the surgical department gave me a call. On the phone, he sounded very bad. Said it was something to do with you. Sumu was even stranger. Related to me? How did it find its way to your pharmacy department? Why is this still interdepartmental? Lin Hui sighed with a bit of annoyance in her tone. Who else could it be? It's not that intern named Singh from our section. I don't know which one of his tendons is wrong, but he actually ran to Director Liu to sue you. Sue me? Sumu was first slightly stunned when he heard this. With that, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile with a few hints of teasing. Interesting. He muttered in his heart that he hadn't even freed himself to settle the score with the guy who had been snooping around the administration building, but he had jumped out on his own first. It's up for grabs. Okay. Sumu collected his smile and nodded dryly. Since Director Liu has called, that's just right. Go over there together. Without further delay, the two turned around and walked quickly in the direction of Sumu's surgical clinic. From afar, before he even reached the door of the clinic, Sumu heard the noises coming from over there. When I got closer, it was really lively. Sumu's clinic door is closed, but outside the door is crowded with a large group of twisted forms, emitting a rotten odor of the bizarre patients. Where's the doctor? What the hell? How long have we been waiting? My skin's not going to hold out much longer. It's going to burst open if I don't sew it. Complaint. Complaints must be made against this doctor. Director Liu, with an iron face, stood at the front of the crowd, apparently doing his best to calm the cranky shenanigans. Next to him, the deputy director of surgery, Zhang Jianming's face was also extremely ugly, and cold sweat even oozed from his forehead. And that white elephant nation player, Singh, was currently standing behind Director Liu's side with a face of exuberance and complacency, his eyes sorrowful, glancing at the closed door of the clinic from time to time and looking at Director Liu, as if he was expecting something. The appearance of Sumu and Lin Hui immediately attracted everyone's attention. Singh's eyes even lit up, as if he had seen a savior coming, and his spirit instantly came. He immediately took half a step forward, excitedly pointing at Sumu, who had just walked over, and shouted at Director Liu, Director Liu, you see, he's back. That's him. Sumu, AWOL during business hours, doesn't give a damn about the patients. So many patients are waiting here and he's gone nowhere. It's just gross negligence. Singh's voice was sharp and clear, full of gloating pleasure. Director Liu's gloomy gaze swept over Sumu and paused on Lin Hui's face beside him, unable to discern any emotions. Instead of immediately paying attention to Singh, He first turned his head to the increasingly agitated creepy patients and said in a tone that was as calm as possible, but not overbearing, "Everyone be quiet. Nobody be in a hurry. This Dr. Sue has just returned, and I will deal with the issue of his absence from duty seriously. Definitely will give everyone a satisfactory explanation." Hearing this guarantee from Director Liu, Sing's heart was simply overjoyed. Seriously? Then it must be dealing with Su-mu without running away. He felt that he had caught Su-mu's fatal handle this time, and bringing down this thorn in his side was simply a sure thing. It was as if the rewards after clearing the copy were already beckoning him. However, just as Sing was basking in the joy of his impending victory, the change is steep. Pow! An extremely crisp and loud slap exploded violently in the crowded corridor without warning. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the low roar of the creeps. All the people and shenanigans, including Sing who was accusing, were confused. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. The smug smile on Sing's face instantly froze, and his eyes glazed over. Because Director Liu's stone-cold slap was not at all to the object of his report, Su-mu. Instead, it was slapped solidly and with all its might, hard on the face of the deputy chief of surgery next to him, Zhang Jianming. Zhang Jianming's entire body was slapped and stumbled, covering half of his rapidly reddening and swollen cheek. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Director Liu, what are you doing, hitting me? His voice was trembling. Hit you for what? Director Liu turned around violently like a barrel of dynamite that had been ignited, pointing at the bizarre patients gawking at the door of the clinic. He chopped his head off at Zhang Jianming and gave him a thunderous roar. I asked you to temporarily come over to cover Dr. Sue's outpatient clinic. Where are you? Dr. Sue had a temporary emergency and asked you to fill in. You're playing ing disappearance for me? Look at all these patients, all waiting for emergency care. It's you who are neglecting your duties. You want to rebel, don't you? Zhang Jianming was dumbfounded and terrified, and hurriedly tried to explain. No, Director Liu, I was going to. Shut up. Director Liu didn't even listen to his defense. His eyes were fierce like he wanted to eat someone. Now, immediately, get your ass in there and take over. Delay one more patient and I'll skin you. Zhang Jianming was so frightened by Director Liu's fierce look that his body shivered and his neck snapped, looking at Director Liu's almost fire-breathing eyes. How could he dare to argue half a sentence more? He didn't even dare to let out one more fart. Like a defeated rooster, he turned around, pushed open the door of the clinic on his hands and knees, and escaped as if he was running for his life. The door to the clinic closed with a thud. In the corridor, an eerie silence instantly descended. Those weird patients also seemed to be subdued by this sudden turn of events and temporarily stopped making noise. Sing stood still, utterly dumbfounded. His mouth was open and his mind was blank. What the hell is going on here? That's not how the script was written. It was obviously a report of Su-mu's dereliction of duty. How come the one who ended up getting beaten up became Deputy Director Zhang? He hadn't gotten over the shock and confusion. Director Liu had finished dealing with Zhang Jianming and slowly turned around, his eyes landing on Lin Hui, the head of the pharmacy department. The anger on his face was slightly restrained, but his expression was still cold, and his tone carried a sneer if nothing else. Director Lin, looks like your pharmacy department has been working pretty light lately. Ha! I can't believe you have time to bring your interns and come over to our surgical turf to inspect your work. Lin Hui looked calm, but her gaze, however, instantly locked onto Sing, who was standing behind Director Liu and had long since turned pale and was shivering slightly. Sharp, cold. Chapter 107, White Elephant Nation player Sing dies. Lin Hui's gaze was like two ice-hardened scalpels, pinpointing Sing's body. Sing's scalp tingled at her look. His body was jolted, and the little bit of smugness that he had just reported as a success had long since flown out of the sky. He forced down the panic in his heart and squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears as he tried to defend himself. Director Lin, I'm doing this for the good of the hospital. Look at Dr. Su. For the good of the hospital? Lin Hui directly interrupted him, her voice steeply rising with a wave of suppressed anger. We're going crazy over there in the pharmacy department. Drugs are being dispensed. Emergency claims are being made. Which part of the process isn't manpower strapped to death? She pressed a step forward, her eyes sharp as a falcon. You're good. You've been doing your job but not doing it, and you still have the free time to come to the surgical department to tell people what to do and spy on your co-workers. Sing, who gave you the authority? Director Liu snorted coldly from the side, clasping his hands to his chest and looking askance at Sing, who had long since lost his color. Ha, Director Lin, your interns in the pharmacy department have really wide control. The mockery in his tone almost curdled into substance, slamming coldly into Sing. Hands all over our surgical turf, and they went right over the top to report the attending physician? What? The corner of Director Liu's mouth hooked up into a morose arc, seeing that Dr. Su is young and talented. You're unbalanced in your heart? He paused, his voice not loud but clear throughout the hallway. To tell you the truth, with Dr. Sue's level. Having him guard the clinic every day to deal with these trivial injuries and illnesses would be a real waste of time. He doesn't have to sit in on the clinic. It's my special dispensation, because there are more important surgeries waiting for him. The words came out as if they were thunder from the ground. The blood on Singh's face instantly faded to nothing but a deathly white. He jerked his head and looked incredulously at Sumu, who had been looking calm next to him, as if he had stayed out of it. You? How could you? Director Liu even personally approved that you don't have to go out to the clinic? How can this be done? Lin Hui looked at Singh's disoriented appearance, and there was not the slightest sympathy in her eyes, only a sneer that grew colder and colder. What? Surprised? She let out a cold laugh and said clearly word for word, I forgot to tell you that not too long ago, Dr. Su, as the first person to participate in the S-Class Siamese split surgery test as an intern since the establishment of our Grievance Hospital, got a perfect score. Full marks. Do you understand? A tricky saint hand who can get a perfect score in this hellishly difficult surgical test needs you, a trainee pharmacist who can even make mistakes in basic potion concoctions, to question his professional ethics? Are you worthy? Singh was struck by lightning. His whole body was confused and his brain buzzed. Full marks? Siamese separation surgery? That's not a test that James, the centerpiece of the league, has repeatedly emphasized is so difficult that it's almost impossible for a surgeon to pass it in a short period of time. Their White Elephant Nation squad entered the Grudge Hospital copy this time, and even deliberately did not look for powerful surgical specialist players as teammates, just because they were certain that this test would become an insurmountable moat that would effectively screen out most of the competitors. Results. As a result, this Sumu, this Dr. Han Xia, whom he did not put in his eyes at all, surprisingly took full marks? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. No wonder Director Liu was so defensive of him. Singh could only feel a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, and his body was icy cold. How can his medical skills of this Sumu be perverted to such an extent? And so on. A thought crossed Singh's confused mind like lightning. Medicine. Superb medical skills. Could it be that? He snapped to attention. Perhaps it is because the Sumu himself possesses extremely high, and may even far exceed the level of this copy of the conventional medical technology. So he will be selected by this Grievance Hospital copy, or rather, he chose to enter this copy, is because he is emboldened? It's not a coincidence at all. Just as Singh was horrified and his thoughts were reeling, Lin Hui had turned to Director Liu and Sumu, her expression resuming its previous competence and seriousness. Director Liu, Dr. Su, this time it's our pharmacy department's lax management that made the mistake. I assure you both that I will give you a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, she once again turned her icy gaze on the shivering Singh. In turn, Singh, Lin Hui's voice did not carry a trace of emotion, as if she was reading the final judgment. According to Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the Grievance Hospital Employees Safety Regulations, anyone who, while on duty, goes AWOL for more than 30 minutes without any reason, or crosses the area to carry out work that is not part of his or her job and interferes with the normal order of the other departments, shall be considered as a serious violation of the law. Singh's heart constricted suddenly as an extreme fear gripped him. He understood Lin Hui's unfinished words. There's only one thing that can happen to a serious offense in this damn copy. That's it, clearance. Death. I just slipped out for a stakeout myself, and it was only more than half an hour before and after combined. Just because you couldn't report Sumu, you got yourself involved instead? No. Singh could no longer care about any face or dignity, and with a plop he tried to kneel down, snot and tears streaming down his face, his voice wailing mournfully. Director Lin, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Spare me this time. I'll never dare again. Please. Seeing as I'm a first-time offender. However, his pleas were destined to be futile. It was not Lin Hui's momentary hesitation or Director Liu's intervention that responded to him. Rather, it was the flash of determined killing intent in Lin Hui's eyes. She didn't even make an extra move. There was just a slight lift of the hand, and there seemed to be a faint, unfathomable flash of cold light at the fingertips. Snort. A slight, as if something was instantly corroded and dissolved sound rang out. Singh's pleas for mercy ended abruptly. It was as if his body had been poured with the highest concentration of concentrated sulfuric acid, and black smoke began to emerge at a speed visible to the naked eye. With his skin, muscles, and bones rapidly dissolving and carbonizing, he didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before he was transformed into a puddle of constantly writhing black dust that emitted a pungent, burnt odor right where he was. A gust of cloudy wind blew through the corridor and black dust drifted in all directions, quickly disappearing without a trace. It was as if this person never existed. Alert! White Elephant Nation player Singh has been cleared. The icy cold system beep was perhaps only heard by a few players such as Sumu. In the corridor, there was once again a deathly silence. Those bizarre patients who were originally still dumbfounded also seemed to feel some kind of extreme terror at this moment, and each of them cowered in the corners of the walls, not daring to make the slightest sound. Director Lu's face was expressionless, as if he was accustomed to this kind of housecleaning scene. Lin Hui, on the other hand, looked as if she had dusted herself off as if she wasn't even there, and regained her composure as if she had just taken care of an insignificant trouble. Only Sumu, looking at the place where Singh disappeared, his eyes flickered slightly. This Grievance Hospital is not a good place. Rules, just rules. Once violated, it is a thunderbolt, and there is no room for maneuver. Chapter 108, The White Elephant Kingdom's Natural Disaster Descends. Global Replica Bulletin, White Elephant Nation player Singh, in the S-ranked replica Grievance Hospital, has been cleared due to a serious violation of the replica rules. The death of the White Elephant Kingdom's bound player has been detected, and the value of the kingdom's luck has dropped. The White Elephant Kingdom's national fortune punishment mechanism triggered, the natural disaster Rotten Ganges has descended. Almost the same time the briefing rang out, the image abruptly switched in front of all the screens that were following the live broadcast of this replica. It was no longer the eerie corridor of the hospital for the disgruntled spirit, but the Ganges River, which was regarded as a holy river by the White Elephant Kingdom. However, the Ganges River at the moment has long since changed from the old turbid but still have the appearance of life. The river became viscous and black as gushing oil at a rate visible to the naked eye, emitting a sickening stench. Countless rotting fish and shrimp corpses and the remains of unknown creatures tumbled up, so densely packed that they could not be seen at a glance. What was even more terrifying was that there seemed to be countless twisted, black shadows filled with resentment struggling and roaring in the river. On both sides of the riverbank, the people of the White Elephant Kingdom, who were originally taking a sacred bath and drinking the river water, were instantly engulfed by this sudden change. Their skin rapidly festered and blackened, their bodies twisted and deformed, and they let out miserable howls that didn't sound like human voices, and in just a few seconds, they turned into puddles of pus that blended into the black river water. The plague, like the fiercest wildfire, spread along the Ganges River system with incredible speed. Screams, wails, and cries of despair resounded throughout the White Elephant Kingdom. There was a dead silence in the global broadcast room. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, horrifying sight that looked like the descent of hell. A few seconds later, the live streams in the land of Kulsham were the first to erupt. Asterisk. Good death. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Let you White Elephant Kingdom make small moves every day. San finally got his comeuppance. It's a great relief. This is what happens when you offend our Sushin. At the same time, those hostile countries that had been at odds with Hanxia's live broadcasts were in an uproar and anger. Fark, this is not fair. By what right are we purged of our allies? The Hanxia people are too despicable. It must be that Sumu who's up to no good. Protest. Strongly protest this indiscriminate killing. That Sumu is an executioner, a demon. Poor people of the White Elephant Country, they are innocent. Some of the country's officials even openly spoke on the air, vehemently condemning Hanxia and Sumu, demanding Hanxia to give an explanation. However, their clamor did not last long. Inside the official live broadcast room of Hanxia, a bolded, top-loaded golden subtitle slowly surfaced with unquestionable majesty. Within the rules, life and death are at your own risk. Anyone who provokes Hanxia will be executed even though he is far away. The domineering response instantly made the viewers of Hanxia's live broadcast room's blood boil, and also made the viewers of the hostile countries who were clamoring for more speechless. Copy. Grievance Hospital, Surgical Wing Corridor, White Elephant Country Sing, cleared? Not far from Sumu and the others, in another corner of the building, the intern doctor who had just been assigned to the anesthesia department not long ago, the island player Tanaka Yamato, had shock and disbelief written all over his face. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his nails pinching deep into his palms. Damn, didn't Mr. James warn not to act rashly for the time being before figuring out the bottom of that Sumu? That idiot Singh, what the hell did he do? Had to mess with that bogeyman. Now it's good. Not to mention that he died himself, but he also dragged the White Elephant Kingdom into a natural disaster. It's simply piggybacking, and somewhere in a hidden room deeper in the hospital, a blonde, white man, James, the ugly nation player, raised an eyebrow just slightly. Singh's death took him by surprise for just a moment, unexpectedly fast and efficient in dealing with the troubles of that Kulharshan. As for the death of the White Elephant Kingdom, in his plan, whether it was the White Elephant Country, the Island Country or the already extinguished Kimchi Country, they were all just stepping stones and cannon fodder for him to reach his ultimate goal. One dead Singh is irrelevant, but it did make his evaluation of that Sumu go up a few more levels. This Culver man is quite something. The medical skills are ridiculously high. He acts decisively and ruthlessly, and he seems to be quite lucky. James' eyes twinkled and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the tabletop. It seems that until he succeeds in taking the key union president status, and masters part of the hospital's rules and regulations, he absolutely can't get into a head-on conflict with him. This Sumu, now the wind is too strong. Hard to get good. It must be avoided. In the hallway, the black dust that Singh had turned into had long since dissipated. The pungent, burnt odor in the air was also much lighter. The icy killing intent on Lin Hui's face faded and was replaced with a professional and competent expression. She first glanced at the expressionless Director Liu, then turned to Sumu and slightly owed her body, her tone tinged with apology. Director Liu, Dr. Su, I'm really sorry. It's the negligence of our pharmacy department's management that has produced such a black sheep as Singh, causing trouble for you too. Director Liu waved his hand, squeezing out a warm but flattering smile on his face, but his gaze flicked to Sumu. Director Lin is overstating things. We're old co-workers. Can I be mad at you for a trainee who doesn't know any better? He turned his words around and looked at Sumu with intent. It's mostly up to Dr. Su, after all, it was Dr. Su that Singh kid was punching. Sumu calmly shook his head, his tone bland. The people have been dealt with and the matter is in the past. He didn't really want to dwell too much on such trivial matters. Hearing Sumu say this, Lin Hui obviously breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Sumu's eyes with a few more points of gratitude and imperceptible scorn. Luckily this Dr. Su didn't hold on to it. With the strength and potential he was displaying now, if he really wanted to hold a grudge against himself, in the future, when he had grown up completely, I was afraid that he would be in big trouble. Thank you Dr. Su for your generosity. Lin Hui sincerely thanked him. Count me as owing Dr. Su a favor this time, and if there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely make up for it. She looked at her watch and added, there's a bunch of urgent blending tasks waiting for me over in pharmacy, so I'll excuse myself. Director Liu, Dr. Su, farewell. After saying that, Lin Hui left with hurried steps. The only two people left in the corridor were Director Liu and Sumu, as well as the bizarre patients who were still shivering in the corners, not daring to move. The smile on Director Liu's face became even more fervent as he approached Sumu, rubbed his hands together, and lowered his voice to ask with a few curt words, that, Su old brother ah. He even changed his name. It seems to me that a few of those new interns just now looked at you. Well, not very well. Do you want my old brother to help you knock it off? Chapter 109 Director Liu reveals insider information. Director Liu's currying favor was not a surprise to Sumu. Sumu just lightly glanced at Director Liu. His tone couldn't hear any ripples. No need. Director Liu, just a few jumping clowns, can't make any waves. I wouldn't mind sending a few more spots to keep Singh company if they do come alone. Director Liu's heart thumped, secretly saying that this was the case. This old brother Su, looking young, his methods are not ambiguous at all. With his ability to raise his hand and make even Lin Hui afraid of him, which of those new interns would dare to pick a fight without opening their eyes? It's purely a case of the old man hanging himself, too long to live. Look at yourself. You've worked so hard for so many years in this hole to get the position of chief of surgery. But what about this one? How many days have you been here? You've already risen to prominence. And even you, the chief of surgery, have to rely on him. I am afraid that before long, they, the so-called old people, will have to willingly become the stepping stones for others to climb up the ladder. But, Director Liu's eyes came alive again as he turned his thoughts. Being a stepping stone, but also how to be a stepping stone. If you can be a smooth stepping stone and get on this potential leg in advance, in the future, won't the benefits be great? Not to say it's a blast, but mixing it up and picking up some greasy scraps to eat, that's enough to keep yourself happy. Thinking of this, the smile on Director Liu's face piled back up, even more eager and flattering than just now. He rubbed his hands together as if he suddenly remembered something important. By the way, elder brother Su, there's something I want to discuss with you. I'm scheduled for a difficult aberrant hyperplasia type conjoined twins separation surgery tomorrow, and it was supposed to be my turn to lead the surgery. He carefully observed Sumu's expression and asked tentatively, look, why don't you do this surgery? Sumu's eyebrows moved imperceptibly. To give away such a difficult and rewarding surgery for no reason? What kind of drug is Director Liu selling? I appreciate Director Liu's kindness. Sumu returned his sentence in a salty manner. However, there is no reward for no work. For such an important surgery, it's safer for you to operate it yourself. He didn't believe that the old greaseball would be so kind as to share his bowl of meat with him. Is it an opportunity to test the waters? Or is using himself as free labor? Oops. You mustn't misunderstand, old brother Su. Seeing that Sumu seemed to have doubts, Director Liu hurriedly waved his hand to explain, squeezing out an incomparably sincere expression on his face. Older brother, I'm genuinely trying to help you. You see, even though you're only a physician title now, but with this medical skill, I'm ashamed of myself, but that's the way the rules are in this hospital. You can't just have skills, you have to have credentials and a resume. He took a step closer and lowered his voice. This surgery has a high difficulty rating, and once successfully completed, it can be a great benefit to your promotion. I'm just trying to help you brush up your resume as quickly as possible. Old man, as for the proceeds of the trick coin after the successful surgery, that 100% goes to you. I don't want any of it. Older brother doesn't mean anything else. He just wants to help advance faster. Early advancement and early enjoyment. Director Liu patted his chest and swore. Sumu's eyes flickered, looking at Director Liu's pouring out his heart look. The doubts in his heart increased. Even if it's to brush up your resume, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? It's only a matter of time before you get promoted by doing your own tasks and participating in surgeries on a regular basis. What does Director Liu want by being so aggressive in uprooting the seedlings? Director Liu has to have a reason for being so caring, right? What favor do I need to give you afterward? Or do you mean to find Elder Wang and put in a good word for you? Sumu asked directly. I don't seem to be at a point where I need you to go to such trouble to pave the way. As soon as these words left his mouth, the smile on Director Liu's face instantly froze, and even flashed a trace of undetectable panic. He took a quick glance down the empty, deep corridor to make sure no one or thing was snooping around. Then, his face sank violently, and his previous flattery and eagerness vanished without a trace, obviously tense in his demeanor. Old brother, here is not the place to talk. Director Liu's voice was pressed extremely low, carrying an inexplicable sense of urgency. You're coming with me to the office. Now. Looking at this sudden transformation of Director Liu, Sumu's heart stirred, and without asking more questions, he nodded and followed him in quick steps towards the office of the Chief of Surgery. Into the office, Director Liu did the first thing, is to backhand the heavy wooden door click a lock. But that's not enough. He took a few steps to the window and, with a swish, pulled the heavy curtains that kept out the bleak moonlight outside tightly. The entire room was suddenly darkened, with only the eerie desk lamp on the desk, emitting a dismal green light, providing the only source of light, distorting and elongating the shadows of the two men against the walls. Sumu quietly watched this series of nervous movements of Director Liu, the doubts in his heart reaching its peak. What is it that could make this old greaseball so afraid? Can't even mention it in the hallway? As if he was afraid of being overheard by others and catching him in the act. It was only after Director Liu had done this that he seemed to be relieved, but his face was still incredibly grave. He turned around, looked at Sumu, took a deep breath, and said in a voice that was almost a whisper, Elder Brother Su, what I'm going to say to you next, after you hear it, you'd better rot in your stomach, because this concerns whether you, old brother, can survive past the 6th day. Day 6? Sumu's pupils suddenly shrunk. He fiercely recalled the information that Yijinghua had handed him before he came to the copy, which was labeled with the highest warning in scarlet font. One of the lines, engraved in his mind like a brand, S-Class Grievance Hospital. Day 6. Interns/lower-ranked physicians. Reunion. Did. Director Liu looked at Sumu's instantly changing face and knew that he was afraid that he had realized something. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice carrying an undisguised fear and despair. It seems that you also know some insider secrets, old brother Su. That's right. Liquidation. It's liquidation. We've rotated more than a few new people through this hospital for grievances. His voice trembled, as if he recalled some extremely horrifying scene. Every batch. It doesn't matter if they're smart or stupid, hardworking or slacking, as long as they're here before the 6th day arrives. Failed to raise his title to at least the level of associate director. All will die. Not a single one left. Removed by the hospital in every way you can think of. It's like garbage. Chapter 110. Vice President Lin visits the door. Sumu's heart set off shocking waves. On the 6th day, the regiment was destroyed. The words on Yijinghua's scarlet intelligence seemed to have surfaced in his mind again at this moment with a piercing chill. He really didn't expect that he had accidentally come into contact with such a core secret on only the first day he entered this S-rank copy. Originally, I thought that it would take at least until a later stage, and perhaps even need to find a way to contact the mysterious Vice President Lin, in order to pry open a crack about the truth of the 6th day massacre. Now it seems, Liu, director of this guide, but it is crooked, in advance of the deadliest crisis in front of their own. Director Liu looked at the flash of shock in Sumu's eyes and became more certain of his judgment. This young doctor is definitely a potential stock worth investing in. He took a deep breath, his tone tinged with a few moments of fear and a few moments of gratitude. Elder Brother Su, I won't hide it from you. I've seen too many talented young people end up with a corpse just because they didn't climb up before the 6th day. He shook his head, as if he couldn't bear to think back on those images. Your medical skills are the only ones I've seen in my life. If it also disappears so unexplained because of this damned rule, then it's truly inexcusable. I'm telling you this ahead of time, old man. just so you can be prepared and get a grip. This Siamese operation is a perfect opportunity. Difficult enough and impactful enough. As long as you succeed in taking it, the promotion to associate director will definitely add to your credentials. Director Liu spoke with sincerity, as if he was really thinking about Sumu's future. Sumu's fingers unconsciously rubbed something in his pocket, and his eyes sharply looked at Director Liu. Since this liquidation is so harsh that even a director like you is scornful, and what if I have the care of Elder King? As he spoke, Sumu slowly pulled out the black jade pendant that was dark and ancient, emitting a faintly eerie aura from his pocket, the Guile Sacred Hand. As soon as the jade pendant came out, the glow of the miserable green desk lamp in the office seemed to waver. Director Liu's pupils contracted violently, staring dead on at the jade pendant, an extremely complex and odd expression instantly appearing on his face. There is shock, there is envy, but more is a kind of realization and helplessness. The tricky sage hand is really a token of Elder Wang. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. With Wang Lao protecting you, you can certainly rest easy. He paused, and his words snapped around with an almost harsh reality. But only if you have to stay by Elder Wang's side every inch of the way. Forever. Don't ever set foot in this hospital again. Sumu, he was practically laughing with exasperation. Staying on Elder King's side all the time? Not going back to the hospital? How else was one going to finish this copy of the mission? How was one going to figure out what was going on with all the ex-girlfriend's incarnate shenanigans? Could it be that he was chosen to become a player just to find a big brother to back him up and then be a shrinking violet in this copy for the rest of his life? This is simply putting the cart before the horse. But if you go back to the hospital and don't get promoted to associate director by the 6th day, that's what happens when you get liquidated. Dead end. Sumu felt as if he had been forced into a dead end. He narrowed his eyes at Director Liu. So, what Director Liu is saying is that the only way to live before me is to be promoted? Director Liu nodded heavily, a heavy sense of resignation on his face. For now, for those of us stuck in the hospital system, yes, if you want to survive the 6th day, you have to move up within the rules and become one of us. He seemed to think of something, and with a twinkle in his eye, he added, unless. Sumu immediately pursued. Unless what? Director Liu lowered his voice, almost in a breathy voice. Unless, you can be like that deputy secretary by G in the hospital. As soon as you come in, you just parachute in and get a high enough position to skip the stage of internships and lower ranking physicians. And naturally, you're out of this liquidation. Deputy Secretary Angela Beck? Sumu memorized the name. Direct access to high-ranking positions? The corner of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible curve. Obtaining a suitable identity was not difficult for him. He was going to get one tonight, but that didn't entirely dissuade him. He is now more curious about than how to avoid liquidation. Director Liu, what is this so-called liquidation all about? Why do hospitals have such genocidal rules? Where are all the people who were purged? Sumu's series of questions went straight to the core. However, this time, Director Liu's response was unusually resolute. He shook his head violently, his face even a few shades paler than when he mentioned Elder Wang just now. His eyes filled with fear. No, Elder Brother Su, this I absolutely cannot say. It's not a matter of whether I want to tell you or not. It's that I can't. He pointed over his head and around, his voice shaking. Violating this will get you wiped right out by the rules. Faster than liquidation. Even if I am the chief of surgery, absolutely no immunity. Don't you ask, please. Looking at Director Liu's terrified appearance, Sumu understood. The reason for this liquidation is itself confidential information that is strictly protected by the copying rules. If you want to know the truth, you have to reach the appropriate access level. So, Sumu thoughtfully, the only way to get promoted to at least the deputy director level. Director Liu nodded his head repeatedly, as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Right. When you become deputy director, on the 5th day, there will be a caucus as a rule. Only those who attend the meeting are entitled to know the truth about the liquidation. When the time comes, you'll naturally understand. So it is. Access to information also requires eligibility. The rules for this copy are really nested in layers, and there are potholes everywhere. Just then, dang, a heavy, sharp knock on the door broke the dead silence in the office without warning. The knock on the door seemed to carry some special frequency, causing the bleak green light to waver violently. Director Liu's entire body shuddered violently. The color of blood on his face instantly faded to nothing, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Who? He almost blurted it out, his voice so shrill it changed pitch. Outside the door, a grim, menacing, metallic-tinged man's voice rang out, carrying clearly into the office. Director Liu, open the door. It's me. Hearing this voice, Director Liu felt like all his strength had been instantly drained away. His legs softened and he almost collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled as he looked at Sumu with nothing but despair in his eyes. Bad. It's Vice President Lin. What's he doing here all of a sudden? Chapter 111. Have we met somewhere before? Vice President Lin? Rimmer? He actually came in person? Director Lu only felt a chill go straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, and it was as if all the blood in his body froze in this instant. That's Rimmer. In the entire Grievance Hospital, except for the long-lost Dean, the most powerful and mysterious existence. How did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that he just discussed the liquidation matter with Sumu and was heard by him? Director Lu's mind instantly flashed through countless terrible thoughts. Cold sweat swish on the back soaked. He grabbed Sumu's arm with a death grip, his nails almost embedded into his flesh. His voice was urgent and low, with an uncontrollable trembling. Elder brother Su, wait a million. Never talk nonsense. Stay close to me. Watch my eyes and act. When I say something, you respond. Do you hear me? His speech was so fast it sounded like he was firing a machine gun, and every word dripped with extreme fear. After explaining this, Director Lu couldn't care less about Sumu's reaction. He violently shook off Sumu and stumbled to a dusty oval mirror hanging by the wall. Not bothering to wipe the mirror, he fumbled to straighten the collar of his already wrinkled lab coat at the blurry reflection, and wiped his face vigorously, trying to squeeze out a smile that was respectful enough without being unnatural. However, that smile was worse than a cry, and the corners of his mouth twitched horribly. He took several deep breaths before, as if he had summoned up a lifetime's worth of courage, he reached out with a trembling hand and unscrewed the heavy wooden door of the office. The door creaked open. Outside the door, there stood a man. Sumu's pupils shrunk slightly, not because the other party's aura is so appalling, but because it is too young. The man in front of him, dressed in an immaculate, pressed dark gray suit, looked out of place in the white coats that were everywhere in the hospital. His figure was erect, his face handsome, and he looked to be at most 25 or 26 years old. But it was such a young face that held a pair of deep, dark eyes. In those eyes, there was no youthful vigor, only a dead silence like a 10,000-year-old cold pool. Just by standing there, an invisible and gloomy aura spread out, making the already dim, miserable green desk lamp in the office seem to dim a few points in its light. He is Vice President Lin. Lin M.O. Lin Vice President. Oops, why have you personally come here? Please come in, please come in. Director Lu's face was instantly filled with an almost fawning smile, and his waist pole was unconsciously bent, living like a pug that had seen its master. He greeted them warmly as he hurriedly sidestepped to make way for the passage. At the same time, without a trace, he ruthlessly elbowed Sumu behind him. I'm not discussing tomorrow's, that difficult Siamese separation surgery plan with the new Dr. Su in our department, Director Lu said while desperately giving Sumu a wink. Sumu stepped forward a small step, appropriately blocking Director Lu's overly exaggerated expression. He met Rimmer's deep eyes calmly, neither fearful nor overly warm, just a slight nod. Hello, Vice President Lin. At the same time, he was quickly sizing up the legendary figure without moving. Lin Mo's gaze lingered briefly on Sumu. Well, I hear there's a medically skilled intern in surgery. Talent is a valuable asset. Director Lu can bring up more and cultivate it well. When Director Lu heard this, it was almost as if he had received an imperial decree, and he bent his waist even lower. Don't worry, Vice President. He was simply happy in his heart, and now with Vice President Lin's words, it was even more legitimate and bottomless. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo's gaze once again fell back to Sumu's face. He stared at Sumu's face and scrutinized it for a few seconds. Then he suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. Have we met somewhere? When these words came out, Sumu's heart jumped. Seen it? No way. Although Sumu was incredibly familiar with the Grievance Hospital, the characters he encountered didn't match up with Lin Mo. Director Lu was also startled, and cold sweat almost broke out again. Met? Why would Vice President Lin meet a one-day intern? Could it be that Sumu, this kid, had committed something in the past and was remembered by Vice President Lin? His mind spun rapidly, and he hurriedly grabbed Sumu before he opened his mouth, compensating with a smile to round off the situation. Vice President Lin, you're really joking. You have a lot of work to do every day. You have to go through a number of doctors every day, and there are 80 interns if not 100, and our Dr. Su is so talented. It's normal for you to look familiar with him. That's normal. Linimo sniffed and looked deeply at Sumu again, his eyes obscure. Sumu could feel that the other party's suspicion hadn't completely disappeared. It had just been temporarily suppressed. Maybe. Linimo withdrew his gaze and his tone returned to its previous flatness. He turned to Sumu, although he still didn't have any expression. Sumu could feel that the other party's interest in himself seemed to be more intense. Dr. Sumu, right? Do it right. I'm looking out for you. After saying these meaningful words, Linimo didn't seem to have any intention of staying any longer. For a moment, Sumu forgot to respond. Director Lu beside him looked anxious. This is Vice President Lin's personal encouragement, a chance that many people would never even ask for. How can this kid be dumb at this juncture? He hurriedly got under the table and quietly kicked Sumu with his toe, while desperately winking and squeezing his eyebrows. Sumu instantly came back to his senses. A humble and bland smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly at Lin Mo. Thank you, Vice President, for the affirmation. I won't fail everyone. Rimmer didn't say anything more. Turning on his heel, he walked out of the office with a steady step. That invisible pressure also slowly dissipated as he left, until the footsteps were completely inaudible. It was only then that Director Lu looked like he had been instantly drained of his entire body's strength and slumped in his chair. His entire body looked like he had just come out of the water. His forehead, neck, and back, all covered in cold sweat. Director Lu leaned against the back of his chair, breathing heavily, his face pale, his eyes still retaining the undissolved panic. Holy crap, scared the hell out of me. He raised a trembling hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice all still a bit wobbly. Sumu looked at his wretched appearance after the robbery, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with some puzzlement, Director Lu, as far as that goes, this Vice Dean Lin, is he that scary? Terrible? As if he had heard some joke, Director Lu turned his head violently and looked at Sumu with complicated eyes. Elder brother Su, you mustn't be fooled by his appearance. This Lin Vice President, he's not that simple, specific. Alas, you'll find out later. Director Lu seemed reluctant to talk much, waving his hand and forcing himself to regain a few moments of the majesty of the chief of surgery. Alright, you go back to rest early too. That conjoined twins surgery tomorrow is the main event, so make sure you're energized and ready for anything. The relevant case information, the surgical plan, I'll have Nurse Lily send it to you later. He walked to Sumu and patted his shoulder with force, his tone carrying unprecedented solemnity and expectation. Dr. Su, you must do a good job. Fight for me. This is a great opportunity for our surgery to raise our eyebrows and for you to take a step forward. Sumu looked at the mixed emotions of fear, expectation, and a hint of speculation in Director Lu's eyes and calmly nodded his head. I know, Director Lu. Chapter 112, Sumu Tricky Coin gains nearly 10,000. Day 1. Over. The surviving players were gathered in the lecture hall. The players looked different, mostly with the exhaustion of a hijacking. Director Lu stood behind the humble podium and scanned everyone on the stage. Ahem. Day 1. Over. Very lucky. Director Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an odd smile. In our batch, there were only 2 attrition on the first day. Kim Min-ji from the Kimchi Kingdom, and Sing from the White Elephant Kingdom. Although the numbers are small, I'm sure you've all learned the warmth of this hospital for the disgruntled. Many players subconsciously shivered, recalling all the encounters during the day with a look of fear on their faces, being hunted by the severe ghosts, witnessing the tragic deaths of his companions, and participating in all kinds of bizarre treatments. Each scene was engraved in his mind as if it were a brand. Now, announced the first day's tricky coin earnings. Director Lu tapped the table, bringing the crowd's attention back. When they heard the word trick coin, the players' spirits were immediately lifted. It was fundamental for them to survive and even get stronger in the horror copies. Most, because of their general duties and limited exposure to patients and events, have gains in the single digits. Director Lu's voice carried a hint of entitlement. He read off a few random names and corresponding numbers, mostly 3s, 5s, 8s, and the like, eliciting a low sigh. However, there are exceptions. Director Lu's eyes went to a tall white man in the crowd. Ugly Nation player, James White, internal medicine outpatient physician, handling multiple bizarre cases. Daily earnings, 230 bizarre coins. Wow. A suppressed gasp rang out from the crowd. Over 200. That's almost dozens of times the earnings of a normal player. James had a smug smile on his face and puffed out his chest. And, Director Lu looked to the other side of the room. An Asian man with an 8 beard, Yamato Tanaka, anesthesiologist, assisting in multiple table surgeries, dealing with unexpected anesthesia accidents. Daily earnings, 180 Gue coins. Another commotion. The high earnings of these two have undoubtedly brought great impact and envy to other players still struggling at the bottom. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcasts of the Blue Star countries, the audience in the ugly country and its allied countries instantly boiled over. See, James, not bad for the elite. 230. Crush the field. Ha ha ha. What about that Sumu and Hansha? It must be in single digits. Tanaka of the Eastern Kingdom is also very powerful. That's the strength of a strong man. The pop-ups were full of blowing and pulling stumps. Hanxia's live broadcast room, on the other hand, instantly exploded, and countless viewers fought back with righteous indignation. What's the hurry? We haven't even read about Su Shin yet. Exactly. A bunch of jumping clowns, waiting to be punched in the face. James? Tanaka? Oh, nothing more than that. when Sushin makes a move, it's bound to be earth-shattering. Inside the lecture hall, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. While James enjoyed the attention of the crowd, Yamato Tanaka pushed up his glasses, an imperceptible smile on his lips. Director Liu cleared his throat and spoke again. This time, his tone was obviously much more solemn. Interns, his gaze, firmly locked on Sumu and the crowd. The gazes of the entire audience, too, instantly focused over. James' smile froze for a moment. Yamato Tanaka also curbed his laughter, and his fingers holding his glasses gave a slight lurch. Sumu. Director Liu took a deep breath as if he was about to announce something earth-shattering. Daily earnings. He deliberately stretched his voice to whet everyone's appetite. 9,860 trick coins. Deadly silence. You can hear a pin drop. All the players looked as if the pause button had been pressed, staring at Sumu with wide eyes and open mouths in disbelief, including James and Yamato Tanaka. James' eyes glazed over like brass bells, the smugness on his face instantly turning to dismay and absurdity. What the fuck? He didn't even control himself and exploded. Yamato Tanaka's fingers, which were holding his glasses, exerted so much force that tiny cracks seemed to appear on the lenses. After a few seconds of dead silence, the lecture hall completely exploded. How much? Over 9,000? Did I hear you right? How is this possible? He's an intern. Cheating. Definitely cheating. The players murmured, looking at Sumu with eyes filled with shock, jealousy, and even a hint of fear. Hanxia Live, on the other hand, went into a complete frenzy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 9018. Su God is awesome. Voice breaking. Ha 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 ha. Who was screaming just now? Does your face hurt? A ride to the top. This is the strength of Sushin. Punch in the face. Hit me hard in the face. Cool. It was awesome. Inside the lecture hall, a player finally couldn't help but question it. A player who seemed to have some seniority asked stiffly, Director Liu, isn't this gain a bit too outrageous? Dr. Sumu is just an intern. How could? He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Director Liu's face instantly sank, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Off the wall? He grunted coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable majesty. Dr. Su saved the day and saved Zhao Shanha's only daughter, Miss Zhao Qianqian, saving the life of such an important person. This gain, he deserves it. He looked around and continued to add, moreover, Miss Zhao's treatment has not yet been completed and is still under Dr. Su's charge. When Ms. Zhao is completely cured, this part of the proceeds generated because of the rescue. Director Liu smiled slightly and spat out 2 words. Double it. Hiss dash. The whole room resounded with the sound of sucking in cool air. Double? That's nearly 20,000 guile coins? Now, no one dared to question it anymore. Everyone understood the weight and difficulty of this. The benefits of saving Zhao Qianqian are frighteningly high, but the risks are just as great. A bad one. If the treatment fails and angers that Zhao Shanha, players shudder at the mere thought. That would definitely be the end of being instantly torn into pieces. James clenched his fists, his face grimacing. Nearly 10,000 earnings did make him crazy jealous, but after hearing about the subsequent doubling in Zhao Shanha's background, his heart instead slightly balanced a little. Surgery. The risk really is proportional to the reward. He didn't believe that Sumu could be so lucky all the time. Saving Chiu Chin Chin? It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. Just wait. Let's see how long you can be complacent. James thought to himself. After the ecstasy in the Hanxia Live broadcast room, the viewers also began to calm down and discuss the risks involved. Doubling? That's too awesome, but it's also too dangerous. Zhao Shanha if this goes a little wrong, won't Su Shin? Don't crow. Believe in Su Shin. That's right. Su Shin will definitely be able to do it. Those grandchildren from the ugly country must be waiting to see the joke. We have to support Su Shin even more. Inside the lecture hall, Director Liu looked at the players on stage with different expressions and nodded in satisfaction. The purpose of hammering and deterrence has been achieved. Right at this moment, his complexion suddenly changed. His originally straight waist instantly hunched over, and his face piled up with an incomparably respectful and even fawning smile with a hint of flattery. The speed of this change froze all the players. Only Director Liu bowed slightly in the direction of the entrance to the lecture hall and said in an almost humble tone, "Next, please welcome Deputy Secretary Bai, who will distribute the trick coins for everyone." Deputy Secretary White? This title sent the players present into great confusion and shock once again. Undersecretary? That's a top position in the hospital, right? How could something like handing out trick coins require the personal appearance of a figure of this caliber? What made them go into cardiac arrest was Deputy Secretary White, with a pure white mask showing only his eyes? That's not a human player like them? Chapter 113, Sumu, come with me. The air in the lecture hall seemed to freeze for a moment, and then it boiled like boiling water. The murmurs rose like a tidal wave, and all the players' gazes were pinned dead center on the white-masked figure walking towards the podium, filled with disbelief and intense confusion. Holy, a player? She's really a player? How can it be? The deputy secretary? That's a top hospital executive. Are you kidding me? Take the back door? A player lowered his voice, his eyes filled with speculation and jealousy. This copy can even go through the back door? The companion next to him had a ridiculous look on his face. James White's face, which had originally become gloomy due to Sumu's high earnings, was even more written with shock and incomprehension at this moment, his blue eyes glaring round. Yamato Tanaka froze as well, locking onto the white figure. They're not like other regular players. Before entering this S-rank copy, the intelligence agencies of the Ugly Kingdom and the Island Kingdom had fed them almost all the information they could gather about the terror copy. According to the analysis, the highest initial status that players can obtain in the copy, at best, is a trade union chairman or other marginal positions, need to be followed by quests and subterfuge, step by step to climb up. Deputy secretary? That's straight up core management. Waves of shock rippled through James' mind. This is absolutely impossible. Tanaka Yamato's brows furrowed as his mind raced. Theoretically, this level of identity could only be possessed by a high-ranked bizarre existence native to the replica. How did she do it? Sumu, who was in the crowd, was equally surprised. His gaze fell upon the familiar pure white mask, revealing only a pair of cool, calm eyes. Sumu didn't lose his temper like the others and just observed silently. At least, she is a Hansha person. Theoretically, temporarily in the same camp. A thought quickly flashed through Sumu's heart. That's enough. But James wasn't as calm as Sumu. His heart thumped as a strong sense of crisis gripped him. A Sumu whose medical skills were ridiculously high, or who had taken an SSS-level evaluation to pass the last copy, had already made him feel a huge threat, seeing him as a great danger to his heart. Now, another incredibly high-status culmination female player had appeared out of nowhere? How else is this going to play? James clenched his fists, his knuckles slightly white from the force, and his eyes swept grimly over Sumu and that deputy secretary by. Big trouble. He gritted his teeth and growled lowly in his mind. At the same time, the live broadcast rooms of the Blue Star countries were completely blown up. The viewers were also confused in the Hansha live broadcast room. Who is this young lady? Is there such a person in Hansha? Doesn't ring a bell. I don't think she was on the player list before. Could it be the vegetarian player who was temporarily randomly selected this time? My god. This luck is too unbelievable. The opening is the deputy secretary? Whoever she is. It's fine if it's one of us from Hansha. Secretary Bai is great. On the other hand, the live streams of the Ugly Country, Island Country, and other hostile countries were instantly flooded with angry and questioning pop-ups. Definitely cheating. Hansha cheated. Damn the cultures. Cultures are so shameless. They don't even help other countries. Inhumane. The viewers of Hansha's live broadcast immediately fired back. Cheat your sister ah. Our Sushin relies on strength to crush. Why can't this young lady rely on luck to start the game? That is, if you're a loser, don't gab. You can't afford to lose? Within the rules, life and death are at your own risk. If you don't like what you see, you cannot see it, or let your players get a high status as well. Laugh your ass off. The glass hearts of certain countries are broken again. Inside the lecture hall, the players' arguments grew louder and louder, and the scene got a bit out of control. Director Lu's face sank, slammed the table, making a bang sound. Quiet. His voice carried a grim intimidation that instantly suppressed all the noise. The players were silenced, not daring to say anything more. Only then did Director Lu turn to Deputy Secretary Bai, who had already walked to the center of the podium, his waist once again hunched over, and a respectful smile piled back on his face. Deputy Secretary Bai, the masked Bai Ji, just nodded slightly without saying a word. Her eyes, which were revealed through her mask, were calm and waveless as she scanned the players on the stage, as if she was looking at a group of insignificant ants. Then she held out her hand. The trick coins are starting to be distributed. There was no physical currency exchanged, and as Bai Ji's gaze reached her, a faint gray light popped out of her fingertips and into the corresponding player. James felt a cold energy flow into his body and the panel showed an increase of 230 Gue coins. Yamato Tanaka, on the other hand, has 180 pieces. Sumu clearly felt a surge of energy far more massive and pure than the others, cold with a hint of strange warmth, and the panel instantly increased by the figure of 860 Gue coins. The whole process of distribution was quick and efficient and full of eerie rituals. After the distribution was completed, Bai Ji nodded slightly once again, and then stood beside Director Lu without a word, as if she were an emotionless statue. Director Lu straightened up, cleared his throat, and announced, "Well, that concludes the schedule for the first day. Now, all of you, return to your dormitories and rest. Interns, follow me to the intern dormitory building on the east side. Everyone else, go to the handyman's dormitory building on the west side. 2 different directions, 2 different treatments, clear cut." Upon hearing this arrangement, a glint flashed in the eyes of James and Yamato Tanaka at the same time. "Here's your chance. Separate lodging means that Sumu will lose most of the potential eyes of ordinary players, and it will also be easier to start. A cruel smile curled the corners of James' mouth and he signaled Yamato Tanaka with his eyes. Take the identity tonight and fix him, James said wordlessly through his lips. Yamato Tanaka nodded heavily, his eyes filled with excitement and murderous intent. As long as they can be promoted to a higher level of physician status, they will have the authority to mobilize certain forces within the hospital. At that time, it would be easy to make a trainee. The players began to follow the instructions and split into two groups, preparing to leave the lecture hall. Sumu also mixed in the crowd of interns and prepared to head to the so-called intern dormitory. However, just as everyone was about to disperse, that deputy secretary Bai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cool and not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the lecture hall. Sumu, who was about to take a step, had a movement and turned his head in confusion. Everyone's footsteps, too, subconsciously stopped, and their gazes focused once again, only to see Bai Ji, who was wearing a pure white mask. Those calm eyes looked at Sumu and said in an undeniable tone, "You, come with me, to the executive quarters." The air, once again, froze. If the announcement of Sumu's nearly 10,000 shenanigans coins game just now was a bomb dropped, then Bai Ji's words were tantamount to detonating a nuclear bomb. Executive dormitory? That's a place where only people above the level of associate director and really high up in the hospital can stay. An intern? By what right? The whole room was petrified. James' jaw nearly dislocated. His eyes glazed over to the point of falling out, and the expression on his face went from dismay to anger to a sense of near collapse and absurdity. Even Director Liu, who had always behaved respectfully, had a look of obvious surprise on his face, and was clearly unaware of this as well. All the players, no matter what nationality they were, no matter what they had in mind, at this moment it was as if they had been cast a spell of immobilization, frozen in place, their minds going blank. What is this God unfolding? Chapter 114. Making an example of someone. James White's head felt like it had been hit with a hammer. Executive dormitory? That place that only people at the deputy director level and above are eligible to enter? He's an intern. By what right? The muscles on James' face twisted from extreme shock and anger, his blue eyes almost bulging out of their sockets as he glared at Sumu with a death glare, and then looked incredulously at that Bai Ji who was wearing a pure white mask. What the hell? He practically squeezed the words out from between his teeth, his voice trembling slightly from the emotion. Next to him, Tanaka Yamada was also completely confused. The usual calm composure on his face was gone, leaving only stupefaction and a strong sense of disbelief. He was just exchanging eyes with James, calculating how to use the rules and identity advantages to get Sumu in the intern dormitory. But now, people directly do not live in the intern dormitory? How the else is this gonna play? Not waiting for the players to slow down from this huge shock of information, on the podium, that clear and cold voice rang out once again. Bai Ji, or Deputy Secretary Bai, faced countless gazes of either shock, skepticism, or jealousy from the stage. Her tone remained flat and unperturbed, as if she was stating an insignificant fact. Dr. Sumu has completed the transfer procedures today. At the same time, after the preliminary review by the hospital council, Dr. Sumu enters the promotion examination period for associate chief surgeon with immediate effect. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room, her voice clear in every ear. So, he's now, in his current capacity, an intern associate chief of surgery. According to the rules, it is logical to stay in the administrative dormitory. Boom dash. If just now Bai Ji naming Sumu to go to the administrative dormitory was a nuclear bomb explosion, then now this explanation is like detonating another series of hydrogen bombs at the center of a nuclear explosion. Inside the lecture hall, a dead silence was followed by an even more frantic clamor. Converted? And a ING assistant director intern? What an international joke. It's only the first day. This promotion speed, sitting on a rocket is not so fast. All the players, including those who could barely maintain their composure before, were completely tense at this moment. James was struck by lightning and his body swayed, barely able to stand. Done. He was cold inside. The original carefully planned plan to use the rules of the intern dormitory and the higher physician status that he might have obtained to crush and get Sumu killed, at this moment, completely dissolved into a bubble. Not only do they no longer live in the trainee dormitory, but their status has even risen to the next level, directly becoming trainee deputy director. How else is this going to be targeted? A great sense of frustration and powerlessness overwhelmed him like an icy tide. Just then, in the crowd, a player from France, named Jean-Pierre, couldn't hold back any longer. He took a violent step forward, red-faced, and pointed at Bai Ji on the podium, protesting loudly. "I'm not convinced. It's definitely shady. It's cheating. Why should he, Sumu, be able to reach heaven in one step? We're going to that damn handyman's dormitory? His voice was tinged with sobs and anger, clearly cornered. Exactly. It's not fair. We demand equal treatment. At least we can't be allowed to go to the handyman's dormitory. Immediately, several other players who had been assigned to the handyman's dormitory followed suit, agitated. The rules of accommodation at the Grievance Hospital have not been a secret for a long time. The west side of the handyman's dormitory is not only a hostile environment, but the worst part is that the player needs to share a room with the things that roam the hospital. At any moment, he could be killed in his sleep in a bizarre way. The intern dorms on the east side, on the other hand, while relatively independent and safe, and not having to share a bed with creepy, are no happy place, with extremely harsh and even anti-human special rules existing in the dormitory building itself. For example, death to those who make any noise when the lights are out, or never look in a mirror at night, etc. And the same is true if you violate it or if you are targeted by some powerful creepy. It is for this reason that the player who learns he is going to the handyman's quarters is so out of sorts and desperate. Meanwhile, the live broadcasts of the Blue Star countries were once again abuzz. See? Naked cheating. The cultures used their privileges. Shameless. It's so shameless. Strongly protest. Boycott Hanxia. They're destroying the fairness of the copies. Inhumane. They let players from other countries die. Hanxia Live then instantly transformed into a battlefield as the audience frantically fought back. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Sushin, that's a lift he got based on his strength. Which one of you accomplished Deputy Director Shang's mission? That is, saving Zhao Shanha's daughter, completing an SSS level evaluation, and also taking charge of the S-level difficulty Siamese twins surgery. This kind of talent is not promoted. But you bunch of losers, if you can't afford to lose, all you do is yell cheat. Ugly face. Within the rules, life and death are at your own risk. Even if this deputy secretary Bai is a player, that's an identity he gained with his skills. If you have the ability, you guys can get one too. Hanxia, High Command. A group of bigwigs in military uniforms with generals on their shoulders were also frowning as they looked at Bai Ji on the screen. What is the origin of this white deputy secretary? An old general asked in a deep voice. Checked. The intelligence officer next to him immediately reported. In our player database, there is no record of a high-ranking player by the name of Bai Ji, nor is there any information on a character that matches this trait. Yi Jingguo's eyes were as sharp as eagles, staring at the pure white mask on the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. Either that, or it's a newcomer who was randomly selected at the last minute before this copy opened, and had unbelievable luck. Either. Yi Jingguo's eyes flashed a trace of gravity. She has a background and ability that we don't know. Immediately, use the highest authority and check for me. In the real world, all the people who might fit the criteria, go through them all. Yi Jingguo ordered categorically. In any case, a mysterious culmination player in a high position and with a clear bias in favor of Sumu is crucial to the current situation. Grievance Hospital, inside the lecture hall. In the face of the players' protests and commotion, Bai Ji remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard them, but the smile on Director Lu's face beside her suddenly disappeared. That face, which had originally appeared somewhat amiable because of its stoop, was now so gloomy that it could have dripped water, and its cloudy eyes glittered with an icy and cruel light. Slowly, step by step, he walked over to Jean-Pierre, the French player who had led the protest. Jean-Pierre was scared to take a step back by the grim aura emanating from Director Lu, but still shouted with a strained neck. What? Did I say something wrong? You guys are abusing your power. Director Lu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow and black teeth, and let out a jia strange laughter. The sound hoarse and ear-piercing. Abuse of power? Chapter 3, Article 17, of the Code of Employees of the Hospital for the Disgruntled, clearly states, it is strictly forbidden to publicly question or contradict the decisions of superiors and to incite other employees against the hospital management. Violators will be deemed to have voluntarily relinquished employee status and enter removable status. The instant the words fell, Jean-Pierre's face changed dramatically. He felt an icy malice instantly locking onto him, as if he was caught in an invisible shackle. No, I didn't. I'm just, he said in a panicked attempt to defend himself, turning around and trying to run away. But, late, Director Lu's hand, which was as dry as a chicken's claw, probed out lightning fast with a speed that was completely at odds with his hunched frame. Snort dash. In everyone's horrified gaze, Director Lu's arm strangely elongated as if it had no bones, and his 5 fingers were like sharp blades that instantly pierced through the air. Put. Can't see the action at all. Only a gray shadow could be seen flashing by, accompanied by the muffled sound of flesh and bone separating. The French player named Jean-Pierre didn't even manage to let out a single scream, and his entire body was right where it was, instantly cut into countless pieces of varying sizes. Blood and guts splattered out like splattered ink. spilling all over the surrounding floor and a few players who got close. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire lecture hall. A few timid players screamed out on the spot, and some even vomited uncontrollably. An icy and merciless beep sounded in the minds of all the surviving players. Copy notification: French player Jean-Pierre has been cleared for serious violations of hospital rules and regulations. Warning: all players are requested to strictly abide by the rules and regulations of the hospital, and any violation will be severely punished. Inside the lecture hall, there was dead silence. All that was left was the sound of ragged panting, and the shocking scarlet that covered the ground. Chapter 115. Roommate is Zhang Jianming? At the same time, the global live feed began to inform, succinctly and brutally. Global copy notice: due to the removal of player Jean-Pierre, France's national fortune has been lowered, triggering the natural disaster punishment mechanism, Saints Lament, lasting 72 hours. All of a sudden, the live feed briefly switched cameras, only to see the river flooding in France. The scene quickly switches back to the Grudge Hospital lecture hall. Inside the report room, the smell of blood had yet to dissipate, and Director Lu's cloudy eyes swept over the silenced players, the corners of his mouth grinning in a creepy arc. He asked in a hoarse voice as he slowly wiped the spot of blood that had splattered on his cheek. Just now, Deputy Secretary Bai has already said that Dr. Sumu's appointment and accommodation arrangements were discussed by the hospital council and approved by Vice President Lin personally. Now, does anyone else have a problem with that decision? He deliberately emphasized the words Vice President Lin and dissenting, and his eyes were like vipers as they darted through the crowd. On the stage, there was a deathly silence. Not one more player dared to say anything. The gruesome sight of Jean-Pierre's instantaneous dismemberment was still clearly burned into everyone's retinas. Questioning the OP? That's the downfall. James White's face went white and he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his flesh. But he eventually loosened them and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Next to him, Tanaka Yamato also had a gloomy look in his eyes. Jean-Pierre's death was like a pot of ice water that completely doused their idea of borrowing the intern dormitory rules to get Sumu killed. Now it looks like the hard way is not going to work. The NPCs in this copy, or these high-level existences in NPC skin, were not at all conventional. James and Tanaka looked at each other, both seeing stoicism and new calculations in the other's eyes. We must first find a way to elevate our status and authority in the hospital. James' heart calculated icily. Only then will there be a chance to access the more central rules and find a way to deal with Sumu. Yamato Tanaka nodded slightly in agreement. Heck, you cultures can hold together once and look out for each other twice or three times. I don't believe that in this hellhole where there are pits and scares everywhere, you guys can still protect him all the time. There will always be a time when your whips are out of reach. There will always be a time when he, Sumu, falls alone. Director Lu seemed to be satisfied with the players' obedience, nodded, and pointed to the exits on both sides of the lecture hall with his dry hand. Okay, interns, go to the East Dormitory wing and check in. The rest of you, West Side Handyman's quarters. Now, immediately, right now. The players were like amnesties, and like birds of prey, they followed the instructions, keeping their heads down and walking quickly towards their respective assigned areas, fearing that if they were one step slower, they would incur a killing curse. Sumu, on the other hand, followed behind by Ji in full view of everyone and walked towards the direction of the administrative district that symbolized privilege and status. The two men walked forward and backward, their footsteps echoing monotonously as they walked down the empty, chilly corridor. Bai Ji always kept an even pace forward, her pure white mask looking more and more mysterious in the dismal light. Just as she was about to arrive at the administrative dormitory area, Bai Ji's cool voice rang out without warning, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was deliberately reminding Dr. Sumu, take care of yourself the rest of the way. Sumu didn't stop in his footsteps, but only gave her a sideways glance. Bai Ji didn't turn around and continued. You have now, I'm afraid, become a thorn in the flesh and a nail in the bone in the eyes of most players. Sumu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, signaling her to continue. Last copy of Scarlet Tavern. Your performance was too solid. Bai Ji's tone remained flat. The perfect SSS level clearance evaluation not only allowed Hanxia to obtain a huge increase in national luck and tilting of resources, but also made your personal name resound through all the countries and organizations concerned about the terror replica. Being too sharp may not be a good thing. In this copy, I'm afraid that all the players whose ultimate goal is to pass the level, as long as they're not Hanxia's own, see you as their greatest rival and obstacle. They will do everything they can to stop you, even get rid of you. When Sumu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an imperceptible arc as he smiled faintly. Thanks for the reminder, but I don't care. His tone was easily written, as if the threat in Bai Ji's mouth that was deadly enough was just insignificant dust. I have absolute confidence in clearing this Grievance Hospital copy. And I came here. It's not just to pass. Sumu paused, his gaze becoming a few points deeper. Bai Ji's footsteps jerked. She slowly turned around, and her gaze behind the pure white mask seemed to be scrutinizing Sumu. After a moment, she shook her head. It's good to be confident, but I'll warn you, the horrors of the Grievance Hospital are far beyond your imagination. Be good, Sumu, and don't influence me, or Hanxia. After saying that, she no longer paid any attention to Sumu, turned around and continued to walk forward, and the aura emanating from her body seemed to have gotten a few more points colder. Sumu shrugged and didn't argue with her. Soon, the two arrived at the administrative dormitory area. Bai Ji was pointing at the door number. Sumu raised his eyes and saw that the door plate read 307. And just then, the door to the room opposite 307 was pulled open a crack and a head poked out. The man's face was somber, his eye sockets deep set and covered with blood. It was the deputy director of surgery who had been reprimanded by Director Liu in the surgery department before Zhang Jianming. Zhang Jianming obviously didn't expect to run into Sumu and Bai Ji here. He first froze, then when his eyes fell on Sumu, a trace of resentment and jealousy that was hard to hide quickly flashed through his eyes. As if she didn't see Zhang Jianming's complicated expression, Bai Ji just turned sideways and announced to Sumu flatly, Dr. Sumu, your dormitory is arranged in 307. This, Deputy Director Zhang Jianming, will be your roommate from now on. What? Sumu hadn't reacted yet, but Zhang Jianming, who was facing the doorway, had violently widened his eyes, and the trace of resentment was instantly replaced by consternation, which was then transformed into an even more somber emotion. However, he reacted extremely quickly and immediately walked out completely from behind the door, squeezing out a professional smile on his face, even with a few moments of deliberate enthusiasm, extending his hand towards Sumu. Oops, so my roommate is Dr. Sumu. Congratulations on entering the deputy director's examination period. The future is bright and promising. As he spoke compliments, he looked Sumu up and down, his eyes flickering. We're roommates and we're both in surgery. We need to help each other out and take care of each other. Zhang Jianming acted enthusiastically, as if he was genuinely happy for Sumu's arrival. However, the moment he turned around to guide Sumu through the door and turned his back to Bai Ji, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a cold sardonic smile. Internship Associate Director? Stepping on me to get to the top? And you're living in the executive dormitory with me? Good, is really good. Sumu, right? There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you break in. Tonight, I will let you know that the rules of this administrative dormitory are not something you can afford as a newcomer. Chapter 116, Strange Restlessness in the Night. Sumu let him grab him, with little expression on his face, just quietly watching him perform. Bai Ji stood aside, her pure white mask turned towards Zhang Jianming. Although she couldn't see her expression, the invisible pressure caused Zhang Jianming's back to stiffen slightly. Deputy Director Zhang. Bai Ji's voice was still clear and cold, without any ups and downs. Some things, in moderation. Don't do anything extra that interferes with the normal operation of the hospital. The words were knockout punch. The smile on Zhang Jianming's face froze for a split second, then immediately piled on more. He loosened his grip on Sumu's hand and turned to pat Sumu's shoulder in an intimate gesture. Don't worry, Deputy Secretary Bai. Dr. Sumu and I hate each other at first sight. How could I do anything extra? Guaranteed to help each other get ahead. As he said that, he made a pleased gesture and guided Sumu towards the dormitory door. Come, Dr. Su, come in and see our new home. With that warmth, those who didn't know would have thought they were long-lost brothers. The two walked side by side into the dimly lit corridor, Bai Ji's figure fading away behind them. Almost the instant Bai Ji's foot steps completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Snap, a soft thud. Zhang Jianming violently shook off the hand on Sumu's shoulder. The face that had been so enthusiastic just a moment ago instantly looked like it had been splashed with ice water, becoming cold and gloomy. That look, like a poisoned knife, unabashedly scraped at Sumu. As if he had expected it, Sumu glanced at him sideways, the corner of his mouth curling up into a playful arc. Yo, Deputy Director Chang, can't fake it so soon? His tone was a little teasing. I thought, how come you had to wait until nighttime, while the lights were out, to use the rules of this executive dorm to give me a hard time? Zhang Jianming let out a short, icy snort at his words. Meh, executive quarters? It's not the same as the intern side. He looked askance at Sumu, his eyes filled with disdain and a kind of morbid pleasure. The rules here, even if you triggered them, would at best make you suffer a bit. No one can die. He paused and took a step forward, lowering his voice with a hiss like a viper spitting. But yeah, Dr. Sumu, you're a fine human player in case there was some kind of accident in this dorm tonight, like being targeted by something and scared out of your wits, or a little worse. That's hard to say. As for me, as your roommate, of course I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. He spread his hands, his expression fake. But you and I aren't the only ones living in this administrative dormitory. Whether others will be interested in you as a parachuted genius doctor is beyond me. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. He instantly understood the meaning of Zhang Jianming's words. Administrative dormitory. Living can be the deputy director level and above. Surgery. In addition to Zhang Jianming, Director Lu Probability also lives here. There may even be other departments, those who also have a notable presence in the hospital. I'm afraid that my previous performance was too bright, perfectly clearing the Scarlet restaurant, and then emerging on the first day of the Grievance Hospital, and even directly entering the deputy director's examination period. All of these became nails in the eyes of others. Jealousy is the original sin, especially in a hellhole like this where you're dead or alive. Sumu sneered in his heart. Isn't that the same as in the workplace? We're all salty, at about the same level. So you're good. I'm good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good at what we do. Suddenly there was a dragon essence rolling king, with uncharacteristically strong abilities, who also stole the promotion slot, so it would be strange if everyone didn't band together to ostracize and trip him up. Zhang Jianming looked at Sumu's changing color and thought that he was afraid. The sneer on his face increased. Figure it out? His tone carried an undisguised sneer. Let's go. Su's big genius. Don't stand around in the hallway. It's almost lights out. He deliberately emphasized the word genius and then let out a low, eerie laugh. Hey, that laugh was sinister. Cootie. It was all audible and full of ill will. 307. Very brief. 2 single beds with an old wooden nightstand between them. On the opposite wall was a desk and 2 chairs. That's all. This is the so-called administrative dormitory, which seems to be a bit different from the privileged treatment he imagined. Sumu subconsciously frowned. This subtle expression was captured by Zhang Jianming. And you're actually disgusted with me? This human, just because he has some medical skills, he thinks he can't do anything? Oh, it's just a little human. You'll be crying later. The displeasure in Zhang Jianming's heart increased by another point. It was too pretentious, and his antipathy towards Sumu had reached its peak. Sumu walked straight to the chair by the window and sat down, his body relaxing against the back of the chair. Humph, even if you don't sleep, it's useless. Zhang Jianming walked to his bedside and said sorrowfully, when the time comes, what's going to happen, is going to happen. You do yourself a favor. Su-mu, doctor, student. He read out Sumu's name word by word with a threatening undertone. Sumu, however, didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard. Sitting around waiting to die? That was never his style. His fingertips tapped on the cool chair armrests as if he was calculating something. Time, minute by minute, passes. Outside the corridor, there was the occasional sound of doors opening and closing in other rooms, and muffled footsteps, but they soon fell silent again. The entire administrative dormitory area was shrouded in a depressing and eerie atmosphere. Finally, click. There was a soft click, like some kind of master switch being pulled down. The lights in the dormitory room went out in response. The moonlight outside the window was miserably white, barely casting in a faint ray of light. Almost as soon as the lights went out, the originally silent corridor changed abruptly. Squeak dash, squeak dash. A toothsome sound of door shafts turning came from all directions. Not one door, but all the dormitory doors. It was as if they had been pushed apart by invisible hands and opened up a crack in unison. Something was wriggling in the darkened doorway. A pair of eyes, emitting ghostly light of various colors, peeked out from behind the doorway. Greed, grievance, madness. A twisted and eerie black shadow slowly squeezed its way out of the open door and, like a predator, began to roam the silent corridor. Lights out signals the start of the hunt. Chapter 117. Sumu violated the rules. In the hallway, footsteps sounded. Sha, sha, sha. It was slowly approaching in the direction of room 307. More than one. Sounds like a bunch. In the darkness, Zhang Jianming lay on his own bed, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold and cruel smile. Sure enough, it came. It was exactly as he had expected. The colleagues in the surgery department were never nice people. The new genius? Stealing the limelight and possibly the seat? Well, I'll be damned if I'm not going to take advantage of this rule to kill you. He turned his head sideways and cast his gaze in the direction of Sumu's bed, even though he couldn't see anything in the darkness. Dr. Sumu. In a gloating tone, he murmured in a low voice, as if he was speaking to Sumu, and as if he was speaking to himself. Enjoy the special privileges of this executive dormitory, but don't accidentally die on the first night. What a shame. The opposite bed, however, remained deathly silent, not even a hint of movement. Even the sound of breathing was so faint that it seemed non-existent. The sneer on Zhang Jianming's face intensified. Humph. Scared silly? Are you afraid to even move? Where's that cockiness from earlier in the hallway? He was so pleased in his heart that it was as if he had already seen the tragic situation of Sumu being torn apart by those things. Just then, Squeak dash. The door to room 307 was pushed open a crack soundlessly from the outside. Then, there was the second seam. The third. The door was opened completely. At the doorway, 7 or 8 figures stood in shadow. They were dressed in worn but vaguely recognizable surgeons' uniforms. Their bodies were twisted and their joints made a strange clicking sound. All that could be seen in the darkness on the ghastly white face was the deep, bottomless emptiness of the eyes. As if they had caught the scent of prey, they squeezed into room 307 stiffly, step by step. With that, the door to the room was gently closed again by one of the dark figures. Click. Completely cut off from the outside world, Zhang Jianming immediately closed his eyes, and even cooperated by rolling over, facing the wall and pulling the quilt over his head, leaving only a gap to observe. He pretended he didn't see or hear anything. He's pretending to be asleep. Instead, he was happy and pleased with himself. Sumu, let you go wild. Let you steal my thunder. You'll have to shed your skin tonight, if not die. Better yet, you'd better be scared mad. Those 7 or 8 surgeons were bizarre, like hounds locking onto a target, and surrounded straight towards Sumu's bed. They reached out with dry, twisted hands with black, sharp nails, as if they were going to lift the covers and drag the people inside out in the next second. However, just moments before they were about to touch the quilt, the creepy one in the lead jerked his head, letting out a low, hoarse, confused hiss. Where are the people? What? Zhang Jianming, who was pretending to be asleep, stiffened. He jerked up the covers and sat up. No way. Sumu was clearly sleeping in that bed. He watched Sumu lie down with his own eyes. How come there's no one? A surgeon Spooky seemed to react as well, and it jerked its finger out and jabbed it toward the light switch on the wall. Pop! The harsh incandescent light instantly illuminated the room, only to see Sumu's bed. The quilt was neatly folded, and the pillows were bulging. A creepy stepped forward and lifted the covers with one hand. Empty. There was only a hard pillow stuffed inside, disguised as someone lying down. Sumu is missing. Zhang Jianming's eyes glazed over and his jaw dropped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He lost his voice. What's the situation? What about people? The Great Transformation? He had clearly been staring. When did Sumu slip away under his nose? The 7 or 8 surgeons bizarrely froze as well, spinning in a dazed circle in place and letting out low growls of uncertain significance. However, in the next second, Zhang Jianming's mind was like a flash of thunder. He thought of it. He understands. Leave the dormitory. This guy, Sumu, even left the administrative dormitory without authorization after lights out. The shock on Zhang Jianming's face quickly faded, and was replaced by a kind of ecstasy and an even more vicious excitement. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, pointing to the empty bed and shouting at the bewildered creeps. He ran away. That intern violated hospital rules, leaving the dormitory without authorization in the middle of the night. We can all go after him. Get him, clear him. His voice was shrill and harsh with excitement. Almost the instant his words fell, an icy cold beep resounded over the entire Grievance Hospital, and also resounded in the minds of all the players at the same time. Global copy notice, Hanxia country player Sumu, on the first night of the Grievance Hospital copy, violated the hospital's rules and regulations and left the dormitory area to which he belonged without authorization. Verdict, serious violation. Player Sumu's status has been updated to removable. All duplicate participants have the authority to hunt down and remove them. Those who succeed in clearing it will receive a special reward. Handyman's quarters. The ordinary players in the crowded room, who were originally shivering in the darkness, first froze when they heard this announcement, and then many of them showed surprise and a trace of unspeakable joy in their eyes. That popular genius who made his own death? That's great. Internship dormitory. James and Yamato Tanaka popped out of bed almost simultaneously. The two looked at each other, both seeing undisguised ecstasy in the other's eyes. Yes, said James with a vicious swing. Yosi. Yamato Tanaka's mouth grinned up to his ears. Sumu, the one that was weighing on their heads, the guy who drives them crazy with jealousy. I can't believe I sent myself to the brink of extinction. This is a godsend. Executive quarters. The other one. Baiji snapped her eyes open, and her pure white mask seemed to be colored with a layer of frost in the darkness. Sure enough, she whispered to herself, a hint of fruitful helplessness and imperceptible anxiety in her tone. She knew that something was bound to happen if she placed Sumu in here. She got up quickly, moving to put on her white coat and straighten her mask. Sumu must be saved. He can't be allowed to slip up. In the meantime, administration building, deep in a silent, deserted corridor, Sumu's figure appeared as quietly as a ghost. There was no panic on his face, even a hint of a smile as he walked forward at a steady pace. Strangely enough, on both sides of the corridor, there were clearly a few wandering weirdos, whose empty gazes swept past Sumu, but as if they hadn't seen him at all, they drifted right past him, continuing their mindless patrols. Players in this removable state are ignored. Sumu's footsteps didn't pause in the slightest. Only the scented pouch embroidered with an exquisite orchid pattern that he had obtained from the copy of the Scarlet Tavern at his waist was emitting an extremely faint ghostly glow. Chapter 118, Vice President Lin Mo blocked Sumu. The dark light rippled out, covering Sumu's circumference. The creeps roaming the corridors didn't react as their empty eye sockets swept over him. They do not perceive the scent of the living. In their vision, Sumu might just be a kindred spirit also patrolling, or even an existence of a higher level, making them instinctively choose to ignore it. Xiao Runing's orchid scent capsule worked even better than expected. It's not simply stealth, it's more like a clever sensory deception. This could help Sumu and save no small amount of trouble. Although Sumu could rely on his own trickery and various skills to force his way in, but that would be too risky. Sumu's heart was slightly settled and his footsteps did not stop. However, just then, his ears twitched slightly. In the distance, there was the sound of disorganized footsteps and faint shouting. It's coming from the direction of the intern and handyman dorms. Get him, don't let him get away. The special reward is mine. The sound was getting closer, accompanied by a column of flashlight light bobbing in the distance. Sumu's eyes stared. Sure enough, the pursuers came. The bomb could fool these low-level shenanigans that didn't have much sanity, but it definitely couldn't fool the players who were alive and holding back their bad thoughts. Even more troubling, Sumu glanced at one of the doctors floating by bizarrely. If a player is lucky or has a clear goal of rushing near him and spots him, just yell at the creepy next to him or point the way with your hand. This sensory deception is likely to be broken in an instant. When the time came, he would face both the player and creepy's siege. Got to get out of here as soon as possible. He quickened his pace while carefully distinguishing the source and direction of the voices. Most of the clamor still sounds like it's headed toward the administrative dormitory area. Obviously, the first reaction of most players is still to go to the place where he disappeared to try their luck, or hope to wait for a rabbit. But there are always exceptions. Sumu's eyes sharply captured several fast-moving black shadows that were breaking away from the large group and rushing straight toward the direction of the administration building where he was. The two at the top had somewhat familiar silhouettes. It's that ugly nation player, James, and that little guy, Yamato Tanaka, who's having a good time. And behind them, there were a few figures following furtively, keeping not too far away. Trying to pick up the slack after the big guy? The corner of Sumu's mouth hooked into an imperceptible cold smile. He instantly understood James and Tanaka's calculations. These two guys, they didn't even think about searching for themselves in the administrative dormitory area like the clueless group. Their goal, from the beginning, was to take advantage of the chaos caused by their violation to infiltrate the core area of this copy, the administration building. I'm afraid it's for that only known but not seen, represents one of the highest power of the hospital, the president of the labor union. Only by getting this kind of high-ranking identity can you really take the initiative in the subsequent copying process and even mobilize part of the hospital's power. A good fight, Sumu said in his heart, but he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Might as well say he was even kind of looking forward to it, because he knew very well that in this hospital of grievances, the more tantalizing the power, the more horrifying the curse and price that often accompanied it as well. President of the labor union. Oh, and when they do get that identity, I'm afraid that will be the real beginning of their nightmare. Retrieving his thoughts, Sumu no longer paid attention to the pursuers outside. His figure flashed, as if blending into the shadows, and silently slipped into the side door of the administration building. Inside the building, it was even darker and more silent than the corridors outside. Only the emergency lights emitted a ghostly green glow, barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. With the shelter of the scented capsule, Sumu carefully walked through the empty halls and corridors. His goal was clear, the secretary's office. Obtain the identity of the clerk first, and then relying on the secretary's identity, more clues can be found about this hospital, about those Xiao Running. Just as he was about to turn the corner of a hallway, his feet jerked to a halt. Not far ahead, a figure stood silently, with its back to him, seemingly looking at a long blurred poster on the wall. The figure was dressed in an immaculate white coat, upright and young-looking, but just aback, it reveals a calm and palpitating sense of oppression that is extremely inconsistent with age. Like an abyss, as if a silent Tarzan, Sumu's heart suddenly tightened. This bazaar is not simple. Subconsciously holding his breath, he reconfirmed the scented pouch at his waist, and the glow remained steady. He planned to repeat the same trick, using the effect of the scented bag to pretend he didn't see the other party and go straight around the side. He eased his footsteps, his body pressing against the other side of the wall, moving slowly. 1 step, 2 steps. The eye was about to successfully bypass the figure. Just then, the young weird, who could not clearly see the proof, did not look back, and slowly spoke in a calm and unruffled voice, but with a strange penetrating power. Dr. Sumu's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. He stopped in his tracks and incredulously turned his head slowly to the figure that still had its back to him. He can see me? Nope. How did he know my last name was Su? The sensory deception of the bomb has failed? In an instant, countless thoughts exploded in Sumu's mind, cold sweat almost seeping out from the corners of his forehead. He didn't seem to have any immediate intention of snapping, just still with his back to Sumu. His tone was faintly playful as he continued. Dean's orchid sachet. The fact that appeared in Dr. Su's hands is very surprising to me. Sure enough, he recognized the scented pouch. Sumu's pupils shrunk violently. This is by no means ordinary weirdness. It might even be the real top brass of this hospital. It appears that the figure paused, as if recalling something. We have, perhaps, actually met before? These words, moreover, caused Sumu's heart to shake. What do you mean? Without waiting for Sumu to think about it, the young creepy finally turned around slowly. A handsome but expressionless face came into Sumu's eyes, and his badge clearly read Vice Dean, Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes were like ancient wells, yet they seemed to be able to see everything. He looked at Sumu, the corner of his mouth hooked into a formulaic smile, and asked, "So, Dr. Su, you went AWOL from your dormitory late at night and came to this administration building without breaking the rules. What is it trying to do?" Chapter 119, We haven't met tonight. Now that we've been discovered, there's no point in pretending anymore. Sumu slowly straightened his body, his gaze calmly meeting those eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Inside he was spitting mad. Vice President? Who's the Vice President who stays up in the middle of the night to stand guard in the darkened hallways of the administration building, and to show up just when he was touching himself? This is too much of a coincidence. It was almost as if was waiting here specifically for himself. Vice President Lin. Sumu spoke tentatively, his tone not condescending. You knew I would come? The formulaic smile on Lin Mo's face didn't change in the slightest, as if Sumu had asked a question that had nothing to do with him. Instead of answering positively, he turned his head slightly sideways, his gaze cast into the darkness deep in the corridor, his voice drifting with a hint of inscrutability. Ever since Dean Xiao disappeared, the Grievance Hospital has lost its backbone. I took over the place, but there are many things that are not in my hands alone. I've been waiting for. He paused, and his eyes fell back on Sumu. The eyes seemed to be scrutinizing and confirming something, waiting for someone who might make a difference. Sumu, do you think you'll be the one? Sumu listened in confusion. What's this guy talking about? Playing dumb? What change? What about that guy? What does that have to do with me? He was just about to ask a follow-up question when Lin Mo's eyes steeply sharpened, interrupting his thoughts. Dr. Su, you don't seem to have answered my question. Lin Mo's voice resumed its previous coldness and calmness, but it was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. What exactly do you want by trespassing on the administration building in the middle of the night? He took a half step forward. An invisible pressure came over him. Think before you answer, because your answer will determine your life or die. Sumu's heart fluttered. This guy, he's for real. He had no doubt about the weight of Lin Mo's words. As the current nominal supreme ruler of the Grievance Spirit Hospital, this vice president's strength was absolutely unfathomable. The trick coins he had on him had been consumed earlier in order to save lives and learn those 2 healing arts. The bottom card is there, but against this mysterious Vice Dean, the chances of winning are really bad. Even worse, Sumu glanced in the direction of the building's entrance out of the corner of his eye, and the clamor outside seemed to have gotten a little closer. Once he started a fight with Lin Mo here, even if he could win, it would definitely be impossible to have a quick battle. As long as there was a moment's delay, the players who had caught wind of the situation and the spooks who had been startled would pounce on them like sharks who smelled blood. At that time, he will really become a turtle in a jar, and it will be difficult to fly. What to do? Answer. He asked me what I wanted to do. In a flash of lightning, Sumu remembered Lin Mo's inexplicable words earlier, as well as the flickering expression when he mentioned Dean Xiao. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Take a gamble. Sumu took a deep breath, met Lin Mo's scrutinizing gaze, and said in a deep voice, I want to fix this hospital. His voice echoed in the silent corridor with an undeniable determination. Bring it, out of this chaos and madness, back on track. He stared firmly into Rimmer's eyes and added word for word, and find Dean Xiao. Figure out what happened to her. The words fell. A hint of an extremely subtle change finally appeared on Lin Mo's iceberg face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. It was only a moment, but Sumu captured it. Was that a surprise? Or was it some kind of release from anticipation of being stamped out? Rimmer was silent. He quietly looked at Sumu for a few seconds, and that look was complicated and hard to understand. Then, without saying anything, he simply took a silent step backward, sidestepping to make way for the path that led deeper into the corridor. His figure, like a weightless ghost, silently blended into the shadows beside him. There was only a faint sentence that seemed to come from another dimension and floated into Sumu's ears. "Tonight, we haven't met." The next second, the shadows regained their calm, as if no one had ever stood there before. Rimmer disappeared. Sumu stood still and froze for several seconds before reacting. "That's letting me through? What the hell is wrong with this guy? What the hell is going on?" Sumu shook off his head, not bothering to delve into the thoughts of this Riddler's vice dean. In any case, the immediate crisis was considered to have been temporarily lifted. He was secretly relieved. "It was such a thrill just now that I almost had to play with this vice president. His current state is not good. Really fight, even if the bottom card is all out. It is estimated that he will have to take off layers of skin, and may even be overturned in the gutter. Good thing the bet was right." Rumble. Just then, there was a clear banging on the door and stray shouts from the direction of the entrance to the administration building. "This way, I see the light. He must have gotten into the building. Chase, catch him and collect the reward. Watch out for the weirdness inside. Those guys outside." They rushed in after all, and listening to the commotion, it seemed that they even clashed with the creepy ones guarding the door. There can be no more delay. Sumu's eyes condensed, no longer hesitating, immediately accelerated his pace and rushed towards the direction of the secretary's office in his memory. "Gotta get the clerk's identity before those guys find this place." In the meantime, on the other side of the administration building, in a relatively isolated and even more dimly lit corridor, two sneaky figures were sticking to the wall, moving forward cautiously. It's none other than Ugly Nation player James and that little life-affirming Yamato Tanaka. Relying on the large number of people, they attracted the attention of most of the spooks and players near the dormitory area where Sumu had disappeared, and took advantage of the chaos to make a detour and feel their way into the administrative building, which symbolized the core of power. Their target was clear, the office of the union president. "James-san, that should be it up ahead." Yamato Tanaka lowered his voice, a hint of excitement and greed in his tone. James gave a silent sign, his face wary. He could feel the eerie scent that hung in the air growing stronger the closer he got to that room. Just as they were about to turn the last corner and arrive at the door with the sign "Office of the Union President," a cold female voice rang out ahead of them without warning. "Stand still." James and Tanaka's movements froze instantly, as if they had been immobilized. They jerked their heads up, only to see that around the corner, at some point, a woman had stood playfully. The woman wore a form-fitting white uniform dress that outlined her pretty figure, and her face was covered in a pure white mask, the eyes behind it flat and cold. In front of her chest, she was pinned with a silver-colored badge, on which her identity was clearly engraved: Grievance Hospital, Deputy Secretary, by G. Chapter 120. James activates Union Presidency. "Good evening, Deputy Secretary White." James sidestepped slightly, blocking Yamato Tanaka behind him, a hint of imperceptible caution in his eyes. "We don't seem to be in your way, do we?" Tanaka Yamato hid behind James and poked half his head out, his eyes staring at the pure white mask on Baiji's face with mischief, the corners of his mouth quirking as he was clearly annoyed at this sudden roadblock. Baiji ignored James. Her gaze behind the mask was like substance, sweeping over the two men icily. Her voice didn't have the slightest bit of warmth, as if a cold winter wind was blowing through it. "Don't you have any idea where this corridor leads?" She paused, and her tone turned abruptly harsh. "But more importantly, you guys want to be unfavorable to Sumu, which touches my bottom line." Yamato Tanaka snorted and stood up from behind James, arms clasped over his chest. "Ha, that's how the Hansha people are. Always like to meddle and protect their shortcomings to no end." He cocked his head and looked at Baiji with a provocative look. "So what if we target Sumu? He violated the rules and deserved to be removed. On the contrary, it's you, Deputy Secretary Bai, who even disregarded the hospital's rules for the sake of a man." James frowned slightly and chided in a low voice. "Tanaka-kun, cut the crap. Now is not the time to aggravate the other side." But he wasn't about to back down from that either. Delaying it until things on Sumu's side were resolved or more shenanigans were induced would be equally unfavorable to them. James took a deep breath and stopped hiding it, his face changing to a cold, hard expression. He didn't bother to beat around the bush with Baiji anymore and directly pulled something out of his arms. It was a rustic-shaped brass key with twisted patterns engraved on it, emitting a faint ethereal light. "Since Deputy Secretary Bai has made it clear, there's no need for us to hide it." James turned the key around in his fingertips, his mouth curving in a smug smile. "That's right, our target, the Union President's office up ahead." Baiji's body stiffened violently. The pupils behind the mask contracted suddenly. That key, she recognized, that was the only credential to unlock the door lock of the Union President's office, and it belonged to the replica special props. How did you get this key? Her voice trembled slightly from shock. It was by definition extremely difficult to obtain, requiring the completion of a series of demanding prequests or the payment of a great price to redeem it. When Tanaka Yamato saw Baiji lose her temper, the mocking look on her face intensified. He raised his chin triumphantly and said in an almost braggadocios tone, "Deputy Secretary Bai, you don't think that only you culmination players have the bottom line, do you? Don't forget, we're a four-nation alliance. This means, still have it." He glanced across the corridor and could faintly hear the clamor from there. Speaking of which, it's really thanks to that idiot Sumu. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to get into trouble tonight and was wanted by the entire courtyard for violating the rules, drawing most of the attention of the shenanigans and players away from us, we would have had to go through a lot of trouble to sneak up on this place unnoticed. Tanaka Yamato added as if remembering something. After all, that scented capsule that was obtained from Kim Min-ji's hand and could temporarily dispel low-level weirdness is now on Sumu's body. Without it opening the way, we'd have enough of these wandering contraptions in the corridors alone. He made a mess, but instead he cleared the road for us, which really helped a lot. Ha ha ha. James didn't engage in Tanaka's taunting, his gaze remaining locked on by Ji, the key in his hand aimed at the closed office door in front of him. Deputy Secretary White, I know you're a step above the union president, but, according to the rules of the Grievance Hospital, as soon as I use this key to open the door and enter the office, I successfully activate the identity of the union president. His voice trailed off, his eyes sharp as knives. Then, unless a ruling is made by the convocation of the faculty, or unless it is ordered by the president or the secretary himself, even you, the deputy secretary, have no right to interfere with any decision made by the president of the union, let alone take coercive measures against me. Baiji's fists, under the sleeves of her white uniform, clenched violently. The knuckles were slightly white from the exertion. Damn, what James said was true. This is the rule of checks and balances of power within the Grievance Hospital. Although the union chairman was not as high-ranking as the deputy secretary, he was protected by the rules when it came to certain powers, especially for internal player affairs. Once James succeeded in becoming president of the union, he had the power to mobilize some of the hospital's resources and players, and more importantly, he gained a layer of protection from the rules. At that time, if he tried to target Sumu again, it would be difficult for him to directly intervene to stop him. Looking at Baiji's chest, which was slightly heaving from anger, James had a victorious smile on his face. He took a step forward, almost to the front of Baiji, and said in a voice that only the two could hear, Deputy Secretary White, thanks for the heads up, but for now, we're going to go on the job. He had deliberately emphasized the word appointed. When I'm officially president of the union, we will be dealing with each other a lot. After saying that, he stopped looking at Baiji and turned around to insert the key into the lock hole of the labor union chairman's office. Click! There was a soft thud, extraordinarily clear in the dead hallway. The heavy wooden door opened in response, and inside it was pitch black, giving off an even colder and weirder aura. Without a moment's hesitation, James pulled a still smug Yamato Tanaka into a hug. Let's go, Tanaka-kun. The two quickly dodged inside the office. Bang! The office door closed heavily behind them, completely isolating Baiji's view. Baiji stood still, motionless, as if she had been transformed into a cold statue. All she could do was watch it happen and there was nothing she could do about it. The rules. The damn rules again. Once James activates his identity, he becomes a tumor nailed to the hospital's power structure. Sumu was already wanted for violating the law, and now there's an additional union president who holds real power and is clearly hostile to him. He's in a position where it's going to get tougher than ever. Even can be described as desperate. Baiji clenched her lower lip, her nails almost embedded into the flesh of her palm. Must find a way to help him. Just then, Global Copy Bulletin. Player James, Ugly Nation, has successfully activated the special identity, Grievance Hospital Union Chairman. The icy electronic tone resounded throughout the entire Grudge Hospital copy, clearly reaching the ears of every player and NPC. Baiji's heart, on the other hand, sank to the bottom.